The story begins in an old house in the suburbs of a city, and inside, a man and a woman were pleading for just one more month. But a guy in front of them holding a clothes iron says that if you borrow money from someone, you'd better pay it back, even if it means selling an organ or two. And with this crazy look on his face, he says that maybe they need to feel a little pain to understand how he feels when he loses money. And the woman right behind him is using her phone. That guy notices, snatches the phone from her hand, and asks what she's doing and if she's calling the police. But he told them not to do that. Only he looks at the phone and realizes she's texting her son, telling him not to come over. And he gives this twisted little smirk and asks why she didn't say so sooner. Maybe he should have a chat with her son too. But the mother and father just beg him not to mess with their boy. But that guy orders them to be tied up so they don't make any noise, saying they wouldn't want their son to get scared. And then, to their surprise, they hear a knock on the door, and outside is the kid, their son. And before opening the door, he senses something is wrong. As soon as he opens it, his mother, crying, quietly tells him not to come in. But as soon as he opens the door and enters the house, all those guys are hiding. He starts taking off his shoes and says he's home. And just as he takes a few steps, a guy hiding on the side lunges to hit him with a baseball bat and smacks him right in the head. His mother starts to scream and cry. But to the guy's surprise, even with the bat hitting his head, the kid grabbed his shoulder and suddenly punched him in the face, sending him crashing to the floor. This greatly surprises the parents and the villain, and he, looking at his accomplice's completely deformed face, wonders what the hell that was. And he glares at the boy, asking who he is. The boy, furious, just glares at all of them, and the gang leader orders them to kill him now. Two of them rush him with bats, but he manages to dodge one and punches the other in the stomach, breaking his rib. And after one punch, he throws an even stronger one, breaking his rib further. The guy screams in pain, but another one comes from above to kick him. However, he grabs his leg and kicks his supporting leg, breaking it. And right from behind, a guy comes to hit him with a chair and smashes it right over his head. But he doesn't feel any pain and just glares at him with pure hatred, which completely surprises the blonde guy, who gets thrown against the wall, while their boss can't understand what the hell is going on. And he asks what is happening. And he, with a knife in hand, faces the parents, saying he wants to see how the kid fares when his daddy is about to die. But as soon as he looks forward with that stupid smirk, that clothes iron is right in front of him, and the kid shoves the iron in his face, sending him flying into another door behind him, which shocks his parents. And after his head is smashed through that door, the guy starts screaming, asking what he did to his neck and telling them to call the hospital. And in the middle of that scene, with all the guys defeated, the kid is exhausted. He faces his parents, unties them, and says that if they didn't want him to fight, they shouldn't have been poor in the first place. And right after he says that, he collapses unconscious on the floor, and his mother starts screaming his name. Now, in a gigantic hospital, all those guys are in the emergency room, and at the reception desk, a guy on the phone is asking what all this chaos is. The girl next to him says that apparently, a kid took down 10 thugs who were assaulting his parents. He's just a high school student, which really surprises the guy with glasses. Meanwhile, on a gurney, the gang leader orders them to find the kid and kill him right now. And his accomplice tells him not to worry, because the boy was hospitalized there too. They just sent Big Bear after him, so that kid is as good as dead. As the guy with glasses overhears this, he wonders who Big Bear is, and so he goes to the girl and asks what room he's in. She says that at the moment he's in room 202, and then that guy goes running through the hospital, thinking that the Big Bear from this region is one of the candidates to be his main fighter. And if he's lucky, he might get to see a worthy candidate. He gets to the door and thinks that he feels a little bad, because this unlucky kid got caught in the middle of all this. And so, he looks inside and sees the gigantic Big Bear staring at the boy. And the brute says he can't believe they called him here just to beat up a kid. He's nothing special, but a job's a job. And anyway, he's a pretty interesting brat. And the boy, despite seeing him, doesn't seem the least bit scared. He pulls the IV needle out of his hand, ready for combat. But first, of course, please like this video, share this video a lot to help me out, and join our members community to get access to exclusive videos every week. And so, that's about it. Now let's get back to the story. And he, ready to attack, says he wants to show him what fear looks like. But to the guy's surprise, the kid already lunges forward to punch him in the face. Meanwhile, the guy with glasses, watching through the window, notices that he's pretty fast, but Big Bear smacks him on the head, sending him to the floor. The kid starts spitting blood, while the guy outside says he didn't stand a chance. And the brute says he doesn't care how crazy he is. If he comes at him like that, he's gonna get hit, and being a weak brat with balls won't get him anywhere. But to his surprise, he realizes the boy is getting up. This is astonishing. Meanwhile, the kid says that if he hit as hard as he talks, he might be a little more frightening, and that his punches are nothing. This pisses Big Bear right off, who comes at him saying, "That's right, keep talking and entertain me while I kill you." While the guy outside wonders if he's really being serious, if he's going to kill that kid, he thinks he has to stop him. But to both of their surprise, the boy dodges Big Bear's punch and lands a powerful kick to his face, completely shocking the guy outside. And the brute falls to the floor, while the other guy thinks that no one has ever been able to defeat Big Bear before. But he notices the brute puts a hand down to support himself, so he hasn't been totally defeated. If he was defeated like that, he wouldn't have one of the strongest physiques in the country. And so, Big Bear asks if he really thought a kick from a high schooler could take him down that easily. But without waiting another second, the kid punches him in the face while the other guy watches from outside, thinking this is impossible. And all he sees is the kid beating the hell out of Big Bear. But that brute starts to laugh and grabs the boy's body, saying he can't believe he's going to have to use his finishing move on a high school punk. And the guy behind the door thinks, so that's Big Bear's signature move? The Bone Crusher. And he really needs to stop him now. And the brute, laughing, says this is what he deserves. But just then, that guy throws the door open, telling him to stop, but the brute doesn't listen and uses his move on the kid, which completely shocks the guy. But to both of their surprise, the brute realizes something is wrong, and he can't believe it. He used all his strength, but to his surprise, the kid puts his hands on his shoulder and he asks how he's moving and why his bones are still intact. And to his shock, the kid slams him into the ground, cracking the floor and struggling to get free, while Big Bear asks why he can't crush him. But then the kid headbutts him, while he wonders if his head is made of iron. And just like that, he gets another headbutt and his face gets deformed. And after a third headbutt, the guy with glasses watching tells him to stop now, because he's already unconscious and needs to calm down. And if he makes a bigger mess, it's going to be hard for him to clean all this up. He gets on the phone and says he has a patient in room 202. Head injury after a hit and run, and he calls for someone to attend to him there, while the kid asks who he is and why he's on his side. But that guy says no, and anyway, he'd actually like to be on his side if possible. And the kid asks what kind of crap he's talking about, and just then several guys enter the room and are startled by the scene. And the guy in front says that the patient is confirmed, they'll take care of him. And the guy asks him if it would be possible to keep Big Bear unconscious. And that guy says yes, they'll start now. And the kid watches the scene, wondering what that is. He goes up to the guy and asks who they are. And that guy takes out a card and says that if he works for his boss, he'll be able to give him whatever he wants. And the kid takes the card and wonders what it is. And the guy in front of him says all he has to do is fight for him. But the boy throws the card away and tells him to get out of there, saying he's not interested in fighting for money. This is a load of crap. But that guy thinks his mind will change soon enough. The boy goes to the bathroom and looking in the mirror, wonders why his life is so crappy, but he really wants to keep the promise he made to his mother to never become a bully. To his surprise, his father appears in the bathroom and asks what he's doing there and where he's trying to go in this condition. And the kid glares at his father and asks whose fault he thinks it is that he's like this. You said you were the boxing champion, and you said there were countless teams after you. So why are we drowning in debt, and why haven't you done anything until now? Is it really that humiliating for a former champion to open a small boxing gym in the neighborhood? I don't know why you were kicked off the national team, but is your honor more important than your poor wife? His father says nothing, turns around, and tells him to stay in bed and not leave the hospital, while he thinks that he really hates him. But to his surprise, he feels water on his body and his head starts to hurt. He wonders if maybe he didn't get enough sleep, and this was probably because of him. And he hates his father. He can't stand seeing him get hurt just to survive. And he can't stand seeing him kneeling in front of the parents of the bullies who always pick fights with him. And he doesn't want to depend on him one bit, because he doesn't want to see him thinking he's done his part as a father. But this really sucks. He's trapped in this hell, and as a teenager, he takes a job on a fishing boat to earn a little money and change his life, let alone cover day-to-day expenses. And to make things worse, those bastard bullies put him in an even deeper hole, destroying what little he had to make some money. But as much as he hates his father, he can't leave because of his mother, and his life is a bottomless pit of despair. But after these dreams, he finally wakes up in a hospital bed and wonders if he really passed out again. But why does it seem like he's in a different wing? He asks how long he was out for, but on his phone, he gets a message from his father saying that he thinks it's time to tell him everything. They're going to meet tonight, while the kid wonders what he's hiding and if maybe it's about his mother. And he starts calling her and asks if she's okay. And she calls him son and tells him not to come home because those gangsters are still waiting for them. He's completely shocked, asking what she means, but his mother tells him to stay at the hospital and that she moved him to a different room under a fake name. He should be safe, but he asks where she's going to stay. And she says she's at the Selfish Motel near the police station and tells him not to worry about her because she needs to get ready now. And she asks him to please not leave the hospital and to stay safe. And after he hangs up, he wonders what kind of crap this is. If he hadn't fought back, this wouldn't have happened, and he needs to find his mother now. But just as he's leaving the room, he gets a call from his father, and as soon as he answers, an unknown voice asks if he is Mr. Kang's son, and our boy asks who it is. The call says this is an emergency, and Mr. Kang fell from a building and is unconscious, which shocks the boy deeply. And we see the scene. His father's body is completely destroyed, and now back at the hospital, he watches his father, completely out cold. And in the conversation he had with the doctor said the surgery is complicated and will cost 100 million won, and he'll also need a few years of rehab after the surgery, and it won't be cheap. And the kid, completely stunned, starts to cry, and he wonders what the hell he's going to do with his life. Crying in desperation, he wondered what he was going to do and how on earth he could get that money. But then, he gets an idea and remembers that card he threw in the trash, so he decides to go back there to get it, heading straight for the room he was in before, 202. Opening the door, he sees the trash can, but there's nothing left inside. He starts shaking in despair, saying it's all his fault and begging for forgiveness for being so useless, saying he doesn't deserve to live. But to his surprise, that guy behind him asks if he's looking for this and if he's had a change of heart. The desperate kid asks how much he can make if he works with him. The guy says he can earn up to 100 billion won, and if he gets popular, he won't need anyone in the tournament to get rich. And he asks the kid what he thinks. The kid stares at him, completely shocked, not knowing what to say. After he says that, they head to an office and, sitting face to face, he tells the kid to read it carefully and then sign. The kid asks, "What's the combat ward?" The guy explains that it's a secret fighting tournament where fighters use special drugs provided by the hospital to gain monstrous physical abilities. And the kid asks, "What do you mean? Drugs? He doesn't use that stuff." But the guy opens his briefcase, shows him everything, and says these aren't your ordinary drugs. Depending on the type, they can turn an old man on his deathbed into Mike Tyson. But of course, using performance enhancers isn't mandatory. The worried kid asks who he is, and he says his name is Min-Sok King. He's a talent scout working for a VIP who is participating in the combat ward. And the boy asks, "A talent scout? What do you mean?" But he just says yes. And the important thing now is whether he's going to take the drugs or not. So far, not a single person has ever won without using them. But the kid says he's not interested, while Min-Sok assumes he'll have more to say when they get to the arena. The kid thinks to himself that this guy really isn't listening. Min-Sok says he'll start by explaining how they'll work together. When you enter the tournament, you'll be able to choose a sponsor if you reach the top 20, and you will choose my VIP as your sponsor. You'll start working together from there, until you win the tournament. The kid says, "Right, I get it, but I need some money up front." But the guy says no, that's impossible, and that he'll be paid through the tournament. The kid, furious, asks if he's seriously messing with him. Then why would I work with you? But Min-Sok tells him to calm down and asks if he needs the money for his father's surgery and a safe place to stay. The kid asks how he knows that, and Min-Sok says they will provide accommodations and cover the costs of his father's surgery and treatment while he's fighting for his boss. They'll also protect him from the loan sharks. The kid asks if he can really trust him, but just then, he gets a call. It's his mom. As soon as he answers, he asks what's wrong, and she tells him that some guys paid for his father's surgery. She asks what's going on and says there are also several bodyguards who claim they're there because of him. He doesn't know what to explain and just stares at Min-Sok, who tells him the house is already taken care of, so he doesn't need to worry about a thing. As you can see, we don't have many options, just like you. Our boy tells his mom over the phone that he hired those bodyguards and that he's on his way, so she should just do what they ask. But she asks what he means, and he just says he'll call her back later. After he hangs up, he faces Min-Sok and asks what's so valuable that the prize is 10 billion. Min-Sok says that the 10 billion is just the base prize and, depending on how much they bet on him, he could win even more. And there have been champions who've won over 15 billion. The kid says that's impossible, but Min-Sok says, "Oh yes, it's quite possible, and it might not be enough, considering the risks the fighters have to take," which leaves the kid completely confused. Min-Sok continues, saying that most participants either end up crippled or die during the tournament. In the last competition, the percentage of participants who walked away without serious injuries was only 10%. The kid thinks to himself that it doesn't make any sense. How is a tournament like this kept secret when so many people are dying? And Min-Sok says that's exactly why. The tournament is kept secret because they're all dead. This shocks the kid. Min-Sok says that when he signs on the dotted line, the first thing they'll do is create an alibi. The kid asks, "What do you mean, an alibi?" And he explains that the hospital organizes this tournament precisely because it's easy to fake someone's cause of death. To create an alibi, you need to be caught on camera making a purchase with a credit card, anything that gives away your location. And then they can invent a cause from there. Everything from a disappearance to death by falling, disease, or a drug overdose. The kid then asks what would happen if he reported this to the police, and Min-sok says that's not a problem. It's pretty easy to make someone look like a crazy drug addict. Do you really think anyone would believe a little teenager with zero evidence? He says he thinks it would be a problem for him later, considering he'll be declared dead before he even gets the chance to report them. Min-sok says that's the advantage of having a hospital organize the tournaments. He says the decision is his and asks if he's willing to sign this contract. He's sure the kid needs some time to think about it, but to his surprise, the kid tells him to keep his word. Min-sok, smiling, just watches the kid sign the contract. But to the kid's surprise, a nurse appears behind him and, with a syringe, injects something right into his neck. He asks, "What are you guys doing?" But to his horror, his vision blurs and he starts to fall asleep. Min-sok tells him not to worry, as they're just sedating him to take him to the arena. Just remember, we will take care of your family while you're participating in the tournament. And he hopes the kid wins and solves all his problems. After a while, he starts to wake up, wondering where he is and if he actually died. But as soon as he opens his eyes, he wonders who these guys are and where they're taking him. He's terrified when he sees a very strange hallway, and he asks them where he is. And the guy tells him to keep quiet because he's about to find out, but then he stares him down and welcomes him to hell. And now, we're at the HS Company building. The second son of the Ryu-sung group, director Yoon Cha, says he understands that he took down Big Bear, but asks why he would recruit a kid as his main fighter. And Misuk says yes, but his brother, the vice chairman, might end up mocking them for it. And so, the irritated director asks why he did it. And Misuk stares him down and says that his brother is obsessed with the combat wing, and if they want him to take their bet, they need to look weak. The weaker they look, the better. And the director asks if he really thinks this kid is the key to defeating his brother, and Misuk says he examined his body after he survived Big Bear's bone breaker. And what he discovered was extraordinary, and the director asks what it was, and now we cut back to Sunu waking up with a shoe in front of his face. He asks who this guy is, but those extras in white in the background tell the guy to back off. He says it was just a joke and tells him to relax, while a drone observes them, stating that it has been confirmed the player is conscious. And Sunu asks what that thing is and where the hell he is, and the drone says that they will now proceed with the first round of random matchups. And it explains that the first round will serve as a qualifier for them to determine which of the 200 fighters is fit to enter the main arena. Sunu sees a box next to him, and inside it is that drug. And the drone says that each player will receive a random drug designed to enhance one of their physical abilities. And now they will open the betting table for the VIPs watching, and it requests that they please proceed with administering the drug. Meanwhile, Sunu thinks that he has already broken his promise to stay out of trouble and graduate, but he needs to at least keep his promise to his mother not to use drugs. And just like that, he hears screams, and when he looks over, that guy has injected the drug into his body. And he starts feeling strange symptoms and begins to laugh, saying that this is a strength drug, which greatly shocks Sunu, who asks what his problem is. But to his surprise, that guy immediately goes for a kick to his face, but the kid manages to dodge. He asks what the hell this is and if he's really a monster. And he's completely different from before. When he was just a skinny guy, he wonders if the drug really enhanced his muscles or something like that. And the drone calls that guy Han and says that he has successfully strengthened his power, and he says he knew it. It seems luck is on his side, but it's a shame. He can't get out of this place now. And he'd love to go teach a lesson to everyone who called him a stick. He stares down Sunu and says that now he has to kill a kid. But to his surprise, our boy lunges in to punch him. He gets startled and then takes a few steps back. And Han calls him a brat. He asks if he's really trying to mess with him and if he thinks he's better than him. Meanwhile, Sunu thinks that, just as he imagined, his reaction time is still the same. And if he closes the distance, he has a chance to hit him. But to his surprise, that guy is suddenly right on top of him, ready to punch him, landing a blow to his head. As the kid thinks that he isn't reacting fast enough to this monster's attacks either, he puts a hand on the ground and tries to kick him, but the guy, who is faster than him, punches him in the back. And as Sunu spits blood, that guy grabs him by the feet and says that, unlike him, he doesn't even need to pay attention to his moves to fight. He can just overpower him with his strength as he slams him against the ground. And Sunu, beaten down, just sees the guy towering over him, saying he's a really fun guy and that he wants to see how many bones he can break. And with a great leap, he says he's stronger than him now and he's going to finish them all, as he smashes Sunu's arm. And right above the kid, he says that if you're going to destroy someone, the rib cage is always the way to go. And after he stomps on the kid's chest, the scene cuts back to Misuk's conversation with the director, with him saying that what he discovered was extraordinary and that he's 10 times stronger than a common human being. And the director asks, "What do you mean?" And Misuk, smiling, says that in terms of bone density, he isn't human and he's definitely out of this world. And back in the present, Sunu reacts by grabbing Han's leg. This surprises the guy, and the kid quickly goes to try and kick him, but he manages to dodge and tries to grab his leg again. But Sunu dodges and takes a few steps back, while he, worried, wonders how he survived that, and he didn't even use the drug. This can't be. He could only have survived because I didn't use enough force. But on the other hand, the kid thinks that this monster has definitely gotten slower, and it must be because his stamina wasn't enhanced. And if he can land a clean hit, he'll have a chance. He should use fast punches instead of more powerful ones. And with that, he goes after Han. But Han, angry, says that he really came back for another beating and tries to grab him, but Sunu dodges and punches him in the face. And then Han tries to grab him low, but Sunu jumps and punches him in the face again. And he starts landing several consecutive punches to his face. And as the guy is falling, our boy thinks that now is the decisive moment. But to his shock, Han was just faking it and grabbed both of his arms, saying he's got him. And he didn't even realize that he was being hit on purpose. Sunu asks if that's so, and if he really thought he would let himself get caught. And Han asks, "What do you mean?" And our boy asks if he knows why kangaroos immobilize their opponent's hands before they strike. And Han asks, "What do you mean?" Just as Sunu leaps and lands a solid kick right in his face, which deforms his mouth, and he falls to the ground, badly beaten, thinking that he can't get up. And he wonders why his body won't listen to him and how there's no way he could lose to a guy who didn't even use the drug. But to his surprise, he ends up next to Sunu's box and sees another drug. And he says, of course, one dose wasn't enough to unlock all his talent. So he grabs another drug, and our boy thinks that he's trying to take the drug he refused and that he has to stop him now. But then Han jabs it into his neck, while the drone announces that the player has successfully obtained a stamina enhancement. And just like that, he rushes the kid, headbutting him in the stomach and then grabbing him by the arms and legs, asking who says he's just some tough guy. And with that, he throws him to the ground and Sunu starts spitting up blood again as the drone stares at him. But Han tells the drone to get out of there, because he's not done yet, and there's something he has to do. He's always at the back of the line for this, so he chokes the kid and says this is what it feels like. He knows that stubborn rats like him must be exterminated for their own good, while our boy, on the verge of death, thinks of his father. And just like that, the area grows quiet, with both of them collapsed on the floor, and the drone observes them, stating that with the player's death, the game has come to an end. Watching the scene, the director asks, "What do you mean, player's death? What the hell is going on?" And Muck says it was because of an overdose. And the survival rate after taking 2 drugs at once is less than 0.5%. And he had already succeeded in taking the power drug, so he also took the stamina booster, and his death was inevitable. And the director says the opponent took his own life and he has to admit, this kid is lucky. And Misuk says it would be unwise to say the victory was by mere luck, given the unusual nature of his body. And the director says that even so, it can only mean he has denser bones, and he should know there are even stronger monsters in this tournament. And yet, with the current drugs, they can enhance muscles, organs, hormones, practically anything. And Misuk says, except for one thing, the strongest bones can't be obtained with drugs, and there must be a reason behind that. And the director says he thinks he wants to see how useful he'll be when he reaches the main stage. And he asks him what the kid's next schedule will be. And Misuk says he has already passed the drug test round, so he'll receive treatment for any urgent injuries. And then he will fight against all the monsters who have gained powers, God knows which ones. And now, in the treatment room, our boy wonders what's happening, if he's really dead, and if it was because of him. He was just trying to take him out and almost died, but he thinks, no, I have to get real. I'm the only one who can save my family. And, filled with rage, he glares at the drone, and the drone says that all the winners from the previous rounds are ready, and it asks that he please proceed to the lobby. And that guy in the white coat says that, from now on, this guide will tell him everything he needs to know. So he should follow the instructions it gives him and everything will be fine. And all the guides are equipped with lethal weapons, so he shouldn't try any funny business. And Sunu follows the drone, and leaving the room, he wonders what this place is and where the hell they've stuck him. This is some kind of underground tunnel, so they really don't want them to escape. But he thinks, damn it, I wanted to at least call my mom. But he figures his parents must be okay, since they agreed they'd ensure their safety while he's here. He has to survive, no matter what, but this wasn't the fight he was expecting. Besides that, he thought he was the only scary monster. But here, even the neighborhood bully was super strong, and he wonders how many more monsters there are. So the drone says the player has arrived, and the lobby will now be opened. And as soon as the gate opens, Sunu walks in. He asks what the hell this is, but he sees several other drones, and the main drone says the players have entered the lobby, and they will begin the game with a total of 124 participants. And the explanation will begin shortly, and it asks that they please gather around the screen. And our boy is in the middle of a bunch of completely monstrous brutes. And he keeps wondering, what the hell is this? They're completely different from the guy he met in the first round. He has to stay out of the spotlight until the official match begins to avoid getting hurt for no reason. But right next to him, a guy calls him Kid. He asks how he got here and if he wants to play with Daddy. And our boy thinks he stands out way too much in this uniform. And as he's walking, some guys say they heard that Kid only got here after his opponent took 2 drugs and died, and he didn't take any drugs himself. And he's still in a school uniform, and it looks like some big shots wanted to see something tragic happen. And the other one says he was getting bored, and this kid could be his entertainment. But right behind him, he tells him to wait, because it looks like someone's already going for him. And as Sunu is walking, someone calls out to him saying, "I asked if you wanted me to play with you." And our boy thinks, this sucks. And right behind him, that guy puts a hand on his head and says he's really leaving him no choice but to kill him. Sunu thinks, right, to survive these savages, I have to take it to the next level. And as that guy moves to attack him, Sunu also gets ready to punch him. And just as the two were ready to fight, someone stops them. And the big guy asks what he's doing, and this guy with glasses says he should stop right there. As the brute grabs his hand and asks with a smirk who he is, the guy says he's just a kid and then lets his hand go. And this giant says he's just a halfling with an enhanced arm, and if he really thinks he can take him on, and asks if he wants to do this for that useless kid. And our boy thinks he needs to ignore them. He can't risk getting hurt now, and the two are already poised to face off. Sunu now thinks, damn it, I can't take this anymore. And when he was about to jump into the fight, a shot was fired. And when he looks, that drone shot the guy in the head and says that the meeting will begin shortly, and those who attack others outside the established time will be executed immediately by a swarm of armed drones right in front of them. And so Sunu wonders how they can just kill someone like that out of nowhere, and if it's really possible to get out of here alive. And just then, the big screen shows a person saying that they are all welcome and that they may have noticed. But the drug test round was a non-elimination event as long as they survived. However, from now on, they will be eliminated as soon as they lose. Elimination means they'll be physically unable to fight. And despite the risks, everyone gathered there for the 10 billion won prize. While everyone starts to celebrate, deep down, the boy thinks that with this money, his family could live a good life. And that guy on the big screen says that, unfortunately, only one person can receive this prize. But they shouldn't worry, because if they survive after reaching the top 16, they can receive 5% of the money bet by the VIPs. And each player will have a personal broadcast channel and a guide who will lead them and act as their camera for the stream. Sen doesn't understand what these drones are. The guy on the screen says that the VIPs will watch the channels of the players they believe will win and will place bets. So, to sum it up, the more attention he gets, the more money he'll make. So, they need to attract several VIPs to their channels to earn a fortune. They will provide a 5-person dorm where they will stay together until the end of the game. They should feel free to choose their roommates, and any questions will be answered by the guides. And now he asks them to please enter their rooms. Meanwhile, those two guys from before say they need to find the big shots. If they want the VIP's attention, they don't want to share a room with the kid who won't bring in anything. While our angry boy thinks that this really sucks and it won't be easy to find a room. But to his surprise, that muscular old guy tells him not to worry and that he'll protect him until the tournament starts. Our boy just sees his hand trembling, but when he looks up, a blonde guy passes by him and he tries to recognize him, but thinks it can't be. And this old guy says it looks like there's a room over there they can enter without any competition. He then asks if he's really going to share a room when everyone is avoiding him and even got hurt because of him. He doesn't know what his deal is, but it's going to be dangerous depending on the room he chooses. That guy asks if he's not coming, and Sen says he's on his way. Meanwhile, the two brutes from before say this is a disaster, and they'll surely end up at the bottom of the rankings. One of them says that's why he chose a room with popular players, because it would be too dangerous to share a room with them. But this way, they can get a little screen time on their stream. And another guy says he agrees and bets that those meatheads will attract the VIPs like flies. And now, in another room, there are 3 huge ripped guys. That blonde guy from before walks through the door and then closes it. He goes up to the guy in the center, says this seat looks good, and asks if he can move over a bit, but that guy stands up and says he closed the door before the cameras even came in and asks if he's really asking to be killed. But to his surprise, that blonde guy attacks him right in the neck with just 2 fingers. And after a single strike, he falls to the ground unconscious with his neck caved in. Then, he asks if anyone else wants to greet him, and the 2 of them, trembling with fear, say no. He says that's good and that they should stay quiet, adding that there's someone else he needs to greet. This blonde guy is Msuran, 19 years old. Now, back in the city, inside the car, Msuk says a source claims the vice chairman will be working with the previous champion, Uma Choi. And the director says that sucks and that no one else will be able to work with him. Meanwhile, the only option he has is a high school student. Msuk says that if Soon doesn't reach the top 16, he'll have another chance at doping. and with his physical structure, he'll be able to extract the maximum possible from the enhancement, and his bones are already 10 times stronger than the others. So, if he uses the drug, he'll be the most powerful of all time. The director says he needs to keep him on his side until then, but Imsuk replies that the other VIPs might end up interested in him. But Imsuk says he doesn't think that will be a problem. The 5 people sharing the room with Soon had the lowest number of views in the last round, which greatly surprises the director. And now, in their room, that old guy says it looks like they'll have trouble getting views, since everyone will be flocking around the championship contenders. But what they have there is a fighter who's being looked down on for being the only woman in the tournament. Her name is Amanda Groshi, 23 years old, a capoeira and jiu-jitsu fighter. And the other is the fighter with the smallest physique in the tournament, Minon King, 25 years old, a boxer. And last but not least, Men, 28 years old, who is a complete psycho. And just like that, 5 drones enter the room, and the old guy says the guides are there to film and that they need to get attention if they want to make any money from the bets. So, the old man extends his arm, takes a big leap, plants his hand on the floor, and starts doing one-handed push-ups. Our boy says he doesn't think that's gonna work, while looking at that girl getting up. Then, she extends one finger, digs it into the floor, lifts herself up on it, and starts supporting herself on a single finger. And soon wonders how she can lift her body with just one finger. And so, the two of them start doing push-ups, and the guy next to them says that showing off like this is for idiots. And just like that, he runs at a monstrous speed and then quickly returns, which really scares our boy. He wonders how the other guy can be so fast, but then he looks to the side and sees that complete psycho trying to lick the old man's elbow. He just stares at the scene, not understanding a thing, and thinks that this is both incredible and ridiculous at the same time. With that, their room door is closed and the television above shows their matches. They all see their opponents, and our boy's opponent is going to be this guy with an X mark on his head. And now, back at the building, the director asks if this Kai guy is strong. Imsuk says that since he was a Lethwei fighter, he's never lost a single fight. The director asks, "What is this Lethwei?" And Imsuk explains that it's a Burmese combat sport similar to Muay Thai, but it has some differences that make it even more brutal and dangerous. The director asks if it's dangerous enough, given that it's one of the few sports that allow the use of elbows and knees. And Imsuk says there's still more allowed in Lethwei, because they don't even use gloves and they allow headbutts. And a blow to the head with the forehead, one of the strongest bones in the human body, can cause fatal injuries. That's why most combat sports prohibit it. However, the most dangerous part of Lethwei is something else. The director asks what it is, and Misuk says that what's really dangerous is how the fighters can strike the back of their opponents' heads. And almost every combat sport prohibits that, since it can cause paralysis or even death. And he's probably the participant with the most combat experience among the others in the combat ward, since he continued to fight even after his career ended, when he was recruited by a gang. The director asks what he means, and he says he thinks the guy wasn't satisfied just fighting in the ring. And he challenged several famous street fighters until the gang noticed him. The director asks if he thinks Seono can handle a guy like that. And Misuk says that's what he'd like to know too. And so far, Seono has only faced people like Big Bear and the Lone Sharks who don't have any martial arts skills. But this Kai, the Lethwei fighter, is completely different. And now, back in the combat ward's dormitory, everyone is sleeping in the pods. And when our boy wakes up, the pod opens and he wonders how long he was asleep. But he notices that his body feels lighter. And it's not just that it feels lighter, it's something he can't quite understand, but he thinks this is it. It's not the first time this has happened. And when he fought Big Bear, he woke up like this too, and it's like he's gotten stronger, and that kid behind him tells him not to be surprised. And muscles pushed to their limit aren't just damaged, they're destined to recover stronger than before. And you've probably never pushed your strength to the limit until now. Our boy thinks, that's right, he was at his limit when he fought Big Bear. And Val says that even so, he recovered insanely fast, and asks if he received a recovery enhancement drug. But Seono cuts him off and says that, more importantly, he's wanted to ask something since yesterday. Why he tried to help him, even at the risk of getting hurt. The guy says the thing is, he reminds him a lot of his son, and if he had been a better father, he probably wouldn't have had to take out loans from loan sharks. So our boy asks why he entered the tournament, and the guy says, yes, it's because he needs to pay off his debt first, so his family can go back to normal. But when he saw him standing there all alone, he was reminded of his son, who he'd neglected for so long. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Seono just tells him to stop wasting his time on him, and if he wants to be a good father, then he should get out of here and be a real one. And it's pointless if he just ends up dying in here. This really surprises the guy, who, staring at Seono, grabs him by the neck and says he's talking like it's the end of the world, when all he did was help him, and it was no big deal. But just then, the two of them notice Menon complaining loudly and asking why he isn't going to fight in the main arena. and he says they're a bunch of idiots and that he's the fighter who can touch his elbow with his tongue. And the old man says he heard the fights with a lot of spectators happen in the main arena, and the others will be held in the same place as the previous round. And speaking of which, their group has the fewest spectators. The fact that they're all fighting in the main arena, except Menon, means their opponents are some of the strongest and most popular fighters. And Siono says that in that case, this is the best thing for them. And the old man asks what he's talking about. And our boy says this is their chance to draw attention to their dorm, and the man glares at him and asks if he's crazy. At that moment, Menon walks up to him and says, "It's not just spectators in the main arena." Our boy is startled, and Menon says there will be 16 VIPs in person. They're some of the most powerful people in the world. And our boy thinks, so does that mean that Talent Scout will be there too? He really wants to know how his mother is doing. And now, elsewhere at night, the director and Misuk are inside a warehouse, and the director asks why he told them to come here and what this disgusting place is. And Misuk says that no one knows the location of the combat ward, except for the organizers. And so they probably wanted to meet them in a place where they wouldn't be seen. But he realized that, at some point, someone besides them started watching Siono's channel. And the director asks, "What do you mean? What if someone is investigating us?" But to his surprise, someone from above tells him he's misunderstood. And this girl is the youngest daughter of the Rawson group, 19-year-old Se Gong Cha. And she says she's watching because she found Siono interesting. And the director says it wasn't long ago that she was kicked out of the company and asks what she's doing following him around like a sewer rat. And Misuk says his younger sister must be really interested in what he's doing. But the director says she's not his sister, she's a mistress's daughter. And the girl walks up to him and says he was a little harsh. And she didn't even go to school just so she could help her two brothers at the company, but it seems she's at least found something interesting thanks to him. So she thinks she'll have to thank her brother. But the director says he doesn't know what she's up to now, but she'd better get lost. But just then, a car enters the warehouse and a drone appears, saying it will escort them to the main arena. And after they got in the car, they were taken straight to the location. Someone tells them they can take off their blindfolds, and after the girl takes hers off, she sees a gigantic window and asks what this place is. And that's when she realizes she's in an underground arena, and the guard beside her says, "This is below the main arena." And she's currently in one of the 16 VIP rooms. The girl says that she's finally here, in her brother's playground. And now in the director's room, he says it's bigger than he expected. And Misuk says that when this match ends, the fight for room 10, which is Seono's, will begin. But, to the director's surprise, he sees a lot of wreckage down below. And when he looks, that blonde kid from before has easily defeated a brute. Worried, he asks who that monster is, and Misuk says that's Suran. And it seems another person Siono's age is here. And the director asks if he's really another student, and Misuk says he dropped out of school, so technically no. But it's strange that two monsters have come from the same school. And the director asks, "What do you mean?" And Misuk says that this kid, Mzuran, is from the same school as Siono, and the blonde kid stares down at the guy lying on the floor. And the drone behind him announces that with Suran's victory, the fight between room 9 and room 20 has concluded, and the match between room 10 and room 3 will now begin. The participants must enter the arena, and as they walk through the door, they are stunned to see the gigantic arena. The old man says this is on a completely different scale from the first round. And the drone says that everyone, except for player Min King, must wait for their turn. That kid is down there waiting for his fight. The drone tells the players that since their matches are over, they must leave the arena now. And so, the blonde guy walks past the kid, while the old man thinks that he hopes Minho doesn't get nervous. But to his surprise, something is thrown at him, and he wonders where that rock came from. He glares at Minho and asks if he really saw that. He pretended to fix his hair and, at the same time, threw a rock at him. This guy is truly impressive, and most people wouldn't notice it at that speed. And so, the blonde guy passes by him and says that the high schooler in his group is pretty arrogant, but Minsu says he doesn't think so. The blonde guy asks what he means, calling him an idiot. Minsu says that's impossible, glaring at the blonde guy, while Minho takes a few steps back. The old man asks what happened and what Minho is doing, but Amanda says it was nothing, and that he's sensitive enough to notice even the slightest change. So their killing intent must be obvious to him. After that guy turns around again and goes through the door. Minho wonders what that was and if it was just his imagination. But he's sure he saw that scene in his head. He wonders if this is really the best he can do and how he's going to get revenge being this weak. But to his surprise, a guy right behind him asks who he's staring at, and Minho sees a gigantic brute. In one of the rooms is the hotel president, Sung-woon. He says he recruited him for his skills, but he thought those skills of his were from a sport with no attacking techniques. And the long-haired guy behind him says that it doesn't matter how good the opponent is at striking. But all of that becomes useless once a wrestler manages to pin him down. When he grabs his prey, there are several techniques to use, like throws, locks, and holds. The opponent won't be able to handle all that, and that's exactly why so many wrestlers excel in mixed martial arts. In fact, wrestling is the most essential skill when training in mixed martial arts. A person can defend against fists, but stopping a full-body rush is another story, especially if it's a wrestler charging, and that's even more true when there's such a huge size difference, with this giant staring down Minho. The drone announces that both competitors are ready and that the match between Min King and Park will now begin. The kid gets into his stance. Park, smiling, asks if he's some rookie boxer. He looks like one of those weaklings who's never fought bare knuckle, and he almost feels sorry for him. But to his surprise, Minho punches him right in the face. His eye is injured and starts to bleed, and he screams, wondering what the hell that was, while Minho asks who he's calling weak. Park is completely shocked by that, but thinks he needs to concentrate and focus on him with at least one eye. He sees Minho lunging at him and thinks, damn it, he can't keep up with his movements. He was attacking from his blind spot. He's too fast. Just then, he takes another punch to the face, right on his injured eye, and then a punch straight to his nose. At that moment, he tries to grab him, but Minho manages to dodge and continues to strike him on various parts of his body. Meanwhile, Park thinks, damn it, I'm losing vision in my other eye too. He can only see Minho as a complete blur. From up in the arena, the old man wonders if Minho is going to finish him like this, but the girl says no. Park has started blocking his hits and is down there, blocking Minho's punches. He starts trying to grab him from various directions without even being able to see properly. Minho, startled, wonders what the hell that is. He was attacking, but he ended up hearing something. Park wonders what's happening to him. It was when he started to lose vision in his other eye that the hairs on his body stood on end. So, this is the feeling. He thinks, right, I'll close my eyes completely. Minho wonders what he's doing and how he's going to fight with his eyes closed. He thinks he's practically won now. But to his surprise, even with his eyes closed, Park manages to defend his blow, which greatly surprises that VIP and Minho's roommates. Minho thinks that if he gets caught now, he'll definitely die. He needs to go left, takes a step, but Park manages to block him, spin his body, throwing him up and slamming him down on the ground. The old man says that was a suplex and that he got stronger when he lost his eyesight. That VIP starts laughing at the scene, while the long-haired guy behind him says it seems the loss of vision activated the effects of the sensory enhancement drug. Minho is completely defeated, and Park, smiling, says that he should thank him, because without his help, he wouldn't have discovered his power. But to his surprise, Minho lands another punch on his eye and manages to hit him. Now he's lost both eyes. That VIP asks what the hell he's doing. How did he lose both his eyes? Seeing that scene, the old man is happy, saying he can't believe Minho survived that move. He doesn't know how he did it, but if he keeps this up, he can win. The long-haired guy behind the VIP says that fortunately, he won't have a chance to defeat him, since he's unconscious. The VIP asks, what do you mean? Didn't you see him throw that punch? Minho's arm is still raised. Amanda says he needs to wake up fast, before Park finds him. And so, Park gets up and, without his sight, tries to look for the kid somehow. Park says, damn it, I can't see anything. But he tries to use his sensory vision and manages to see something on the ground. He wonders what all this is. He can smell everything, from the floor to the smallest grain of sand. He can hear his opponent breathing. He can feel the air pressure change as he moves and can even feel what's behind him. He, very excited, says this is truly insane. He starts laughing, saying he was disappointed when he didn't get the strength drug, but this one is even better, and he's getting stronger by the minute. And he says that, yeah, as a thank you gift, he's going to end your life right now, already charging toward Minho. He takes a huge leap, and inside Minho's head, he thinks that no, his body can't react. He remembers his brother, completely defeated and dead in front of him, as he thinks he'll find them no matter what. And a guy came up to him saying that if he wanted to find his brother's killer, he should go there, giving him the card for the combat arena. And then he sees Pai leaping right in front of him. And just as he was about to finish him, Minho wonders, why is everything moving so slow? But then he thinks, no, it's not slow. Asterisk, I'm times the one who's become super fast. And with that, Pai finished his attack, but Minho managed to snap out of it and get away, which really surprises the three of them. Pai wonders when he got over there, and Minho says that while he was busy bragging about his senses, he had plenty of time to rest and is now good as new. And Pai thinks that he's not lying, he's even faster than before. And the kid says that now he wants to see how long he can last, and he's going to start at level 1. Pai thinks he's coming, but to his surprise, he's faster than he can even perceive. But even so, Pai managed to block, and the boy thinks that he deflected his punch. He wonders if it was a coincidence, but after that, he deflected another punch, and he thinks, alright, I'm taking this seriously now. And he tried to punch him in the face, but Pai managed to dodge and tried to grab him again. But Minho takes a few steps back and wonders how he's keeping up with his speed, while Pai thinks that he can feel everything, from his heartbeat to his every move. And now there's no way he can lose. He has no blind spots. And Minho thinks that this means he has no chance if he doesn't go all out. He needs to risk going straight for him at max speed, and he charges Pai at high speed, thinking he'll use his final blow, the right straight. But in that moment, he notices something. And it was Pai attacking him with a punch to the face. And after Minho hits the ground, Pai wonders why he fell in the middle of his own attack, while the kid gets up again and wonders what's happening and if he's okay. He thought his neck had been broken, and he wonders if maybe he's hallucinating, but Pai says, "If I'd finished that blow, I would have broken your neck in two, but I guess tripping saved your life." This kid is really lucky. Meanwhile, the old man says that this is crap. Minho's speed isn't working against him, and it seems like he can somehow sense the attack before it comes. But then he notices something strange, and sees Minho in 3 different positions. He wonders what that is. Suddenly, he stopped using the drug's power and is relying only on his footwork, and he wonders if he's too tired to use his super speed, but he sees those movements, doesn't understand what it is, and asks what he's going to do at normal speed. He sees Minho ready to attack him, but he tells him to stop, saying that he'll die if he keeps this up. But to everyone's surprise, Minho landed a solid punch on Pai, deforming his face, and after that he ducked, dodging Pai's blow. Then he starts circling him from various positions, and Pai can't figure out where he is, but Minho is getting more tired than before. The old man wonders why he's doing that and how he's going to land a hit using all his energy on these feints. But to his surprise, he lands another solid punch, and he's completely shocked, wondering what that is. And Minho keeps hitting him from several different positions while Pai can't block him. And he wonders why the punches using feints are working, and the girl says that he's only landing the hits because of the feints. He subconsciously stopped using feints because he thought his opponent had lost his sight, but that just made him predictable. And so the old man asks if he's tricking the opponent as if he can see, and she says it's more than that. Minho is tricking all of Pai's senses. With his new power, it's easy for Pai to anticipate the path of an attack, but he has only just awakened this power. Therefore, when he's faced with advanced feinting skills like Minho's, his mind starts to get distracted. So, Minho is creating chaos to confuse Pai, because he can understand how many moves Pai can anticipate in such a short time. And this kid, Minho, might be stronger than they imagined, as he dodges another attack and then lands another solid hit on Pai, and his VIP up there asks, "What the hell is this? And how can he bet on the loser when he can't even beat a kid?" But the long-haired guy says no and tells him to look at his face, asking if it looks like he's going to lose. Meanwhile, Pai says he's finally got him. He managed to grab him and starts shouting that victory is his. And after grabbing him, he spins and smashes Minho's head into the ground, which shocks his roommates and the long-haired VIP, and he sees the image of the boy's body dispersing. He says, "Now I'm sure I got him." But to his surprise, Minho is right in front of him, just staring. And our boy asks why he suddenly did a backdrop. And the girl says, it's because Minho attacked his brain. And he asks, "What do you mean?" And she says that Minho is attacking Pai's head multiple times, and with each blow, Pai's brain was rattling. If he continued to be attacked non-stop like that, even a person with heightened senses wouldn't be able to maintain focus. And that's how Minho caused a failure in Pai's senses, enough to make him think he grabbed someone for real when he hadn't. And our boy thinks, that's amazing. Maybe he's stronger than me. And Minho keeps staring at Pai, while the brute thinks this is so unfair, wondering how his senses are better than his own. And after that moment, he collapses to the ground, unconscious, and so the drone flies over to him and announces that Pai is unable to continue the battle. Therefore, the winner of the match is Minho King. And the old man starts to celebrate, while that VIP up there says that this is bullshit. And after M wins, he's completely wiped out and thinks about his brother saying he'd taken the first step. Now, in another VIP room, that girl says this isn't a fight between humans, and it makes sense her brother is so obsessed with this tournament. But the security guard beside her says it's not just about the matches, and that this place is capable of sponsoring everything the rich desire. Not just wealth and power, but it also allows them to commit murder without a trace, and use substances that are undetectable in any test. And this place is a paradise for the rich, who have nowhere else to find pleasure. And that's why the VIPs put their pride and risk on the line here. And she says she can understand why her second brother is beating her older brother. And the security guard says yes. He's sure the director carefully chose his fighter, since his talent scout is someone well known in this place. He was going to say yes. That's why they're making their move, but they'll have to see how good he really is in the next match. Now, in another room, a guy is watching the broadcast of that fight, and a doctor behind him calls him Ward Director, saying that the 16 VIPs are present and this masked man has also arrived. He thinks they'll have good results this year and asks how the research is going. The doctor says they managed to confirm the manifestation of the second stage of sensory enhancement and found that the temporary side effect was reduced by almost 20%. However, the regenerative effect they're looking for has not yet appeared among the participants. And the masked man says that's a failure. But the doctor says it isn't. The maximum effect of the drugs should start appearing by now, and then their efforts should bear fruit soon. And besides that, they've discovered a new effect of the drugs. And after careful examination, they believe they may have discovered some clues about the regenerative ability. And the masked man asks if he's talking about the skin hardening effect. He says right, then asks when he can expect to see this power in action. And the doctor says soon, because the next fighter in the main arena is Kai. Now our boy is stretching for his fight, and the old man says that if it gets too hard, he can give up. But the boy says that's not going to happen, and it shouldn't. The old man asks why he's not the least bit scared and seems so relaxed. This isn't to say he's not afraid, but the old man, quite surprised, says he's one of the weird ones. The drone flies up to him and says that player Seonwoo Kang must enter the arena. He walks through the door and wonders since when he stopped being afraid. When he was young, he'd been in several accidents that people couldn't even imagine. And even in accidents that seemed fatal, he always got up just fine. Initially, he would cry from the shock, but after a few years, no matter the danger, he wasn't shaken. And the bullies would mess with him because of his attitude. But it didn't matter how hard they tried. He wouldn't even flinch. And in the end, they were the ones who got scared of him. But the only thing he fears now is his family's safety. An opponent like Kai, gigantic, right in front of him. And the two face each other in the middle of the arena. That director says it's finally starting. He asks his assistant which drug Kai used, and Minok says he took the skin-hardening drug, which has never been seen before. The director asks what that is, and if it's going to help him in the fight. Minok says it doesn't just help. His last opponent had his skin and muscles torn, and the director asks how skin hardening caused that. He says that his skin can't be injured by ordinary human strength, but he was so strong that when the opponent cut him slightly, not only did his skin tear, but even his muscles were ripped to shreds. And several of the regular VIPs are interested in betting on him. And the director asks, so, what will they bet on? Kai is a professional Lethwei fighter with the power of skin hardening. He asks if it's really the right decision to bet on Seonwoo or not. Minok says that, just as he predicted, everyone is betting on Kai, and, on the contrary, there haven't been any bets on Seonwoo. Then, to his surprise, someone bet on the kid, and they ask who it is. Someone just bet 100 million won on him, and the director, pissed off, asks who it was. Now in his sister's room, her security guard asks if she's sure about this, and she says you can't expect a reward without taking some risks. And besides, she trusts her intuition, and she won't be able to catch up to her brothers if she doesn't try to risk things. So she wants to see if he'll really give her a good return, or if he'll simply be too high a risk for her to bear. Now back in the arena, the drone flies up to them and says the fight will begin now. And our boy gets into his stance and thinks that he has to win no matter what, while Kai just stares him down without making a move. Seonwoo wonders if he's really not going to get ready for the fight, and he asks him what he's doing and if he's not going to fight. Kai says he's a warrior, not a thug who beats up kids. And our boy gets really pissed. Then Kai walks up to him and says that a blow with 10% of his strength is what he's going to give him now. He tells him not to get up, calling him a kid, and with that, he kicks him in the stomach, sending Seonwoo flying. Seeing that scene, the director gets very worried, and our boy, lying on the ground, is in a lot of pain. Meanwhile, the director says that he's suffering so much after a single blow, and the result of this match is obvious. That old man in the stands says this sucks and that he needs to get out of there now. But to his surprise, Minok, standing behind him, says he's not screaming in pain. He's sure that Seonwoo realized Kai didn't want to attack him, he just wanted to scare Seonwoo. And the old man asks if he's saying Kai is trying to help Seonwoo, but Minok says no. He just doesn't want to fight because it would be shameful. And the old man asks what he means, and he says that he thinks it'll be bad for his reputation if he fights seriously against a high schooler. So basically, he's telling Seonwoo to accept his defeat. Kai walks over to him and asks, "Are you serious? You were supposed to pretend to pass out, not just lie there screaming in pain. You can scream all you want. It won't make any difference. I'll give you another chance." But Seonwoo starts mocking Kai, asking if he's really trying to win a debate, which greatly surprises Kai. He says, "All right then, I guess I didn't hit you hard enough. I'm going to give you a real taste of my strength, so you'd better do your part from now on," as he lunges at him with a kick to his face. But our boy quickly blocks his strike, which greatly surprises the girl, the director, and his roommates. And our boy jumps up as Kai screams that he told him not to get up. He spins and tries to land an elbow on our boy, but he manages to dodge as Kai wonders how the hell he turned his head so far. And just like that, from right above him, our boy slaps him on the head, which greatly surprises the director. And the girl is overjoyed watching the fight. And Kai, irritated, says that he told him he'd give him another chance. Meanwhile, our boy says he can keep talking about chances, but asks if it isn't ironic coming from a guy who just kneeled to a high schooler. This really shocks Kai, who says that if he's spineless enough to kneel in front of him, he doesn't even deserve to get a punch from him. And Kai says that if he can't even pretend to save his own skin, then he guesses he has no choice. He's going to give him a little help and make him try. And our boy wonders what he's doing and how he can't move. Kai says he's only going to use 50% of his strength. And our boy thinks, this sucks, as he gets a headbutt from Kai and falls to the ground. But Kai, startled, wonders, what the hell is this? And what is this pain? Did I really use too much force? But to his surprise, our boy pushes himself off the floor and tries to kick him in the face, but Kai dodges. He takes a big leap back as Kai thinks that he didn't even feel his headbutt. Is that even possible? And our boy gets to his feet again and thinks, damn it, his vision is blurry. But to his surprise, he already sees Kai right in front of him, punching him in the chest and tearing his pectoral muscle. And the old man said that Kai's fist only grazed him, but Sionu's shirt ripped as if it had been shredded. And Min says that he's not done yet. And then Kai came in with a low kick and kneed our boy right in the stomach, making him spit blood. And from above, he's ready to land an elbow on the back of his neck. And the old man starts screaming, telling him to stop, or he's going to kill him. But not caring at all, he smashes Sionu's face into the ground, breaking the floor. And just like that, Kai stares down at our boy with his face buried in the floor. And the old man starts shouting that he went too far. But Min says that this is almost unbelievable. The old man asks what he means, and Min asks what Sionu's body is made of, and Kai stares at him and doesn't understand what the problem is with this kid. And he remembers that before his elbow touched him, Sionu headbutted the floor, and he realizes it must have been intentional, but then thinks, no, he probably wasn't thinking straight from being so scared, but even so, why does he think he has a head made of iron? And to his surprise, Sionu starts getting up and he's completely shocked, not understanding what the hell this is and how he can do it without using any drugs. And Sionu stands up and faces Kai, and the old man, with wide eyes, wonders, what the hell is this? And Min says that this means Sionu isn't some helpless kid who needs protection. He doesn't know why, but something about him gives him the creeps. And Sionu stood up again, and Kai calls him a brat, telling him not to act tough. He says that if he had just pretended, he would have let him go in peace, and doesn't understand why he keeps this up. And Sionu says he's full of shit. Sionu tells him to shut up and says he wants to see if he's really that strong or if he's all talk. And Kai thinks that if he wants to give up, he'll have to show him that his attacks are useless. And Sionu says, all right, and with his chest wide open, tells him to bring it on, saying he won't even defend himself. Sionu thinks that it's actually good for him that they underestimate him, but he doesn't understand why this pisses him off so much. Meanwhile, Kai thinks that he put everything on the line to become the greatest fighter of all, and he defeated every fighter he met in the ring. But that wasn't enough, because he believed that to become a true warrior, he had to survive life or death situations. And so he went after the most dangerous thugs and assassins that existed, joined one of the rival gangs, and worked his way up to become the greatest warrior. And so there's no reason for him to take a kid like this so seriously, and he tells him to go ahead and try to hit him, because he won't feel a thing. And Sionu lands a huge punch on Kai's stomach, which surprises his companions. But to everyone's surprise, Kai didn't move a single muscle, and he says, I told you, that doesn't even tickle. I'm no opponent for a kid like you. But to his surprise, he finally feels something, and Sionu says, then you're getting another one, landing a huge punch on him. And so Kai finally feels that blow, and then Sionu tries to kick him in the head. But Kai manages to block it, asking, how dare you? Sionu thinks he needs to dodge, but once again Kai tears through his chest. Worried, he thought he had dodged it, so he backs away and the two face each other again. And Kai asks how many chances he wants him to give him. But Sionu starts laughing in his face, and Kai, annoyed, asks if he really just laughed. And Sionu says he's already told him before, and just like that, he rips off his shirt, revealing his totally shredded body. His roommates don't understand what those muscles are, and Sionu, confident, asks him, didn't I say I wouldn't defend myself? Kai says, fine, I admit it, you're not just some kid they brought here to put on a show, but I hope you don't forget. You forced me to do this. And he starts to charge up some kind of attack, and our boy starts to get even more excited. And yes, Kai says he will now fight with 100% of his power. And just like that, Kai starts to clench his fist, activating 100% of his strength. And at this, our boy gives a little smile, and that old man up there wonders why the hell Sionu is smiling and if he's gone crazy. But the girl says no, he looks much more excited now. And the old man asks what she means, and how is he not afraid of that monster attacking him with 100% of his power. And the girl says that Sionu is probably excited because a strong opponent like Kai has finally acknowledged him. But the old man asks how he could think of that with his life on the line, but she tells him that she thinks the same way, and that her opponents never started a fight seriously. They always underestimated her because she was a woman, but after a while, they would start to go all out. That made her so excited that her heart felt like it was going to explode. But he tells her to calm down and laugh. And what if he's really feeling something like this now? But this isn't the time for that. But the kid in the back says he knows that feeling too. When everyone looks down on you for being a small, weak child. And the only thing that makes him feel alive is seeing their faces when they recognize him as a true opponent, which leaves him speechless. And so he says that they're basically saying he has the heart of a fighter. With a very excited Seonu down below getting ready for the fight, a very annoyed Kai prepares to charge him. Seonu says he'll go first, and at that moment he goes to punch Kai, but Kai blocks with his arm. The old man up above says that made a hell of a noise, and even Kai must be surprised by that strength. But Seonu, down below, realizes his skin is as hard as concrete, and so Kai says he's going to return the favor, punching him in the arm. But unlike Seonu's blow, his punch shatters the ground, making our boy spit blood. The old man says that's insane, and you can feel the floor shake from up here. Kai is on another level. With Seonu on the ground, Kai tries to kick him, but by the time he realizes it, Seonu has dodged his attack and is already on his feet again. The old man, surprised, asks how he dodged it. Meanwhile, the kid in the back says no, he didn't dodge it completely, it just grazed his back. Seonu is exhausted, but he wonders what this strange feeling is. Could he be feeling fear because of him, of this monster in front of him? And Seonu stares Kai down. Kai asks why he won't admit that he'll never beat him, but Seonu tells him to shut his mouth, because he's not the only monster here, and anything Kai can do, he can do even better. He immediately lunges at him with his elbow, but Kai manages to dodge, and Seonu thinks, damn it. And Kai, delighted, says that now it's his turn for a headbutt. But Seonu yells again, saying that anything he does, he can do better. And with great momentum, he blocks Kai's headbutt with his own. But Kai's head is harder than his. He's injured by the impact and falls to the ground. Kai says this fight is already over, and his attacks have no skill. He's just blindly coming at him with brute force. But Seonu, once again, cracks a little smile, and Kai asks why he's smiling, and if he doesn't intend to give up this fight. In that case, he'll finish this for him. But to Kai's surprise, steam starts rising from our boy's body. They ask what the hell that is, and the old man up above doesn't understand what that steam is, wondering if it's his blood evaporating. And just like that, Seonu remembers that he never liked to fight, since he felt like a monster being dragged into these fights by everyone. But he wonders, is this place affecting him? He can't stop smiling, and he can't control the urge to fight this guy with Kai in front of him, ready to kick him. But in that moment, Seonu feels something different in his body and leaps up, dodging the blow. He grabs Kai's head and gives him another headbutt, which surprises many of the brutes watching. And with a spin while still in the air, he throws Kai against the wall. Kai thinks it's as if he's not even human and wonders how he got so fast. But, once again, Seonu's fist is right in his face, punching him into the wall. And so Kai says he's finally got him. But, to his surprise, Seonu pulls him in close, punches him in the stomach, and prepares for an even stronger punch, slamming it into Kai's stomach and making him scream in pain. But even so, he doesn't fall. He wonders what kind of drug he took and if he really doesn't get tired. Kai goes after him once more, manages to block the attack and tries to kick him. But Seonu dodges, gets behind him, and punches him in the face. And Kai wonders, what the hell is this? But before he knows it, another fist hits his face, sending him flying, which surprises everyone up above. And with Kai on the ground bleeding, Valis asks if Kai actually died, but the girl says that's not his blood, it's the blood on Seonu's fists. Meanwhile, our hero thinks it feels like he's intoxicated. He doesn't understand what this is. It's as if his whole body is being torn apart. And Kai gets up one more time. The girl up above doesn't understand how this Kai guy keeps getting up, but her bodyguard says that his skin hardening ability acts like armor. His skin is already tough, so it's causing damage to Seonu's fists. And she asks if that means there's no chance he can win. But Kai, down below, thinks that he's never felt so exhausted, and this kind of pain feels like it has pushed him to his limit. He can barely keep his eyes open and wants to end this by breaking his legs. So, he tries to kick him, but Seonu manages to block it with his foot at the last second. Kai doesn't understand how he can be so fast. When he gets hit with another punch, he manages to defend, and Seonu thinks that every time he blocks, he's the one who gets hurt more. And Kai, excited for the opportunity to punch him, sees Seonu trading blows with him. Meanwhile, the boy wonders if his attacks are even working, but he can't feel his hand anymore. And on the other hand, Kai thinks that he's taking his attacks head on, but he doesn't understand this sensation in his body. He doesn't know why, but it seems like his punches are getting weaker. So he can't drag this out any longer. He can see an opening in his guard and is going to hit him with the move he perfected for over a decade. And he lands a low sweep on Seonu, who spits blood. And Kai, once again, says he's going to finish off his legs. And at that moment, trying to block the blow, So-nu kicks back. The old man upstairs is completely shocked, realizing he's meeting the impact with his shin. But Kai is stronger and tears his skin. The old man says this isn't good, his leg is broken. So-nu falls to the ground and realizes his knee is badly injured and his muscles have been torn. He can't move. Kai approaches him and starts yelling that it's over, but the old man up above just yells, "No!" But, to Kai's shock, as soon as he takes a step forward, his own leg is completely shattered. He starts screaming in pain, wondering what the hell this is and how it happened. But then again, when he puts his arm on the ground, his arm breaks. He doesn't understand what's happening and wonders if he's dreaming. And he thinks about how they told him no drug existed that could make bones stronger. But So-nu had sacrificed his own muscles on purpose just to get to his bones. And they're asking who this guy is with his arm and leg all twisted up. The old man up there and the boy are really shocked. The girl is suspicious. And the president and his assistant are left gawking. But the girl in the VIP room is really excited. And our boy is still standing. The president up there asks what's going on. And the assistant says that Kay managed to keep fighting without getting hurt because of the skin-strengthening drug. This led to more damage piling up. His skin was still intact, but his bones kept taking damage. And basically, he was fighting bare-handed against a hammer, but he was too doped up to feel any pain. And since his skin was still intact, it gave him a false sense of confidence. And by this point, Kai's arms and legs are probably riddled with fractures. The drone gets closer to him and starts filming him, announcing that Kai is unable to continue. And because of that, the winner of the match is Seol Kang. With that, our boy starts celebrating, screaming his head off, and the old man up there can't believe it and wonders if he's some kind of zombie and how he didn't pass out. The boy behind him says that guy must be hiding something. And sure enough, Seol collapses on the ground, exhausted, and thinks of his mother, wanting her to hang on just a little longer, because he'll be there soon. Now in the filming room, that masked guy asks if they're sure this kid didn't use any drugs, and the doctor says yes, that's what the records show. And he'll be examined again after the first round. Then they'll confirm it. But the masked guy says first they need to find out who he is through his relatives. And now, at the hospital where his father is admitted and his mother is with him, someone enters the room and she says that visiting hours aren't over yet. But to her shock, there are gigantic bodyguards right behind her, and she asks who they are. And now, back at the combat arena, Seon is being carried away on a stretcher while the president up there says that he defeated Kai. They ask if he'll really be able to fight the next rounds with those injuries, and the assistant says he'll get a medical evaluation. They can postpone their decision until they get the results. But more importantly, during the medical evaluation, he plans to secretly run a drug test on him. And the president asks, "What do you mean?" And he says that if he can pass the drug test, he'll become one of the top contenders to win. And the president asks if he can really do that kind of test secretly, and if it isn't against the rules if a player refuses. But the assistant says it's just a test to see if his body can handle doping, and so even if that's the case, there won't be any noticeable changes. That's why he'll do it secretly. But the president asks, and what if he fails? And the assistant says that if he fails, he'd be useless to them anyway. And so, if he fails, they'll proceed with Plan B. And now in Seon's recovery room. Our boy is inside a recovery pod, but right next to him, there's a guy holding a syringe, and he's opening the pod with Seon inside to do the drug test. Now, back to the arena, with that assistant saying that if he plays his cards right, he can make it to the top 16 with just one more win. And the president says, "So you mean if he wins one more fight, he enters the top 31 and then goes to the top 16 depending on how much money is bet on him?" And the assistant says that's exactly right, while the president asks if he thinks people won't bet on him after he's been injured. And the assistant asks if he didn't see him in person. He's already won 2 rounds without even using the drug. That's never happened before, or at least, it wasn't supposed to. And he goes on to say that the fact he made it to the top 62 without any drugs will attract the attention of several VIPs, and if he wins just one more time, they'll bet a lot of money on him. And the president, annoyed, says that's still useless, and that he won't win the tournament if he doesn't use any drugs. And he asks if it isn't time for them to choose a safer option. But the assistant says, "Well, I'm sure you, sir, have already realized that he needs to use the drug if he wants to live and save his family." But the president says that if he has a drug-tolerant body and depending on the result of the next round, they'll cast him aside. And the assistant replies that he's already arranged to cut the payment for the hospital security in case he fails. And the president says that's good. And even if that happens, he won't be around to hear the news about his parents. And the assistant continues, saying that in some cases, an agent will come to deliver the test results. And then the president says that must be one of the perks of being a secretary sent by the combat wing, and that he can perform these drug tests behind everyone's back. And the assistant, seriously, says that's not true. He's also putting his own life on the line. And the president, confused, asks, "Why the hell are you risking your life like this?" And it's definitely not for me. And the other man continues, saying that for him, his goal is to find the strongest human in the world in this combat wing. And for that goal, he can risk everything, be it his own life or others, no matter what. And the president, smiling, says he has a lot of passion and he likes that about him. And at that moment, to the surprise of both of them, someone enters the room saying it's time to go. So the assistant asks what the test results are, and the masked man says it was surprising, he had no reaction. And the assistant says, "So the drug didn't work on him." And the other man says, "Yes, that's exactly it." And the president starts shouting that he's already talked about this and they need to get rid of all the evidence related to him and start cutting off his parents' support. But he, very seriously, says that it's actually easier to get rid of him while our boy is still sleeping in that strange pod. And now in the reception area of the combat wing, that blonde boy says that since they've called all 62 winners, the results must have already been decided. And that old man next to him says he must still be recovering, so he hasn't come back yet. And the capoeira girl says that maybe that's for the best. After all, they said they'll start when all the players have recovered, and this could be a good time for him to get some rest. And the blonde guy watches her and wonders how in the world she can stretch so much. And she stares at him and says that Mr. No looked tired. And the blonde boy says that usually, the fights here leave some injuries, like what happened with Seo and him, but those two came out without a scratch, and they're really strong. And the kid says this arm is one of a kind. No one would have guessed he had such an incredible right arm, and he says he also had no idea his arm would change so much. And the kid said that with Amanda, her opponent just kept yapping about how he wouldn't use his arm since he was facing a woman, but in the end, he got knocked out with a single punch. And to be honest, she beat him so fast that he still hasn't even processed what she did. And he asks if she can tell him how she did that, but she replies by asking why she would tell him. He could end up being her opponent in the future, which really surprises the kid. But he was startled right then by that psycho showing up, asking why he left him out when he was the first one to win. And just then, someone appears on the big screen, congratulating everyone for reaching the top 62, and says that if they defeat one more opponent, they'll have a chance to go straight to the top 16. Those who win this round, reaching the top 31, will be ranked by the money bet on them, and the top 16 will be decided based on that. And if they survive the round of 16, they'll receive 5% of the bets as prize money. And so everyone starts celebrating, overjoyed by the money they could possibly win. And this mysterious guy continues, saying that if they want people to bet on them, they'll have to risk their lives in this next round and show the VIPs just how strong they can be. They shouldn't worry about getting hurt. After all, this place is one of the best hospitals in the world, and he says that he will now reveal the matchups for the next round. And now in another location, at the Rosin Group, that chairman asks if they can secure other candidates to bet on besides Sunu. And the assistant says, "Of course, this fighter seems like a candidate, right?" And the chairman asks who it is, and the assistant says it's Sunu's opponent. And now the scene cuts back to the fighting arena. In the recovery room, Sunu's pod finally opens and our boy wakes up, calling for his mom. But he thinks that it wasn't a dream, and he's sure of what he heard someone unknown saying they want to get rid of his parents if he doesn't react to the drugs. And he's really unlucky, although he wouldn't have seen it anyway. But to his surprise, our boy saw everything and thinks he needs to get out of there as fast as possible and save his parents. And now the scene cuts to the director's office, with the director asking what Sunu's medical evaluation was, and the doctor behind him says there was something special. And the director asks, "What do you mean, special?" And he answers that he has something they can enhance with their drugs, which is his bone density. It's 10 times higher than the average. And the director says that's incredible, and the doctor says that's not all. And the director asks what else there is, and he, looking at the data, says his recovery speed is way too fast, and it's actually like he's regenerating, which really surprises the director. And the doctor says he might give them some clues about the regeneration drug they're developing. And the director says, so there really is something about him. And he asks if Sunu's relatives are safe. But then the doctor says he's very sorry. And the director asks, "What do you mean? What happened?" And the doctor said that when they arrived, someone had already taken them. And now in Sunu's recovery room, our boy is getting really nervous. If he doesn't go now, they'll get his parents. But this is bullshit. There's no way out and no way to escape. And he needs to get out of this room as fast as possible, find the duct, and climb out of this place. But at that moment, when he opens the door, someone appears in front of him, leaving him completely shocked. It's that girl from before, saying it's good to see him up close and that her name is Seong Gi-yeon. And our boy angrily tells her to get out of his way now. But she tells him that if it's about his parents, he doesn't need to worry. And he asks what she means by that, and she says she's taking care of them. Our boy doesn't understand what she's talking about. And now the scene cuts again to the office of the second son of the Rasen Group's chairman, Tae, as he asks his assistant if someone took Sunu's parents. He says yes, they vanished without a trace, and the fighting arena must have done something. And the chairman asks, "What do you mean, the fighting arena?" And he says yes, they've always been quick to get rid of anything that could be a problem. And the chairman says that in the end, they didn't even have to get their hands dirty, and he was wondering if they should get involved directly, but it seems luck is on his side. And now that it's been taken care of, he asks if he has already contacted his next fighter. And the assistant just tells him not to worry, because in the fighting arena, the VIPs can call the fighters to their rooms whenever they want and can go anywhere, except for a few restricted areas. And the chairman asks if he wants him to go to those beasts. And the assistant says that's exactly right. And in the past, many VIPs even paid to see them up close. But it's not a good idea to just wander around as if the fighting arena were a park, since security is only guaranteed in the VIP room. And now back in Sunu's room, our boy very nervously asks, "How are my parents? Are they okay?" But the girl tells him to shut his mouth right now and keep his voice down if he wants to save his parents, because escaping from here won't solve anything. And he pulls her hand off him and asks what she means by that. She says very seriously that, as he already knows, his former contractor, Jan, is trying to get rid of any evidence that links you to him. Getting rid of his parents is the first step, and on top of that, loan sharks are also looking for them, which makes Sunu really nervous. And the girl continues, saying she came here without a guide so she could talk to him privately, so he better listen to her. She also wants to keep his parents safe, but he, very annoyed, asks why. And what does she want from him? She says her name is Seong Gion, and she only needs one thing, which is him, surprising our boy. And he, pissed off, asks what the hell she's talking about. And she says she's one of the 16 VIPs, so she needs a reliable fighter to bet on, and he asks if she's really a VIP. And she says she may be young, but until recently, she was one of the owners of the Rasen Group, and it would be easier for him to understand if she said she's the half-sister of his former contractor, which surprises our boy. She says confidently that even though he got her kicked out of the Rasen Group with his schemes, she was planning on leaving anyway. Besides, her own businesses are doing well, so she couldn't care less. But still, she doesn't want her brothers to destroy their father's company. She just can't let that happen on her watch. Confused, Soon asks what any of this has to do with her parents. She says that, to put it bluntly, she and her brothers were always spying on each other. She's been keeping an especially close eye on him, her second brother, since he's not very careful. And when she saw him working so hard to recruit you, she went to your parents to find out more about you and realized you were even more amazing than she'd imagined. So she couldn't let her brother have you all to himself, because your genes are extraordinary. This leaves Soon completely stunned. Soon quickly asks, "What do you mean, my genes? What are you talking about?" She says what matters right now is that a lot of people are looking for his parents. Soon, getting nervous, asks that if running away won't work, then what does she want him to do? She tells him she's certain of one thing. There's only one way to save you and your parents, and it's the only way. He quickly asks what it is and tells her to just say it already. She just says that he needs to win, no matter what. She's planning to make a deal that takes out both of her brothers by betting on the winner of the combat wing. This leaves Soon completely surprised, not quite getting what she's aiming for. She explains that if everything goes according to plan, her second brother won't be a threat anymore, because he'll be rotting in prison. As for the loan sharks, they can be dealt with using money. And that'll be easy for her, since she has plenty of it. And our boy Soon asks how he's supposed to trust her, meeting in a secret place like this, and where she gets all this confidence from. She tells him there's a rule in the combat wing. Anyone who doesn't keep their word is erased from existence by the authorities there, and that's the ultimate rule. A very nervous Soon says, "So you're willing to risk your life, betting on me?" He asks if she's crazy, but she says she's not the only one who needs this partnership. Once the top 16 are decided, anyone who isn't chosen by a VIP is immediately disqualified. So Soon asks how he's supposed to know his parents are safe. How can he trust her? She says they aren't allowed to bring cell phones or any other electronic devices in here, so there's nothing she can show him. So, Soon asks, "Then how can I trust you if I can't see anything or contact anyone?" And so she asks, "Would you trust someone who shared secrets with your parents?" Our boy Soon, stunned, asks, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" She adds, "Especially someone who knows about your parents' past and how you got those incredible genes." Soon starts yelling, asking what the hell this girl is talking about and demanding she tell him right now. But to the surprise of them both, the automatic door slides open and a drone appears. She moves closer to him and tells him not to forget. She'll protect his parents with her life, so he doesn't have to run away. She says it's time to go. As she turns, she tells him not to worry about anything else and just to secure his victory with her and no one else. After she leaves, our boy is left completely confused. The scene then cuts to the combat dorm, room 10, where the old man is saying that his bounty has gone up quite a bit, but Soon is in last place. The blonde kid says it's probably because he was sent to the recovery room after the match. No matter how well he fights, people aren't going to bet on an injured fighter. But to everyone's surprise, the door to their room opens. First, the drone enters, announcing that player Soon has returned to room 10, as our boy walks through the door with a very serious expression. The old man gets all excited, saying he's finally back. He says he looks better than he imagined and must have gotten some good rest wherever he was. But then he notices something's different about Soon and asks why he looks like that. And our boy, trembling with pure rage, just demands that he tell him. How did he manage to win without even getting hurt? The old man's expression turns serious, but he doesn't answer. He just stares at our boy. Soon, shaking with anger, says he has to make it to the top 16 or his family will die. No matter what, he pleads, please, just say something. I'll do anything you tell me to. So, he finally asks the old man for help, which leaves the old man shocked, seeing how much Soon has changed. Our boy says that he knows he's asking for a lot. But to his surprise, Amanda, who's beside him, says he needs a finishing move. Soon asks, a finishing move? What do you mean? She explains that it's hard to control a fight if you don't have a finishing move, especially in the combat wing where you're up against all kinds of monsters. By the way, she asks him what his specialty is. This catches our boy off guard. He doesn't really know what to say because he has no idea what his specialty is. But then the old man crouches down and asks, how about a calf kick, using that strong shin of yours? There aren't many people who can control their legs with your kind of precision and agility. It's really impressive. During your fight with Kai, I was watching closely. You blocked a low sweep from an experienced fighter with your shin. That means you either have a lot of confidence in that shin bone or maybe in every bone in your body. He says that these days, the calf kick is becoming more and more refined. Some fighters can take down their opponents with just a single one. Then he asks Soon if he can show him his calf kick. Soon gets into his stance and throws a calf kick. It's apparently so strong that it even surprises the old man, who notes the explosive sound it made. He says the kid is truly talented. But as they're talking, they hear a siren. The old man wonders what that noise is, and then the whole combat wing begins to shake. Everyone around starts wondering where the sound came from. Meanwhile, in one of the completely sealed-off rooms, someone is training their moves, so hard they even crack the floor. With just a single blow, he managed to shake the entire foundation of the facility. And this is Ryo Istika, ranked 15th, Seo's next opponent, who, by the way, is a Kudo fighter, a Japanese martial art. And now the scene cuts to room number 10. With everyone still gathered, the old man says that if he takes down his opponent with a calf kick, his chances of winning will increase drastically without even needing a proper fight. And if he makes it to the next round without getting hurt, his prize money will go up again. But just as Seo is planning his next move, that weirdo appears right behind him, saying, that's not it. He got it all wrong. And Seo, all nervous, asks what's wrong and where he came from. And this strange guy goes on, saying that they all already know Seo's decisive move isn't the calf kick, and they should know it. And V, in the back, asks what he means, and tells him to just spit it out. And this freak says his decisive move is his headbutt. He blocked the Loei champion's head with only his own head, and on top of that, he did it multiple times. And the fact that he kept fighting even after injuring his head just proves that his head is the strongest one in this entire place. And he starts trying to lick a bit of his head with that crazy look on his face, while Seo tries to push him away, and V in the back tells him to calm down, asking if he doesn't know that headbutts hurt the one giving them just as much as the one receiving them. That would be almost suicide, and even more unfeasible when he's fighting against monsters like the ones in the combat ward. So it can't be a viable strategy, and he could end up dying from brain damage in less than 2 rounds. And just as he said, it's complete suicide. But the long-haired guy says it's funny he'd say something like that. To begin with, all of them put their lives on the line when they signed up for this competition, and they should have understood that, which surprises everyone again to hear him speak that way. And this psychopath says that hesitating for fear of dying in a fight against top-ranked players from the combat ward, it's just obvious what's going to happen. It's certain death. And the old man gets really nervous at the sight of this freak, but he continues, saying that he doesn't think they should be worried about Seo right now. And V asks, what do you mean? And with that strange smile, he says he's talking about his next opponent. That guy is very strange and perverse. And the next fight is the 9th-ranked Misu Han against the Park Old Man, ranked 22. And now, in the restricted area of the combat ward, that director starts looking over the players' reports and says that this drug is pretty damn scary. And this kid won, and it was a wonderful thing to bring him here, with 3 players' bodies floating in a tank. And the director says he must be proud of his son, speaking to the doctor. And the doctor, with his head down, thanks him and bows, saying that this was only possible thanks to him. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that yes, this was the right choice. He had no other choice. There was a time when he didn't know about the combat ward, and back then, his son, who suffered from a rare disease that consumed all his muscles, nearly died right in front of him. His son collapsed, telling his father he couldn't get up and just begged for help, and the old man remembers that he couldn't do anything for him and felt terrible. And he was just a doctor who collected his salary at the end of the month, and well, just when he thought it was all over, he received a message from the hospital director, whom he had never met before. And he could never have imagined that he would summon him to the crematorium run by the hospital. And when he went through a secret door, he saw a completely insane world. And in the building he was called to, there was a list of the most famous and renowned people in the world. And he wasn't interested in why all these people were involved in these activities. And the moment he saw the results of the tests they were conducting, he couldn't stop crying, thinking that maybe his son would make it. And at that moment, the director appears, asking what he thought and what he thinks about joining this experiment with his son. And he remembers that back then he almost said yes, without a second thought, but he couldn't let those freaks use his son as a lab rat, so he started to run away and rush to his son, but when he got there, he saw something unimaginable. Because, as far as he knew, his son had said he was going to school and felt fine, but that's when he realized he'd been blind to how his son was truly living all this time. And his son just begged him to please kill him now, because he couldn't stand living anymore. And the old man, completely devastated, saw that there was nothing he could do about it, so he finally joined the combat ward, as he wonders if there really was another path for them, one that wouldn't have turned him into the monster he is today. And finally, the day of the fight approaches, and that drone asks him to please enter the arena. As soon as the door opens, he takes a step forward, appearing before the arena. As he enters, he faces an old man who says it's finally begun, and the old man, believe it or not, is a Krav Maga master. Meanwhile, Misu Han is a master of Kali Arnis, a Filipino martial art that focuses on training first with sticks, blades, and knives, and then on high-level hand-to-hand combat. And the drone in front of the two announces that they will now begin the fight between Misu Han and Suk Park, and they are to begin now. With both of them rushing at each other, Misu Han quickly jams his two fingers right into the old man's shoulder, from which blood starts to spurt. And the old man wonders how the hell he did that. His right arm is injured, and that's really bad. Everyone watching the fight is very surprised by this development. The blonde kid says that this guy's knife fighting skills are incredible, but in a bare-handed fight, not even Insuk could have predicted this. But to Misu Han's surprise, his fingers are stuck deep in the old man's shoulder, and he realizes this is bad. He's trapping his fingers with his muscles, making it impossible for him to pull them out, and Suk calls him a child and asks if he doesn't think he got a little too close. He raises his right arm and opens his palm, leaving Misu Han completely surprised, and simply attacks him with his palm. But still, in the end, Misu Han manages to break free and dodge the attack, as the old man slams his hand into the ground. But the gust of wind terrifies Misu Han, and he's thrown backward. As the old man destroyed part of the arena, the kid, with his fingers covered in blood, wonders what the hell is wrong with this old man, and how on earth he did that. And Insuk, confidently, says that using knife-fighting techniques in a bare-handed fight is impressive. So he's going to repay your favor with some knife-fighting techniques, which are his specialty. And that chairman asks about this Insuk Park and who this guy is that's facing Minsu, the number 9 ranker, with such ease, and he asks if he was considering Minsu one of his options. But who the hell is that Insuk? And the assistant says he's a mercenary who fights mainly using Krav Maga. And the director asks, what do you mean, Krav Maga? Is that all he's got? And the assistant says that as violence against Jews increased in the mid-20th century, this martial art style was created by a Jewish soldier to protect civilians. It's a martial art focused on real combat that mixes practical techniques from various martial arts around the world, and it's also known for being especially efficient in close-quarters combat. This director asks if, since it was created for protection, that must mean its strikes are weak. In that case, he's useless to them. But the assistant says he's not so sure about that, and the director asks, what do you mean? He replies, saying that if the method of protection is to eliminate the threat, then it'd be a different story. And Insuk stared him down in the middle of the arena. He immediately charges at Minsu Han. As Minsu says he's too slow, he quickly manages to dodge. With an arrogant smirk, he says the old man is way too slow and shouldn't dare fight him like this, landing a blow right on Insuk's temple. Quickly, Insuk tries to counterattack, but the kid takes a few steps back and the old man lunges at him again, certain he'll catch him no matter what. And the boy, confidently, asks if he thinks he can keep up. But with that clumsy body and a huge arm, it's useless to drag yourself over here. But just then, the old man crouches down and says, here I go. He digs his hands into the arena floor and charges at him like an absolute monster, sending him flying towards the wall. But at the last second, Minsu managed to dodge, getting only a cut on his face. He dodges all of his attacks, saying he already told him he's useless, and Insuk thinks, damn it. He got to his side, and Minsu quickly lands 2 blows on the old man's ribs, and the old man once again tries to counterattack. But Minsu says he managed to stop him from hitting his vital points with that slow body, but he wants to see how much longer he can last. He starts attacking him at several different points with his strange techniques, while the old man thinks he can't keep up. At this rate, he could end up defeated. The kid passes by him once more, landing a critical hit, which greatly surprises the 3 in the stands, who are shocked by the fight. And the blonde kid says he has that kind of strength for a number 9 ranker and wonders if it's really impossible to beat him as he stares at an Insuk completely covered in blood, severely weakened, his body trembling. And Minsu Han says that he's really tough. Seeing the old man on guard, he asks why he's clenching his fists and if he's given up on his knife fighting techniques. Meanwhile, the old man realizes his body is badly injured and opens his guard as Minsu Han looks like a demon. He says that now that he's opened his guard, he's already given up, and he asks if he's planning to grab him when he gets close, but asks if he really thinks that's going to work. He charges at him, yelling for him to die, and strikes his stomach, and the old man feels that power and realizes that was a very strong attack. But to everyone's surprise, it wasn't the kid who hit him, it was Insuk himself who punched his own stomach. And the blonde kid up there doesn't understand what the hell he just did. And why did he punch his own stomach? Amanda, beside him, says he wasn't just punching himself, but tried to hit his opponent's fingers in the middle of the attack. And to everyone's surprise, he managed to hit them, breaking 2 of his fingers, leaving Minsu Han utterly shocked, as this was something he had never imagined. And after he breaks his fingers, Minsu Han says he's a crazy old bastard. But to his surprise, Insuk is already right on top of him, ready to strike, while he mentally thinks, damn it, I'm going to get hit. And the next second, he takes a punch to the stomach and is thrown against the wall, making a huge crack, and he starts screaming in pain and spitting up blood, while Insuk thinks that he hasn't defeated him yet and needs to hit him with another, stronger blow. But his right arm has taken a lot of damage. This is going to be very difficult, and this is his only chance. So he says he's going one more time and gathers all the power in his fist. But to the old man's surprise, he feels something strange in his body and starts to collapse in the middle of the arena. As Siono notices, he tells him to hang in there, or else he's going to fall. The old man thinks, damn it, I've lost too much blood. I can't even lift my arm. He starts closing his eyes and apologizing to his son, but he wonders why he's thinking about that. It's not over yet. He tells himself to get a grip and, upon opening his eyes again, that kid, Minsu Han, is right in front of him, ready to attack. And to the old man's surprise, this smiling psycho says that he's actually right-handed and simply hits him with another blow right in his chest, making Insuk spit up a lot of blood, and Siono up there starts screaming for the old man. But to everyone's surprise, the old man had put his hand in front of his chest, but the kid's hand still went through, and the smiling psycho congratulates him on his desperate attempt to stop him by sacrificing the palm of his hand. But he says that unfortunately his fingers are too long and just shoves them in even deeper. And Insuk's eyes go wide in the last moments of his life, and he simply falls to his knees on the ground as Siono realizes this is really bad and starts calling out for Insuk. And Minsu Han turns to our boy and starts shouting his name, calling him Siono Kang, which makes our boy become very desperate. And Minsu Han starts telling him to take a good look. This old geezer died because of you. And he simply pulls his fingers out. Seeing that scene, our boy goes into shock and starts remembering the past, when that old man tried to help him and taught him a few things. And when he told him that if he had spent time with his own son like this, maybe things would have been different. While our boy thinks that maybe things would have been different for him, too, if his own father had been that close to him. But the old man told him to relax, because his father would never leave him behind, and he was going to be fine, saying how he wouldn't die and leave his own son all alone. But then Insuk just collapses to the ground, unconscious, while the boy glares at him, his body completely battered. And so, the drone announces that the match is over and the winner is Minsu Han. With that, the blonde kid stomps on Insuk's head and says, "This place is fun." Seeing that, our boy flies into a rage and leaps from the platform towards the arena, and Mura, watching him, says, of course he'd react like this. And so, the 2 drones turn to face our boy. Meanwhile, the kid up there thinks, the guides didn't shoot at him, so they won't shoot unless they actually fight. And our boy glares at Minsu Han and tells him to get his foot off him now and cut it out. But Minsu Han just grinds his foot down even harder and tells him to come over and make him, if he can. As our boy, even more pissed off, gets into his stance, the drone quickly takes aim at him and our boy screams, "I said get your foot off him now!" Meanwhile, he lunges at him with that psycho look on his face again. And the other boy quickly jumped onto the platform, thinking he has to stop them now. But someone is faster and grabs Sion No, telling him to stay out of it. but that smiling guy says he should at least live long enough to use the skill he taught him. Seon-no tells him to let go of him now. And just then, that other guy comes from behind and sweep kicks Seon-no, knocking him to the ground and pinning his feet. With the two of them holding him down, that crazy smiling guy tells him to take a little nap now, while our boy starts to pass out, thinking, damn it. And he remembers when In-suk told him that if something were to happen to him, he asked him to please take care of his son. He says his son would want him to be his friend, just to make sure he doesn't go down the wrong path. And our boy would tell him that he thought that was obvious. And In-suk would ask, what do you mean? And Seon-no would say that there's still a lot he wants to learn from him. So it makes sense for him to be friends with his son, but he needs to learn more from him first. This really surprised In-suk, and he starts teasing him, saying he's got some nerve. And after he finally passes out, they all stop holding him, since he's already lost consciousness. And Min Soo-han starts staring at our boy and says, what a great view. But Amanda steps forward and says he's already gotten the attention he wanted. So she tells him to leave now. And the boy asks, what do you mean? Amanda glares at him, asking what he's going to do and if he wants even more attention than this. And Min-soo asks if she wants to die too. And Amanda says that sure, if he picks a fight with her, he'll get shot by the guide. That would be great for her. But she glares at him furiously and asks if maybe she could just beat him to death herself too. And he gives a little smirk and says her time will come and he'll end up killing her anyway. And he turns around, starts to leave, and walks past the platform. Meanwhile, Amanda goes over to In-suk, touches his neck, and realizes he's not dead yet. And she calls for the paramedics to come help her. Staring at his hand, he says that his right hand saved his life, and he used it to move the blow just slightly away from his heart, so he's not dead yet. And watching from above, that director says that Min-soo is a freak and asks how on earth he can use his fingers as weapons. And the assistant says it's because of the drug's effect, which is unique to him, and most muscle enhancement drugs only increase muscle size. But for Min-soo, the tendons, ligaments, and everything around his bones have been drastically enhanced. That could be far more useful in combat than Seon-no's strengthened bones. And the director asks if they shouldn't recruit him then. But the assistant says that Min-soo is a fighter managed directly by the chairman, so it's not easy to get in contact with him. And he says, damn it, and the assistant tells him not to worry, as there are still several participants to choose from, including those in the next match. The director asks, what do you mean, next match? Are you talking about that capoeira fighter? And he says yes, he was thinking of her. But the director asks, what do you mean capoeira? That's not even a fighting style. It's more of a dance. But the assistant says that capoeira may be a dance, but it wasn't created for entertainment. And when Portugal colonized Brazil, several African slaves were brought over to work and to escape the oppression and harsh conditions. They created a martial art disguised as a dance to deceive the guards who watched them. Of course, at least that's what the story says. And the assistant continues, saying that it's a martial art marked by suffering and pain, not by joy. And in fact, after Brazil gained its independence, capoeira ended up being used in various criminal activities to the point that the government banned it for a time, around 1937. So it's not just an efficient martial art, but a very dangerous one too. And in the ring, Amanda Croce is already in position. And the guide drone, following her, approaches and says that the fighters for the next round have arrived. And so Amanda looks to the side and sees someone else, Elgo, a master of mixed martial arts. And the drone says they will now begin the duel between Amanda Croce and Wilk-sug. And so Amanda gets into her stance, eyeing her opponent, and wonders if he's underestimating her because he doesn't seem worried at all. So she makes the first move, and at that moment, she tries to kick him. But looking at his face, it seems another psycho has entered the arena. Back to the director, he says, all right, enough about Amanda Croce and capoeira. Tell me about this guy, Wilk-sug. He's 10th in the betting ranks and must be incredible too. And the assistant says that he used to compete in MMA, but he wasn't very successful. But after using the drug, he gained dynamic vision, and he was nicknamed the 10-second knockout artist among the VIPs. And the money bet on him has been increasing rapidly ever since. And the director asks, what do you mean, 10-second knockout artist? What kind of nickname is that? And his assistant explains that he's won all his fights with a single knockout, and none of them have lasted more than 10 seconds. And the director says, then that's incredible. And the assistant says he managed to get a lot of people to bet on him by finishing his fights without a single scratch. And he managed to get even more attention because of the 10-second streak. And the director says, so, if he can keep his title this round, and the assistant finishes, he'll attract a massive amount of money and climb to the top ranks, at least. The fight begins, and at 7 seconds, Amanda throws a kick at him, and still at the 7-second mark, that psychopath gives a little smirk, and says that even a high-level fighter was lured in by his unprepared stance. She attacks without hesitation, but he can see it with his dynamic vision, and at 8 seconds, he thinks he can block it even though he's off guard, and tries to counter at 9 seconds. But to his surprise, he doesn't understand what's happening or why he's looking at the floor. Only at the 10-second mark is his face slammed into the arena floor, and Amanda, on top of him, grinds his face into the ground. As he's thinking that she ultimately defeated him in 10 seconds, Amanda simply takes her foot off him, and he has been defeated. And the drone above her starts to announce that the winner of the round is Amanda Grott. She stares him down and says, "There are some techniques out there that, no matter how hard you try, your senses will never be able to keep up with." Watching that fight, the director is completely shocked, wondering what the hell just happened. Miluk says the problem was that he thought he needed to block the kick and immediately went into an attack position. The director asks, "Isn't that how they fight? You block and then you counter." But the assistant says that's what Riku-su thought, and that normally, a kick strong enough to knock out an opponent requires all the body's energy to be compressed on one side, and it explodes the moment it's released towards the target. And so, if the first attack fails, the attacker won't have enough time to gather that energy again. In other words, their next attack won't be as strong or as fast as the enemy's counterattack, especially when both of your feet are off the ground. And so you have a lever to compress and store all your energy. And the director asks, "So, wasn't that the situation Amanda Grott was in? Both of her feet were in the air and her first strike missed?" And Maluk explains that yes, that's exactly right. And that's why Riku tried to attack her immediately, but that was his mistake. There was one thing he overlooked about Amanda Grott, and the director, very curious, asks what it was. And he explains that in capoeira, they use their arms and hands as levers, and Amanda Grott was given a strength drug to significantly improve her muscle density instead of her muscle mass. This made her attacks much faster and more powerful, without the slowness that excess muscle brings, giving her complete freedom for her techniques. And now Amanda can attack with great force and speed in any situation, so we still can't tell what she might be capable of. And the director, smiling, says that it seems there are still some good fighters left, but Maluk says it'll be very difficult to get a match with her now. And the director asks why, and he says it's because she defeated the knockout artist in 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, she'll probably inherit that title, and all the VIP's money that was bet on that guy will go directly to her now. And the director asks if he can't handle a little competition, but Maluk tells him not to be hasty. There are still several interesting fighters left, and the director asks if the next fighter is also from room 10. And Miluk says that yes, that's right, and this match will be very interesting since the fighter will be forced to give it his all. And with that, it cuts to room 10, with that blonde kid saying that he's finally awake, and our boy wakes up with a start, asking what happened. He asks why he's there, and quickly remembers what happened, and asks about Yosuk. But to their surprise, Amanda enters the room and says that he's still alive, believe it or not, and she saw him breathing when she went over to his body. And so, Minho calms down a little, because he isn't dead yet. And with that, Amanda goes over to Minho and tells him that his fight is next. And she asks if he shouldn't be getting ready, and Minho says he knows. He gets very serious, thinking that this opponent might be the reason he's here. Remembering when a man handed him a card, saying that he'll make sure he meets the one who killed his brother. And Minho said he doesn't even know his name, so how could he know who it is? But the mysterious guy says that what he does know is that he entered the combat wing and was a former boxer, which really surprises Minho, hearing him say he'll give more details later. But one thing's for sure, there aren't many ex-boxers in the combat wing, and your next opponent is Aono Choi, ranked 16th. And now back in the VIP room, the director asks what the ones in the top 5 must be like if the participants in the lower rankings are already monsters like this. And Maluk says that number 5 in the rankings is Lev, a Russian bodyguard who was once part of the KGB, and says that he would kill any threat that got near his clients. And so, when he was working as a bodyguard, he was being investigated for excessive use of force after killing 8 assailants who were targeting his client. And his boss at the time cut ties with him on the spot after seeing his madness. But a guy showed up who hired him as a personal bodyguard and even gave him a new identity, and it was this man who changed his life and brought him here. And this man is none other than Mikkel Lee, the head of the military company Pawn. And the director, annoyed, says that without connections like that, people are worthless. But Miluk says that with the stamina drug he received, his movements have no limits, so it's no surprise he's among the top 5 best. As for the 4th-ranked fighter, he's with Chairman Sang Suran, the head of the country's largest construction company, Aran Construction. He is Gin Go, a master of combat taekwondo. He grew up respecting his father, a traditional taekwondo master, but for some reason, he followed a different path, learning the combat style. The director asks, "What do you mean, taekwondo? Isn't that an art used only in sports?" But Miluk says that a while ago, they made a documentary about capoeira with several martial arts masters. So they did a test to measure the force and speed of each martial arts kicks, and most of them scored between 408 and 680 kilograms of force, but the capoeira kick hit 862 kilograms, leaving everyone speechless. But the last martial art tested was, in fact, taekwondo. And from what he heard, the kick's measurement was no less than 1,043 kilograms. The director's jaw drops, asking if he's serious, and Miluk says that Yin Go is special. He's an expert in combat taekwondo, and with his elasticity enhancement, no one in the entire world could match his power. And in third place is a guy invited by Chairman Isugo, the head of the pharmaceutical company CT Bio. His name is Ryan. He's a total juicer who's done everything to get stronger, including all sorts of experiments and drugs. The guy was even crazy enough to embed a steel plate into his own bones. And with the drugs messing with his brain, he's become a mentally unstable fighter. Then, in second place, you've got a wanted criminal, Taran M., who's a professional killer. He was hired by Donggu Park, the chairman of the biggest private loan company, Fine Life. The director says he can't believe an idiot like Donggu managed to hire the number 2 guy. Misuk says he already knows a lot about this fighter, but one thing's for sure. He's a psychopath who's here to get off on the thrill of killing without getting arrested. And his fighting style is different, completely overwhelming. Most of his opponents died before they even knew what hit them. The director, getting pissed, says, "This is bullshit. They're all monsters." But Misuk says the Times, Real Times Abomination is the current number 1, who's also the former champion. And the director asks, "You mean the number 1? But just then, interrupting them, someone smashes the door down. The director, terrified, asks who he is. This smiling guy just says, "My bad, can't seem to control my own strength." And this guy, he's number 1. They call him C, a Gurkha mercenary. The director hits the floor, terrified, screaming for the guards. 2 drones appear in front of C, taking aim. Right after, someone else walks through the doorway, calling the director an idiot. The director recognizes him. It's his brother, the eldest son of the group, Razan, the executive director. He asks his little brother, "Did you really think you could win just by showing up here?" He tells him to start packing his bags and get lost. "You brought some student here for a bet, risking your own position. You really are a complete idiot." This left the director furious, unable to say a word. And his brother adds that he knows what happens when you break a door certified by the combat wing, and that he better not come asking for help when he gets kicked out of the company. So, have fun with the little boy you brought along. After they leave, the director is absolutely livid, muttering, "Damn it all." He screams at Misuk, "What are you just standing there for? Find someone who can beat that guy. Now!" Misuk says the odds are high, but not a sure thing. The director asks, "What's that supposed to mean?" Misuk explains that the effects of the drugs can be unpredictable. So, after the second doping round for the top 16, a few fighters might end up becoming the new favorites. It might take a little while, but that's the kind of fighter I'm looking for. The director, annoyed, asks, "Do you have anyone in mind?" Misuk says he actually has 5 people in mind. The first is Ryu Hisuka, who's up against his No. The others are Amanda Croach and the judo master Gang Jun. And the last 2 are the participants in the next round. The 2 boxing underdogs, Minyan King and Onu Choi. And finally, Minho confronts the boxer and asks, "By any chance, do you know a guy named Minyan King?" Onu Choi replies, "How could I not?" which sends a shock through Minho, making him boil with rage. He's finally found his brother's killer. Pissed as hell, he says, "So you times do times know my brother," while thinking, "I threw everything away just to find you." Just then, something glows on the kid's chest, probably his heart rate spiking. He just vanishes from sight, appears right in front of the boxer, and slams a punch into his face with unnatural speed. He calls him a bastard and keeps wailing on him, making the boxer spit up blood. Then, quick as a flash, he lands a right hook square on the villain's jaw. He goes flying across the platform. He slams back first into the wall. Minho walks up to him, demanding, "Why did you do it?" The boxer says, "That's enough." Minho asks, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" Just then, the boxer's chest glows too, and he says, "I needed to take a few hits for my drug to kick in." He gets up quickly and says, "I was just wondering if there were different levels to the speed drug." He stops right in front of the kid, and when the kid throws a punch, the guy vanishes from sight and reappears right beside him, instantly punching him in the face. But then Minho vanishes too, reappearing at his side. But the boxer is even faster than Minho, which makes the kid start to worry. He thinks, "I can't find his weak spot, no matter how fast I move." Onu says, "Looks like my theory was right," appearing right in front of Minho. He touches his face and says, "You threw a punch at top speed," then calls him a shitty little brat and smacks him in the face again. Reeling from the pain, Minho thinks, "No, it can't end like this." But the blow sends him flying to the other side of the arena, where he collapses on the ground. Onu walks over to him and says, "There's the risk of having to take a beating, but the effects of my drug are incredible." But to Onu's surprise, the kid is still moving. He walks over and tells him, "Stop moving, now. The ref won't be able to call the match if you keep twitching." He threatens, "I'll have to kill you then." Minho thinks of his brother, remembering something he used to say, "When everything seems lost, take one last breath. That will be your final chance." And Minho remembers that last breath. Something activates in his heart, and his drug has a surprising effect. Just before Onu can land a finishing kick, he vanishes from sight, reappearing beside him at incredible speed to build up more momentum. Onu says, "Damn it, he's getting faster after taking a beating." In an instant, the kid is right in front of him, shocking Onu, who thinks, "I have to dodge at top speed." He spins around at maximum speed, but the kid feints and appears right in front of him again, completely surprising Onu. He tries to twist away, but he's already falling. Thinking, "Shit," in absolute terror, he realizes he's not going to be able to dodge, and he asks why he killed his brother, calling him a bastard. This completely surprises Ono, who doesn't understand what he's talking about, but he quickly gets punched right in the face and thrown across the arena. This surprises everyone, leaving the director in shock, and even the hospital director realizes this is the second transformation. And with Ono on the ground spitting blood, Minho stands right above him, ready to finish him off. He says he's going to ask one last time why he killed his brother, and Ono says that it was true then. Mong was murdered, and Minho asks what he means, what he's talking about, and if he wasn't the one who killed him. Minho stops his attack and asks if he didn't kill him, and if he really knows his brother. And Ono says, how could a boxer not know the champion with the most title defenses in history? So Minho asks, who would do that? And Ono says there are some addicts who only target boxing champions. Minho is surprised by this and starts screaming, asking who it is. He tells him to spit it out before he passes out. Just then, the drone focuses on Minho and announces that Ono is unable to continue. So the match ends with Minion King's victory, and the bets are soaring. And looking at a tablet, that doctor says this Minho guy is incredible, and the hospital director says he went through the second transformation without any additional drugs. Meanwhile, the doctor says it seems the results of his experiments are starting to show. Even though he's not on the same level as the first transcendent who surpassed everything 20 years ago, some fighters are reaching 80% of the transformation. And the director says that after the first transcendent disappeared, they've been testing his DNA. Based on that, it's not surprising that surpassing him is difficult. And if he hadn't disappeared, it would have been incredible. He still wonders where the hell he went. And now the scene cuts back to our boy's room, where he's practicing his calf kicks, thinking that he needs to be a little stronger. But that smiling guy next to him asks why he doesn't stop to rest for a bit, and he asks if he's trying to bring the place down, given all the cracks in the middle of the room, and even on his pod. And this smiling guy says that if he keeps this up, he's going to pass out before the match even starts. And our boy thinks that if he wants to get as strong as those monsters, he has to find a way. And so, he remembers Yusuk telling him that muscles pushed to their limit aren't just damaged, they're fated to regenerate stronger than before. And the most important thing for muscles is sleep. And if he could split his day in half, alternating between training to his limit and sleeping deeply twice a day, he would grow twice as strong as people who train for the same amount of time. Although that would require an absurd recovery ability, just like his. But our boy thinks, no, twice isn't enough. He needs to be stronger than everyone else. He sits down in his pod, and the guy in front of him asks if he's going to sleep already. Our boy then takes off his ankle weights, dropping them on the floor. That weight cracks the floor itself, and the smiling psycho says he told him to prepare to die, not to kill himself. He simply lies down in his pod, ready to sleep, while thinking that this is the third time. And just like he said, he's going to trust his recovery speed. And as soon as he closes the pod, the guy beside him notes that he's now training 3 times a day. He wonders if he really expects to recover with just 3 little naps, but if he pulls it off, things are definitely going to get even more interesting. At that moment, the drone calls for Menon, asking him to please enter the main arena, and Menon says, of course, hoping it'll at least be fun this time. He walks through the door. But in another room, Gangjo, ranked 15th, is doing his training, levitating in the air with his hands stuck to the wall. Back with the VIPs, the director asks if Gang isn't one of the top 5 candidates he mentioned. And Muck says yes. He gained an absurd grip strength from his enhancement, and his grip can crush even muscle and bone. So any participant caught by him loses immediately. But the worst part is his judo that uses that grip strength. Even participants who received enhancement drugs have had their bones shattered to pieces the instant they're thrown to the ground. This guy is a monster, and the director asks if his opponent isn't that Minho who's ranked 45th, and that he's probably not worth it, but he wants to see the fight anyway. But Muck says they have no information on him. The director asks what he means, and the assistant says it seems he was chosen directly by the combat wing. They have no information on his past or the martial art he practices. They know absolutely nothing. And he also hasn't watched any of his matches. But one strange thing about him is that the effect of his drug still hasn't been discovered. And so, the psycho enters the arena, and right in front of him, Gang appears. With both of them in position, the drone flies over and announces the start of the fight between Gang Jo and Menon. And Gang says there's no need to drag this out. He'll end this in a single blow. But to his surprise, Menon is suddenly right in his face saying, "All right," and in a flash, he's behind him, saying, "You're wide open." But to Menon's surprise, Gang manages to dodge his attack and grabs his arm, saying he's going for an ippon. As soon as he grabs Menon, he tries to throw him to the ground, and Menon, smiling, says that he was really fast. Gang then slams Menon's body into the ground, scoring the ippon, making Menon scream in pain and wonder what the hell just happened. With the fight right in front of him, the director says that he was thrown to the ground. That was incredible. Meanwhile, Muck says he knew he was good, but he didn't think he'd be that fast. That was insane. The drone flies over to the two of them and says the match is over, with Gang Jo unable to continue, and Gang just starts drooling as the drone announces that the winner is Menon. The director, breaking out in a cold sweat, wonders what the hell happened and why Gang lost. Even Muck is shocked by the scene, saying he doesn't know. This has never happened before, and he has absolutely no idea what went down. And so the boy, pinned to the floor, starts to stick his tongue out, thinking that Sunwoo must be awake by now. And he's going to see if he toasted him just right or if he accidentally burned him. And now, back to room 10. That capsule finally opens and our boy starts waking up. As soon as he wakes up, he checks his fists, saying he feels different and wonders if maybe it worked. But he thinks that whether it worked or not, he has to keep going. He wonders if his mom is okay, if he can trust that woman, and that he needs to talk to that bastard, the talent scout. And Sunwoo stares at the drone approaching him, which says he's been summoned. The talent scout summoned him, which left Sunwoo completely shocked. He went towards the room and Misuk told him he could take off the blindfold now. Misuk says it's good to see him again, but Sunwoo immediately grabs him in a rage and says he's a damn bastard. Misuk tells him to wait and calm down because he won't gain anything if he dies there. But Sunwoo says that now he has nothing left to lose, so he'd better answer, and tells him to say right now if he knows where his parents are. And Misuk says that of course he does. Sunwoo asks, "What do you mean?" And Misuk says he's taking care of them as they speak. But our boy tells him not to lie, because he saw that guy in the control room say he was going to get rid of his parents. But Misuk said the VIP did ask him to do that, but he told him that if his parents disappeared, he would continue to take care of them. And our boy asked, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" And Misuk says that regardless of whether he can use the drugs or not, he's already bet everything on him, and the VIP will have no choice but to trust him. But Sunwoo says it was different with that woman. But Misuk interrupts him, asking if he really thinks that what he saw in the recovery room was said by one of his employees. This greatly surprised our boy, who didn't understand a thing. Sunwoo says he heard about his parents dying as soon as he woke up, and then a woman named Seong Gyeon visited him at the same time. And does he really think that's all a coincidence? And what if she said she'd take care of his parents? He says that fine. He should know she's lying. He was even kicked out of the company by his own father to protect his two children. But our boy asks if he thinks he's an idiot and how he can believe that, because that woman knew a lot about his parents. And Misuk asks if she was able to prove it right then and there. And our boy says no, since they're not allowed to bring anything in there. But Misuk asks, "Then what's that?" And he shows him his wrist. Sunwoo asks what he's doing, but then he notices something. It's writing, his mother's handwriting. And Misuk says she even wrote the date. So now he knows who his parents are with, and our boy says there's no way to forge her handwriting. And Misuk says the choice is his, to believe him or not, but first, he's going to say what he's planning to get his boss interested in him again. He exaggerated his report on his opponent's skills to get him interested in him. So, if he defeats him, Director Cha will have no reason to choose another fighter. And once that happens, all you need to do is win with them, and all your problems will be solved. And our boy quickly asks, "Who's my next opponent?" And down in the arena, that guy named Rio has finally entered. And our boy remembers what Misuk told him not to forget. Sion isn't interested in winning the championship, she just wants to ruin her brother's plans. In other words, she has no other reason to protect his parents. And if he chooses to work with her, from the top 16 onwards, she won't protect his parents anymore either. And our boy thinks, damn it, these bastards. I don't know who I can trust. And regardless of who's telling the truth, he doesn't have time to think about it now, because it won't matter if he doesn't beat this guy who looks like a character straight out of Street Fighter. And up in the VIP room, Director Cha says that if Sunwoo gets eliminated in this round, it'll be wonderful just to see the look on Seon's face. And from the other corner, that girl watches her brother, saying she wants to see who'll be smiling at the end of this fight. And Rio gets into his stance, and our boy does too, thinking that from his position, he's probably an attacker type, and maybe a calf kick will work well on him. And besides, he's feeling good today, and so he tries to kick him, but Rio lifts his leg. Our boy thinks if he's going to kick him, he'll dodge and counterattack. But to Sunwoo's surprise, that Rio guy grabs him right by the neck and throws him to the ground, making our boy spit up a lot of blood. And Rio quickly tries to punch him against the arena floor, but Sunwoo manages to get out of there fast. And that director Cha thought his specialty was striking and didn't know he had wrestling skills. And Misuk says there are no limits to Master Rio's attacks. And the director asked, "What do you mean?" And Misuk says that in Kudo they practice all kinds of techniques, such as throws and wrestling locks, as well as kicks and punches. And on top of that, they even use headbutts and groin strikes. And their practice involves any attack that causes damage to the body. So facing Rio in close quarters combat will be absolute hell. And so Rio faces our boy and wonders, who is this guy? And why isn't he the least bit scared? As he quickly sees our boy charging at him, throwing a punch at his head, but he manages to dodge and immediately punches him in the stomach, making our hero spit up a lot of blood and fall to the ground. And that director says that it finally looks like he's finished off that kid. And so Rio stares at him again and gets very serious, thinking, the bastard is smiling. So he moves forward, wanting to see if he'll keep it up. But to Rio's surprise, our boy lunges at him, trying to grab him. And Rio asks if he really thought that would work, and that now he can use more striking techniques. But to his surprise, our boy bites his leg, and Rio wonders what this lunatic is doing and quickly knees him in the stomach. He asks if he's a fucking animal. But to Rio's surprise, our boy opens his mouth and tries to bite him again. But Rio manages to kick him away. But Sunwoo managed to dodge at the last second. And Rio thinks, this piece of shit almost fell for my little game. His kick was too weak because he couldn't get into the right position. He says, damn it, and wonders if he's some kind of idiot model of a beast. But the kid starts laughing while the director wonders, what the hell is this? He remembers that he'd forgotten for a moment. But in reality, Seon is the one who isn't bound by any rules and quickly lunges at Rio, who screams for him to stay back. But to his surprise, our boy lowers his head. Meanwhile, that guy wonders if he really didn't try to bite him and went straight for his leg. And so he tells him to get down again, ready to punch him. But by the time he realizes it, there's a leg right in front of him kicking him in the head, leaving the director completely shocked, wondering if that's really a capoeira technique. And this scene flashes back to the past, with him asking Amanda if maybe he could use his capoeira techniques directly on her. And she stares at him very seriously and says it seems like he thinks he's indestructible. She asks if by any chance he's underestimating her capoeira, and she quickly crouches and kicks him in the face, knocking him to the ground. And seeing him on the ground, she asks if he's discovered some kind of absurd talent that lets him copy any ability that hits him, while the boy just smiles at her. Back in the present, he hits Rio with a kick, dazing him, but Rio manages to grab his leg and tries to kick his head while he's upside down. And the excited director says that's it, and tells him to kick him right in the face. But to everyone's surprise, our boy throws himself upward, dodging Rio's blow. While Rio wonders if he can really move like that, our boy kicks him in the face, smashing it in and sending him flying to the ground. At the last moment, he manages to catch himself. Seon also catches himself and thinks that his body is moving just the way he wants it to. One more kick to the calf and it's over for him. But Rio stares at him, very surprised, makes a strange movement, and says that his wild and unpredictable movements are really something else. He didn't expect this, but from now on, he'll see him as a beast and will hunt him with everything he's got, quickly appearing right in front of him. Meanwhile, our boy, worried, thinks that he suddenly got ridiculously faster and wonders if his drug wasn't for strength. Seon prepares for the attack, realizes he's going to throw a punch, and is sure he can dodge and counterattack afterward. But to our boy's surprise, he gets headbutted and is completely shocked, wondering how he didn't predict that. And then he takes a punch to the stomach and thinks he needs to pull himself together, or else he'll lose. And so Rio gets very serious and tells him to say goodbye to his ribs, landing several punches in the same spot, and our boy falls to the ground, spitting blood. Rio thinks that now is the time to end it, and kicks him right in the pit of his stomach. Looking at his face, the director up above wonders if he's already passed out and gets very excited, saying that it's over for Seon. He says it's the end, but the girl in her room remains excited, just staring at the fight. Our boy, smiling, grabs Rio's foot, and Rio asks if he really woke up again, but says it makes no difference, because he's going to lose again. And he quickly headbutts him one more time. But, to his surprise, this time it was Rio who got the worst of it. Rio wonders if he's practiced headbutting too. Our boy quickly appears by his side, and Rio thinks you can't even call him a beast anymore. This thing is more like a monster, but he's sure he hit him square on. So, this is probably some kind of surge from the drug's side effects. With our boy right behind him, Rio thinks he just needs to block and then land his final attack. At that moment, our boy goes to kick his calf, but Rio is faster, grabs his leg and says he's got him. But at that moment, our boy pulls his leg away, and Rio only manages to rip his pants. And Rio thinks that he couldn't see a thing, because our boy is already right by his side trying to land another kick. And Rio says if he can't dodge now, he'll just have to block it head on, and puts strength into his leg, trying to defend himself. But to his surprise, his leg is broken and he starts screaming in pain, while the director up above says this is bullshit. His leg broke. He wonders how the kid can still move so much. And Rio, very seriously, says he's sorry, but his little show is over. He punches our boy in the stomach, who breaks into a huge grin and dashes for Rio's other leg and breaks it. And just like that, Rio falls to the ground with both legs broken, while our boy spits blood and collapses to the ground too. And now, with both of them down on the ground, the drone flies over them and announces that Rio Itika is unable to continue. Therefore, the winner of the match is Seon Kang. With our boy panting heavily on the ground, the director up above starts screaming, "God damn it, how could this happen?" Meanwhile, his sister, in another room, says that's why she likes him. And staring at our hero fallen on the ground, the director starts shouting that Seon is unconscious too, which means they are both unable to fight. But the assistant thinks that's not the case. And the director asks, "What do you mean?" The assistant says Seon is just sleeping. In another room, the girl's bodyguard says that now is not the time for him to be sleeping, but the girl says that, just as she imagined, people aren't betting on him. And the bodyguard says that no one would bet on a fighter who passes out during a match. And now that the top 31 has been confirmed, the top 16 will be based on the amount of bets placed on them. But Seon is in last place and, besides, if they announce the top 16 before he wakes up, he might not even get the chance to choose a VIP to back him. He thinks she should look for another fighter instead of him, and the girl asks how much money she has available at the moment. And the bodyguard, confused, asks what she's planning. The problem is the people who aren't betting on him, so the only thing she needs to do is put him at the top with her own money. But the bodyguard gets even more confused and asks if she really has that much money to just throw away like that. But she just tells him to wait, because she's just getting started. And so, a drone begins to announce that there will soon be a meeting about the next round, and all 31 players who won must attend. And at that moment, all the fighters enter the arena, followed by their drones, while the blonde boy notices Seon sleeping on the floor. He's hesitant, wondering if he should wake him up before the meeting starts. But just then, on the big screen, the arena director begins to speak, welcoming the winners of the last round, as well as the 16 VIPs who will be joining them today. And as mentioned before, the top 16 for the next round will be decided based on the amount of bets placed on each player. So he asks the VIPs to please place their bets on the players they believe will bring them the most profit and gives them 30 seconds to make their final bets. And then the girl asks what the betting difference is between Seo Yoon and the top 16th spot. The guard says it's no less than 2 billion won and it will probably change in the last 10 seconds. And without a second thought, the girl tells him to bet everything on Seo Yoon now, which makes him very worried. And he tells her that's 4 billion, and it'll all be wasted if he doesn't make the top 16. He tells her to ditch Seo Yoon and go for another fighter. But she says it's fine and just tells him to bet it all. But he's still very hesitant and asks why she's doing all this, and she gets irritated and starts to shout. She just tells him to do what she said, now. And so, at the last second, he bets everything while saying, "This is insane." He transferred all the money just as she ordered, and she used so much of her money just to provoke her brothers. So, why does she want to risk everything now? And then she asks what his current rank is, and he says the ranks were hidden at the start of the countdown, and she says that means they'll have to wait for the announcement. And after a few minutes, the arena director begins to say they will now announce the ranks, starting with the top 5. And in the number 1 spot is Khan, the Gurkha mercenary. Second is Ryan. Third is John Gogo. Fourth is Lef. And fifth is Tyrim. And back there, that guy starts getting really pissed off, staring at the screen and seeing that the second place fighter, Ryan, is a boxer. And he gets really nervous, thinking that there's still a boxer in this game. And the director continues, saying they'll proceed with the next 5. 6th is Luan, 7th is Amanda, 8th is Yongo, 9th is Quinto, and 10th is Python. And the kid thinks, so Amanda is 7th, and he wonders what he's going to do if he doesn't make it. And the director continues with 5 more. 11th is Miguel, 12th is Bishop, 13th is Songbion, 14th is C, and 15th is Ricardo. And so, up in the VIP room, the assistant starts to say there's only 1 spot left. And the girl starts looking down below and stares at our boy, passed out on the ground, sleeping. And the director continues, saying last but not least, the 16th place fighter with a total bet of 4.6 billion won, a former street fighter, the great Sol Go, the Shock. And the assistant gets really nervous about this. And then the director says that with this, they have closed the top 16 based on prize money, while Seo Yoon is sleeping on the ground. And the assistant starts to say, damn it, this is so bad. All that's left is the company building, the firm's account, and the stocks. And he says she used all the available money and asks why she suddenly made such an impulsive decision. But the girl looks very serious and continues to stare at the arena. Meanwhile, In another VIP room, her brother starts laughing and says the look on Seongu's face right now must be priceless. She spent 4 billion won and still got eliminated. But the assistant says it's not over yet, and the director asks, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" While the girl gives a little smile waiting for the director's announcement, he begins to say that they will now begin the selection of extra participants, which really shocks her brother, who says the top 16 has already been decided and he can't do that. But the director continues, saying that to make things even more exciting for the 16 VIPs and for the top 16 selection event, they will add 4 more names to the list. And all the fighters outside start to cheer. The director goes on to say that the 4 will be selected through fights between the 15 remaining participants who will face each other. In life or death duels until only 4 are left victorious. And all the fighters start to stare at each other while our boy remains asleep. The director says that the participants already in the top 16 should head to the stands, and the blonde guy starts to leave while seeing our boy still asleep and thinks that he needs to wake up if he doesn't want to die right now. But just then, his drone appears and says that any physical contact between participants before the match is strictly forbidden. So it asks him to please step away, and the kid just thinks, damn it. He's out cold. Right after the match, and there's no way he'll wake up in time, but he has no choice. The rest is up to his luck. And once again, Seo-yoon remains asleep. And after the others leave, the arena simply opens up, leaving only the central circle, and the participants ask, "What the hell is this? And what is happening here?" And the director begins to announce that at the bottom of the pit, surrounding the arena, are metal spikes embedded with electric currents, so they'd better watch where they step during the fights. And over in the corner, right next to the spikes, our boy is still sleeping. And the assistant starts to say that they're about to start the fight, but Seo-yoon will be killed instantly. And over in the other VIP room, the brother starts to say that this is the perfect time to finish off that insignificant pest and slap his little sister in the face. And so the arena director says that now, for the 15 eliminated, the life or death duel must begin. So they immediately charge at each other, fighting for their lives, and a lot of blood is spilled. And up in the VIP room, the assistant starts to say that no one is attacking Seo-yoon. And in a situation as chaotic as this, no one has time to focus on Seo-yoon, who is passed out on the ground. The girl starts to say, "Let's see how long that lasts, because that boy needs to wake up now." And at that moment, one of the participants is kicked out, falling onto the spikes, getting pierced and also electrocuted. And another one of them falls, so that's 2 eliminated. But while one of them is fighting, he notices our boy lying on the ground and gets very excited, saying there's a lazy bum sleeping on the ground and this is great for him, and it's time for him to go now. He gets ready to kick him. While up in the VIP room, Seongu just screams, "No, he can't do that!" But just then, Seo-yoon's friend appears to defend him, punching the guy in the face, and Mion is really pissed that he has to help this idiot. While Seongu herself is quite surprised by this, Mion starts yelling for Seo-yoon to wake up now if he doesn't want to die, and he'd better wake up this instant, or else they'll both die. And right after he yells that, 3 guys jump him. He's thinking this is bullshit. How the hell is he supposed to block 3 people at this shitty speed? But he quickly takes down 2 of them with a couple of powerful punches. It's only when they get past him that he realizes Seo is screwed. That guy gets super hyped to take Seo down, telling him to enjoy the fall, calling him an idiot. But the next second, he gets hit with a flying kick from that psycho. That's when the maniac says the prince always saves the sleeping princess. Even Minho asks what the hell Minho is doing here, and after Minho kicks the guy, he's obviously taken out. Meanwhile, the guy who got punched says they're pieces of shit. He wants to see how they're gonna stop his max speed, already digging his feet in and rushing at Minho to take him down. That's when he zips by at an insane speed, right in front of Minho's eyes. But obviously, Minho is way faster and appears right above him, ready to punch. The spiky-haired guy yells, "What the hell is with that insane speed?" just as he gets a massive punch that smashes his face into the ground. But that other guy from before is already on Minho's back and starts choking him, saying, "Gotcha. Anyone faster than me has to die." Minho is gasping for air as he's being choked. But just then, the guy gets an elbow to the ear, obviously from that psycho Minho, who glares at him like a total maniac. And at that moment, 7 participants have been eliminated, and 8 remain. After being saved, the kid is gasping for air while Minho laughs and says, "It's not nap time yet," as he helps him to his feet. And Minho says, "No, I'm not sleeping. I have insomnia." But Minho says it looks like they're not going to make this easy on them. And Minho asks, "What do you mean, them?" As 4 guys approach ready to fight, the short one in front says, "Looks like you guys are fighting as a team." The blonde guy says they should be the only team left alive, and the other teams obviously have to die, because the 4 of them will be the last one standing. One of them starts to say, "It's 4 of us and 3 of you, but actually, no. If we ignore the guy on the ground, it's 4 against 2. The masked guy gets all hyped up, saying this deathmatch just got a whole lot easier. Meanwhile, the other brute says they'll get rid of the easiest one first. The four of them start closing in on the two, ready to finish them off. But Minho instantly rushes the first one at high speed, crushing him with a punch as his back smashes into the guy behind him. But the blonde guy gets past the others and grabs Minho by the neck, trying to choke him again, as Minho starts coughing up blood. But Minho quickly lands a kick to his face, saving Minho. But that brute down below grabs Minho right away, holding him tight, and says, "With you in my grasp, you don't stand a chance." Minho quickly moves to save him, trying to land a punch, but immediately gets a flying kick to the back and coughs up blood again. Meanwhile, the short guy gets past everyone and charges forward to shove Seo into the metal spikes. Minho starts screaming, "No, you can't do it!" And Minho, at the very last second, manages to stretch out his arm and yank the maniac's pants, making his attack miss by a hair, grazing just past Seo's head. Minho thinks, thank God. If he hadn't managed that, Seo would be dead right now. But to everyone's shock, the floor suddenly shatters, and that edge of the arena becomes a crater that starts to fall, obviously taking our boy down with it. And so, Ginyo, up in the VIP room, starts screaming, "No, this can't be happening!" while Minho yells for Seo to wake up right now and remember his mother and his promise. But at that moment, everyone hears the sound of someone making contact with those spikes. Ginyo is terrified, and Minho is just as scared. And that fighter says, "It's 4 against 2 now. We're gonna kill you and take your spots." But Minho, still smiling, asks, "Who said there are only 2 of us left?" As Minho asks what he's talking about, right below them, near the spikes, our boy is standing on a huge piece of rock. The assistant goes wild, saying that chunk of concrete just saved his life. He really is one lucky kid. That short guy quickly pins Minho, trying to choke him, while telling the others, "Each of you grab one," and the other 2 get the guy climbing up. While they keep Minho and Minho pinned, down below our boy finally snaps out of it and makes a huge leap, trying to get back to the arena. After Seo jumps, he's immediately faced with 2 fighters ready to block him. Meanwhile, the one holding Minho orders the other 2, "Finish that bastard off and knock him back down." The moment our boy lands on the platform, one of them rushes to grab him, yelling, "Gotcha!" He asks, "How's it feel to be caught?" While the blonde guy laughs and says they were going to take them down one by one. But, to everyone's shock, Seo grabs the masked guy's arm, and they ask, "What the hell is this?" The blonde guy gets pissed and lunges at him, yelling, "Die!" But Seo quickly grabs the masked guy's head and smashes it into the blonde's. They both fall unconscious, and once again, the scoreboard announces that 2 participants have been eliminated, and now only 6 remain. Minho gets all fired up, saying, "It was starting to get boring, but now it's time to finish this." The guy asks, "What are you talking about? What do you mean, boring?" At that moment, using just a single leg, Minho launches himself upwards, and the guy gets terrified, wondering how the hell he did that. He starts screaming for help and calling for backup as Minho comes down on the platform like a cannonball, crushing him. And obviously, another participant is eliminated. Just then, Seo gets in front of Minho, while the other guy tells him to wait now, saying they can talk. He quickly lets Minho go, but to his surprise, waiting right behind him was that psycho, Minho, who just tells him to get lost, unless he wants to be the next one eliminated. After the guy runs off, Minho asks Minho, "What the hell are you doing? This is a death match. You should have taken him out." But Miso says that a certain old man ended up putting on a little show for him, and that really affected his popularity, showing his broken arm. And at that moment, Soon gets furious and immediately goes after Miso, telling him to shut up, calling him a piece of shit. But quickly, with his broken arm, Miso blocks the attack and asks if he thinks he can win just because he's injured. And obviously not. But Soon gets really angry and tells him to shut his mouth, calling him a piece of shit. But as the 2 fight, the drones announce that the game is over and tell them to please step away from each other, as he wonders what the hell this is and where that scumbag went. But when he looked to the side, Miso had passed everyone and defeated that guy with the fancy hair. And at that moment, only 4 participants were left. And the director begins to announce that with this, the 4 winners have been decided, being Moonan, Minhyo King, Menon, and Soon Kang. And the assistant gets very excited about this, saying that this was great and they still have a chance. And the arena director begins to speak. And at this moment, they have a list of 20 participants for the selection events. And before they begin, they will give the 16 VIPs a chance to meet with their participant of choice. And the drones begin to announce them, signaling that each one will meet with their VIP. And the drone goes to Soon and says that he has 2 meetings, one in room 16 and another in the recovery room. And Soon wonders, "What do you mean 2?" as the drone asks which one he will choose. While Soon still wonders if he really has to choose something like this. And with his choice made, he went to the recovery room, as analysts help him recover. And the assistant right next to him asks how he knew it was him, but our boy says he didn't. He just chose the option that would help him recover faster, and so an assistant says that he can only buy him 3 hours. And after that, the VIP selection event will begin, but he has his full support to recover for the next 3 hours. And Miss Songyun and he both need him. But what really matters is who is taking care of his relatives, while our boy thinks about his father and asks him to hang in there just a little longer, because he's almost there. And now in the VIP room, the assistant says there are only a few minutes left. So he asks why they can't meet with Soon. But the drone says that Soon Kang gave his 3-hour meeting to someone else, which shocks the assistant, making him really pissed off. But at that moment, the director starts to announce that they will now begin the top 16 selection event, and the real show is about to begin. And now, back in the VIP room, the assistant asks why they can't even talk while he heads to the arena. And the drone says that meetings outside the reserved time are prohibited. And he says this sucks, and asks why the talent scout told him to come and why he didn't come to meet him. But right in front of him, Songyun picks up a star tiara and gets very excited about it, while the assistant wonders where that came from and why she's so happy. And so Songyun says that this is her lucky tiara, leaving her assistant completely lost. And now back at the arena, the director congratulates them on being classified for the top 20 selection event, and everyone is lined up, respectively, in their positions. And at the end are Amanda, Minho, Menon, and Soon. And the director begins to explain that players have the priority to choose a partner to compete with until the end. However, if the VIP refuses the player will have to wait until the next round of selections. And after the 16 teams are formed, the 4 remaining players will be eliminated immediately. And Menon starts saying that low-ranked players like them need to choose the weaker VIPs. And Miso asks, "What do you mean?" And Menon explains that the more powerful the VIP, the more fighters will go to them. And if you get rejected, you won't have much of a chance in the second round. And Miso asks, "What do you mean? And why wouldn't they have a chance in the second round?" And Menon laughs. As always, he says it's quite simple. VIPs hate the idea of picking up other people's trash. And Miso says that's right. So why would the fighters all go for the same VIP? And he asks if it makes any difference who they go with until the end if the money is the same. But Menon laughs and says that, unlike him, most people have their lives on the line when choosing a VIP, right? They not only have a chance to enter high society, but they also get someone powerful backing them with much more than money. And on top of that, they'll want someone who can cover up all the crimes they've committed and will commit in the future. And Miso asks, "What the hell is this?" And so, at a minimum, they have to choose 4 different VIPs. And Miso says he had a meeting with the investment company called GDF, so he thinks he'll talk to them. And Amanda says she chooses the RAN group. And Menon asks, "The RAN group? What do you mean?" That's the second largest company after Rochim. And he asks if being in 8th place is that amazing. So since she chose them, he'll choose the least popular VIP. Next is Songyun from Daikon Foods, surprising Soon. And Menon, smiling, asks who he's going to choose, while he looks very serious. And over in the VIP room, the director says, "Damn it, and who would have thought that Soon would manage to survive?" But his assistant says that when he scanned his body in the recovery room, it showed an absurd recovery and a remarkable increase in muscle density in just 2 hours. And if it's a drug enhancement, maybe he's not as strong as the other ranked players. But as the games progress, maybe he'll become as strong as those who took the drug in the first round. And he's far beyond being an outlier, so he himself doesn't know how strong he might become from now on, because he's a wild card and, of all the other fighters, he is definitely the most unpredictable. But the director gets really angry, not caring about any of it, and says that either way, he can't let Songyun get him, but the assistant says he won't choose her, because he saw his mother's message. And at that moment, the director tells the players to please stand in front of their chosen VIPs, and each of them heads towards their VIP, getting into position. And the son of the Roshim Group, Executive Director K, got the first place fighter, K. And from the Fine Life Group, CEO Do Gyam Park got the second place fighter, Ryan. And staring at Ryan, Miso gets really pissed off and realizes that he's the only boxer left. And he won't have to wait long, because I'm gonna wipe that smile right off his face. And Minho says, "How nice, the first 2 are gone, and they need to go too." And he tells Seonu to choose his. So he heads toward 2 different VIPs, Director Incheon of the Roshin Group and Seong Guion of D.com Entertainment. But he walks towards the director, while the assistant next to him gets angry, because he's not going to choose them. The director starts laughing, telling him to come over, and that he'll finally get to see the look on Seong Guiyon's defeated face. And as soon as he steps in front of the director, he gets very serious and lets out a sigh, while saying that his mother makes disgusting soup. Then he just tells them to go to hell, flipping them both off, which makes them furious. And Guion is overjoyed, saying that he recognized her then. And our boy's choice was D.com Entertainment with Seong Guion, joining Seonu Kang, the 20th ranked street fighter. At that moment, the scene flashes back to the past, with Seong Gui-yeon talking to an old woman and asking what that was, while this woman, who is Seonu's mother, says that it's a memento of theirs. And then someone asks if a tough guy like him would really have a trinket like that, which is a headband and is actually really cute. Meanwhile, his mother goes on to say that on his 6th birthday, they went to an amusement park for the first and last time, and she asks him, "What do you mean, the last time?" And his mother says that they were always on the run from loan sharks. So they were too scared to just wander around and had to be careful with everything, so they always avoided anything that would draw attention. But her little Seonu chose the brightest, most eye-catching headband and insisted they wear it together, and she couldn't say no to her dear son, knowing that this might be their last visit to the park. And back then, they weren't just running from loan sharks. Her health was also getting worse and worse. And she got so nervous wearing it that she ended up letting go of his hand in the crowd. And when she realized what had happened, she panicked immediately. However, her son found her. Because of that headband, that's how he recognized her. He always kept it with him. And even now, that headband must put him at ease. And back in the present, our boy faces Seong Gui-yeon and notices the headband on her head. And he just stares at that headband, remembering his mother. And at that moment, the two are linked, and the choice is complete. Minho gets a little annoyed and says that he had chosen her first, but he'll be the bigger man and leave him alone. And he faces Minho and says he bets he has someone in mind too. And Minho gets very serious and thinks that yes, he's almost there. And he remembers what that mysterious guy told him, that he would tell him a bit about the VIP he should meet. He's the arch enemy of In Seol-go, the president of CT Bio, a pharmaceutical company that hired Ryan, the guy he plans to get revenge on. If there's anyone willing to help him, it must be him, because by defeating Ryan, he'll give him anything he wants, whether he wins the tournament or not. But Minho is a bit confused and asks why he would go that far. And that guy says that his daughter became a victim of an extremely addictive painkiller made by CT Bio and is suffering from addiction. And so, this guy arranged a meeting for Minho with this president. And the man with the mustache says, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I think we'll be great partners." And Kang was linked with GDF, the country's largest investment firm, and its CEO, Jason. And in another VIP room, an assistant tells his boss that it's just as expected. It seems the #1 fighter, Kang, has joined director In-kyeon of the Roshin Group. And that little brat is a bastard. Just look at him smiling like that. And that kid is part of the second largest corporation in the country, the Daehan Group. And he's Mr. Jong Aeon. And an assistant asks him if he really wants to choose that female fighter. He might have seemed a bit weird in his approach, but the long-haired guy says that's nonsense, and that he just expressed his admiration for her and her master-level capoeira. And she was linked to the CEO of the Daehan Group. And so, Minho, over in the corner, says that he's the only one left. But well, since he's not very popular, he needs to choose a VIP that the others won't pick or even look at. But it won't be good for someone like him to choose one that's already taken. And that one over there looks good, the one from Sky on TV, Say Wong. And so he steps on his platform and says that's just how it is. Who would be interested in a TV executive next to the CEOs of giant companies? But as soon as he steps on the platform, he starts laughing and says it's brilliant. But to his surprise, there are two brutes right behind him. While they ask what he's doing there, it turns out he's going to have to draw attention after all. And Minho simply jumps off the platform and goes upside down as he strikes this pose in front of his VIP. And Minho wonders if he really thinks this could work. But to his shock, that TV VIP gets very emotional, saying that this is wonderful. He asks if his name is Minho and says he really liked him. But the assistant next to him tells his master that now is not the time to be looking for new comedians. But the director asks who cares about that and says that he's already decided. He's going with this Minho. And so, Minho and the TV king, Se Wang, were linked. And that man on the other side stares at Seonu and tells him not to forget that he was the one who let him have that woman, while Seonu asks what he's talking about. And now in the director's room, he just watches everyone looking so happy. And everything is going exactly the way Seong Gui-yeon wants. But his assistant tells him not to worry, because none of this matters. After all, he was just waiting for Seong Gui-yeon to pair up with a really weak fighter to throw Seonu away. And the director says, "So you're saying the fighter we got is that strong?" But then he tells the assistant to forget it, because he's more curious about how he got him to join them. And the assistant says he only had to say one thing, that they would finish Seonu together. And obviously, he's talking about that psychopath who was already staring down our boy, making Seonu very nervous. And his assistant says that with that, they finally managed to convince Minsu, and all he had to do was use Seonu as bait. And the director then asks if he contacted Seonu. His assistant says he didn't originally plan to, but while looking through Minsu's files, he found Seonu's name and realized Minsu was after him, so it was just a welcome opportunity. He just happened to discover Minsu's potential beforehand. from everyone else, but the ward director himself brought him in, so it was impossible for him to get a meeting with him unless he personally picked you. And it turned out they had the key to him all along, and he asks the director if that isn't incredible, and the director gets really nervous and says that yes, it really is. And the assistant confidently tells him to just wait and see, because he's going to become as strong as the top 5 fighters. And after that, the director announces that all the VIPs have been selected, and the 4 participants without VIPs have been immediately eliminated. And now, the remaining 16 will participate in the round of 16. After announcing the VIP and fighter pairings, the director says that all players must now wait with their respective VIPs for the round of 16 matches. And the assistant tells Song that it looks like they're finally going to meet Seo after everything they've been through. And he's feeling a bit awkward now, just imagining being in a room with that quiet, serious guy. And just then, our boy opens the door and stares them both down. He walks straight towards the girl, who says that it looks like he's finally recovered and his body is at 100%. But to everyone's surprise, our boy grabs her and asks, but she cuts him off and asks if he wants to thank her. He says yes, and that he's very sorry, but asks if she could. But she cuts him off again and tells him not to worry, since they're safe in one of her private properties. And besides, he doesn't need to thank her, because she's just investing in a strong fighter capable of winning the tournament for her. And at that moment, the assistant gets really nervous about this and asks if he could please let her go. And our boy realizes what a stupid thing he just did and apologizes to her. He just got excited when he saw his mother's tiara. But just then, a beep sounds, and the ward director says they're about to announce the next matches. The matchups are Lef, ranked 4th, against MK, the 14th. Next up is Ryan, ranked 2nd, against Michael, ranked 10th. After that, it's Taran Ma, ranked 5th, against the 7th-ranked Amanda Croach. Right after that, Menon, ranked 15th, against Yongo, the 8th, and then Khan, ranked 1st, against the 12th, Ricardo. Following that, Minson, ranked 17th, against Python, the 9th, and then K, the 11th, against Lone, the 6th, and finally, Gingo, ranked 3rd, against Sei Kang, ranked 16th. And seeing the matchups, the assistant gets really worried and says that he's already up against number 3. This match is going to be extremely difficult, but the girl says that if they want to win, they have to carefully manage Seong's recovery and injuries. But facing someone like Gingo is going to be really tough, since every single one of his hits has an insane amount of power. But the assistant, who's really nervous, asks Seong why he's so calm and isn't saying anything. And this girl says, just look how confident he must be right now. That's exactly why I invested in him. And at that moment, the ward director begins to announce that the match orders are random. And the first match will be the number 1 ranked Can against the 12th, and both will be using the strength drug. The assistant says that they're finally going to see the Gurkha mercenary fight, and for him to win, the two of them will eventually have to face each other. So he'd better pay close attention and not miss a single detail. And Gion asks about the Gurkha mercenary, wondering if he's really as terrifying as they say. And the assistant says that his mercenary group is known as the best of the best. Among the top 3 mercenary groups in the world, born and raised in the highest mountains, their cardiovascular endurance is way above average. On top of that, their stamina is incredible from constantly running through rough terrain, and they're so renowned they've become one of Nepal's biggest exports and a major tourist attraction. And Seo Gion says that, so he was already stronger than the others even before the drug. And with it, he's now become a true monster. But the assistant tells her to look at his face, and even after seeing a monster, he looks completely calm, as if his victory is already guaranteed. And Gion gets really excited and says, of course, because he is her fighter, while he doesn't respond. And the assistant says that anyway, even among the Gurkha mercenaries, that guy is really famous, on top of being the former champion. And at that moment, that brute enters the arena against the 12th-ranked Ricardo, a jiu-jitsu master. His VIP is Sean from the Ona Corporation, and this skinny guy starts saying that people have probably already written his Ricardo off. And the long-haired guy says that, however, he's about to surprise everyone. And Can has taken a lot of damage on his climb to the number 1 spot. He's not in his prime anymore. Ricardo, on the other hand, is fresh as a daisy, since all of his opponents lost their arms and legs fighting him head-on. And just then, the ward director announces that before the match begins, they'll have the 2nd round of doping. And seeing the drug right in front of him, Ricardo gets really excited, saying that now he wants to see just how strong he'll get after taking this drug. And without a second thought, he injects the drug into himself, and his body begins to react. For a moment, his body becomes unstable, and he starts screaming in rage, but a second later, he stabilizes. And the drone announces that Ricardo has successfully administered the drug, a speed drug. And Ricardo gets a happy look on his face, saying that so, besides being super strong, he's now ultra fast and completely invincible. He charges at Can at high speed, while Can, looking thrilled, yells for him to bring it on, because he loves a good fight. And so, the instant Can throws a punch, that kid is faster and appears right at his side, grabbing his arm in a jujitsu hold. And his VIPs start getting excited, yelling for him to get him. Meanwhile, Ricardo gets even more hyped, saying that his rank doesn't matter. And now that I've got you, you're totally screwed. He forces his arm to the breaking point, that gigantic arm. Meanwhile, his VIP is ecstatic about it. And euphoric, he shouts that he destroyed Can's arm and that he's won. He defeated the Rossum group and he is the grand winner. But to Ricardo's surprise, Can's body is twisted, but he still hasn't fallen, and they wonder why he hasn't passed out and what the hell kind of man he is. And at that moment, as he lifts his head to face him, he doesn't understand why his arm is recovering and why it's going back to normal, even though he's squeezing it with all his might. That's not possible, but the smiling Can lifts his arm with Ricardo trapped on it. He wonders what the hell this is, and he's getting pissed, so he needs to get away and calm down. But to his surprise, at that moment, Can quickly grabs him by the neck. Preventing him from escaping, he pins his legs with his other arm. He starts choking Ricardo while forcefully slamming him into the ground, causing his head to be crushed against the platform in a huge explosion. And Sunu and his VIP get really nervous watching this scene, while Minho himself wonders what the hell this is and how he can be so powerful. And even Amanda gets nervous seeing that. And that smiling psycho only gets more excited, and even a confident and arrogant Insuk is surprised by it. At that moment, the entire arena falls silent, staring at the scene. But Sean breaks the silence and asks how he took so many hits and how he can still do something like that. But Khan then says that he wasn't actually taking a beating. He was just ignoring insignificant ants so he could strike back with full force. And that is the strength of Can, the monster in first place. Just then, the drone approaches and announces that the winner of the round is Can. And so, Can advanced to the quarterfinals, still in first place. Then, the war director appears again and says that this first match must have given everyone a taste of what they can expect in the second doping round. And now that they've seen the results, they will administer the second round to all remaining fighters. In each VIP room, a pistol with the drug was delivered, and Minho stares at it. Amanda also stares at the drug, and Minho, the psychopath, wants to take it immediately. But in Songyeon's VIP room, our boy refuses, saying he won't use it. After he leaves, Songyeon says it wouldn't have any effect on him anyway. So it doesn't matter, since he's just like them, even without the drug. And she asks what she means. What is she talking about? But to everyone's surprise, at that moment, a scream is heard. And that scream was a commotion in one of the VIP rooms. And that room was Minho's, because he had just taken the second drug. As his body stabilizes, the drone looks at him and says that player Minho King has received the strength drug. His VIP gets really excited, saying this is great. Super speed and super strength is a perfect combination. And so, the ward director begins to announce that the second doping round is complete, and they will proceed with the next match. And the next match will be between the African beast Mikhail and the number 2 in the rankings, Ryan, the monster. The moment Minho hears that name, he gets really tense. While his VIP says that all those bastards should die, he knows he needs to be calm and analyze this match carefully, because Ryan received multiple muscle-enhancing drugs even before entering the combat ward. And it's said that he used so many drugs that his brain was affected, turning him into a fighting zombie. And the sensory drug he used enhanced his ability to detect enemies. But because of the side effects of the previous drugs, he doesn't feel pain, which makes it impossible to affect his senses. However, he asks Minho if he has ever faced an opponent with enhanced senses, and Minho says yes, and his assistant beside him tells his master that things will be completely different this time. And the VIP asks why he says that. And the assistant says that the fighter he faced was still getting used to his senses, but Ryan has had enough time to adjust. But the old man says that, even so, Minho's speed is so fast that it might be possible to confuse Ryan's senses. And he asks, by the way, what his second drug was. The assistant starts looking for the information, but he begins to stutter and says that Ryan used a speed drug, surprising everyone, especially Minho, who gets even more pissed off, looking down at that brute who's in second place. And those two drugs were the sensory drug and the speed drug. And so Ryan faces his opponent, who is ranked 10th, Mikhail Dumby, who took a strength drug and a speed drug. But Ryan, who looks like a demon, asks what kind of rag that is in his hand. He's gathering all his strength in his right fist, and it's so obvious he doesn't even need his senses to see it. At that moment, the drone announces that the fight between Mikhail and Ryan is about to begin. On the other side, Mikhail starts thinking that his only choice is to win. He has to win to save his little daughter. He has no other choice, and he already gets into his stance. Meanwhile, Ryan starts saying that he's very curious to see his speed with this new drug, so he wants to test it out. He rushes towards him at high speed, preparing to punch him, but Mikhail manages to block his attack, leaving Ryan surprised. And from what he can see, he's gotten a little faster. He positioned his body in a way that all his vital points are protected, and he's using his left hand to defend against his attacks. So he says, "All right, let's see how fast that hand of yours is." And he starts punching him from several different directions. As he thinks, it seems like his left hand can only defend. And what happens if I break it? But to his surprise, Mikhail quickly jabs a finger in his eye, tearing it. And back in the room, his VIP gets very excited, saying that Mikhail is great and that he hit Ryan's eyes. This guy is the CEO of the Signiel Hotel, Mr. O. But his assistant beside him says that in Dumby, blinding an opponent's eyes is a common defensive tactic. But the boss gets nervous right away, tells him to wait, and says that something's wrong, while the assistant asks what he means. And at that moment, when they both realize it, Mikhail hadn't managed to pierce Ryan's eyes. He hit him right on the forehead, which actually broke 2 of his fingers. Meanwhile, an excited Ryan asks if he really thought he wouldn't see that coming, but Mikhail gets pissed, says it's not over yet, and prepares to attack him with his strongest fist. And so, with an immense punch, he hits Ryan's head. And that massive punch reverberates throughout the entire arena. But to Mikhail's shock, Ryan starts to say that he sacrificed 2 fingers to block his vision. But look what happened. He still managed to dodge with his body completely twisted, looking like something out of a horror movie. And at that moment, he seizes the opening and jabs 2 fingers into Mikhail's eyes, slashing them both. He starts screaming in pain as Ryan begins to see all his vital points, and he just laughs at it, saying that he's full of openings. He's a complete idiot. He starts punching him in all his vital spots, and Mickey's body is completely destroyed. Meanwhile, he thinks, no, I can't lose. I have to save my daughter and get out of here alive. And up in the VIP room, Seonwoo starts screaming, no, this can't be happening. But just then, Mickey is thrown to the other side of the arena as his drone flies over to him and announces that Mickey is unable to continue. And so, participant Ryan has advanced to the quarterfinals, while the Psycho is overjoyed with the result. And in another VIP room, M thinks that it's insane. He could never land a blow like that, especially not that terrifyingly, and he probably would have lost his eyes on the very first attack. So that just proves this guy is a complete monster. But he has to beat him. No matter the cost, he has to do it. And after their fight, the wing director announces that the next round will begin, and it's a long-awaited match. The fight between the 3rd-ranked Gion Go and the 16th-ranked Seon Woo-kang. And the drugs Gion Go took were the elasticity drug and the strength drug, while our boy hasn't taken any drugs at all. And in the VIP room, Gion says he was hoping he wouldn't be matched against someone who took a strength drug, but it looks like he won't be able to finish this without getting hurt. And the assistant says that most of the fighters who made it to the top 16 have taken at least 1 strength drug. But she asks him the difference between combat taekwondo and the regular kind. And the assistant explains that combat taekwondo uses the same skill set as the regular version. And she asks, what do you mean? Then why is it called combat taekwondo? And the assistant begins to explain that taekwondo, by itself, is a lethal martial art made for real combat. It has already gone through several changes for competitions like the Olympics to make it safe and compatible with the points system. Many techniques had to be removed, so combat taekwondo is its original form, where all the dangerous techniques are used, which is basically the complete set. And now, in the arena, Gion Go, ranked 3rd, the master of combat taekwondo, stands before our boy Seonwoo. Meanwhile, he thinks that if he can defeat the 3rd-ranked fighter, he could become one of the top contenders. And at that moment, the wing director begins to announce that they will proceed with the 3rd match of the round of 16. They will now begin the fight between Gion Go and Seon Woo-kang. As our boy stares him down, he thinks to himself that since he's a taekwondo specialist, it'll be better to take him to the ground. He lunges at him, getting excited and thinking he's got him. But to our boy's surprise, Gion Go is faster and manages to dodge his attack, then does a massive spin and lands a kick right on his head. And even though he's in a lot of pain, our boy just thinks that he has to wake up. And just like that, he snaps out of it and grabs his leg. But what he didn't expect was for this psycho to get momentum and hit our boy in the head with his other leg. And up in the VIP room, Segion gets really nervous, saying, no, he can't go down like this. And with his tremendous willpower, our boy forces himself to stay awake and says, it's not over yet. He plants his arm on the ground to get some leverage, and after Seonwoo manages to steady himself, he throws a kick at Go, but it's quickly blocked. But Go wonders how he's managing to counter his strikes with 2 more direct hits. But for a moment, the attack stops as he wonders if he's going to strike again, and that's exactly what happens. Our boy forces his leg against his arm, and using the momentum from that push, he does a backflip, landing perfectly on his feet. Meanwhile, His opponent thinks that with that kind of strength, he's definitely among the top 10 fighters here. How could a simple high schooler have so much strength? But Seonwoo, on the other hand, just feels his head ringing badly, knowing another blow would be very dangerous for him. And if he has to throw himself at that guy again, he's just going to get beaten up. So he needs to find a way to attack his legs. But Taekwondo doesn't normally allow low kicks, and on his next strike, he's going to aim for his lower body. There's no way he'll be able to counter that. So, prepared and with his body ready, he rushes towards him. Meanwhile, Go thinks, looks like he decided to attack first after getting a taste of my kick. But to his surprise, he sees 3 different Seonwas and wonders, what the hell is this? Meanwhile, his VIP up above doesn't understand how he's holding his own against the third best fighter here. But his assistant says that the best fighters don't go all out from the start. They save their energy for the final rounds. And they normally only use as much strength as is necessary to defeat their opponents. But this guy is tougher than he imagined. And now, down in the fight, Go asks if he really thinks he can defeat him, but he's sorry to say he hasn't even used his full strength yet. Then he quickly throws a high kick at him, but to his surprise, Seonwoo manages to dodge by ducking. And as he moves, he thinks, all right, now for the shin kick. Preparing to kick him in the shin. But Go quickly dodges downward, using the momentum to kick Seonwoo's shin himself, instead of the other way around. And his VIP is thrilled, saying that was monstrous and she didn't know Taekwondo had moves like that. But the assistant says it's called a leg sweep, and the VIP asks, what do you mean? And the assistant explains that it's not seen in competitions since it's a banned move, but it's basically a stronger, more leg-focused version of the famous spinning kick. And back in the fight, our boy pushes himself up from the floor, realizing his leg is seriously screwed up. If he hadn't thrown himself to the ground, his ankle would have been destroyed. And up above, his VIP gets very worried, wondering if it's really impossible to beat him. And this super annoying guy says that the fluid transitions and multiple spinning kicks of Taekwondo are as unpredictable and hard to deal with as capoeira. When you have an opponent that's skilled, it's hard to predict their moves. And the girl asks if he has any weaknesses. And he says that since Taekwondo uses a lot of energy in all its strikes, the attacker usually runs out of stamina pretty quickly. However, Guango's muscles have flexibility, strength, and a tremendous reaction time due to the elasticity drug, so that doesn't apply to him, which is totally broken. And back to the fight, Guango faces our boy and says he'd better give up now, since he has no chance of winning. And from this moment on, he's going to start using his full power. Siono stares at him and thinks that this sucks. He doesn't know what to do to defeat him. He already sees Guango in front of him preparing for a high kick, but he quickly dodges the blow, and with the tremendous force of his kick, that guy simply cracks the floor of the arena, which is completely absurd. And Siono thinks he's so screwed now. He couldn't dodge properly, even knowing where the attack was coming from. And he's a little dazed, as he doesn't know where the kicks will come from. But another kick quickly hits his head as Guango takes a huge leap, and Siono realizes he's losing consciousness, so he needs to wake up fast, because he needs to grab his legs. So, he quickly grabs Guango's leg, but Guango basically propels himself on the wind, I think. With his other leg, he lands a very strong kick right in Siono's face, sending him flying to the other side of the arena as he realizes that even that didn't work. And his vision is getting blurry, and he's losing consciousness. But on the other side, Guango is in shock, wondering how he's still conscious after that blow. So he needs to end this quickly, because it's getting a little dangerous. And so he pushes off the ground, creating a crater just to use that momentum to finish Siono, as he shouts that this is his end, delivering a flying kick to his stomach, while Siono's own skeleton feels that immense pain. And for a second, his consciousness tells him he's going to die, and his heart starts to beat very, very fast. But before losing consciousness, he remembers something, that he always ran away when he felt like this. It's as if he were being torn to pieces, but he can't escape this specific situation, which is very bizarre, because apparently he's a masochist and likes to get beaten up. And out of absolutely nowhere, his consciousness, his brain, simply cracks and creates several branches. And he starts to remember his purpose, that he came here to save his parents, but it will all be useless if he dies now. Then all those fragments of his mind begin to merge into one again, while his subconscious warns him that this is the only way. So, without a second thought, even on the verge of death, his body and brain force themselves to charge at Guango at an abnormal speed. And with a monstrous punch, he hits Guango right in the chest, making him spit blood and his eyes go wide, getting thrown to the other side of the arena while our boy stops in his attack pose. And incredibly, Guango still hasn't gone down. And on the other side, he saw our boy looking like a monster, exuding a murderous aura. And he really felt that blow and wonders what kind of monstrous strength this is all of a sudden, but he has no choice. He's gonna have to kill him, and that's the only way. But to his surprise, Kang Siono is right in front of him, charging up a powerful punch, and Guanggo, with his hand outstretched, tells Siono to die now, trying to rip his head off. But to everyone's shock, that blood didn't come from Siono, but from Guanggo's hand, which was bitten by the subconscious, abnormal, and crazy psychopath Siono. And Guanggo, feeling a lot of pain in his hand, tells him to die now, you damn monster, landing an immense kick to his face. But Siono just keeps laughing as if it were nothing and he wasn't getting hit. I'm telling you, this guy is a total masochist, man. And then, without a second thought, he kicks Guanggo in the stomach. And then the sinister exchange of blows begins between Kang Siono and Guanggo, with one hitting the other in the face and stomach. And at the end of this exchange, our boy lands a flying kick on him, sending him to the other side of the arena. Meanwhile, up there, that really annoying guy is very surprised by the third-ranked status. But Guanggo hasn't lost yet. He gets up again as he realizes there's something wrong with this kid. He's stronger than the other monsters he's faced here. While Kang Siono looks like a psycho monster, he gets worried, thinking that he can't afford to save his strength for the next round. So he needs to go all out from now on. And he pushes his foot off the ground, creating another crater, and flies towards Siono, thinking this will be his last kick. While Siono, right in front of him, says very excitedly and smilingly that he's coming for him. He already charges at him with a punch. As Guanggo thinks that now he'll have to kill him, the two of them start screaming to power up their attacks. And as Guanggo lands a kick on Siono, Siono punches him in the face, and Guanggo, taking a punch, just wonders how the hell he lost to a kid. Meanwhile, on the other side, Siono just smiles at him as if it were nothing, and Guanggo is losing consciousness. He just sees our boy grabbing his head while saying with his empty eyes that he's the third-ranked fighter and is in third place in the ranking. But Kang Siono, looking down on him, very confident and arrogant, asks, "So what? So what if you're in third place? I'm gonna beat you all the same," already delivering a huge headbutt to his head, making his skull crack and sending him crashing into the arena floor. Meanwhile, up in the VIP room, the girl is instantly in shock and the guy gets really excited, not believing what he's seeing. And in another room, this so-called old friend of Siono's gets very worried about the fight, finding it very strange. And that first-ranked fighter found this very exciting and looks at Siono with interest. Now, in the middle of the arena, the drones approach while our boy continues to exude this demonic aura. And Guanggo's VIP says that this is impossible and how could he lose? But the drones approach and say that the fighter advancing to the quarterfinals is Kang Siono. But at that moment, his aura completely dissipates and his head starts to hurt. And in the VIP room, the annoying guy celebrates big time while the girl gets really excited, saying that he's finally proven himself and now they can relax. And now, in a closed room observing everything from afar, that doctor from before says that it was just for an instant, but his stats skyrocketed and his numbers were close to their goal. And this mysterious masked man says that the way he reacts and the way he moves seems very familiar. And the doctor asks, "What do you mean? What is he talking about?" And the masked man says that he reminds him of the first successful transformant, Kang Run Choi. And now the doctor asks if there's a reason he's so strong, even without the drugs, and that it must have something to do with him. And the masked man looks happy and excited, saying he was wondering where Kun had been hiding all this time, but it seems he changed his last name and even had a son. And he orders that doctor to double the search team. But no, actually, he orders all personnel to get involved, as this is of the utmost importance. And now in another location, in a house in the middle of the mountains, Kang-san's mother watches her husband, completely covered in bandages, breathing through a machine. And she, very sadly, says she knows this isn't what they were hoping for. They didn't want to find out, at least not about their son. And, trembling, she says she's so sorry. In the end, they got them, and she thought they could protect him, but it seems she's only been a burden to him. And, calling him dear, she just begs for him to please wake up. But there's something she didn't notice while she was so sadly crying for him. He moved his finger and is apparently regaining his consciousness little by little. And now, back in the combat ward's recovery room, Seo Yoon, now awake, realizes he lost control again. He survived because of it, but if it had lasted just one more second, he really would have gone crazy. And he wonders if he can last until the end of the tournament. But then, the girl appears right above him and asks if he felt like he was completely losing control, which really surprises Seo Yoon, who immediately asks how she knows that. And she says that her mother told her everything and that it was the only way to save him. And Seo Yoon asks, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" And the girl says her mother told her because his father ran away from this place for the same reason, which deeply shocks our boy, who gets agitated by what she said and asks again what this girl is talking about. And she just says that she doesn't know everything, but her mother told her that he used to lose control when he was younger. And so she wanted to tell him this when the time was right to tell him how to survive by using this rage, which greatly surprises our boy. And she continues, saying that when his father was a test subject here in the combat ward, the place was still new. And back then, unlike now, they only brought in healthy people for body enhancement experiments, and most of them died from the side effects. However, there were 3 survivors, and 2 of them were his parents. And our boy wonders if she's really talking about his mother, and how his mother could have ever come to a place like this. But the girl continues, saying that his mother showed great results at first, but the side effects got worse over time. On the other hand, his father had extraordinary strength, on top of an insanely powerful healing ability. So this caught the attention of several members of high society, and they began to develop various drugs based on his father's DNA. And that's how today's drugs were created. But soon after, his father started to lose control. His body grew stronger and stronger, but it was as if he were losing his own sanity. And it got to the point where he completely lost control and almost killed everyone inside. And that's why he decided to leave this place forever. But security was also getting tighter, so he had to trick them by showing good results, all while waiting for the right chance. He trained to maintain control even at the peak of his rage, and eventually, he mastered that power to escape with his mother. And later, the Combat Ward's 2 greatest successes had a son who is basically you, Seo Yoon, leaving our hero completely shocked. And she continues, saying that when his father noticed your transformation, and that it had been passed down from father to son, he did everything to stop you from fighting, fearing that the Combat Ward would find you. Then our boy looks down, realizing that's why he was so strict about drugs and fighting. Then she asks if he remembers the message his father sent him on the day of the accident. Seo Yoon doesn't really remember, and the girl says that his mother believes he wanted to teach you how to control yourself, since he probably realized he couldn't hide you from the ward anymore. And hearing this, Seo Yoon is very confused. But the girl says they also talked about how to maintain control, and she says he shouldn't fear his rage, which surprises Seo Yoon. She says that when you start to feel the excitement and the adrenaline starts pumping, you need to hold yourself back, even if you have to bite your own hand. And she says that when you no longer fear the transformation, it should be controllable. And Seo Yoon, gritting his teeth, just says, "Damn it." He asks if she really means that his father went through all this while he was still young. But the girl says confidently that now he has no other way of getting out of here, except to unleash his rage and win. After all, it's impossible to escape this huge organization, which is backed by powerful politicians and CEOs. And her mother also mentioned something else very important. Seo Yoon asks what it was, and she said that his mother told him to figure out a way to unleash his rage whenever he wanted. And his father used to control that rage by striking his heart with his eyes closed. But she doesn't know if it will work for him. And Seo Yoon gets up, faces the girl, and starts to sigh, while she, confused, asks what he's going to do now. And our boy says there's only one way to find out, but she's very surprised and tells him to wait a moment because his body isn't ready for another rage. But he pays her no mind and tries to activate it again. And now, back in the VIP room, but without the girl, just the bald guy, he watches other opponents fight. But he's shocked by what he's seeing, wondering what the hell he just saw. A circular mark from the fight with a crack in the middle. And right in the center of this circle is Lan, a kung fu champion ranked 6th. And the bald guy gets really excited, saying that all these monsters are getting stronger and stronger. But at that moment, the VIP girl enters the room, and the bald guy asks if she's back already and if she's okay, but she just asks him how things are going. And the assistant says that the kung fu fighter, Lan, just won his match, and that he's completely off the charts. But his movements are complex, enhanced by drugs, and he looks like something out of a martial arts movie. And he also mentions that Miso made it to the top 8 too, and with each round, he gets more and more overwhelming, and all his opponents seem insignificant and end up riddled with holes. So, he can't imagine Seonu defeating any of these opponents in the top 8. And by the way, he asks how Seonu's practice with his fury went. And from what he knows, his mom says that mastering his fury would unlock an even greater power. And the girl says that, about that, he hit his own chest to try and trigger his fury and ended up passing out. This really surprises KCA, who asks what she means, but she says the doctor said he just fell back asleep. The bald guy gets really nervous and says that this means the fury really takes a huge toll on his body. And she says yes, but now all they can do is wait for the next round to find out if he can use his fury to his advantage. And now, on the big screen, the mysterious man appears, announcing that for the next round, they have Lif, currently ranked 4th, against Myeon King. And in the arena, the 2 of them face off. And one of the VIPs is Jason, the CEO of the apparel company EDF. And the second is Michael Lee, the CEO of the military company Peon. And Michael says that luck is on their side, getting to face a kid like this today. And they need to make sure Lif wins this time. That way, he can use his body as a prototype to kickstart the human weapons business. But on the other side, in another VIP room, Myeon King's the VIP asks his assistant what exactly the system that Lif uses in combat is. And the assistant says it's a unique martial art from Russia. And the VIP asks, "What do you mean, unique?" And the assistant says that it's kind of similar to Western martial arts, but it also uses Chinese martial movements like Tai Chi. And the guy with the mustache gets very confused, and he asks how a Russian martial art can be mixed with Chinese movements. And the assistant says that, according to rumors, scientists and physiologists from a national organization analyzed Chinese martial arts and incorporated the results with Western martial arts to create the so-called system. And the mustached guy says that even though he doesn't really get what the hell this is, it looks like Mion will have to adapt very quickly. And if he gets injured this round, it'll be almost impossible to win the next one. And the close-up in the arena returns to the two of them facing off, while Lif basically looks like a human robot. But Mion gives him a serious look and notices that he seems completely relaxed, as if he's about to fall asleep. And he wonders if he's underestimating him, but this guy's endurance has been enhanced by that drug, and if he takes too long to finish the fight, it'll be very difficult to win. So he has no other choice, he needs to end this with a knockout. And maybe he's among the top 5 here, but I'm the fastest person in the entire wing. So I really want to see if he can dodge this. And from 1 millisecond to the next, he appears in front of Lif, ready to punch him. But when Lif tried to grab him, he dodged, appearing right in front of him, lined up to punch his face. But Lif saw his punch coming and basically dodged it like it was nothing. While Mion wonders how the hell he missed that punch, Lif has the faster reaction and slams into him. He wonders what the hell that was, but manages to brace himself on the ground and stay conscious, thinking, damn it, this guy is so weird. He wonders if he dodged by coincidence or something. Or maybe he just hasn't gotten used to my speed yet. To find out, I need to try this again. And once more, he rushes at Lif at high speed. And right in front of his opponent, Lif easily dodges the blow while trying another elbow strike on him, but Mion yells, "Do you really think I'd fall for that again?" Already appearing behind him. But once again, Lif dodges and lands a powerful punch to Mion's heart, making his consciousness waver. And up in the room, his VIP just wonders how the hell he can keep up with Mion's monstrous speed. But even after taking that hit, Mion still hasn't gone down. He's bracing himself on the floor, thinking about what he should do now. But after thinking for a bit, he lets out a confident little smirk, while Lif wonders what that was all about and if he's trying to bluff or something. And for the first time in the entire fight, Lif opens his mouth and says, "Smirking isn't going to close the gap in our skills." And he sees Mion rushing at him again. Just like before, he thinks, looks like he hasn't learned a thing. Then he quickly dodges the blow and gets ready to punch him again. But Mion turns his head, dodging with his body ready to punch, while saying, "I knew it. He can't recover his speed. He was just sliding when he dodged." And Lif realizes, damn it, he's not going to be able to stop the dodge and just takes a punch to his chin, the immense blow even cracking his skull. And with a powerful punch, Mion sends Lif flying. His VIP starts yelling, "What a marvelous punch, he's a great fighter." But his assistant kills the vibe, saying she doesn't think it's over yet. And the mustached guy asks, "What do you mean it's not over?" But when he looks, Lif is back on his feet, right in front of Mion. And Mion apologizes, saying he won't waste any more time, and simply walks over to Lif. And with a simple touch, Lif falls to the ground, unconscious. And Michael, up above, starts screaming that it's impossible and that he can't believe what he's seeing. But right above him, the drone starts to scan Lif and confirms that the fighter is unable to continue. So for this round, the winner is Mion King, advancing to the top 8. And with that, the mustached guy gets very excited, saying he knew he was the right choice. And the assistant also says she believes Mion is ready to face Ryan. Meanwhile, in another room, Ryan, who looks like a complete monster, just stares at Mion excitedly, while Mion himself just grits his teeth, thinking about that psychopath. And now in another VIP room, the one belonging to the country's second largest corporation, the Han Group, with CEO Han Juyeon. And he asks his assistant if it's his turn now, but the assistant says he looks a little happy. CEO Han gets flustered by this and tries to play it cool. Very nervously, he says that he has to admit it, he kind of likes women with a fierce personality, but it's not like he likes Amanda Croach or anything. And he'd better understand that. But the assistant, who's very perceptive, apologizes and asks if he really likes her, but he gets nervous and says no, then starts shouting that it doesn't matter right now and that they need to worry about other things. While the assistant asks why he's so nervous, and after he calms down a bit, he says very seriously that she needs to live up to her title in this match. And the assistant says, "Are you talking about the 10-second knockout? That would be very difficult. Your opponent is currently ranked 5th and is a former assassin. He's also received 2 strength-enhancing drugs, and a single blow from him could end up killing her. And now, the two are face-to-face in the middle of this destroyed arena. And this mysterious figure appears on the big screen, announcing that the match between the 5th and 7th ranked fighters, Tyron Mar and Amanda Croach, will now begin. And Tyron, standing in front of Amanda, says he wants to start by apologizing in advance. And Amanda asks, For what? And he tells her that the only way he knows how to win is by killing his opponent. But Amanda just sighs, and Cabalodia asks why she just sighed. And Amanda asks if by any chance he's asking her to teach him how to win. And Tyron gets furious, asking what she means and if she didn't hear what he said. And he says he'd like to see her keep talking all that crap after he rips her throat open, already lunging to grab her head. But he notices something strange. He didn't grab her head. It was basically an afterimage. And by the time he realizes what just happened, Amanda is already by his side, landing a capoeira kick on his hand, blocking his attack. And he starts screaming that he can't feel his hand. But it doesn't matter. His specialty has always been kicks. He gets ready to kick her. But, to his surprise, he loses his footing to her leg sweep, and as he's falling, she supports herself on a single arm. And then, with both her feet, she presses him against the arena floor, making him lose consciousness while she asks if he's really going to lose. And in fact, he lost in just 10 fucking seconds. So, another fight won by Amanda in 10 seconds. But the little guy, who isn't dead yet, asks if he really lost, and Amanda says that to beat your opponent, you just have to be stronger than them. And right above her, the mysterious figure on the big screen announces that Amanda Croach advances to the top 8. And back in the VIP room, Cabalodia gets really excited, saying his little love was amazing. Meanwhile, the assistant wonders, where's that act from before? He's completely given himself away now. And again, in another VIP room, the maniac Menon wonders if it's his turn now. Looks like he won't be able to hide anymore. So he's going to have to show a little bit of his strength. And so, the mysterious masked man announces that this round will be between the Taekwondo master, Yonggo, and Menon, who are ranked 8th and 15th, respectively. And now, the old man Yonggo is standing in front of Menon, and his VIP up there says it's an honor to see Master Go in such a healthy state, introducing himself as the CEO of Petroleum Corp, J. Lore. And his assistant says, who would have imagined that this legend who lost his legs in a car accident would be standing in this arena? This place is truly incredible, and the VIP wonders if he has finally repaid him for saving him from that accident, or if he's brought him straight to hell, and he'll have his answer very soon. And in another VIP room, for Skyong TV, CEO Moonok Wang, who by the way is styled like Don Flamingo, asks his assistant if he doesn't find Menon's drug combination to be very unique. And the assistant says yes, he took an analgesic drug which isn't special, but no one besides Kai has received the typal strengthening drug, so it is a unique combination. And the VIP says yes, because it means he's survived until now without a strength or speed drug, so he wonders who this Menon really is. And the psychopath Menon is right in front of the old man and says excitedly to old man Go that, since they're both professionals, they don't need a warm-up, so they can get straight to business. But, without saying a word, the old man lands a kick right in the middle of Menon's face. Menon had no time to react and took the hit head-on, and as he was falling, the old man prepared for another strike. But this time, Menon managed to block it with his arm, as he shouts that it's incredible that this old man is really strong. And so he grabs a block from the arena and throws it at the old man's head. But old man Go quickly manages to dodge, and the block just smashes into the arena ceiling, destroying a part of it. And as soon as the old man lands on the ground, he looks up at the ceiling, very surprised, and wonders, who the hell is this guy? And Menon is striking his classic psychopath pose. And this Menon then asks if he isn't going to go easy on him since they're the same age. And the old man asks him, what do you mean, same age? Apparently he likes to joke, but he says that, well, if he were the same age, he would know how precious time is. And setting a stance, he lunges at Menon once more, trying to land another kick to his face. And this time, he manages it again. But just as he lands a kick to his face, Menon lands a punch on him, and the old man feels the pain of that blow right on his nose. Meanwhile, Menon, still smiling, asks if he really thought he'd just stand there and take it, but the old man thinks that's fine. He'll finish him off using his special technique. But Menon yells again, saying that he said he'd go first. But he notices that at the last second, the old man dodged his punch. He then sees a kick coming for his face, but this time he manages to dodge it, as he asks if the old man thought he wouldn't be able to dodge that. But to his surprise, he was baited by another kick coming his way, and this one he can't dodge and gets hit head-on. And his VIP back in his room is completely shocked by this and wonders, what the hell is going on? That old man is supposed to be a Taekwondo master, so why is he using capoeira? But the assistant says that it's not capoeira, and the VIP asks, what do you mean? And he says that this Taekwondo move is called an inverted double kick, and both legs can attack, or it's possible to use one as a feint, while the other delivers the weight of the blow. And with Menon kneeling on the ground, he asks if that was his best technique, and says it's really disappointing, because he didn't feel a thing. But the old man gets really pissed and says, as if, and he lunges at him again with a palm strike. That's when you scream that now he's going to get a taste of your finishing axe, landing the blow right on Menon's forehead. But as soon as he looks at him, Menon stares back like the complete lunatic he definitely is, because the old man's hand completely shattered and his bones cracked. And Menon starts laughing and apologizes for killing the mood, but says he would never lose to a mere amateur like him before taking a huge leap and landing a solid headbutt right on the old man's head. The old man's eyes widen as he thinks that it's like going up against an indestructible wall, and he wonders if he isn't just another human who used the drugs, or if maybe he's an alien. And the old man falls to the floor unconscious while Menon looks down on him, and the drone flies over, announcing that Yonggo is unable to continue. And so, Menon advances to the top 8, and his VIP in the box starts celebrating like crazy, yelling, "That's what I'm talking about. Menon is the best." And with that, the mysterious masked man announces that all 8 fighters have now been decided. And Menon tells the old man that it's normal for him to have lost, but he shouldn't be so sad, because he's been doing this for over 20 years, smiling like a maniac again. And finally, the announcer of the combat declares that they are welcome to the top 8, showing all of them. And up in the VIP room, that annoying bald guy says he finally made it, and the young lady asks him who the best opponent for him would be this round, but the bald guy says, no one. And even analyzing the worst-case scenarios, there's 10-second knockout Amanda, who defeats her opponents with a single blow. And there's also the boxing prodigy, Camino, who's now on strength and speed drugs, and the one who scares him the most is Menon. And she's very surprised by this, but he explains that, for starters, he's taken several hits from multiple strong fighters, but hasn't visited the recovery ward a single time. On top of that, his opponents panicked right before being knocked out, making it hard to understand how he won. But she asks the bald guy about Luan, since she hasn't seen him fight yet. But the assistant says that if it's him, it's the worst possible outcome, because that guy is different from the other opponents, and his kung fu skills combined with his strengthened body make him seem completely otherworldly. And since he's currently second in the betting ranks, they need to avoid him at all costs. But just then, the mysterious masked man finally reappears, now announcing the matchups for the next round. And one of the matchups is CEO Seong Kang's fighter Luan against CEO Seon Gukcheol's fighter Se Kang, the street master. Seeing this, the bald guy is in shock, and the young woman says that it seems they're very lucky. But the bald guy asks what she means, and the young woman says that he's the opponent who will bring in the biggest betting profit she's ever made. The bald guy asks if she's serious, and if she's that confident in her Se Kang. And now in another room, the CEO of Scion Software just sighs and says that they're up against that woman. And his assistant says that by placing bets involving all of the top 8 fighters, she's being really bold. And the CEO says yes, it makes him wonder just how strong that kid is, this so-called Se Kang, for her to risk her company on him. And now, finally in the arena, Se Kang faces off against Luan, who stares right back at him. And the drone appears and announces that they will now begin the first match of this round between Luan and Se Kang. And our boy, in his fighting stance, thinks that the best outcome would be to win without going into a rage. But first, he's going to analyze just how strong this guy is, so he immediately rushes at him, ready to punch him. But to his surprise, Luan is incredibly fast, grabbing his leg and landing a palm strike right on his ribs, making Se Kang scream as he once again thinks he's going to die and is thrown to the other side of the arena. Meanwhile, in his head, he starts thinking that he needs to use it now, but leaving him no escape. Luan is already in front of him again with another palm strike right to his stomach, making him scream in pain. Meanwhile, Miss Sion is shocked in her room as she watches the fight, because Se Kang was literally embedded into the arena wall, and the drone flies over to him but doesn't say anything. And Luan is very surprised by this, not understanding why the drone didn't announce the result. But what he didn't know was that inside that hole in the arena, a total psychopath had finally awakened. At that moment, Luan senses danger and says, "All right, I'll finish him off this time." So he rushes at him again, ready to end it. But to his surprise, our boy is faster, landing a flying kick to his stomach. And with a confident smirk, our boy has finally entered his rage mode. Meanwhile, Luan, in shock, wonders, what the hell is this? And why does this guy seem like a completely different person? But then, if he's got this much strength, I don't need to hold back just because he's young, so I can go all out with a 2-footed kick to his face. But just then, Se Kang braces himself on the floor and kicks Luan's stomach with both feet, sending him flying into the sky, but he lands perfectly on the ground moments later as if nothing happened. Staring at Se Kang's stance, Luan grins and asks if he's made of rubber or something, and that it feels really strange when he punches him. But Luan says that to defeat a beast, you have to become an even greater beast, as he gets into a stance with his hands like tiger claws, entering another combat mode. And after striking his pose, he lunges at Se Kang, twisting his body with force, and in the blink of an eye, lands a punch on our boy's face. But Se-Kang quickly throws a punch back at him, which Luan manages to dodge, attacking Se-Kang's ear. He doesn't understand what the hell is going on or how he did that. Almost losing consciousness, he wonders what that move was, and if this keeps up, he's going to end up losing. This move is really weird, but it looks like one of those moves from Kung Fu Panda. But Se-Kang quickly recovers, only for Luan to advance on him again with a flurry of snake-like strikes that attack our boy from so many different angles that he can't even defend himself. And he becomes completely desperate, his body covered in wounds. Meanwhile, that bald guy up in the VIP room says that he's traveled the entire country training in martial arts. He trains in arts that imitate animals, like the five-form fist, the elephant fist, and various other skills. And back in the fight, our boy wonders how he can possibly keep up with this, thinking it's nearly impossible. But even so, the boy doesn't give up, and he takes a deep breath and rushes forward, lunging to try and grab him. But at the last second, Lan leaps away, and our hero can't catch him. But he's stunned when Lan lands a kick to his head, slamming him into the ground, and then, with a backflip, lands in a very strange pose. And that impact was brutal. Lan, who backed off, stays in his defensive pose, analyzing his opponent, but suddenly, he notices something strange. Seono's pupils were glowing red, and he had the look of a psychopath, filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Seono thinks to himself that the guy uses moves that imitate animals. It's pretty impressive, but it just makes him want to fight even more. And he just starts spinning his body in the running hamster pose and rushes towards Lan, ready to attack. But Lan immediately lunges at him with a kick, thinking that this is definitely nothing to worry about. But to Lan's shock, our boy was preparing his attack. So he manages to kick him, throwing him to the ground. But Lan quickly retreats from his other attack and starts breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his face. He wonders if he was just confused for a moment, but that's all it was. So he has to pull himself together. But on the other side, Seono doesn't care about a thing and keeps coming at him, spinning rapidly. In his running on a hamster wheel pose, I guess. But again, at the last moment, Lan manages to dodge the blow. But to his surprise, Seono grabs his arm and starts spinning him around along with his own body, leaving Lan in shock, wondering how he did that. And our boy simply starts slamming him on the ground like he's a toy, and Lan is in total shock, screaming in pain, wondering what kind of absurd move this is. But again, he manages to recover and escape that position. He's terrified, thinking, what kind of move is that? It's not human, and he has to get out of there. He can't possibly keep using a technique that insane. It's impossible. But clearly, Seono is still doing it. He doesn't stop for anything and keeps spinning, jumping, and lunging at him. A sequence of unstoppable flips. Lan's eyes just go wide in disbelief at what he's seeing, thinking that this is illogical and that he himself has mastered the forms of nature. But this is completely absurd. It's like the planet itself is revolving around him, and he won't stop for anything. So, without a second thought, Seono stomps on Lan with force. Raising his hands for power, the impact is completely devastating, and Lan's body is beaten without mercy. And after the entire arena shakes from that blow, up in the VIP room, Gion is ecstatic, and the bald guy behind him is also super excited. Meanwhile, in the other room, Lan's VIP is devastated. Now, back in the arena, our blood-covered boy realizes his body is a wreck, and he starts spitting up blood himself. He thinks about how tired he is, but he has to win this duel and finally learn how to activate and deactivate his rage. And right above him, that drone moves in. It aims at Lan and confirms that participant Lan can no longer fight. And as a consequence, the winner of the round is Kang Seono. And back in the VIP room, the bald guy asks if they really won and if the kid actually beat Lan. But the VIP just smiles and says, this is only the beginning. Now that they've won, President Kang Rasen will have to side with them. But now on the other side, in the opponent's VIP room, the man is pissed off, saying, this sucks, and that kid made a fool of him. But the assistant next to him asks if he's still going to become a bodyguard for the Rason group. And his VIP says it's better than nothing, while the other guy just sighs. But the VIP quickly recovers and says that, to be honest, this wasn't his only bet. And now on the big screen, the mysterious man appears, announcing that he will now begin the second fight of the quarterfinals. The giant doors open slowly, and each fighter comes out from one side. And finally, Amanda Croach appears, already facing her opponent, a young man with blonde hair and eyes full of dark energy who has the face, the words, and the spirit of a villain. And now the scene cuts to the director's room, where they are watching Minso's fight closely, evaluating his every move. And the director is fascinated by his finger techniques, but he asks how a common student like him could be practicing this. And the man with glasses says that maybe it's because he suffered from a serious illness since he was little and had a weak body. So Minso ended up becoming obsessed with strength, and soon these memories surface. When he was a child, Minso would kneel, trembling, before a picture of a man holding a champion's belt, and he spent entire nights watching those they called the strongest. In his room, he studied every technique carefully, rarely went outside, and spent days on end researching and training in martial arts. But looking at those trembling hands, he saw emptiness. Just watching wasn't enough. So the boy wanted to be truly strong, but this obsession consumed him. He would train with a knife to the point of exhaustion, but realizing his weak body might not hold up in an unarmed fight. So he became interested in weapon arts and lived like a madman, year after year, dedicated to learning. And this old doctor remembers a very significant episode in his life. Because one day, Minso locked the door, fasted, and spent several days practicing swordsmanship to exhaustion. And when he finally came out, he just said that if someone can kill the strongest, then that person is the strongest. And after he said that, his reaction was one of shock, because how could such a gentle child say something like that? And the doctor told this to the masked man, and he tried to help his son, but in the end, he couldn't, because the boy wouldn't stop. And even tired and sick, when Minso dedicated himself to martial arts, he seemed to come more alive, so it was impossible to stop him. And after that, he eventually gave up trying. And now, returning to the arena, the battle between Minso and Amanda Croce, and with his dark eyes and a wicked little smile on his face, he couldn't control his will to win, and that idea of defeating the strongest consumed him every day. And if that emotion doesn't exist, the only thing left is pain. So what he needs to do now to be the strongest is to kill them all. And with that, he lunges at Amanda with 2 fingers ready to strike, telling her to die. But as soon as he attacks her, she manages to block, while he realizes that she was faster and stronger than she looked. So, seeing this, Minsun pulls his hand back, his face in complete disbelief. But Amanda quickly leaps at him, flipping upside down. As he wonders what the hell she's doing, he attacks again. But to his surprise, Amanda lands 2 kicks right in Minsun's face. But, incredibly, Minsun managed to retreat in a panic, escaping the attack. And up in the VIP room, the president stands up, surprised, wondering what's happening and if he failed to dodge. But his assistant says it doesn't look like he avoided it. And then the president notices something, a very large wound on Minsun's back. And now Amanda's VIP is celebrating wildly, saying it's all going according to Amanda Crowe's plan. But the assistant beside him says that's not all. Amanda just used her finishing move to knock him out in 10 seconds. But Minsun isn't knocked out yet, and he concludes that this will be the first time he's found a worthy and resilient opponent. And back in the arena, Amanda is panting and starts to study Minsun. She was surprised by his very strange and refined movements. And these aren't the movements of a common, traditionally trained fighter, but soon he gets close to her, face to face. And something shocks her deeply as Minsun lowers his face, his eyes wide and a small smile that looked demonic, as he says to her, "So, it seems you've been keeping up with my movements. That's pretty incredible. Finding someone like you here is rare." But then he raises his hand and says, "This will be the first time I'll kill someone like this." But Amanda replies without showing any reaction, "If I can beat you, I'll prove something to myself." But Amanda quickly executes a devastating blow, a kick coming straight down on his face, and he falls to the ground, hit by the surprise attack. But still, quite surprisingly, he uses his right leg, plants it, and spins 180 degrees, thrusting his fingers straight up at her. But she quickly manages to lean back and save herself from the blow. But with an unexpected move, he attacks with his left hand, right near her face, since he's ambidextrous. But Amanda manages to dodge slightly with an aerial cartwheel. And with that, still in the air, Amanda places both hands on the ground, using them for support. And then, with her legs, she attacks Minsun's abdomen. Minsun screams in pain, spitting blood, and as he's falling to the floor, she leaps again to finish him now. And up in the VIP room, Jin celebrates wildly, yelling for her to finish him now, and she executes her move, trying to finish Minsun. But to her surprise, he's still grinning like a psycho and uses the kick's momentum to jab his 2 fingers right into the middle of Amanda's foot, causing her immense pain and basically making her lose a foot to fight with. And back in his VIP box, he starts to think, "No way, that's impossible." But he watches Minsun pull his fingers out of her foot as Amanda groans in pain from her pierced foot. And Minsun starts to grin like a psycho and says, "I've cut the ligaments in your tendons, and now you won't be able to stand anymore. This is your end." But Amanda just sighs and, still in pain, she slams her hand on the ground while Minsun looks on, confused, wondering what she's doing. But she quickly supports her body on her hands and says, "One hand is enough. That's what I'll use to beat you." And right after, she starts to spin her body and launches a wide kick with her legs. Minsun barely manages to dodge, his face filled with astonishment. But Amanda doesn't stop for anything, and as soon as he moves, she uses that opening to hit him square in the face, while Minsun has no time to react. and the blow sends him flying backward. But even injured and in pain, he starts screaming in a rage. This is impossible. How can she generate so much force without a supporting foot? One mistake and she'd be dead instantly. Unwilling to accept this, he doesn't back down and quickly ducks, trying to pierce her face. But the blow misses her as she manages to leap up using her hands on the ground. But even after missing the attack, Min-soon seems satisfied, wiping the blood from his face with a smug little smirk. He says, "So, your hand is enough, huh? Which means you've already reached your limit." And Amanda, her foot bleeding, gets up, supporting herself on just one leg. Min-soon starts to smile sinisterly and raises his hand again, ready for his final blow. And he says, "Well, in that case, you should die in peace." But she completely ignores him, thinking to herself that she came here to understand what a life-or-death battle is. And it was in these fights, facing the god of death himself, that she discovered her true limit. Amanda takes a deep breath, and after thinking for a moment, she says something that no one, especially Min-soon, understands. She says to him, "Thank you," and suddenly opens her arms. Her eyes begin to darken as she says, "Now I really want to bet everything, even my life." And right after that, her entire body tenses up, her muscles become more visible, and part of her clothes rips. Seeing this, Min-soon is completely shocked, wondering what kind of monster he's facing. Amanda quickly puts her hand on the ground, but this time it's to launch herself, and she rushes at him with absurd speed, while Min-soon thinks that all he has to do is avoid the kicks and it'll all be over. But her attack came differently this time. It wasn't her legs, but Amanda's enormous hands. And because he was too careless, she managed to grab his head, slapping him hard across the face, making him spit up a lot of blood. And he, completely stunned, thinks, "What the fuck was that?" But Amanda doesn't waste any time and uses the momentum to leap on top of him, grabbing his head and opening her arms. Meanwhile, Min-soon begins to feel pure fear, realizing this is going to be very dangerous. But before he can react, two heavy blows hit him right in the head, and for a moment, everything seems to stop. Completely desperate, he tries to use what little strength he has to dig his fingers into her thigh, but Amanda continues her attack, mercilessly punching his head. And one of the blows lands square on his face as blood splatters everywhere, sending him flying to the other side of the arena, while Amanda's VIP gets ecstatic, wondering if she won. But right after that, the assistant gets his attention and, with a very strange expression, asks, "What the hell is that?" He notices Amanda on her knees, with both of her thighs pierced and bleeding heavily, and Amanda realizes that in the end, he managed to counterattack. But even with Amanda injured, Moore shows no emotion, as he's basically collapsed on the ground, perhaps unconscious. And up in the VIP rooms, the president's assistant says that it looks like Moore is seriously injured and might not be able to continue. But back in the arena, Moore starts thinking about the insane pain, his body completely paralyzed. He's felt this countless times since he was a child. But even dazed, he keeps watching Amanda, struggling to stay on his feet, as he realizes that even in the worst conditions, he always got up because he had to survive. And tired, but as stubborn as he is, he manages to get up again, getting into a fighting stance. And with her face covered in blood, Amanda just stares at him. On the other side, Amanda takes a deep breath and says, "That's right, even if her heart stops now, she won't give up." And using her strong hands for support, Amanda yells that it's over now. And after Amanda yells this, she charges forward with everything she's got. This is meant to be a single, decisive blow, the most important one of all. She used that firm resolve and went right at him, while Moore was completely shocked as Amanda screamed, trying to motivate herself. But Moore started to think that he bet his life on this. He thought he'd forgotten that feeling. He wonders if it's because he's scared. But suddenly, a huge hand grabs him with tremendous force, and this impact is much stronger than the last one. It threw him straight into the wall, which cracked on impact. He starts spitting blood and then falls, his two fingers covered in blood. And the scene cuts to Amanda, who was hit right in the stomach, leaving her completely stunned and wondering when he did that. And as she falls to the ground, losing consciousness, she remembers the instant before the blow, when he pierced her, and she realizes that now, there's nothing left. After these thoughts, she collapses to the floor. In the VIP rooms, the two of them are in shock, wondering who won the fight, whether it was one or the other. But in the stands, Soon and Minho are worried about Amanda and about the strength of that monster, Moore. Back in the arena, Amanda is on the ground, motionless. But Moore isn't in the best shape either, and they are both completely exhausted. And in the stands, her VIP calls out for Amanda. But the assistant next to him just tells his VIP that now it's a battle to see who wakes up first, as the drones move in closer to their faces. And soon they notice that Moore moved slightly, and someone shouted that he moved. Moore starts to open his eyes, still confused about what's happening, wondering if he died and if this is the afterlife. But the drone observes everything and announces that player Mirawan has regained consciousness and officially advances to the semifinals. And up in the VIP room, the president was overjoyed, celebrating his victory. While the lady sat in silence, her assistant says that the director won, so their side will gain more influence, but she just smiles at that and says no, he will definitely side with me. And Amanda's VIPs watch her, unconscious in the middle of the arena, and the assistant says this sucks, and the other side must be ecstatic. But even furious, the VIP gave orders to check on Amanda's condition and to use every method possible to treat her as quickly as possible. And the assistant says yes, leaving to help her. As he stares off into the distance, powerless, with red, hateful eyes, he screams President Chan's name. But on the big screen again, that mysterious man appears and says, "All right, now they will announce the next fight," which is basically the monster Ryan against the boy Minho. And in his room, the mustache man laughs and says that this moment has finally arrived. The assistant beside him is very excited about this fight and comments that if he wins this battle, he can put an end to the drug trafficking that turned his daughter into an addict. And the mustache man says that he bet everything in a gamble with that trafficker, Quisum. And if he loses, he'll have to invest all of his assets in that insane pharmaceutical company. Beside me, he comments that it was a reckless decision because they had to face Ryan, but the mustache man says this is the only way. And if not now, there won't be another chance. So he just has to beat that bastard Ryan. And now, down in the arena, the monstrous Ryan is already staring at Minho with contempt and says, "So, another shitty little boxer." And Ryan starts laughing as he thinks that with the advancement of science and technology, he agreed to use drugs on his own body to become an evolved human. And many laughed at him before, throwing their gloves away in a sign of disdain. So that infuriated him, but he thought of them as weak insects who only knew how to call him cheating trash. And Ryan thought that he needed to prove his strength to everyone who looked down on him, so he kept injecting the drugs, killing his opponents with his own fists. And ever since he started using it, he sent a lot of people to meet their ancestors. But even so, his bloodlust only grew. Sometimes it would leap at his throat, and he became more and more crazy for power. Back in the present, he's in the center of the arena, and with a mocking little smile, he says, "So, they brought the little brother of that guy I killed." And his eyes glow like a beast's as he says, "This is going to be a lot of fun." But right in front of him, Minho lowers his head with contempt and says, "You're pathetic." And Ryan asks what he's talking about. "What do you mean? Pathetic?" And the boy is too disgusted to look him in the eye and says, "You used drugs and attacked others from behind, like a pathetic, washed-up fighter." And he asks, "Do you really have the nerve to say you're strong?" And with his eyes full of hatred, Minho says firmly, "Come at me now. I'll show you what real strength is in front of everyone." Hearing this, Ryan gets pissed off and says, "Your brother used to say that too, but he ended up dropping dead right in front of me." Hearing that, Minho gets furious, clenching his fists and charging at him in a rage, yelling, "Shut your mouth! You're just a piece of shit." But on the other side, Ryan charged forward at top speed, and the two fighters swung their arms at the same time, landing powerful punches on each other's faces. Feeling that impact, Ryan was a little scared, wondering, what kind of punch is this? But on the other side, Minho was also quite shocked, feeling that hellish pain as he realizes he has to overcome him with pure speed. And then he quickly ducked, preparing for another attack. But Ryan, without hesitating, just smiled confidently, facing Minho and dodging with ease. And after another strike, he dodged again. And he's so confident, just thinking that he's too slow and keeps dodging all of his blows while Minho is in shock, wondering how this monster does it. And meanwhile, watching the two of them, the president of the pharmaceutical company comments that his speed is nothing special. And the assistant, also surprised, says that the sensory drug allows Ryan to feel his opponent's intentions before he even acts. And it's almost impossible to hit him. And now back in the arena, Ryan crouches in a defensive stance and asks how he can pretend not to know when he's so predictable. And Minho replies with a cold stare, saying that in that case, he wants to see just how far his predictions can go. And as soon as he finishes speaking, his feet move at an absurd speed, leaving after images in several places, with different images of himself, rushing towards Ryan, as if there were several Minhos fighting just one Ryan. And as he attacked him rapidly, Ryan managed to block his strike, because he can read his movements. And with that, Minho gets a little worried, wondering how this guy can do that. And right after that, Ryan, laughing in his face, says that so he trusts his speed, But now that he's got his foot trapped, what can he do? With his foot on Minho's, blocking his attack, he lunges at him with a powerful blow, while saying that he told him it was useless and that he should brace himself, because he's just getting started. And right after that, the two start trading blows that were impossible to follow with the naked eye. But in the middle of the fight, Ryan notices something strange, but still scoffs at Minho, saying that he's too weak. But right in front of him, Minho gets really excited and says that now he's going to start the real fight, and he wants to see if he can take it. And from that moment on, a sequence of brutal blows heads toward Ryan. While he's in shock, wondering what the hell is this, he takes a straight right, an uppercut, and a right hook right after. And he, gritting his teeth, tries to block everything, but soon realizes the enormous pressure he's under, because this kid is just too fast. And he gets desperate, wondering how the hell he's so fast amidst so many attacks. But he starts to try and regain his control, realizing he needs to create distance, simplify his attacks, and then, clearly, counterattack him. But as soon as he tries to step on Minho, Minho throws him back. And in the middle of his retreat, Minho doesn't give a damn and rushes him again with a powerful blow. But Ryan uses this opening to strike him in the face too. And both of them take a punch to the face, and Minho is thrown back while Ryan also retreats. And the kid, with a lot of blood on his face, is panting heavily, while Ryan seems a little better and says that he's no different from his little brother, and that this one is just a little tougher to kill. But to Ryan's surprise, Minho's expression hardens, and he stays silent for a few seconds. But suddenly, Ryan's eyes widen as he sees something absurd in front of him. And Minho confidently says that if he wants to punch him, he's going to have to take a punch too. And apparently, that's what he's thinking. But Ryan doesn't get what he's talking about or why he seems so confident, and Minho tells him that it looks like that's exactly it. And to overcome this speed, the only opening he can create is to take his punch with full force and counterattack with another punch. But Ryan just starts laughing and says that if they trade punches, it's pretty obvious who will die first. He should know the outcome. But Minho says this trade has to be the final one and rushes at Ryan, who lands a blow on his forehead, while Ryan counterattacks, also hitting his forehead. But on the other side, Minho hit his eye, while Ryan screams in pain from his pierced eye. But without giving him any time, Minho attacks again, and the next attack is aimed at his hearing. The punch explodes against Ryan's face, who can barely react, as his vision starts to blur and his senses begin to fail one by one, and Minho starts to scream that now it will be his sense of smell. And just like that, his fist quickly hits Ryan's nose with great force, making him spit blood. And at that moment, Minho starts to remember the past, with that man saying that Ryan's senses are concentrated in his sight, hearing, and smell. And the secret is that he, Minho, has to adapt to it and use it to his advantage. And after he remembers these tips, he says that if he relies on his senses, then he doesn't need to adapt. He just has to destroy his senses, and it's over. Then he starts screaming with fury, rushing at Ryan, ready to finish him. While Ryan, completely dazed, only realizes he can't adapt anymore and sees defeat right in front of his eyes, already taking a monstrous punch to the middle of his face that slams him against the arena wall. And because of that, Ryan's mind was screaming as pain shot through every inch of his body. He couldn't accept how someone he considered weak, someone who hadn't bet their own life like he had, could be tearing him apart, and the resentment burned like fire inside him. He tried to concentrate, trying to summon the heightened senses for which he had sacrificed everything. But before he could react, a fist shot through his vision and hit his face again. His lips split, his teeth rattled. He could barely think, just outraged that he was being treated like shit. The next blow erased even his indignation, and Ryan collapsed, his mouth open in a silent scream, as each of his senses was extinguished. Meanwhile, Minho refused to back down. His body was protesting because he couldn't take it anymore, but his heart burned with hatred and rage, remembering his brother, and inside his mind he called out to him, asking him to see how strong he had become. And so, Minho's fists turned into a storm. Punches like steel rained down on Ryan, each one fueled by pure hatred and the desperate need to prove his worth. The sound of his punches echoed through the arena, while Ryan, known as a monster, could barely do anything but falter. His eyes widened with pure fear, and his screams were reduced to pathetic pleas. The arena was engulfed in a blinding flash the instant Minho's final punch hit him. The impact was so violent that it dragged Ryan across the floor, throwing him against the wall with a monstrous force that seemed to break his bones. And in the stands, Min's VIP leaped for joy, clutching his head in pure shock, unable to believe what he'd just seen, because Min had actually done it. However, on the other side, Ryan's VIP was frozen in fear, not believing what he had just witnessed. And even the mysterious man couldn't believe it. As on the ground, Ryan's body twitched one last time before falling completely still. His face was a crimson mask of pure blood, and then a drone descended, its mechanical voice announcing that player Ryan could no longer continue and the victory would go to player Min. And soon, those words echoed throughout the entire arena as Min's VIP screamed with happiness. And in the center of the arena, the boy stood over his defeated enemy. He swayed, completely exhausted, lifting his face to the lights above, as if asking his brother in heaven if he had seen his victory. And in the control booth, the secretary analyzed the updated chart, and a sinister smile spread across his lips as he confirmed that Min could truly become the strongest in humanity. But this joy didn't last long, as the mysterious man's voice soon came over the speakers for all to hear, announcing another quarterfinal match. From one side of the arena, Duke Can entered with a sharp, provocative smile. Every step he took radiated arrogance. And then from the other side, Menon appeared, advancing with the smirk of a psychopath. He licked his lips as madness gleamed in his eyes. In a secret camera above, the mysterious man leaned forward, for he recognized the weight of this battle. Menon, the survivor of the first doping batch, the one who endured every injection against Khan, the pinnacle of the new generation of enhancement, and the doctor beside him, confused, asked since when Menon had been there, while his boss said that he had always been there. And back in the arena, Menon's eyes gleamed as he smiled grotesquely at the opponent in front of him. Meanwhile, Khan clenched his fists, ready for the fight. Then, without hesitation, the fight began with Can lunging at him, delivering a punch to Menon's stomach with enough force to make the very ground tremble. The impact tore through his flesh, caving his abdomen in as if it were being ripped apart. But in a matter of seconds, the wound closed as if nothing had happened, and Can froze, breathless. His shock grew when Menon tilted his head with a sinister smile, saying that now it was his turn. Then, in an instant, Menon lunged forward. His fist exploded against Khan's chest, sending blood spraying from his back. And that monster staggered, torn between rage and disbelief. And Menon taunted him, asking if he wanted another hit, but Can just smirked and his eyes darkened. He then asked, "What do you mean another hit?" Because for him, there would be no more trading blows. He declared that he would finish Menon right now. Then, stomping on the ground with all his might, he shot like a missile towards that psycho, and his kick collided with Menon's face, breaking his neck with a snap. And seeing this, Min's VIP gasped in horror, his face completely pale, because to him it was clear that Menon's neck had been broken. And when the dust settled, Menon's body remained bent over with his head hanging down, while Khan smiled at him, because that was the end of Menon. And he gloated that it was 20 years of drugs, resulting in nothing but an empty, broken shell. And he raised his arms with a loud laugh, thanking him for the experiment, believing he had unintentionally created a supreme being like himself. But at that moment, Menon's body twitched and one of his legs moved, making Can freeze on the spot, because that shouldn't have been possible. And even with his neck completely twisted, Menon's voice emerged, calm and almost demonic, saying that he was the one who should be grateful, because Duke Can had willingly become his sacrifice. Then, his head quickly snapped back into place with a horrifying crack, and his eyes shone with madness, that same psychopathic smirk on his face as always. And before Khan could react, Menon's fist sank into his stomach with monstrous force. The impact left Khan's eyes wide with shock. His skin caved inwards, crushed by something like an iron hammer, and his body collapsed onto the arena floor as Menon stood motionless, his arm extended and stiff as stone. And then the drone appeared, moving towards them, announcing that player Duke Can is unconscious and the final semi-finalist is Menon. And with a terrifying calmness, Menon raised his hands and snapped his own neck back into place. Then his laughter echoed through the arena as his VIP went into a complete ecstasy, overjoyed by what had happened, because he had basically defeated another monster. And in the stands, that director from the Rosen group smiled venomously, because he found this all to be quite a spectacle, and thought that his arrogant brother, who loved to humiliate him, would soon be crushed under his feet. But his secretary muttered uneasily, asking him not to be so confident. He pointed out that Menon was impossible to assess, and that his strength was beyond any prediction. And meanwhile, far away, scientists were monitoring Menon's body through sensory wires, and one of them was dumbfounded, his voice trembling as he said that Menon's regenerative ability left him completely perplexed. That mysterious man entered, brimming with anticipation, believing that his dream was finally about to become a reality. But Menon, lying there with a grotesque smile, shook his head, denying it all, stating that the peak of regeneration already belonged to someone else. And the scene changed, showing Kang Seonu with a cold expression. The guard next to the girl said he was impressed and that it was truly admirable. Room 10, once considered the weakest, now had 3 fighters in the semi-finals. And before them, Park, Old Man, and Amanda Croach had already fallen. But this made Seonu a little worried. His fists clenched, and he turned to the girl, asking if everyone had managed to get out safely. And she hesitated for a moment, saying, "About that." But he quickly cut her off, telling her to just spit it out. And she explained to him that they are monitoring inside and out, but strangely, they haven't been able to find any trace of them leaving. Our boy got pissed off, demanding to know where the hell they disappeared to. And at that moment, the scene changed, showing a sealed iron door. And on the other side, who was it that was screaming? With the scene being a total bloodbath. Then, the scene cut back to the arena with that mysterious masked man introducing the 4 finalists. the annoying little blonde, Minsu, the good little blonde, Minho, and our boy, Kang Seon-woo. And he immediately announced that the semifinal match would be Kang Seon-woo versus the annoying blonde. Then, the scene quickly focused on the two of them, showing our boy looking completely pissed off as he stared down the brat. But again, the scene changed to beneath the arena, with a boy floating in the water with a breathing tube in his mouth, and in his dreams, the only name that echoed was Kang Seon-woo's. With visions of the past mixing in his mind, he remembered the days when he declared himself a master of martial arts, bragging about having the strength to crush petty street thugs. But that empty confidence vanished when he realized those weaklings were nothing compared to the truly powerful. And soon his attention became fixed on a single figure, Kang Seon-woo himself, a man whose cold and merciless aura overshadowed everyone around him. A monster, for sure. And even back then, clutching his martial arts notebook like it was sacred scripture, sweat dripped down his face as he whispered to himself. Only he is worthy of being his opponent, Kang Seon-woo. And he vividly remembered the moment Kang Seon-woo shot a cold glare at the group of loudmouth punks, and with just one word, leave, they all got out of his way. And to him, that was definitive proof that those fools were worthless. Only he himself could ever be his equal. And later, in an empty classroom, our boy was sitting in silence, holding a martial arts notebook with a blank, unreadable expression. And the blonde just watched him, clenching his fists, consumed by fury. This would be the moment Kang Seon-woo realized another genius just like him existed. But the next day, in the hallway, the boy found his notebook on the floor and approached it with trembling hands. He was determined to speak to his idol, wondering who would dare touch his notebook, completely convinced of his own fantasy. He thought that Kang Seon-woo was probably looking for his notebook, and that if he returned it, he could finally talk to him, believing there would be a connection between the two of them. And so he went to a deserted corner of the school, gathered his courage, and stepped forward. But his eyes caught the familiar sight of those annoying punks clustered around Kang Seon-woo. But Seon-woo wasn't even looking at them and said again in that cold voice that they should leave. So, finally, he closed the distance and approached Seon-woo, calling out his name and then holding up his notebook with pride, asking if he had dropped this. But as he spoke, Seon-woo raised his hand, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. And then he uttered the same word he'd said to the others just seconds ago, telling him to leave. Only this time, that word carried the intent to kill, and the kid lost all the color in his face, scared to death. So he started screaming and running away, begging for someone to help because he was trying to kill him, but his own speed betrayed him. Then he tripped and fell to the ground as pain shot through his body. And he basically buried his face in the dirt while thinking, damn it, I can't escape. Someone like me should just die here. And his world went black right after. So when he woke up again, he was in an emergency room in the hands of doctors with buzzing voices. And in the middle of that haze, one thought burned like fire, because he didn't want to and couldn't die like an insect. And now, finally in the present, the arena shook as Kang Seon-woo stood his ground. And on the other side of the stage, the brat erupted in fury, screaming for our boy. His eyes narrowed in confusion, but he quickly charged at Seon-woo with that finger strike, saying that he would be defeated by the very martial arts notebook he once despised. He advanced with great confidence, and soon a brutal punch hit Seon-woo's head, making blood drip from his face. But the brat didn't waver, and his eyes gleamed with anger as this psycho blonde moved with superhuman speed, completely relentless, like a shadow. And he screamed, "That's right, you're going to suffer what I suffered!" And every blow tore at our boy's body, with several bloody marks appearing as he tried to formulate a strategy. Because this guy wasn't just fast, he was also analyzing his every weakness. And so he wondered how long he could last. But another critical hit struck him, making him stumble back a few steps. With blood dripping from his lips, he propped himself up with a weak hand, and this kid mocked him, extending his arm once more and making fun of him, while our protag wondered why he wasn't moving. But then the blonde shot forward like a lightning bolt, attacking him from every direction. Every blow hit the spot where our boy least expected it, and he wondered, why does he always hit where I can't defend? But he was sure of one thing. If this kept up, he was going to die. And Minsu's laughter grew wilder as he pressed his advantage, saying how pathetic it was for him to be cornered like this. With his body soaked in blood, our hero still remained standing. His hands rose and his eyes sharpened even more. He wondered what was coming next. At that moment, Minsu realized it instantly, his smile growing wider and wider as he said that now he would finish him with a mortal blow. Then, with a monstrous strike, Minsu hit our boy's chest, surprising everyone. But at that moment, to Minsu's surprise, his fingers got stuck in our boy's body, while Seon-woo stared at him as if he were the real psycho now. And Minsu got worried, wondering what was happening and starting to panic. But then he got excited that the fight wasn't over, so he charged at him with another blow. But to Minsu's surprise, our boy slapped his arm, instantly breaking his fingers. He screamed in rage and lunged at Seon-woo, saying that he would pay for this. And with illusory strikes, several fingers appeared. It was going to be really tough for Seon-woo. At least that's what he thought. But to his shock, Seon-woo stopped him with just one hand, as if they were a couple, weaving his hand between his fingers. And then, with his other hand, he pinned his shoulder. Minsu asked what he was trying to do, and as our boy stared him down, he said that this was the pose that Park, old man, the one he himself looked down on, had taught him. So, with a heart full of hatred, he landed a monstrous kick on Minsu's leg, shattering his bones. The boy wondered what the hell that power was, but gritting his teeth, he charged forward again, trying to finish him off, while the other told him not to get too carried away, that he should just accept it and stay quiet. But right in front of him, he had a surprising vision, because unlike the others, our boy met his gaze head-on. But it wasn't to take his blow, but to land a clean shot on his head, slamming him to the ground. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, that secretary was screaming for Minsu, and the director fell to the floor in shock, wondering what the hell was happening there. And as Minsu gasped on the floor, seemingly defeated, our boy in front of him listened intently to his words as he said that in the end, nothing had changed. They both ended up as friendless losers anyway. And back then, you ignored me. And it's because you ignored me back then that they all ended up dead. And he asks what it's like to have a friend for the first time in so long, only to lose him right away. He wants to know what it feels like. Our boy asks, "What do you mean lose him? We're going to see each other soon anyway." And he asks what nonsense he's talking about, while Minsu laughs at him, finding him incredibly naive, saying that the only person who could get out of here alive is the winner. Our boy was shocked to hear those words, asking what the hell he was saying. And Minsu asks if he really thinks this pharmacy makes doping drugs. And obviously not. And does he think this place is just an amusement park where he can have fun fighting? Then Minsu leans down and asks where the others are. And the kid just says that it doesn't matter which one it is, they're just guinea pigs. That's all. Then, the kid finally passes out, while our boy demands he tell him right now what the hell is going on. And he asks again where his friends are. But a drone appears above them, announcing that competitor Minsu is disqualified while Kangoo advances to the finals. And that mysterious man finally appears again, and on the big screen, he says that it's time to choose the last player who will face Kangoo in the final. And the match will be between Kim Minho, the one with the best speed and fighting instincts from the combat wing, against the psychopath Menon, who has an invincible body that has never been injured even once. And he says, "Let the duel begin." And Menon immediately stares at the kid and walks calmly in his direction. And with that psychopathic little smile, he asks what he's talking about between him and Gang CO, while Menon wants to know who will be the better opponent, already trying to grab him. But he quickly uses his speed and takes a few steps back, dodging the blow, while thinking what kind of vengeful power is this and if he really wants to kill him, as Menon is shrouded in a dark mist, as if he were a real monster. And so Menon took a step forward and said it was a shame for Minho, because he had become something that no one would be able to take down. His lips curled into a threatening smile. But Minho said he would face him with pride, but Menon just smiled, raising his hand as if mocking him, but with a certain tone of approval. And rage exploded in the kid, his eyes glowing intensely, because ever since he set foot in this place, he had wanted to discover his true limits, and now the chance was right in front of him. So he immediately charges at Menon with a powerful blow to his head, but Menon quickly dodged the attack while trying to grab his hand. But the kid was faster, changing direction and appearing right behind him, greatly shocking the psychopath as he landed a solid punch to his head. But he also managed to spin around and turn to attack Minho. But Minho was faster than him once again, landing another clean hit on his head. As Menon spat blood, he thought that his speed and the force of his impact are definitely brutal. And from what he'd heard, this guy is the best. While Minho thought that he needed to keep aiming for the head to break his balance, he charged at him once more. But this time, Menon managed to dodge. As the kid also dodged again, appearing at his back, thinking that now he was going to end the fight. But to the boy's shock, Menon threw a punch aimed at his nose. The kid managed to dodge it at the last second and, taking a few steps back, he began to wonder what the hell had just happened. He had finally gotten behind him, but out of nowhere, a punch came flying in his direction as he looked at Menon with his arms completely twisted and wondered what kind of monster he was. The next second, Menon flexed his muscles, snapping back to his normal form, while Minho watched in shock, realizing that his arm had stretched out again. He wondered what kind of body this was, and thinks that he can use 100% of his muscular strength, and even his bones seem more like they were made to be weapons. And he wonders if he does that so his muscles can snap back onto the bones. But he can't understand how much independent muscle control one would need to pull off something so absurd. Meanwhile, Menon smiles at him sinisterly and said that this was simply incredible, and even he couldn't believe he had succeeded in doing it. And after a few seconds, his face took on a more demonic expression as an immense excitement grew around him and his killing intent condensed in the air, and a red glow seeped from his shadows, dyeing his eyes blood red. Soon, his body began to pulse and he contorted with raw energy. The transformation was immediate. His physical frame grew and his aura surged like a storm. On the other side, Minho felt the gravity of the situation change, and he grew truly tense watching Menon grow in size and aura, but he still didn't hesitate, thinking that this wasn't the time for fear, and if he was going to win, it had to be now with a decisive blow. So he settled into his stance and charged at that maniac. And just after he vanished from Menon's sight, he appeared at his back, only to face the psychopath with his little tongue sticking out, consumed by excitement. And as he was saying, "That's it, I want to see your move," Minho spoke from right behind him. "Your time is up." Then, the two of them quickly vanished in a blur, and in the next instant, their fists met. The explosion shook the entire arena, and Menon's head snapped violently back as Minho's punch connected. But Minho was also thrown backward. However, neither of them gave in, and the shockwave tore through the air, shattering the arena floor. Meanwhile, in the stands, the VIPs from both sides watched with wide, surprised eyes. Down below, both fighters collapsed, their limbs heavy and their bodies completely drained, a crater of power between them. Minho's body trembled, but then it stopped completely. Exhausted, he could barely breathe. Menon, on the other side, now looked small and hollow. Minho's VIP grew worried, wondering what the hell had just happened down there. But before he could think any further, a movement caught his attention. It was the boy, Minho, getting up through sheer willpower. His arms were shaking, but he continued to stand, his body stable but unresponsive, his eyes empty. He basically looked like a puppet. Menon remained motionless on the ground on the other side, but soon a drone flew toward them, analyzing their vital signs. Up above, Minho's VIP wondered if Minho had won, if the boy had actually pulled it off. But another voice, his assistant's, said that he's been unconscious for quite some time. The old man turned to him again and said that even though he's standing, his nervous system has shut down and there's no active motor response. Down below, Menon finally got up, still in pain, but he dragged himself back to his feet, and soon his VIP began to smile, thrilled by the scene, as Menon staggered forward, whispering that his doping data would be invaluable for the new race they were creating. Then, with a light touch to Minho's shoulder, he knocked the boy over, causing him to topple to the ground like a statue. The drone then confirmed it, announcing that due to competitor Kim Minho's unconscious state, Kang Seonu's final opponent would be Menon, as the monster licked his blood-covered elbow. High above the arena, the girl's assistant commented that they had finally reached the finals, while the girl said that all they could do now was cheer for Kang Seonu. But at that exact moment, our boy entered the hallway, completely pissed off, asking what the hell happened. The girl told him to calm down and said that if he was talking about the missing people, she honestly didn't know much about this place either. But her words only fueled his fury even more. But she quickly interrupted him, telling him to be careful. She explained that there were certain areas in this facility that not even the top VIPs could access. Surprised, our boy asked where that place was. The girl's expression changed, and she told him to calm down again, asking what exactly he was planning to do and if he was really going to break into a restricted zone while his parents were missing. Her words basically sounded like a warning to him, but the girl insisted that he needed to win first place in the tournament to get out of there alive. Only then could he think about the next step. Our boy clenched his fists, his expression still dark, as he replied that it would only work as long as the arena's management didn't disappear too. He said he couldn't just stand around waiting for others to vanish. He needed to know right now if they were alive or dead. The girl assured him that there would be a chance. She said she was working on building her own influence in this place, but stressed that for now, he needed to focus, win the tournament, and stay alive. Then they would make their move. Hearing this, our boy didn't answer, but his silence made it clear that he understood. Meanwhile, in a sealed laboratory far from the arena, pools of blood stained the floor. Inside a huge tank, a man's arm was floating. In a thick chemical solution, his flesh was being torn apart but would regenerate right after, right before their eyes. The doctor pressed a hand against the reinforced glass. His cold, analytical eyes observed the submerged form of Menon, and the masked man behind him said that it was just as expected. Menon's regeneration speed is increasing at a remarkable rate. He said excitedly that he was so close, just a little more data and the project would finally be complete. But he said there was just one final piece to the puzzle, Kang Seonu's father. But to everyone's surprise, the lab doors burst open and a breathless subordinate rushed in, announcing that he had found the hiding place of Kang Seonu's parents, saying they were hidden in a private villa belonging to Chairman Tha Sun-han. And now, at that villa, agents from the combat wing were surrounding the house. From behind the door, they burst in, kicking it down, greatly surprising Kang Seonu's mother, but then the scene cut away again. The masked man's voice was heard by everyone as he asked the audience to welcome two incredible fighters who had reached the championship finals, with our boy and Menon appearing on the big screen. He began to introduce them, saying that Menon was the fighter who would be fighting Seono. Then he announced the second name, Menon's opponent, Kang Seonu, the man who defeated Haeming in a brutal and unforgettable fight. Menon, standing in front of him, said with a smirk that he told him to push himself to the limit, because only then would the experiment be complete, and he guaranteed that to reach his own maximum potential, he would get there by tearing our boy to pieces. And from his disturbing tone, it was clear that he was definitely a maniac. Our boy stared at him and asked what Menon really was. He wanted to know what he meant by completing the experiment and why he had been helping him from the beginning. Menon approached him, explaining that from the very start, he had recognized something in him. He was, without a doubt, the heir to a unique genetic code belonging to his own father. Hearing this, our boy was in shock, and Menon's face twisted into another crazy smirk. Pissed off, Seonu yelled at him, demanding he repeat what he had just said. But Menon just calmly said that he had followed Kang Seonu's parents to this place, revealing that it was all part of the experiment. Those words cut through our boy like a blade, and his mind went blank. For a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Then, fury exploded and his blood boiled, as Menon smiled even wider, savoring the destruction he had caused. He kept asking what the problem was, if he wanted to kill him or just stand there shaking. But that taunt shattered the last barrier of restraint within our boy, and rage spread like wildfire through his mind. And Mino kept talking, saying his father would be brought out soon, and then his whole family would be presented together for the experiment's grand finale, all while attacking Seo. But, gritting his teeth, our boy stared him down while saying that, yes, he would grant his request. And then, with a monstrous kick, he slammed his foot into Mino's stomach and then leaped up, smashing his head against the floor and creating a huge crack. The crack is so deep it shatters the ground, throwing Mino against the spikes. Watching the scene, the masked man is in shock, wanting to stop this now. But he wasn't worried for long, because Meno, smiling, said that wasn't nearly enough. Then, with a push, he dug his feet into one wall and then the other, taking a great leap back into the arena. And soaring through the air, he advanced on Seo, now truly looking like a monster, as he said that if this was all the power of an awakening, he'd be better off dead. Then his arms stretched out like elastic, basically digging into our hero's shoulder. And Seo screams in pain, realizing his arm is completely torn as he clutches it with one hand. And Mino, in front of him, radiates a dark and decidedly demonic aura. He says he's no longer necessary for the experiment because he's about to meet his father. And hearing that one more time, something in our boy's mind snaps, as if a seal that had been holding him back shattered in that instant. As Mino laughed, saying he was useless now, he flew at Seo, ready to finish him. While Seo thought, no, not yet. He couldn't die. He had to save his father. But Meno was faster, landing a massive blow to his heart and tearing through his flesh. Up in the VIP area, the girl screamed in fear, shocked by the scene, and just like that, everyone fell silent, watching it unfold. And Mino, staring at him, told him not to be sad, because he would send his father to see him very, very soon. But to Mino's surprise, our boy grabbed him with his hand, while a shocked Mino asked what he was doing and how this was possible. But our boy, unlike him, was exuding an ice-cold blue aura, and on the other side, his arm was basically regenerating at an abnormal speed. As Meno, delighted, thought that it had finally happened and this was what he'd been waiting for, our boy, holding him, asked why he needed to do this, and why does he need them? Why do you want to do this to my family? What did they do to you? He wants to know if that's why he did something so terrible, grabbing Meno in midair, as Meno screamed that this was excellent. This was exactly what he wanted. Then, our boy quickly threw him against the ground, shattering the arena once more. As Meno screamed in pain, Seo asked why he would do something like this just for money, punching him right in the teeth and cracking the arena even more. But Mino remained smiling as our boy said that, in the end, he was the only result of the experiment. But Mino quickly broke free from his attack and, stopping a few steps back, he told our boy he wanted more data. He wants him to keep fighting until he gets the perfect result, because he wants to be the true, perfect artist with the perfect body. And he asks Seo if he really thought he could run, but that it's too late. But, to Mino's surprise, our boy asked, "Run away? Who said I wanted to hide?" using only his head to attack that freak. Mino's arm shatters completely, with several compound fractures. And Mino watches the scene in shock, realizing his arm was totally destroyed and his bones pulverized. Then, without waiting for his reaction, our boy grabs his head, rears back, and begs, "Please, stay away from them, from my family," before headbutting Mino, as Meno himself wonders what the hell is going on here. He's truly a masterpiece. And after that monstrous headbutt, Mino is thrown to the other side of the arena, into a dark room. Meanwhile, in the VIP area, our boy's ally is completely stunned by the scene, realizing the fight might be over. And inside that dark room, Minho is lying crumpled like a piece of trash. And after he spits out blood, our boy appears, walking towards him. He says the prize money, or whatever it is, he can take as much as he wants. The only thing he asks is that he please let them go, but Minho says that what they need isn't money. And so Seo asks what it is. Minho tells him that the owners here aren't those 16 VIPs. What the superhumans who run this place want to achieve is eternal life. That statement leaves our boy completely shocked. And Minho quickly tells him that their desire is to possess immortality and become a god. And no one can stop the higher-ups. No one can stop these monstrous people. This means that his family will never be able to escape this place, leaving our boy once again in shock and afraid of what he just claimed. And Minho continues, saying that if they gather the power and wisdom of humanity's elite, they can become like gods, and they will proudly accept the results of this grand research. But Seo says that they're clearly insane, but Minho says his parents will arrive soon, and he will conduct the final test. And after he falls unconscious, our boy starts screaming at him, asking what the hell he's talking about and where his parents are. But then a drone approaches, announcing that Minho is unconscious and participant Kang has won. But before it could finish its sentence, the drone simply shut down and fell to the ground, surprising our boy. And right after, a red siren blared, startling Seo. From the loudspeaker, someone announced that it's an emergency. All officers are to ready their weapons and eliminate the experimental organism that escaped from the Level 1 laboratory, as it is going on a rampage. And Seo wonders what the hell is happening. To his surprise, he hears several gunshots and then notices those guys in the arena firing in a certain direction. And one of them says it's fucked. The Level 1 test subjects are destroying the whole system and there's no hope there. They can't stop them and, regardless of the crazy orders, they just have to run. But in that instant, his head is torn off, completely shocking his companion, who starts trembling in fear asking what's happening. But right after, his head is also chopped off, and then a monstrous being appears in front of them. Right after that, it leaps from the arena, heading for a certain VIP room, and soon watched it all in a panic, thinking that everyone must be in that laboratory. First, he needs to help that girl get out of there, and after that, he can find the experiment room. Seeing the whole scene, the girl and her assistant are in shock, while the guy says they need to get out of there, and that he's going to ask the cop outside to open the door and get them out. But just then, there's a knock on their door. Someone starts coming in, and this huge monster lunges at the girl as she's scared to death, wondering if she's going to die now, and that it can't end like this. But just then, to her surprise, her great hero appears soon, facing off against that brute, landing a solid punch right on its head and knocking it back outside. The girl, surprised, asks when he got there, but he just tells her she has to accept it and take him to the forbidden area, the one she said nobody could enter. She asks what he means, and he explains that everyone is in there and he can't leave them behind. He tells her to hurry up. A few hours later, he finally reached the metal door, but it had already been basically broken down, and he wonders to himself, what the hell happened here? Meanwhile, the bald guy tells her to look inside. The situation looks really dangerous, but soon takes the lead, saying it's probably safer to stick with him now. He tells them to hurry because they don't know what's going to happen next. So the three of them enter the room, and now, somewhere else, further ahead in that same hidden room, someone is dragging some bodies. It's Park Old Man, with the bodies of Amanda Crow and the Minion King. He's completely exhausted and out of breath, thinking his body can't move anymore, but he has to hold on a little longer because he needs to save them. But just then, his body collapses, and he starts to close his eyes, thinking he can't take it anymore, that he can't go on. But just before his eyes close, he sees some people running towards him. And finally, he makes out Soon's shadow. Then, in that instant, our boy hugs him, greatly surprising the old man, who gets excited to see him. Meanwhile, Soon, looking very serious, says that he doesn't have to worry anymore. From now on, he can just let him handle everything. Someone appears behind them all, asking, "And where do you think you're going?" And finally, the mastermind appears, that masked man, saying that no one can leave this place because his experiment isn't over yet. Breaking news out of Babylon. Apparently, the Black Dragon Guild started their raid on the 10th floor of the tower, and reporters are grilling them, asking if they didn't just brag about showing what one of the best guilds could do. But surprise, surprise, they came back empty-handed yet again. The Black Dragon Guild racks up another failure in the first world. And just as the dragon's attempts ended, today's real star shows up, the #1 ranked hunter, the Yu Su-ha, who soloed the boss again. They ask how the Yu Su-ha is feeling today. He just says he's fine. The reporter points out he set another record today, saying that ever since the tower appeared, he, the Yu Su-ha, was the only one to ever beat a boss all by himself. But then he just snatches the mic from the reporter and snaps, asking if they can change that stupid-ass nickname. The reporter's like, What are you talking about? He goes off about the Yu Suha title, questioning why they're calling him by such a lame name when he has his own, and asks what the hell is up with Yu Suha. He's like, why not just call me Sparky while you're at it, saying it's just way too embarrassing. But meanwhile, our main character, a complete and utter loser, is rotting at home, just seething with jealousy over this guy. He's on the floor, watching TV, with crap piled up all over his furniture. As he's listening, he thinks about how the Yusuha is living the life, saying whatever he wants, whenever he wants. He keeps scrolling on his phone and sees a bunch of haters trashing the Yusuha, saying he's on a global broadcast and asking if he couldn't be a little more polite. Then some other dude pretending to be a girl chimes in, like, why does nationality even matter when it comes to the tower and his personality? He's already a legendary hunter, saying he wants to be just like the Yusuha. So everyone just keeps talking about him, non-stop. And our MC just watches it all, mumbling that he wants to be just like the Yu Suha. He keeps saying it with this totally dead, depressed look in his eyes, repeating it over and over. He thinks, that guy is so awesome that everyone hangs on his every word, and they say he's loaded. Our guy is jealous of that too. If the world were a novel, then someone like him would probably be the protagonist, the one standing over all his enemies in some badass pose. But as for our supposed main character, he's just an extra, who couldn't even pass for a side character. But right then, as our MC is zoning out, he hears the interviewer ask if the Yu Suha could say something to the audience at home. The kid immediately tunes in. The interviewer says there are tons of new hunter applications, all thanks to Hunter Yu Suha's inspiration, and points out that awakening his skills as soon as he entered the tower in his 20s and beating a boss in 1 month that hadn't been beaten in 10 years truly makes him a legendary hunter. He asks if he can share the secret of his success for those who want to become hunters. He thinks for a second, then agrees to talk. He says he's only going to say this once, telling everyone to listen up. At the end of the day, those who are meant to succeed will succeed. But even if they do become successful, they better not mess with him, or else they'll die. After dropping that bombshell, he turns and walks away, leaving all the reporters stunned. One of them asks what he even meant by that. But with that super awkward vibe, they wrap up their special report. They try to say something else, but our MC just slams his laptop shut and starts crying, thinking about what the Yusuha said, muttering that the guy pisses him off, asking if it's just because he's successful. He thinks he can look down on everyone else. It felt like he was looking down on him, not the reporter. And if only he had some talent like the Yu Suha, then he wouldn't have to live in this tiny apartment or be treated like some useless, skillless F-rank hunter. He gets more and more pissed and freaked out, yelling that he wants to be like the Yu Suha, saying he's so jealous because he wants to achieve success with his own strength too. Or at least, he wonders how cool it would be if the Yu Suha's skills were his. As he's getting desperate, a light shines in front of him, and he's weirded out, wondering what it is. He thinks he's seen this in videos 1,000 times. He wonders if this is a skill card, and a golden card appears right in front of him. A relentless fit of jealousy made it happen. The kid has no idea what's going on. Then the system says the tower is impressed with his jealousy and has granted him a skill. Well, we're starting off strong. I can't believe I'm seeing a protagonist get a hack just from pure, unfiltered envy. The kid is still super confused, because he remembers seeing it happen to other people. It would say stuff like, the tower is touched by your will, or the tower rewards you for your ceaseless training, and the tower praises your achievements. But for him, this is totally different from all the skill awakening videos he's seen. But he figures he's not in a position to get hung up on the wording, because this is the moment he's been dreaming of ever since he got here. A golden card. And when he grabs it, he thinks this has to be a skill even better than S rank. And just like that, the card creates the skill. The skill is S plus rank, and its effect? It kicks in automatically when he gets killed by an enemy. He copies one of the skills from the enemy that offed him and makes it his own. But yeah, you can't copy from the same opponent twice. On top of that, the copied skill is totally random. But still, he has to die first, and he's just staring at the description like, what the hell is this? Seriously, he has to die. He's wondering what kind of bullcrap skill this is, totally pissed off at his own crappy luck. So, the story goes that the tower just appeared in the world one day. Everyone could see it on the horizon, no matter where they were. And the dudes with nothing to lose were the first ones to step inside and see what it was all about. Every floor of the tower was crawling with monsters from another world, and skills appeared for a few chosen visitors, selected by the tower itself. And the ones who heard the news flocked to the tower and started hunting monsters. They were the first generation. So, this guy on TV says he once saw the Yusuha fighting in the hunting grounds. He said the man held a flaming spear and looked like he was dancing. He was like Nataraja, an incarnation of Shiva, who you could also say is the god of dance in Hinduism. Then our main character talks to the manager of the place he's eating at, asking if they can watch something else. But the manager's like, why? It was just getting good and you want to change it? You got a problem with the Yusuha? But right then, the guy in the news report says that even after hitting #1 in the rankings, he hasn't changed a bit, and that it's good to see someone who's a true hero. And our guy says it's not that he dislikes the Yu Suha, it's just that some people out there have it way too good. He asks himself why his own life sucks so bad. And just like that, the owner starts thinking this drunk is a real pain in the ass. But our guy begs him to listen, saying that yesterday he got an S+ rank skill. But what kind of crappy skill gets you killed when you use it? He says he hasn't even reported it to the Hunters Association yet because he's too damn embarrassed to tell anyone his skill is total garbage. At that point, he almost pukes and just starts crying right there in the bar. So the owner tells him to go puke outside, and our guy stumbles out of the bar. He sees the daily hunter rankings, and #1 is the Yusuha, #2 is the Raviel Evancia, and #3 is the venomous serpent. So, while he's completely wasted out on the street, he feels like his head's going to explode. But then he hears a scream, and a woman's cry for help gets his attention, so he heads over. And what does he see? The Yu Suha, hitting on some woman in a really messed up way. She's telling him to get out of her way, wondering why the hell he's suddenly doing this. Then the guy says she's a hell of an actress, and that if anyone saw them right now, they'd totally think she was the victim. Calling her Saintess, he says she poisoned his drink, which totally shocks her, and he tells her it's basilisk stomach acid, the same poison she was planning to use on him. He then asks if she's for real, because if it wasn't for his skill, things could have gone south, big time. He throws the poison away, shattering it on the ground. She claims it's all a misunderstanding, that she just wanted to go on a tower raid with him as a teammate. And he says that's what he thought too, but he was wrong. She starts begging for them to just talk it out. As she keeps saying, it's just a misunderstanding, our guy is watching from a distance, wondering what the hell is even happening. He asks himself, aren't those two dating? What kind of couple has a conversation like this? The Emperor questions her about talking, saying it sounds good to him, and that it would be the gentlemanly thing to do. But then he grabs the girl by the neck, saying he'll be the one setting the rules for this conversation. And our guy realizes this is a fight between someone who wants to kill and someone who doesn't want to die, and he has no clue what to do. Then the Yu Suha says he'll be the one asking the questions, and she just needs to answer by nodding. He tells her he has a lie detection skill, so she better not lie to him, because if she's honest during their talk, he might consider giving her the antidote. He orders her to answer who told her to kill him, asking if it was the Raviel Evancia. And as our main character watches this unfold, he remembers someone on the news saying that even after reaching rank 1, he's still the same. It's good to see a true hero. But the woman in his grasp is choking, his hand squeezing her neck. He says that's what he thought, that the Raviel Evancia must have sent her to kill him after all. And our guy keeps thinking about what that person on the news said, about him being the kind of hero humanity needs right now. Then, the Yu Suha starts using his fire magic, his arm igniting to burn the Saintess's head. And she starts getting torched in his hand, and our guy just watches, frozen, as she's charred to a crisp by the Yu Suha's arm. He wonders if that person is a hero, if that's what a hero is supposed to be. He thinks, he's not a hero, he's just a psycho killer. He bolts, running and puking, thinking he's got to get the hell out of there now. But as he's running, he's not watching where he's going and ends up smashing some bottles along the way. And when the Yu Suha hears the noise, he appears right behind him with a psycho look on his face, eyes locked on our guy. And he says he thought he'd gotten rid of all the rats around here, but it looks like he missed one. And our guy is scared times T-less, realizing those are the eyes of a stone-cold killer. With the Yu Suha ready to barbecue him, our guy starts wondering if the Saintess was even his first kill. He asks himself how many people this guy has murdered so far. 12, 100, or even more. But then he's hit and crashes to the ground. And then he sees his own foot, a little ways away from his body. He's in shock, screaming in pain. The Yu Suha is just standing there, holding his spear of fire. And our guy is panicking as the Emperor walks closer to him, stepping right on his severed foot. The kid begs him to spare his life, but the Emperor just says he shouldn't have run. Our guy keeps pleading, please, spare my life. But then the Emperor asks, did you see it? And the kid, crying and shaking, says he didn't see anything, that he didn't see a single thing. But then the Emperor leans in and asks, what is it that you didn't see? And what, just because he calls him the Yu Suha, he's supposed to believe he was in the right place at the right time and saw Jack squat? He mocks him, saying it's so convincing that if he were a complete idiot, he'd totally fall for it. But then our guy switches gears, promising he won't tell a soul, just begging to be let go. But the Emperor's not having it. Answer me right if you want to live. And our hero's mind is racing, thinking this dude's a straight-up demon, wondering who sent him and if he's with the Black Dragon Guild too. And that's when it hits him. How did the world get so obsessed with a psycho like this? So he brings up that lie detection skill, the one that Yu Suha himself is famous for, saying he's heard the rumors. He's like, just use it, and you'll see I'm clean. But the look on the Emperor's face turns sour. a dead giveaway that he was lying. And our guy realizes he killed her with zero proof, just because she seemed a little suspicious. The Emperor snaps, "How dare you say that to me?" and slams the kid into the ground. He claims the Saintess was really trying to off him, and if he hadn't killed her right then, he'd have been poisoned by tomorrow. But then he's like, "Wait, how'd you know about that? The Yusuha just says he knows things, that he has his sources. Plus, since he brought up the lie detector, he figures the kid's gotta be innocent." So the kid thanks him for finally believing him. But just then, the Yusuha unleashes his power right on our hero's head, saying he's already seen way too much, and burns him to a crisp. "You saw too much, so you gotta die." He even introduces himself as Yosha before telling our hero goodbye forever. And in that moment, the kid remembers his own name, Kim Gongja. The director of his old orphanage used to say that with a name like Gongja, he should be good at Confucianism, since it's the Korean name for Confucius. The kid just agreed with him back then, but now all he can think is, he doesn't want to die like this. The system announces his death, and suddenly he's in some empty void, lying on the ground, totally wrecked. He starts asking himself why he had to die like that. But then he wonders, why did he have to live times like that? Then the system chimes in. The conditions to activate his skill were met upon his death, and he just keeps thinking, I could have lived a little better, damn it. The system announces it's copying a random skill from the hunter, Yosha. A skill card forms, and he thinks, I have the right to a better life, as he spots a single gold card among all the others. And the system tells him to choose a skill card. He thinks, if I just had one more chance, it's just one, I'd make it count. As he reaches out, his hand grazes the golden card, and the system declares the selection is complete, copying the ability. The next thing he knows, he's back in his room, waking up to the news report about Byung. He wakes up staring at his laptop, playing the same news report he'd already seen. He's totally confused, wondering what happened and why he's back here, watching the Yusuha again. The psycho is giving an interview after soloing the boss. Kreese again. He's freaking out, wondering what's going on and how he even got home. He glances around, seeing all the messages he already read, and the stupid comments he was typing online. And there's the Yusuha, having a meltdown on camera again. The kid can't believe it. Why is everyone saying the exact same crap they said yesterday? Then it hits him. A second ago, he was dead. He opens his skill cards and sees he has two now. One is the trash worst skill of the century, but the other is the one he copied from the Yusuha when he died, the Returner's Clockwork. A rank X skill. Its effect activates automatically the moment he dies. He'll rewind time by 24 hours, keeping all his memories and experiences. But there's a catch. He gets a penalty equal to his rank and to a skill copied from Yosha. He realizes it now. He automatically jumped back to the day before he died, and he remembers everything. This is it. This is the secret to becoming a legendary hunter. That's why he killed the Saintess. His excuse about having contacts was total BS. The kid gets it now. The Emperor wasn't predicting the future. He was poisoned by the Saintess the next day and just rewound time. And because of that psycho's secret, even an innocent bystander like him ended up dead. He keeps listening to the interview, where the Emperor warned that even if people get successful, they better not mess with him, or they'll die. Our hero thinks about dying, about taking that power for himself. A smirk spreads across his face. Yeah, let's see who's gonna die this time. Suddenly, he hears someone shouting about a fire. Outside, it's total chaos, everyone scrambling to do something, to put out the blaze. And he remembers this place he lives isn't like the outside world. It's a city built by people who entered the tower to become hunters, the first floor tower. He checks the time. It's almost the same time he got wasted yesterday. He knows this fire was started by the Yusuha to destroy the evidence of his murder. People around him are yelling for anyone with a water skill to help put out the fire right now. And that's when the Black Dragon Guild shows up, announcing they're taking temporary control and ordering everyone to follow their commands. That's the rank 2 hunter, the Black Dragon Guild Master, also known as the Raviel Evancia. Another woman reports that the area is secure, but there might be survivors inside. They're sending in a rescue squad. That's the rank 5, the Master of the Herbs and Pharmacists Guild, the Alchemist Master. Our guy mentions some people call this place Bon, while others call it the first floor city. And that other dude is the rank 10, the Saintess, leader of the city's vigilante corps. The Saintess says that's not the issue here. This place has been isolated for 5 years. They've been damn lucky. Our hero thinks how some still call it the City of Ascension, but it's all the same, really. It's a city you can't leave once you're in. He figures the people living here are used to crazy situations like this. Then he realizes something's off. He wonders why the Saintess isn't here yet. She's not the type to be late for an emergency. The Saintess remembers she mentioned she had something to do tonight, wondering about her meeting. And she's like, she's seen her hanging out with the Yusuha a lot lately. And the Master Alchemist says she doesn't like him, because something about that dude just creeps her out. And speak of the devil, the Yusuha shows up, asking who was playing with fire without his permission. Our guy freaks out that he's here. The paladin thanks him for showing up, and he just strolls in, acting all high and mighty. The paladin's like, as you can see, the fire started in those old buildings, asking if he can help them out. But he just asks, what's in it for me? And our guy just thinks, this dude's a complete psycho. He's wondering if he seriously dares to ask for a reward when he was the one who started the fire. The paladin says his reward is getting on the people's good side for being the ranker who saved the day. But he's like, you really think I care what anyone thinks about me? And our guy remembers some comment he saw online. Who cares about his personality? Because he's already a legendary hunter. He says he's just telling it like it is. It's not like people don't know what kind of person he is. So the Yusuha just refuses to do charity work and bounces. So our guy realizes nobody knows the truth. Everyone just thinks the Yusuha is some hero who's a little full of himself. He's the only one who knows his true nature as a bloodthirsty killer, so he thinks he needs to take him out, and the kid just turns to walk away. They tell him it's dangerous over there, but our guy says he's going to kill him for humanity and for the honor of all hunters. Walking up to the Yusuha with a knife in his hand, he says that hunters are people who are supposed to hunt monsters. And getting close to the guy, he says that no matter the method, this monster deserves to be put down, rushing at him with just a tiny dagger. But totally different from what I thought he'd do. He just runs straight into the fire, letting himself get torched. He thinks it's way too hot, and the pain is horrifying, but he knows this is the only way to kill that monster. He finally dies, rewinding 24 hours in time, and when he comes back, he wakes up a little calmer, and the system tells him he's now an F-rank hunter for using the skill. And he finally realizes that an F-rank like him gets no penalties. So he thinks that killing the Yusuha in his current state is completely impossible. And even if he got lucky and killed him, it would just send him back 24 hours, since he has that skill too. So, the only way a weak hunter like him can kill him is by knowing everything about him. And he remembers an interview from when he first awakened, and they asked him when it all started. And he says it was the summer he was 21, so 11 years have passed since then. And she says he must have a really good memory to remember it so clearly. And he's like, not really. It just so happens that the day I awakened was also my birthday. So our guy thinks that his destination is 11 years ago, on July 7th. So if he calculates it, that's 4,050 days in total. And after dying 4,050 times, he can go back to before the day he awakened. He just jams a knife into his own chest, dying and coming back one more time. Rewinding 24 hours, he wakes up drenched in sweat, thinking that now there are only 4,049 days left. Dude, what even is this? Okay, so they say after you do the same thing a bunch of times, you end up getting numb to it, but I don't think so. I totally disagree. You feel me? There are some things you can only do once in your life, so I can't even imagine doing it twice. Like, for the love of God. And the kid just keeps doing this over and over again, but sometimes he messes up and is still alive even after stabbing himself. He doesn't stop offing himself and gets down to 2,020 days, then to 543, and finally gets to the last time he'll ever need to do this, with only one more to go. The amount of crazy in this dude's head is insane, and with one more reset, our guy is sprawled out on his bed and starts to look around, way younger now, thinking that he did it. He notices he's back in the era before the legend of the Yusuha had even begun. Then he thinks he died 30 more times than the original plan, which was 4,050 times. And that's including the time it took him to actually pull it off each time. As well as taking a few days off here and there, he came back all this way to prove that the legend of that demon isn't eternal. And just like that, he walks out with his dinky little knife, looking like a total weirdo, putting his hood over his head, saying it's time for him to find his first prey. And so, 11 years ago, May 6th, 11 in the morning, he heads to where the Yusuha's house was, before he became who he is. He wakes up to the super annoying sound of his alarm clock. He thinks his head is killing him, and he was already a creepy dude even before getting his ability. And our protagonist already knows what he's going to say before he says it. He thinks that to make the perfect plan, he repeated this day 10 times. And without fail, every day at 9 in the morning, he wakes up in the F-rank dorms and thinks it's time to go to work, thinking his life sucks. And at 3 in the afternoon, he's hunting slimes in the second-floor hunting ground, thinking that it's such a drag to hunt slimes all day, every day. And at that moment, he starts to complain, wondering when he'll get to live an awesome life like the Marcus. And our guy thinks that the 21-year-old version of him is just a generic F-rank hunter wishing for a golden ticket. He wonders why he can't win the lottery or something, or at least get an S-rank skill. And our guy thinks that normally, his wishes would come true about a week from then. And so he himself starts killing a few slimes that he already knows are going to appear with an absurd sense of calm, but he says that kind of future isn't going to happen anymore for a guy like him. And after killing that slime, he runs a hand through his hair. Then at 5:31 in the afternoon, the guy asks the tower to take him to the 6th floor, and our protagonist says that he decided he wouldn't get anywhere just hunting slimes. So he went to a higher and harder area where the newbie hunters go. Arriving on the 6th floor, that's a place where for the next 36 minutes he'll be all alone, and our guy walks up to him asking for help, totally covered in slime, saying he was attacked by wolves, asking him to give him a potion. So, Yosora's like, "What the hell are you even talking about?" He asks if the guy already took out the monster here, saying that means his little hunt is over. And our guy just keeps asking for a potion, but Yosora snaps back, "What damn potion?" He whines that he won't even be able to hit his daily goal because of him, asking how much the kid is going to pay up, and our main character is totally lost. Yosora doubles down, asking how much he'll give him for the potion. He complains that his hunt is ruined, and he's still expected to hand over a free potion. "Get real," he says. "Especially to some rando I just met. Don't you have any shame?" Our guy says it's sold at the alchemy castle for 20 gold, and that he'll give him the 20 gold. But Yosora's like, "It seems you really don't get the situation here, stopping the kid with that staff he carries. You're at death's door, idiot. And you still want to pay just 20 gold? Is your life really that cheap?" So the kid offers 40, but he just says nope, telling the kid to hand over everything he's got. And our MC just goes, "Knew it." Yosora thinks he wants to fight, but is too lazy to use his hands, saying he'll just take the kid's money himself. Our MC just thinks, so that's the kind of scumbag he really is. And just like that, he shoves the kid away and sees he has 60 gold, tops. "Why are you so broke?" he asks. "You should carry more cash." But our guy just says that's everything he has. But Yosora tells him not to worry, saying he'll spend it well. He asks, "Isn't this just how life works?" Acting just like his older version from the future. And so, the kid starts begging for the potion again. But Yosora says, "I thought about it," and pulls out a poisoned spear. He says if he lets the kid go, he might come back for revenge later. He needs to live a worry-free life, you see. But since the kid saw his face, he asks, "Why don't you just die already?" And our MC thinks he's right about the whole no worries thing. Then he goes all in on Yosora, nailing him right in the nuts, thinking, "Yeah, I'm gonna live worry-free." So he staggers back while our guy pulls out a dagger, slicing Yosora's neck and making him bleed out. Then he says that to prevent the 1 in a million chance of him waking up and threatening his life, he's gonna make sure to finish him right, stabbing him over and over. Then he thinks that killing him was expected, but something weird bugged him, wondering why the hell he said his name at that moment. And our main character thinks, finally, after 40,090 days, he gets it. He realizes that even though he was a cold-blooded murderer, he wanted to pretend he was some knight in a sacred duel. He asks, "How dare you act all righteous after killing those innocent people?" But then he just turns to the wolves behind him, asking, "You guys want a bite?" He says he doesn't need him anymore and tells them to go ahead, and the wolves finish off Yosora, or what was left of him. Then our guy pulls out everything he had hidden, which he had prepared from the start. Taking off that bloody coat, he hides it and casually walks out of there. He gets to the 1st floor and wonders if it's really over, and notices that's the Watchers Corporation building. And he calmly walks past the guard. Or, not so calmly, he was pretty much freaking out after what he'd just done. But when he heard the guard yawning, not paying any attention, he thought, it's really over, and nobody knows what happened. Then he hears on TV that the 10th floor raid team lost again that day, and our guy thinks that nobody really knows anything at all. And the reporter says the heat on the Marcus keeps growing because he refuses to participate, even as an S rank. And our MC thinks the terrifying legend of the Yusuha, Yosora, is gone for good. So he's at a bar, keeps ordering drinks, and the bartender asks if he's drinking too much, saying his hunt must have gone really well. He just says, "It was awesome." Then the news reports that even though all the rank 7 or rank 2 hunters teamed up for the 10th floor challenge, people are still calling the ranking system useless. And our boy is just way too happy now, opening his hunter status window. He's still F rank with 2 out of 4 possible skills. One is, I want to become like him, a passive. And the other is, the Returner's Clock EX, also passive. Slots 3 and 4 are still empty. And he thinks, this is great, noticing he has some priceless skills. But he also notices he doesn't have a single combat skill, wondering if this is what they call human greed, and he scolds himself, saying he's shameless for wanting even more than this. He says he has to focus on what he can do with the skills he already has. He thinks he could win the Sun Merchants Guild lottery, or he could sell the method to clear the upper floors that nobody knows about yet, and he thinks that things are actually looking great for him, wondering what he should do now. But then some old dude with a super impressive aura shows up, asks for milk and tells them to mix in a little vodka and sugar with it, hot. He adds that it'd be even better if it were sugar and not milk. But then the guy at the door says, "Sorry, dude, but I'm not the bartender." Our MC thinks the old guy is a total weirdo, but the man tells him not to worry about the payment, saying he'll cover everything. And just like that, Everyone starts wondering if that's really him. They ask what he's even doing here. They're all saying that during times like these, for the sake of hunter morale, public opinion is that everyone should be cooperating. And our MC is shocked to see that man there. That's the Marcus, the one everyone on TV is wondering about, where he is and what he's doing. Next, the talk turns to the Marcus, whose real name is Marcus Callenberry. A lot of people forgot about him after 11 years, since so much time has passed since he disappeared. But until the Yu Suha got famous, he was the true #1 of the tower. And our MC realizes this guy must be the strongest of this era. He bets that old dude has tons of S-rank skills, not weird abilities like his, but actual, useful combat skills. Then he remembers his own ability, an ability that lets him copy any hunter's skill as long as he kills them, even if they're the skills of the current #1. And he tells himself he can't die now, thinking that this seems totally doable. And he remembers what people were saying online about the Marcus. So, the word on the street is he's some rich kid boss from Northern Europe. But get this, nobody has a clue what his skills even are. And apparently, even with all that cash and all those connections, he just ditched everything to climb the tower. Like, who does that? Someone else brings up his habit of talking to himself. Our boy is pretty weirded out, because this guy's a total mystery. It's all just rumors, no useful intel. He thinks, man, it'd be great if these guys were even half the attention hogs the Yu Suha was. But then, the MC actually hears him muttering to himself, telling someone to shut it and keep their voice down. The old guy's like, for starters, at least whatever. And our boy's already creeped out. The Marcus is literally talking to thin air right in front of him. He thinks, well, at least the rumors about him talking to himself are legit. He wonders why all the top rankers are so messed up, but then someone warns him about a word you must never say to the Marcus. And this isn't just some story. The dude telling it swears it's 100% true. Saw it with his own 2 eyes. If you want to live, you never say it to the Marcus's face. He remembers some guy telling the old geezer that this was just a public hunting ground. The man said he had to follow the rules, asking if he was blind, because they'd already called dibs on the spot. He says that a few days ago, some high rankers got into it with the Marcus in the 9th floor hunting grounds. The other guy thinks that's odd, since he's never heard anything about it. The dude starts dissing him, telling him he should clean out his ears or maybe buy a hearing aid or something. He said, looking at your face, I bet the grandkids you left behind are total brats too. And just like that, the Marcus sliced the guy in half. So they're like, are you saying the Marcus straight up murdered someone, asking if he's from a big guild or just spreading lies? But the guy just shrugs, telling him to think what he wants. He just wanted everyone to know what went down. Anyway, if you don't want to die, you don't talk about the Marcus's grandkids. The MC thinks about it. Then the Sword Emperor keeps talking to himself and he thinks, I gotta test this. And just like that, the old dude just gets up and leaves the bar. The whole place, which was dead silent and super tense, finally lets out a breath of relief now that he's gone. One of the guys wonders if he has Alzheimer's and why he was grumbling to himself so much. He thinks, man, that guy really knows how to kill a vibe. The main character also thanks the bartender for his beer, bolts out the door, and thinks, now I gotta find where rank 1 is. He wonders where he went, since he left right after him. He couldn't have gone far, until he spots some flashy dude in a hat and fancy clothes in the middle of the crowd. Our boy thinks that since he's the only person dressed like that in all of Barblan, finding him is a piece of cake. He wonders what kind of ability this guy has, since the Yu Suha had an X-rank regression skill. So what does the Marcus have, the guy who was a big deal even before the Yu Suha? He questions if he's got a skill even more broken than regression, thinking, that ability is going to be mine. He just needs a little bit of luck. But while he's overthinking it, the Sword Emperor turns around, saying, this place should do, getting the kid's attention. Then he says the kid can come on out, and the MC realizes he was spotted instantly. Then the Sword Emperor says that no one will ever know what happened here. The kid actually shows himself and apologizes for being rude, saying he just wanted to ask the Marcus a favor. But then the Sword Emperor just starts cackling all creepy-like, and our boy gets seriously spooked. He then scoffs at the favor, asking if our boy didn't follow him so sloppily on purpose just so he'd get caught. He asks why he's asking an Sword Emperor like him for a favor when he looks so terrified. This isn't normal. The MC thinks he totally misread why he was allowed to be found, and realizes he doesn't have a weapon or anything on him. But the Sword Emperor is holding a sword, almost like he's about to attack. He thinks that even though all he did was follow him, this is way overkill. It's a convenient situation for him, but he wonders what the catch is. Then the Sword Emperor says, you're a great actor, just as I'd expect from a first-class assassin. Our boy has no clue what's happening, wondering how he, an F-ranker, could be an assassin like that. Then he congratulates himself, because he's gonna die without even insulting the guy's grandkids. The main character says he's sorry, but he has no idea what's going on. The Sword Emperor says he's a snake, because he's still playing dumb, but he can't fool his eyes. At this, The kid starts begging him to stop, saying he doesn't know what he's talking about and how could he look like a top-class assassin, because he's actually proud of looking like a normal person. But then the Sword Emperor draws his sword, unsheathing it and telling the kid to shut his trap. He says he has a ton of skills, and one of them shows how many times someone has committed murder. And that's when it finally clicks for our hero. Because as he was told, a kill is a kill. He might have known the person he killed would become a monster, but there's no way to explain that in this timeline. He bets the Marcus can see the number 1 floating above his head, so he says he gets it. But even though it sounds like he's making an excuse, he asks to be heard. He says he did it for a good reason, and he can swear to God. Just like that, he starts taking off his hat, saying the kid disgusts him. He's shocked by what the Sword Emperor is saying, that a demon like him, who's killed countless people, wants to make up reasons now. He says he hasn't exactly lived an honest life either, but at least he hasn't committed mass murder like him. The main character understands nothing, asking about these murders and saying that in his whole life, he's only killed one person. But then the Sword Emperor says he's still lying without a shred of shame, telling him that the number of people he's killed so far is 40,091. He can totally see the number floating over my head, and it finally clicks what the hell is going on, because I only killed Yosoa once. But I offed myself 40,090 times to get to the past, so yeah, things are obviously screwed up. The old geezer then asks if the Raviel Evanzia sent me. So now, in this old dude's eyes, I'm some psycho serial killer who's murdered 4,091 people. And I realize this isn't about copying some stupid skill anymore. The Sword Emperor's all like, aren't you gonna answer me while I'm booking it out of there? My brain is screaming that as long as the Marcus has this power, he's gonna try to kill me every single time, no matter what. And he just says, fine, whatever. He says it wasn't an important question anyway, and that he's gonna kill me with everything he's got, calling me a demon before ending another one of my lives. Except this time, the hit doesn't land. My neck isn't sliced open. It was crazy close, but he didn't kill me. The old dude is actually shocked that I dodged his blade, saying, well, I guess that's what you'd expect from a first-class assassin. But I'm just thinking this guy must be deaf or something. Then, like an idiot, I trip on a rock and go tumbling backwards, eating dirt. And I'm just like, no way I can pull that off again. That first dodge was pure luck. I'm not doing it twice. So the geezer raises his sword while I'm just lying there. He tells someone to shut up, talking to that imaginary friend of his, and asks if they want to interrogate the demon. Seriously, imagine running for your life and the old guy in front of you is just having a full-on conversation with himself. It's so weird. But then the geezer asks, didn't I say I'd handle this? Telling the voice to stop butting into his business. And I'm thinking, this conversation is way too articulate to be just schizophrenia. So I start to wonder if it's one of his skills, because there's no freaking way that's telepathy. I've heard rumors that skills like this actually exist. So, is he talking about me to someone else who's also seeing my kill count? And that's even more terrifying. He could be telling someone that he's with a person who's committed 4,091 murders. I can see it now. I'll be a wanted man by the Hunters Association, hunted by the big guilds and top bounty hunters, until I'm publicly executed on the first floor of the tower. Well, in theory, I just die and everyone forgets, right? Like, it's not a huge deal, unless I actually manage to run away for a long time. Then I'd have to just keep dying, and dying, and dying, over and over, until I reach the day I first met the old guy and just don't. Like, I could run, I don't know, go to another country, climb the tower. I know how to do it, so what's the big deal? And then it hits me. I have to die now before 24 hours pass. So I say something to the Sword Emperor, but he's busy talking to his own personal Casper the Sword Emperor, telling him not to even try it because his mind's already made up. And even if he's just a teacher, he's still gonna do whatever he wants. But I ask him, by the way, are your grandkids okay? I heard you're from a good Northern European family. You know how things are with those types, right? I tell him, the outside world is a dangerous place. If people find out you're the Marcus, what do you think is gonna happen? But then my vision flips upside down, and the Sword Emperor's sword is already raised. I wonder if the moon has always been upside down. Then I see my own headless body and think, damn, that's beautiful, because I didn't even see his last attack. How do you even reach that level? I want to be like him. I'm so jealous. I want that attack for myself. And with that, I die. Then my skill activates, creating 6 ability cards. I'm thinking I'll get the skills of 2 rank 1 hunters. I start looking for the gold card, figuring I'll just grab it like I did with the Yusu Ha's. But that's strange, because there's no gold card among them. I'm totally floored. Unlike the Yusu Ha, the legendary Marcus Kalenbury, leveled up without a single S-rank skill. No freaking way that's real. There's gotta be some broken skill hidden among these silver cards. There has to be. I see 3 bronze and 4 silver. Ignoring the garbage cards, my chances are 1 in 4. Then I realize that stupid murder counting ability has to be one of them too. and I definitely don't want that one. So I keep hoping for a busted skill, promising I'll never ask for anything else again as I grab a silver one. This has to be it, the skill behind the Marcus's success. I copy the ability, rewind 24 hours, and pop back into my place. I pull up my status window, wondering if I got the Marcus's main skill, and I see it. Sword thrown, rank A, passive. Well, at least it's a new skill, and it doesn't seem to be the murder counter. But I'm kinda shocked that it's another passive ability. I was just hoping for a really cool skill, you know? Like some martial arts or an aura awakening. But I guess I can't complain about an extra one. I open the skill card, but I can't tell what it does from the name alone. But then I hear someone speak, asking, "What's that noise?" And I whip my head to the side, totally spooked. And this person is talking to the Sword Emperor, saying, "I've told you before, if you want to train in the middle of the night, you should go outside. We need to respect each other more." It's super weird because there's this semi-transparent dude just floating next to me. Then the ghost says he'll get pulled back to him if he strays too far, and he says he already told him he doesn't need to be woken up. I look at this thing and ask, "Who are you?" And when the guy turns around and sees me, he asks, "You can see me?" I'm like, "Yeah." Then he asks, "Can you hear me?" I tell him, "Yeah, we're talking, aren't we?" He's completely surprised by this, saying it's weird and shouldn't be happening, then asks where the hell he is and why it's so small here. He asks where Marcus is. I'm like, "Marcus Calenberry? You mean the Marcus?" And he says yes, and that while the title is an exaggeration for a beginner like him, yes, he's talking about the old geezer who uses that name. He asks where he is, because he should be nearby. I'm just stunned that he called the Marcus a beginner, and this dude who looks like he's straight out of Tekken complains that he can't see anything through my tiny window. And our guy is totally shook. The sword thrown skill came with a ghost, some old dude who cleared the first 99 floors of the tower in another world, but totally choked on the 100th. Guess he couldn't let go, so he turned into a spirit. He can't touch a thing, but he can sure as hell talk to the person with the skill. I'm supposed to be shocked by this and ask him for advice? Pathetic. Apparently, only the skill user can sense him, and the whole thing was a cheap copy from Marcus Calenberry. So I'm like, he's from another world? I call him out, "You're a ghost, right? The guardian spirit of the Marcus or whatever?" And he's all, "Yeah, I guess." Then he totally freaks when I mention I accidentally cloned him, whining for me to send him back to the Sword Emperor right now. He asks if I copied him with my skill, demanding that I cancel it. He's losing it, asking if I know how to do a chargeback, saying everything should have a return policy these days. But I already told him it's impossible. It's not something I can control. And the ghost throws a full-on tantrum. "Marcus, you useless disciple. Your master just got jacked by some loser punk." But I just ask him if he can stop crying while he's upside down, because pretty soon Time's gonna be the one having a heart attack. The ghost whines that it's all because that stupid disciple didn't respect him enough, because he warned him to follow the exact same path he did. But I'm still asking if we can just live in silence. The ghost, however, questions me, since he's already dead. So I ask if he can just be quiet even though he's dead, please. But that just sets him off, yelling that he's never been so disrespected, telling everyone to look at this jerk, mistreating the dead. Wasn't dying once bad enough? Then I remember Marcus telling someone to shut up, saying they were interfering too much. I think about what's happening. Not only do I have to hide from the Marcus, but I also got stuck with this crap skill. The ghost pipes up, asking about hiding from the Sword Emperor and why I would ever do that. He says the guy isn't as bad as he looks, that he's actually pretty cool. As long as you don't mention his grandkids, you'll be fine. But I tell him I already knew that. Then I ask if the ghost knows one of my skills is seeing someone's kill count. He recognizes it as the detective's eye, asking, "So what?" He says it's just a useless skill that helps you figure out who's a killer and who isn't. So I tell him it's 4,091 deaths. That's the number over my head. The old martial artist is shocked, asking if I've lost my mind. He says I'm a total amateur, the biggest noob of all, that I probably don't even know how to use my aura, so how could I have killed 4,091 people? But I set him straight. It turns out I didn't kill all those people. In fact, I only killed one, who was going to become a tyrant. The other 4,090 is the number of times I've killed myself. I went back 11 years in time just to kill that guy. I have a skill that copies a random one from anyone I kill, and I got the time travel ability when he killed me. So whenever I die, I just rewind 24 hours from the moment of my death. Technically, I'm immortal. I wanted to get back at him, but he was rank 1 and I couldn't kill him because of his cheap resurrection skill. So I went back to a time before he ever awakened his powers. The ghost is stunned, seeing me talk about going back in time to get revenge on one person by killing myself for 11 years. I just nod. The ghost finally asks for my name, and I tell him it's Kim Gongja. And the ghost asks me why I decided to mess with the Sword Emperor, and why I stole his skill right after getting my revenge. And I tell him it's because he was number 1, and the fastest way to get strong is to take the skills of the strongest. The ghost also asks if the reason I'm being so honest is because the skill info told me no one else can sense his presence and I have no way of telling anyone, and I tell him that's exactly why. So the ghost tells me to get up, saying I have a lot of perseverance. My body would be great with a little exercise, and I'm also ambitious. I start thinking this conversation is getting a little weird. Then the ghost says it's not so bad, telling Gongja he wants me to hunt some monsters. We actually go to the hunting grounds, and I ask if he just wants me to kill them, and the ghost says yes. So I go after them with my dinky little knife, trying to kill these slimes that rush me, and I actually manage to take down a few. The ghost thinks that this was something he already knew. I ask him what he knew, and the ghost says that when he was alive, he was known as the Sword Emperor. He was born in a different world and a tower appeared, where he quickly rose to the top. I remember that the Sword Emperor became a legend after clearing the 40th floor, but this says he cleared the 99th, and that's just insane. The ghost says that when I reach his level, I'll be able to gauge others' talent just with a look. Their talent to become a hunter. And that's why he wanted to see me hunting. I get kind of bummed out, telling him he wasted his time, because I have no talent for fighting. But the ghost completely goes against what I'm saying, telling me I do have talent, and a huge amount of it, to be honest. So, I ask if he's kidding, and the ghost says, of course not. He says I have no talent for martial arts, my movements are clumsy, and my body isn't trained. I'm not even close to being able to feel my aura, but I have a talent no one else does. I'm not afraid of death. People usually protect themselves instinctively when they're fighting, but with me it's the opposite. That fear probably disappeared after dying more than 4,000 times. So I ask if you can even call that a talent. The ghost says, of course, because talent isn't something you're born with, and anyone can gain talent during their life. And one of the hardest to get is conquering the fear of death. He tells me I'm incredible. I just think to myself that no one's ever told me something like that. I couldn't even say it to myself. He says he just couldn't deal with being treated like some bug by the Yusuha, and he couldn't stand it. So he offed himself 4,090 times, and now he thinks dying is his real talent. So the ghost asks him a question, wanting to know if he died for that old fart and what was going through his head. The kid gets all awkward, but admits he thought it was beautiful. The ghost just cracks up, saying he's interesting. Like, asterisk really times interesting. Then he's like, yo, remember how you said your skill was copying? He's got a whole other him as a spirit guardian, and now wants to see who'll become the better hunter. He says he'll back Gongja until he can totally wreck that old geezer, or rule over him. He says they're gonna tear this whole tower down. But then, the very next day, the ghost is already screaming for Gongja. He asks why he isn't up yet, and the kid just begs for 5 more minutes, but the ghost tells him to quit being such a slob. Cause that old dude is probably clearing the 10th floor, and he wants 5 more minutes. The kid starts covering his ears, and the ghost asks if he really wants to do this, threatening to sing a song from his homeland till he wakes up. And just so he knows, he learned it when he was alive, and he can take off 30 heads with a single verse. The kid is seriously regretting getting this skill, while the ghost asks if he even knows what time it is. He asks what time it is, then, and the ghost says it's 4 in the morning. He calls the ghost a freaking lunatic. The ghost says even bugs start crawling at 4 a.m., and since he's weaker than a bug, he should be up even earlier. But the kid snaps back that just because he can't sleep doesn't mean he gets to torture him. And Gongja says he always wondered why the Marcus would train at this ungodly hour every day. Turns out, it wasn't his choice. It was because this ghost wouldn't let him sleep either. The ghost is like, you got it. I woke you up because I was bored. He asks if the kid is happy now and says that thanks to him, he can wake up and train, so he should be grateful and get on his knees. But Gongja just says he wants to kill him. The ghost replies, dude, I'm already dead. You can't kill me. And says if he's so annoyed, why not just off himself? Oh wait, that's right. He can't die even if he wanted to. He calls him a zombie and says from now on, his name is Zombie King. The kid gets more and more ticked off at this thing and finally goes for a run with the ghost. So the pest keeps yapping at the kid, reminding him that aside from his persistence, he's got 0 other talent. So he'd rather start teaching him the basics. But the kid is even worse than that. Somehow, his level is below basic. Our main character says it's been 4 days since he copied the Marcus's skill. And he says he killed Yasor one more time and has been avoiding the Marcus like the plague. The ghost says, in terms of potential, he's like a bottomless black hole. He thinks it's sick and is even kind of jealous, but tells him to stop spacing out while he's running. Our guy says he's just sticking to the training routine his guardian spirit made for him. The ghost is like, that's exactly why you need special help. And to get it, he's gonna need to pay for some top-tier tutoring. So he tells him they're gonna go win the lottery. So our main character remembers there's a guild called Sun Rion. Its official name is the Merchants Union, and the guild master is the rank 3 hunter, the Lady of the Gold Coins. She's the only one with the skill to trade with the outside world. And because of that, the Sun Rion Guild has a total monopoly on the tower's economy. And just like that, some dude with cat ears on his head greets them all chipper, thanking them for coming to Sunryan and asking how he can help. Our guy explains, this has become the only place in all of Babylon where you can actually play the lottery. He says he's here to collect his lottery winnings. The clerk congratulates him, saying, our guy hit the lottery of joy. But then the ghost gets curious, asking if he knows why the clerk is always wearing cat ears. Our guy says he heard the guildmaster is a cat woman, so the ghost figures she must be so obsessed with cats that she forces normal people to wear those ears. He's sure she must be a total pervert. But then the clerk asks if our guy checked the date, saying, you can't cash a prize from a ticket bought 2 years ago. Our main character thinks that this was the first thing he did after getting the guardian spirit, but he says it's cool, because he bought this one last week. Our guy explains that the Marcus's spirit said he'd need some startup cash, so he tried to win the lottery at least once. So, the cat ear dude checks his ticket and is totally floored to see he won first place. Everyone around them freaks out. The ghost thinks to himself that making money is way too easy for this kid. The cat ear guy says he confirmed the number, asks for a second, and says he's going to get the manager right now. Our guy tells him to chill, so the ghost asks what'll happen if he gets mugged in an alley or something. But the kid explains that before coming back to this time, Yosor had already used this skill to win the lottery a few times. He learned a few things from that, and it's not something you can really hide, even if you try. And if it's going to come out, it's better to just get ahead of it and explain everything. And if a winner gets attacked, the Sunryan Guild is the one that's going to suffer the most. And just then, an older dude, also with a cat ear headband, comes over thanking our guy for waiting. He introduces himself as the manager, Artur Taylor. Also known as the Vault Guardian, he tells him to feel free to call him by his nickname. Our guy introduces himself as Gongja, saying the nickname fits the guild. He notes that if you have a nickname, you're at least a rank 300 hunter. The Vault Guardian says he hears that a lot, telling him to follow him upstairs. And our main character, an F rank, thinks about how he could never hang with a high ranker like this. But today is different, because he's a client worth 50,000 gold. And the ghost thinks he's getting impressed way too easily, because he's never gotten this kind of treatment before. He's saying he even got emotional talking about my talent last night, and that he feels kind of bad about it. And I'm just like, can you please shut up? The ghost tells me I shouldn't be such a pushover. I should see him as an example and believe everyone on Earth exists just to be stepped on by me. I start wondering if everyone with Emperor in their name is a total psycho, because I'm never going to be like them. Then the Guardian asks if something's wrong with me. I tell him it's nothing. I just spaced out for a second. He says that's a relief, because I looked worried. He was wondering if someone had messed with me before I got here. I start thinking maybe this guy's an angel, while the ghost just keeps seeing me as an idiot. Anyway, the Guardian tells me this is the VIP room, and here's my prize, 53,001 gold. Then he says that where I come from, that gold is worth about $5 million. I'm thinking, with this much cash, I could live comfortably for the rest of my life. My goal was success, so I've already hit it, but I've decided to rule this tower as a hunter. So getting money was just a tiny first step. Besides, I've seen way prettier gold than this. I tell him I'll keep it in the Sunryan vault. And the Guardian says that's a smart choice, because it's what he recommends all winners do. He says he gets it. He knows we all want to carry the cash around, but there are bad people out there and other things to worry about. But I cut him off, telling him I want to buy an honorary member title from the Sunryan Guild. I remember it costs 10,000 gold to become a second-class honorary member, and I'll pay up front. The Guardian asks if I'm not in a guild already, and I say no. The ghost chimes in that I'm smarter than he thought, since a guild isn't just some club for friends or hunters. The biggest reason people join guilds is because they want protection, and he admits I'm pretty sharp. I think to myself that sure, there are guards and the Hunters Association, but this city is way too wild to trust just those two groups. I mean, just look at how the Yu Suha and the Marcus killed me. The Yu Suha never joined a guild, always bragging about his freedom. He won the lottery twice, but he probably never paid a protection fee to anyone. And a guy at his level refusing to join guilds really ticked people off. So I figure that's why he almost got poisoned. I don't need to make my own situation worse with the big guilds. I'm not going to be a fool like the Yu Suha. I tell the Guardian I've got one more thing. He says, anything at all. I tell him I want a cheap one-person room and I'll pay the rent right now, asking if he can hook me up with a decent place to stay. On top of that, I say if any newspaper asks who won the grand prize, just tell them it was an anonymous honorary member of the Sunryan Guild. And just like that, the old guy is surprised by my requests, saying I'm really well prepared. The Sword Emperor sees the look on his face and says he probably thought I was a total blockhead. I'm like, you bet I am. The world is a dangerous place. You have to be ready. Then I ask the ghost, who was it that just called me a blockhead? He asks if he said that, because he doesn't remember, and the Sword Emperor just says that I'm right. I realize that idiot emperor is really something else. The ghost says I'm handling myself pretty well on my own, and he thought he'd have to change my diapers. I tell him I'd hate him a little less if he'd just keep his mouth shut. But the ghost says I look pretty happy about everything. I tell him of course I am, because this is just the beginning. 4,000 deaths are going back 4,000 days. Not to mention the power I couldn't even enjoy because I was so focused on my revenge. The time has finally come for me to savor it. But then the ghost starts bugging me again, saying tutorials are the most important part of his lessons. He says I've got plenty of money to pay for them now, and then asks what I think the next step should be. So I think to myself, find a decent teacher. But the ghost says there's one right in front of me. I tell him he has absolutely no shame. So the ghost explains there are scrolls to teach you martial arts or potions to boost your physical skills. But he says at my level, I'm not going to learn jack from any scrolls. So the only things I can get are some extremely good potions, and I ask him how good we're talking. The ghost says they used to call this place the Alchemy Castle because it was packed with alchemists. I need something made by the absolute best one there, and he knows an online shop where I can get it. But I have to ask, isn't that stuff like super expensive? He's like, duh, and asks if I want to know how much. When he whispers it in my ear, I completely freak out, asking what the heck that is. I can only get like 4 vials with my entire fortune. The ghost says I could probably get 5 if I make a good deal, and if I have a problem with it, I should blame myself for having 0 talent. So now I just have to shut up and follow him. I start telling the ghost to slow down, but I end up tripping when I see he's just stopped. I ask him why he stopped all of a sudden. The ghost tells me to hide. He says he forgot to warn me, but our problem is right in front of us. And I get it when I see those little shoes with that totally mismatched outfit. He says this is the same shop where the old geezer buys potions, and he's right over there. So I'm like, why didn't you say so before? You're supposed to tell me this stuff from the start. The Sword Emperor stops, looking to the side and staring right where the ghost is. He can't see the ghost, but I duck out of sight just in time. I'm already wondering what to do, because it's going to be a huge pain if he catches me here. But the Sword Emperor just turns and leaves, and I'm totally freaking out. I tell him that of all the places to hide, we just had to pick a dumpster. The ghost thinks this is terrible. If the old geezer is here, he probably came to buy all the potions. He tells me to follow him, quick, and then sees what I'm doing. He thinks this can't be happening, that we're too late. He's wondering what we're going to do, because that's the best shop in this whole area. So our guy is thinking like, no way is he using the same shop as the Marcus. Talk about risky. But then he checks the hunter rankings, and the person he's looking for isn't in the top 20. Not the top 100. Not even the top 300. They're just gone. The ghost is like, who's missing? Did we luck out or something? He's like, nah, it's the total opposite actually. He doesn't think he's gonna have to shell out as much cash as he thought. The ghost is totally shocked. But our guy says they can get those potions super cheap, all because he knows this sick alchemist. So he heads over to the slum side of town, and the ghost is all, dude, do you realize you're walking into a seriously sketchy neighborhood? Our boy just keeps going deeper into this nasty-ass place, surrounded by shady-looking people. The ghost asks, you really think a decent alchemist would live in a dump like this? And he's like, she's not just decent, she's a once-in-a-generation genius. But the ghost just calls B, S. Then why the hell would a genius live in this garbage heap? Our guy just says, believe what you want. While he's walking, he sees some dudes eyeing him up, trying to decide if he's worth robbing. But they bail when they see him talking to himself, figuring he's a total psycho. He wonders what they'd say if they knew how much cash he was carrying. The ghost starts nagging again, asking if he even knows how to find this person's house. But suddenly, they hear a voice begging someone not to take her equipment. Then some dude yells, asking if she knows how many times he's told her this. Our guy thinks, looks like we're in the right place. The dude tells the girl she owes over 6 months of rent and to pay up. But she pleads with him, saying that if they take her equipment, she won't be able to survive. He's like, I couldn't care less. You'll never make enough to pay me back anyway. He tells his guys to grab everything they can find. She begs for just 1 more week, just a few more days. But the guy says last time that 1 week turned into a month, and now it's been over 6. She argues that she still has some potions she hasn't finished. The dude is getting more and more pissed, wondering why he got stuck dealing with this crazy alchemist. He shoves the girl away with a cart, telling her that if she wants some advice, she should get a different job. She's left in the dust as the crowd starts gossiping, saying they knew her shop would go bankrupt soon because her prices were way too high. Someone asks what kind of strength potion costs 40 gold. They complain that kids these days have no clue how to run a business. But she yells that her prices weren't high at all. She was barely making any profit off them. She screams that it's impossible to find potions of the same quality and price anywhere in the whole city. She says they should be grateful she even opened her shop in this garbage town. Everyone just decides the girl's a total nut job and starts to leave because she's way too full of herself. She begs them to wait, asking if they want to buy a special strength potion, but they just tell her they already said they're not buying anything. But then the ghost chimes in, asking our guy, "Is Times that Times total loser, the genius of a generation you were talking about?" And he asks, "So what if she is?" The ghost is like, "Are you blind?" He keeps dissing the girl, who's now collapsed on the ground, crying. Our main character walks right up to her and asks if her shop is still open. The girl with the green hair, green eyes, everything green. He thinks to himself, this woman is obviously not some crazy alchemist or a loser. And he says that if her shop is still open, he'd like to place a very expensive order because she is the master alchemist. An alchemist who will reach level 5 in the future and become the leader of the alchemy castle. The girl's face totally lights up. "Of course, I'll do it," she says. "I can make anything you need." But then she asks how expensive this product he wants to buy is. He tells her he isn't sure, but it might be around 20,000 gold. The girl almost has a damn heart attack. And the MC thinks that if he can build connections with high rankers before they hit the top, it'll be a huge win. She's gonna be his golden goose. He asks her what's wrong, questioning if she's going to accept his request. He says he's going to become her #1 customer. Damn, this sly bastard hit the lottery, snatching up all the talent. The little punk wants everything, doesn't he? So greedy. This little dude is so greedy, and she gets ready to take him to her workshop, which is kinda messy, but she tells him to come in. And as soon as they step inside, they see it's a total disaster, with stuff thrown everywhere. The whole situation inside is a health hazard. They both think it's way too messy. Even the ghost himself is freaked out by the mess. The place looks like a landfill. He asks if our guy really wants potions made by her. Even our MC is starting to feel a little nervous. The girl gets behind the counter and asks if he's really going to pay her 20,000 gold. He says that if she doesn't believe him, he can pay up front, but she tells him he doesn't have to do that, before quickly adding that, actually, if possible, an advance payment would be pretty great. Our guy notes that she's so broke she can't even afford to be polite. He tells her to take as much money as she needs from his vault, saying he'll give Sun and Rio a heads up. She's totally stunned that he told her to take whatever she needs, and our guy just says, of course, but he tells her not to go too far over the original 20,000 budget because his resources aren't unlimited. So she asks what potions he wants to buy, and says that if he wants to pay her to make illegal drugs, she'll have to refuse. Apparently, that's the only thing she won't do. And our guy thinks that even though her shop just went under, she still has the guts to refuse thousands of gold. Because even though she's crazy, she's a perfect fit for the role of Master Alchemist. He tells her not to worry, because they aren't drugs. He swears on it. She looks relieved and asks exactly what kind of potion he wants to order. And just like that, the ghost says, all right, fine. He says she doesn't seem that skilled, but it's worth giving her the recipe. He tells her to listen up, because he's only going to explain it once. He lists off the liver of a rabbit pig, the eyes of a balloon cat, and the skin of a giant desert worm, the tail of a mud lizard, for a total of 23 ingredients. He thinks that's all of them. He says that now, in terms of production, everything depends on the alchemist's skills. So he's like, totally shocked. She said the exact thing he was thinking. Turns out, those ingredients together make a potion to crank up your reaction time. It's a crazy high-level recipe, and to make it, you gotta dump all the ingredients in at once instead of refining them one by one. And he's like, yeah, that's right. So she just says, duh, all happy, explaining that the skin of a giant desert worm usually has a tiny bit of poison in it. And one of the ways to cancel out that poison is by eating the liver of a pig rabbit. But, depending on how you eat it, the side effects could be way worse. On the other hand, if you refine it with other stuff, she just starts breaking it all down for them right there. They realize she's one of those expert types that only shows up once in a blue moon, and she just keeps rambling, analyzing the recipe. So our guy asks how long it's going to take to make this, and she says it'll be 4 days. She says as long as she has enough cash, she can get it done in 4 days. Normally, it'd be even faster, but she has to buy all her gear back. And then our hero flashes back to the past, when people waited over a year just to ask her for a recipe, thinking 4 days is nothing. And the girl is just looking at him weird, wondering why he's practically glowing. Then later, after they leave, the ghost says he still doesn't approve of her. He asks if he knows how many people out there are all talk but have garbage skills. He says that type of person becomes a huge scammer in the future, and that they just blew a ton of money. But then he asks where the ghost even learned that recipe. He says it's a potion he made himself, the best recipe he could cook up after chugging every style of potion out there. And with that, he points out that she called the recipe high level. He saw with his own eyes that she got how valuable the recipe was right away. So he should try trusting her, because even if she's a mess now, in 10 years she's going to be the boss of the alchemy castle. He thinks for a second, then tells the ghost to mark his words, betting that she's going to take his money and run for it. And so, after a while, She shows up saying she's sorry for wanting to deliver it as soon as possible, but it took longer than she expected to combine all the different ingredients. And just like that, 4 days later, the girl has had a total glow-up and is at the main character's place, which Sunran hooked him up with. He asks if she hadn't already told him it would take 4 days, saying it's all good, and she hands over 3 boxes with 30 potions in each. He says this has to be worth 30 days of work, and that it was 15 times more efficient than buying from the store, the guardian spirit suggested. He's like, now this is how you're supposed to spend money. Then the ghost asks if he was just trashing him in his thoughts. The girl tries to say something to Gongja. He lets her speak, and she says it might be weird to ask this, questioning why he'd make a valuable request like this to a nobody alchemist like her. Because even though she's confident in her skills just from looking at the recipe, she thinks there are only 2 people in all of Babylon who can do it. But everyone treats her like she's crazy. And our hero thinks about the reason, thinking it's because the pharmacist right in front of him is the genius of the generation. But he wonders if that's the only reason, remembering how she acted when the area wasn't safe during that fire started by the Emperor himself, with her saying there might be survivors inside. He thinks about how she was the one who came running into the city faster than anyone else when the fire started. It was right when she was there. And she's also someone who wasn't fooled by the Yusuha. And she's super skilled, kind, and has a good head on her shoulders. He wonders if it wouldn't be a huge loss if he didn't get close to someone like her. So he tells her it's because she seemed like a good person, and the girl doesn't really get it. And he says he helped her because she seems like a good person, but also admits he thinks she would have made it big even without his help. He says he thinks good hunters like them need to succeed so they can help each other out even more in the future. And he says it's frustrating to only see crazy psychos be successful. He just wants the best for both of them and says that everything he just said is true and he couldn't possibly be more honest. And she thinks he's right, saying they need to be successful to change the world, and that if he has any more requests, he should let her know any time because she'll always prioritize his orders. He says he couldn't be happier. Then when she leaves, the ghost asks, "Good hunters like us? Seriously?" He's like, I know it was cringy, but tells the ghost to get ready to train. So, the next day, he heads to the 3rd floor hunting ground. When he gets there, he thinks these guys are a little too strong for him right now. So he's wondering what he should do, and the ghost tells him to drink the potion first. When he shakes it and chugs it, he thinks the flavor is pretty normal with a hint of lemon. He thinks he tasted a bit of honey. Then his heart starts freaking out and he's wondering what the heck is going on. And he gets seriously groggy, not really understanding what's happening in reality, and he almost feels lost. And the ghost pops up next to him all happy, thinking this is impressive, because her skills were actually legit. So he asks what he's saying, telling the ghost not to repeat himself because his head feels like it's going to explode. And the ghost asks what it feels like, because it probably seems like he can count every single hair on his head while already flipping upside down next to the kid, saying that probably even the sweat dripping down his face feels alive. He says these are the effects of the potion, and it heightens his perception of reality, asking if the kid can't feel the effect. What? He asks what the ghost is talking about, but the kid has a meltdown along with that demon near him. The ghost says that thing squeezing his heart is the aura the kid is finally feeling. It exists inside every hunter that enters the tower, and most of them can't even notice it. How freely he can control that aura will be the deciding factor. And the kid starts to, he's feeling the pressure. Big time. The ghost says meditating times could times let him feel the flow, but that would take way too long. And if he's got 0 talent, he at least has to grind. So bam, he gets thrown in front of an ogre that's about to smash him. So the ghost tells the main character to run if he doesn't want to die. Seriously, this is some whack fight while you're high training. Yeah, it'll get better. Just trust. He says if the kid doesn't want to become Ogre Chow, he better unleash his aura, cause someone like him needs hands-on training. And our boy starts cussing out the damn ghost. The ghost just pops up behind him, all like, I can't understand a word you're saying. Cause you're a loser who can't even use aura. He asks if it hurts, because if he doesn't like it, he should just off himself already. He adds that if he does kill himself, his kill count would just go up again, and he bets the Sword Emperor would be thrilled to see him. So our MC sees the orc moving in super slow-mo and thinks it's the potion, but even though he can see the attack, he's wondering why his body won't listen, and he still feels like crap. But the ghost tells him he can dodge, so he shouldn't give up. Orcs are low-level mobs with simple attack patterns. They'll be easy to handle once he figures them out. Now he just needs to gather aura in his legs, but the main character's thinking, easy for you to say. He's just one step away from dodging it. He starts begging his legs to keep moving, and his heart actually sends the aura down to them. He uses that pressure to get away, and finally realizes he dodged it. The ghost tells him it's harder than he expected, and it's because he doesn't have the channels for aura to flow through his body. To put it in a metaphor, his body is like a tiny path in the mountains. He needs to turn it into a highway so the aura can flow smoothly. The kid can only feel the aura now thanks to the potion, since normally he'd just be a total loser. And he thinks that girl might have gross hygiene, but her skills are legit. Meanwhile, the orc is still trying to kill our guy. So the kid asks what's going to happen once he turns this tiny path into a massive highway. He thinks it's frustrating, but the Guardian's right. He keeps forcing the aura to flow with all his might, thinking an overgrown, abandoned path is a pretty fitting metaphor for him right now. But what if he can overcome this? He asks what could happen then. And the Sword Emperor says he got his head chopped off by Sword Emperor Marcus without even putting up a fight. He knows it's true, remembering how he saw the world upside down as his head went flying. And the ghost says that was a skill you could see from any random scrub. He thinks that even a beautiful strike like that is just basic stuff. And the ghost says the Sword Emperor still has a long way to go, and he won't even comment on our guy. The kid then starts to feel a little more hopeful, dodging another attack from the orc. And now he lifts his head, turning to face it, getting ready to do something. The ghost is shocked by the kid's decision, now using aura however the hell he wants. He says that was pretty creative, so he pulls the dagger from his back and uses aura in his leg to jump near the orc's head, sinking his blade into the monster's chest. Then the ghost tells him not to lower his guard until the very end, because orcs have tough skin. He needs to focus his aura on the tip of his blade. The ghost thinks it might be too hard for him, but still tells him to just try and transfer all his aura to the sword's point. The kid then screams for the orc to just die already, and finally manages to kill it for real. Then Vandam asks if it hurts, saying it probably does, and bets it hurts like hell. He didn't even create a decent channel for it. Even so, he kept using his aura like that, and the ghost bets he feels like he's gonna die because of his weak body. And he totally wrecked his whole body trying to take down a single orc. And the main character keeps cursing out the ghost, but thinks that move of compressing his aura like a jet at the end of the fight was pretty sick. He has to give him credit for that, because a hunter should always use their head in a battle. And with that, the kid collapses, thinking something like this doesn't make him happy. He starts puking because of that hallucinogenic potion, and the ghost asks if he really thinks he's gonna die. The kid asks if he's blind, but the ghost says it'll be fine if he dies, and the kid doesn't really get it. The ghost says if it wasn't for his return ability, he wouldn't have suggested this training method, because even old Marcus just meditates after taking that potion. He doesn't use his own body so carelessly. And our MC keeps cussing out the ghost, but he says if the kid dies, he can just return and asks if that isn't the coolest thing ever, because no matter how tough his training is, his body will always go back to normal. And he starts to envy the kid for it. He says since his death counter goes up every time he offs himself, they're going to use a method to stop that. And that method is 3 meters tall and right behind the kid. So the ghost says he already figured out how to use aura on his first try. And at this rate, just another 100 deaths should be enough. A journey starts with a single step, and 100 deaths start with the first one. And in this first death, walking towards him, the kid gets crushed, and when he wakes up, he thinks his head is killing him, and he appears in the middle of that selection screen with nothing around. But the ghost is also there, asking what this is, and the main character notices him, wondering if he'll return with him. He says this is the place he ends up right after dying, and that for now, he's just gonna call this place Purgatory. And the ghost thinks that's so cool. The kid says that after a while he'll hear a message, you will return 24 hours in time. And when he was killed by the Yusuha and the Marcus, he got a skill. The system says the conditions for skill activation were met by his death, and that it will copy a random skill from the orc. They're both shocked, because monsters have skills too. And the ghost asks, what the hell is this? Because his ability is totally broken. And with that, the system tells him to choose a skill card. So the ghost starts bitching that he wants a busted skill like that too, and he's like, who the hell is even running this tower? Why the hell would they give a broken-ass skill to a loser like him and not to a top-tier hunter like himself? He figures this is going to mess up the whole ranking system for hunters. And our main character brings up a monster's skill. He says he'll just grab whatever, but the ghost tells him to hold up, asking if he's seriously just going to pick that one. But he's like, whatever. It's not like it really matters which one he chooses. But the ghost asks if it wouldn't be smarter to grab the best one while he actually has a choice. But he says there's no way to know which skill is best, since they both look like crap and it's just a game of chance. The ghost is like, what do you mean you can't tell which one's better? And the kid says he's dead serious. He explains that the cards are the same color and he can only see the backs, so how's he supposed to know? But the ghost can see them. He says he can totally read what's written on the front. The kid is shocked by this, because the skill cards always flip so the back is facing him. They stay that way no matter how he tries to crane his neck for a peek. He wonders if the ghost can actually read them. He figures the spirit can just fly around freely, so he can see both sides of the cards. The ghost is like, duh, of course I can see him, asking if he doesn't trust his eyes and bragging he's been known for his sharp vision since he was a kid. And our protagonist is just completely floored by this. Then the ghost asks if he's not scared of dying anymore, wondering why the kid just screamed like that. He tells him to just spit it out and tell him what the skills are. He says he's only going to read them once, so the kid better listen up. The first card is the blessing of reproduction, which makes them breed like crazy, but he'll be horny all year round. And the second card is just as awful. Its name is Twick Twock. The ghost asks the kid if he saw that, because if he wasn't there, he might have ended up with Twick Twock. And he tells Gungij that since he's a man, wouldn't it be good to get an orc's vitality? Our guy says he's full of crap, and both cards are terrible, but if he has to choose, it's Twick Twack. The ghost says he doesn't think his thoughts and his words are adding up. He thinks that either way, the ghost has a point. Twick Twock is better than the blessing of reproduction, but he tells our main character to wait and think it over. Our hero says it seems like the ghost is thinking the same thing as him by picking that skill. Then he yells for the kid to jump into that spot. He thinks, this is it, 'cause Song is the best guide ever and there's nothing like a nice place to rest your body and mind. With that, he wakes up totally refreshed, and the ghost is all salty about it. Our protagonist asks who in their right mind would pick the blessing of reproduction, telling him to quit his whining and get to hunting. Then he opens his status window, now with 4 skills, and sees everything's cool. But the ghost tells Gungij to think about it, saying it's way better to train by sitting in the lotus position. Dying is just way too painful. He says he'll take it easy and just train lotus style, asking if that's cool and promising he'll get him to master aura in just half a year. But the kid heads for the 3rd floor hunting ground, and the ghost is like, are you even listening to me? The kid ignores him again and asks Mr. Sword Emperor if he knew. The ghost asks what he's talking about and if he wants to train in the lotus position. And our guy points out that the ghost calls him zombie when he has the upper hand and Gungij when he's at a disadvantage. And since he just called him Gungij, he's just giving him a heads up to fix his bad habit. The kid charges at this orc, who thinks it's weird that he's just rushing in. Our protagonist thinks, as I thought, my movements are slow again. Then, as he attacks, he activates the Twick Twock skill, letting him talk to the orc. While the orc is confused about why the kid is speaking its language, he uses the chance to kill it, and the orc drops dead. And the ghost calls him a scummy little thief, saying he knew this would happen. He asks if the kid is happy, tricking a poor orc like that, and wonders if he ever stopped to think about its feelings. He says the innocent orcs of this world are being hurt by jerk humans like him, but he just uses the goblin language, saying to the ghost. He gets pissed, saying he feels like beating the crap out of him. He asks the Great Tower why it gave such a broken skill to a scumbag like the kid. He tells the kid to cut the chatter, because they need to clear the 4th floor. 1 week later, our main character is standing in front of the 5th floor boss. It's the Goblin King, looking totally different, with his aura fully activated and slightly better clothes. The skill's name is Goroke, so he gets the high society skill Hankf, and when he says Gorok, the king finds it strange. The Goblin King wonders why someone besides him can speak the king's language so perfectly, and our protagonist manages to kill him with a single strike. He says he was the strongest enemy he's faced all week, telling his honorable opponent to rest in peace. But the ghost calls him a freaking liar, asking why he's getting so emotional after beating one monster. Our guy curses him out, saying it took 6 coins to finally beat him. He asks if he's not allowed to get emotional about it, since every single one of those coins was a life. The ghost says he's just stating the facts and asks if he can really call that an honorable battle. Our main character doesn't have a comeback, so he just changes the subject. He fought him fair and square with the skill that cost him 5 life coins, the High Society Goblin. The effect was that the Goblin King got lost in thought because his goblin culture is totally unsophisticated and all their words end in Kirarok. And how is he supposed to show his royal authority like that? And that's when the Goblin King's naivety showed itself. That's right. From now on, I will only say Gorok instead of Kirarok. And Gorok keeps yapping about how that word totally fits his noble vibe, but that the fights between the tribes would just get worse. And boom, he copied the skill. He's thinking, it's kind of wild that even goblins care about useless crap like this. And the ghost is like, yeah, that's why they're goblins. Humans aren't any different though. The kid doesn't really get what he's saying, but the ghost just says he's talking to himself. He asks, what's that supposed to mean? Then the system announces his existence is more defined, and when this thing pops up next to them, they're both shocked. Just like that, he levels up, looking completely different, thinking his skill slots have finally expanded, and he's now an E-rank hunter. The main character is stoked that luck is finally on his side. The ghost asks if those were sparks or blood drops, saying it was kinda confusing. But he says it's just a level up effect. The ghost is like, yeah, no duh, and it wasn't just to make you look pretty. He says it was some kind of hint. The protagonist questions him, and the ghost explains that you can figure out the shape of your future aura based on the level up effects. Like, for example, that Yu Suha he offed. He bets his effect was straight up fire. He said, sparks, so any hunter's aura takes shape after some trauma. Well, not always a bad memory, but it's always based on a moment that totally defined your life. That reflects the shape of your aura. He thinks it's a subconscious thing, and from what he saw, our guy's is either fire or blood. So the protagonist asks, what about the Marcus's aura? What's its shape? And the ghost says it's moonlight, and that when the old geezer was just a kid, he got lost in the mountains. He didn't want to die, so he climbed to the top of one. And he said the moon in the bright sky was just drop-dead gorgeous. The moon doesn't shine on its own. It just reflects the sun's light. But even so, a life where you just receive is still beautiful, and he just wanted to shine like the moon. Or, that's what he thought when he was 12, and he's held on to that thought ever since. The protagonist is stunned that the guy was only 12, noting he was definitely not normal. So the ghost says they've cleared the 5th floor, and he wants to head to the 6th already. But the kid asks if they can just go straight to the 10th floor boss. The ghost is like, what are you talking about? Don't you think you're getting a big head for a total noob? Then he's like, I swear to God, it's not like that. But the Sword Emperor asks if he knows how many years the top hunters wasted on the 10th floor. But the kid says if he can't clear the 10th floor with 2 lives, he promises he'll start calling him master. The Sword Emperor is shocked he's saying he can beat the boss after just 1 death. He points out he had to use 6 coins to beat the Goblin King. He's like, you really think you can pass the 10th floor with just 2? It's obvious you don't know this place, but says he won't go easy on him anyway. But the protagonist is like, whatever, but he has one condition. He says the ghost will have to be straight with him and tell him what skills the 10th floor boss has. So the ghost says that seems fair. But the kid adds, on top of that, if I win, you have to call me Gongja Nim as politely as you possibly can. So the kid asks what's wrong, if the Sword Emperor wants to back out, and says it's fine if he does. Then the ghost gives in, saying, you're a total little punk. He asks if he really thinks he can pick a fight with the great Sword Emperor just because he has some busted skill. He tells the kid to get ready to treat him like a master for the rest of his life, because there's no way he's beating the 10th floor boss. And he adds that since he can't die, he'll have to treat him as master forever. The kid asks if he's losing his mind, because he's the one who's going to be serving him. And the two of them get totally hyped over the bet, getting in each other's faces and laughing. But to the people watching from a distance, he's just some psycho talking to himself and staring at the wind, doing a villain laugh. Oh my God, now that I think about it, all his interactions on the street are just him talking to himself. Dude, how embarrassing must that be? And everyone thinks that guy is insane. A while later, a knight won't let the protagonist into a certain area. He asks why not. They ask if he's really trying to challenge the boss alone, saying it'd be suicide. They ask if he hasn't seen the news, because the Black Dragon Guild went in there with 34 of their best elite members and still failed. But the protagonist just asks, so what? But the association's rules state any hunter can start a raid. At that, Guy says he's sorry, but he has to keep reports of everyone who enters, since his superiors will look at them later. He'll be the heartless bastard who lets someone go kill themselves, telling him to think about his position. And the ghost is like, what the hell is this Hunters Association crap? Because in his world, they didn't have anything like it. And the protagonist wonders what he should do. He says that messing with these stupid political games is why they're still stuck on the 10th floor, and tells the zombie to just beat the guy up and go in. And the protagonist speaks to the guard. What you're saying is true. And to be honest, I really do want to commit suicide. The other two just think that's weird. And the kid says that a year ago, he lost the love of his life. And a little while ago, the alchemy castle told him he has an incurable disease. They say he has 6 months to live, tops, but he just can't live without his love anymore. And even though he's the lowest tier, he's still a hunter. Instead of spending the rest of his life stuck in a bed at the alchemy castle, he wants to use what's left to challenge a monster. And the guard is totally moved by this. And the protagonist hands over some money he saved for treatment. The guard says he can't accept it, but the main character says since he's going to be gone anyway, he wants to leave this world with nothing left behind. He asks the guard to please not file any report on his entry, saying this is his last request as a hunter. So the guard says he understands, telling the kid to go ahead and that he didn't see a thing. The ghost thinks they're a couple of idiots. Like, are they shooting a movie or what? And the kid finally goes in. He says that once you hit the 10th floor, the methods don't even matter anymore. Once inside, he declares this floor should have been cleared by the Yusuha, but now he's going to write his own legend, and it'll be even bigger. He enters the place and sees a house with toys and dolls scattered everywhere. They start laughing at him, asking if he came to play. Then fire just erupts all over. The things ask if he's going to play with them and what game they should play. How about a game of statues? But maybe statues would melt, so hide and seek is better. They decide that's it and tell him to play. So our hero just flares his aura in the middle of it all. The system announces that the challenger is just one person, Hunter Kim Gongja. He's like, yeah, that's right, and says he'll play with these things. The system wishes him good luck. In an interview, the leader of the Black Dragon Guild brags that her guild has held the top spot since the tower first opened. Too bad they just hit their 30th raid failure. The interviewer asks what they think caused them to wipe again. She says there's nothing wrong with their skills, they just had some bad luck. But just then, the Yu Suha shows up asking, "Who said that?" He says luck is a skill too, since he cleared the 10th floor all by himself. And that's the interview that became infamous as the loser's proclamation. He wonders why the Yu Suha was the only one to ever clear the 10th floor. The boss of this floor is the Hell Dolls. They ask if he wants to play with them, demanding he promise it'll be fun. He knows that clearing the 10th floor is pretty simple. You just have to find and smash the one true doll hidden somewhere in the mansion. But the ghost chimes in, saying this isn't just fire, it's hellfire, forged from aura. No matter how much you protect yourself, 10 minutes is the absolute limit for anyone. Of course, this wouldn't be a problem for hunters who use a fire-type aura. That Yu Suha dude just smashed the dolls one by one, and our protagonist realizes that's how he cleared it so safely. And that guy still had the nerve to say luck is also a skill. But the ghost reminds him that he's a zombie who's also just surviving on luck. The main character asks what he's supposed to mean by surviving on luck, and complains that he can barely stand the heat with his aura. But the ghost tells him he's gonna hit his limit in 1 minute. Then it adds, just so you know, Sword Emperor Marcus can take these flames for 30 minutes. And he's training like crazy to push that time to an hour before challenging this boss. Unlike someone who just strolled in here with zero plan, our protagonist sarcastically says he's so happy to hear that. The ghost asks what he's gonna do now, with only 2 lives left. He asks, "What do you mean?" and says he'll just die first, and then figure something out. But the ghost asks if his aura is gonna magically explode in power if he dies here. It says there are only 2 ways to clear this place. The first is to find the right doll immediately. That's a 1 in a million shot. Or, get so good with your aura, you can last long enough to find the right one, and you still bet only 2 coins, like an idiot. The ghost says the kid is obviously going to fail, but he shoots back that it's forgetting the third option, and that they'll see who wins after he dies. The main character thinks to himself that his aura is going to run out in 10 seconds. He wonders why he doesn't just grab a random one, looking at one that quickly turns to him. The kid grabs it to pop it, but it just melts in his hand, whining that it's not her. Our protagonist notes he has 3 seconds left and wonders if they really had to be this dramatic. Then he asks how anyone is supposed to understand the Great Tower, calling it a psycho. It gives a broken skill to a loser like you, the ghost snarks. The kid asks if the ghost really has to talk to him like that. With 1 second left, his aura barrier shatters and he starts to burn in that hellfire. The ghost tells him time's up as the kid continues to roast. The ghost realizes he's a total pervert trying to scam the tower, and our protagonist just begs it to kill him faster. But the ghost tells the kid, no matter how good of a hunter he wants to be, making a plan where you willingly burn to death is just insane. It has to admit it, the kid's a real psycho, and Gongja realizes he needs to die even faster, losing another life. But in that limbo, the conditions for activating his skill have been met, and a random skill from the Hell Dolls is copied. He tells the ghost not to forget its promise. And so, the ghost tells him not to worry, asking if it looks like some loser who would break a promise. Then it says that golden card is incredible. It's the Hellfire skill, rank S-, and says it has to be this one. Don't even think, just take it. It's the only S-rank skill this boss has, and it says that whenever he wants, that Hellfire from before will appear. But it asks why the kid is acting like this, questioning if something's wrong. The main character says no, it's just, he doesn't know why, but something feels off. He thinks it's definitely an amazing skill, but something just doesn't feel right to him. He says, either way, the ghost should read the other skills too. The ghost says it can't understand the kid at all, but agrees. And it reads, Labyrinth Architect, rank A-, Puppet Master, rank B, Remote Control, rank B, and Trap Installation, rank C+. Even the ghost is surprised, and Gongja says that's exactly what he thought. But the ghost tells him to wait, and the kid just says it's fine. He already gets what kind of skill this is. The ghost tells him to look at that golden card, because it's so epic, and if he takes it, hellish barriers will rise. No matter who it is, his skill will draw anyone in. But our protagonist says no, and that this is the card he really wanted, saying he knew something felt strange. Out of like tens of thousands of these dolls, only one is the real deal. And the real one ain't gonna burn, because it's got a fire aura. But he's like, why the hell aren't the fakes toasting too? There's only one answer. And it means his entire freaking house could go up in flames. But he shouldn't stress, because any object or living thing he chooses gets fire immunity, can't be torched anymore. And the owner should just enjoy his new life, free from the fear of fire. Except, damage from water or ice is cranked up by 300%. Our main character thought there'd be some skill to help the summoner's chosen ones not get fried. So he picks that skill, and the ghost is just thinking, This is one hell of a messed up game. Then the kid makes him repeat after him, Gong Janim, and when he dies, he zaps back 24 hours in time. He figures he can just cruise back to the mansion, find the real doll, and wonders what he's supposed to do now. Cause it got way too easy, he gets slapped with a penalty for his skill. Suddenly, he's reliving the trauma of an opponent he killed, and he's totally floored, wondering what the heck is going on. And the system kicks off his penalty, recreating the trauma of the hellish doll's monster, which appears in front of a super fancy mansion. Back in the day, a beggar kid knocked on that mansion's door, telling the guy there that he was starving. He asked if the guy could spare a piece of bread, even just the crumbs. That dude wonders why the hell he has to see homeless kids first thing in the morning and slams the door in the kid's face. So he keeps asking for just one piece of bread, and everyone starts wondering if the neighborhood is being overrun with homeless kids lately. The boy keeps begging for bread, saying he doesn't care if it's moldy. And the townspeople say that food has been scarce lately, too. The kid keeps saying how hungry he is, while they all just think about how annoying these brats are. He keeps asking for just one piece, but then people start questioning where they're even coming from, wondering if someone can just haul them away or something. Just then, some guy who looks like a noble steps right in front of the kid, causing the boy to bump into him. He says he's sorry, and the man pats his hair, asking if he has parents. He says the kid looks starving, and that his body must be in pain too. And the crying kid sees a glimmer of hope in this man. He tells the boy to come with him, saying he's a doctor and has lots of friends to play with at his house. He promises to help him feel better, leading the boy to that mansion. So he thanks the kind gentleman, but immediately gets thrown in a cell inside. He asks when he can go out to play, saying he's really hungry. But that man was no kind soul. He just starts grinning after locking the boy up. He tells him to be patient, saying that only animals give in to their desires, saying that just because he was born from a beast doesn't mean he has to be raised like one, claiming he knows orphans like him all too well. Then, he yanks the boy out by his chains, grabs a dagger, and says they don't work. He says they're too young for it and just spread diseases from town to town. Then he starts planning to do something awful to the kid. He says he's a good man, with a duty to get rid of children like him, and tells the boy to repent as he cuts his hair. Then he drags the captive children in front of a bunch of other people who also look like bad news. And he says the famine they're suffering from was caused by these orphans, and that they're going to sacrifice them to the gods to save the land. And they actually start the sacrifices, while the white-haired boy is scared out of his mind. Everyone is screaming for the kids to die, like they're enjoying it, yelling to kill all the orphans. They really start the massacre, and the boy starts praying to his kind lord. Then, someone mentions that the number of sacrifices is getting low. They need to find more of them for the next ritual, and the boy is stuck there until the end, with only him and a few others left. He wonders where that man is taking his friends, and sees bloody tools scattered all over the floor. He wonders why he keeps hurting them. He assumes the main character is inside that place, seeing the state these kids are in, and just wonders why this is happening. The ghost thinks, what the hell is this? And our main character asks if he's seeing it too. He says he's been there from the start and didn't know he was around. He thinks they're both like spirits now. But the ghost says that's not important, wondering what kind of crap this is and who that guy is telling to repent. Then the main character realizes this is probably the origin of the 10th floor boss and says he had no idea monsters used to be human. But the ghost says not all monsters, usually just the bosses. And they're based on real-life events from different worlds, all heroes and life forms from other places. This apparently happens more and more often from the 11th floor on. At this, he asks why he didn't tell him sooner, but the ghost says he never asked. But this is the first time he's seen an origin story himself, and the kid just keeps repeating that he's hungry, asking if anyone is there. The ghost says he knew they were from another world, but he could never find out exactly what went down, and seeing it with his own eyes is different, but he still thinks it's all crap. Then, while the butler was walking by, he accidentally dropped a candle. And our main character starts to wonder if messed up things like this happen everywhere in the world. And that candle set the whole place on fire, and everyone just ran for it. Our main character yells for them to wait, asking if they really think now's the time to run, saying the kids are still in the basement. But they didn't give a damn, and the fire reached the child. Then he realizes even more cruelty is about to happen to them. The boy kept screaming, but ended up being burned to ashes. They didn't do anything wrong. They just didn't want to starve and wanted to play with their friends. He just wanted to play a little more. And with that, the trauma recreation is complete, and the penalty ends. The main character is in his room, completely broken, and the ghost doesn't say a thing, knowing just how awful the situation is. But there's nothing they can do now. So the main character's like, is that seriously the first thing you're gonna say? And the ghost is just like, yup. He's got a crappy personality, but what does he expect? He says, this is how the real world works. He says that boss is just a monster now, and those kids from the origin are dead. They've been dead for a long, long time. So what can he do about it? If this had happened back in that tower, maybe he could have offed himself to save them. But this happened in a different world. No one can do a damn thing here. He needs to find the real doll and kill her, then move on to the 11th floor. That's what he's got to do now that he's decided to climb the tower. And if he wants to get to the top, he's gonna have to do this crap alone. The Yusuha probably thought the exact same way. And our protag thinks that Yosura would have definitely found the real doll and killed it. He would have done it without a second thought, even after seeing her trauma. But the ghost just asks, "So what?" And the kid says he doesn't want to be like that bastard. But then the ghost asks what he's gonna do about it. Is he gonna act like a little kid and not clear the floor just so he's not like him? He says the kid has to get rid of the boss if he wants to clear the floor, calling him a dumb zombie. But the kid asks who told him that and says he was way too stupid. The ghost asks what the hell he's talking about, so he spells it out. "I'm saying you're stupid, and I was too," because the answer was right under his nose and he didn't even see it. He asks if the ghost remembers that S-rank skill he wanted him to choose. The ghost is like, "Who do you think I am? Of course I remember." He talks about grudge, resentment, and regret. Your endless grudge, your unheard resentment, and your unfulfilled wishes, you must burn it all. And as long as you wish for it, an hour of hellfire will appear in a 2-kilometer radius, and no one can leave that hell without your permission, no matter who they are. Then he asks, "Doesn't something seem wrong?" The ghost asks what he's on about, wondering what's wrong with the skill. And he says it's the last part. No one can leave that hell without your permission, no matter who they are. So he asks how the Black Dragon Guild managed to escape without killing them a boss. The ghost says he's not sure, but the kid says there's only one possibility. It was the boss who let them leave. And the protag thinks about that floor humanity still hasn't cleared. The dolls start setting fires as he walks in. He thinks there's only one thing the boss wants from its visitors and says out loud, "All right, I'll play," activating his skill that protects him from the fire. And just like that, they notice the man isn't burning, wondering if it's not hot. One of them asks if he can play with them. The kid says yeah, and calls them to play a game of hide and seek. He tells them to get ready, because he's never lost a match in his life. The dolls think he's weird, but listen when he tells them to hide well, and they all scatter. The protag thinks that a game of hide and seek with kids who can't go anywhere, that's something he can do. Then he says, "Ready or not, here I come." And with that, they all start to melt away as he finds them one by one. He says it's harder than he thought, and then goes around finding each of the kids. Our protag goes to every single doll in that house, freeing the spirits of those children, until he reaches the exact spot where the last boy died and became the boss. The boss asks if he'll play with them, and our protag says, "I got you," confirming that he's the boss. And with that, the doll thanks the main character. It thanks the kind sir, dissolving and thanking him for playing with him. And with that, he finally clears the secret stage, the boss stage. I'm crying, dude. For real, man. What the hell? What a messed up story. It's been a while. It's really been a while. I cried. Hold on, I'll be right back. Damn, man, what a screwed up chapter. Just finished crying, but I'm back. And so, the system announces that the floor was cleared by one person, the hunter, Gongjia. The clear rewards are being calculated and will be given out after 24 hours upon entering the 11th floor. Back outside, the two of them are just staring, and the ghost asks what's with the long face. Clearing the secret stage is something even he barely managed to do, but the kid did it on his first try and is probably gonna get some insane rewards. But the kid just says that Heart of Stone wouldn't get it. He just feels like the world is total crap, and that the scene they saw on the boss floor, stuff like that happens no matter what world you're in. The ghost actually agrees with him, saying that's just life, and they both get super depressed. But the ghost can't stay that way for long, because whatever, he doesn't care. This kind of heavy mood just doesn't fit his personality. He says, "By the way, I'm seriously impressed with you," because he managed to clear that floor his own way, and that was a compliment. But the protag says he doesn't know if he can believe him. The ghost tells him he knows a great hunter when he sees one, and that he cleared that floor with pure skill, no luck involved. He even said that on top of that, they're partners. He should be happy for the kid. Then, fireworks start exploding across the sky, announcing a public service message. The 10th floor has been cleared, and the 11th will open in 24 hours. Everyone is shocked, wondering what happened and why there are fireworks. They ask if the fireworks are on every floor or just the first. Someone says they're on the 3rd floor and there are fireworks there too. They wonder if anyone saw the announcement for the 10th floor being cleared. And with that, a countdown appears in the sky. The ghost says it's finally time for him to write his own story, since he's seen something like this in his past life. But the protag says this is his second time seeing it too. But then, someone says it wasn't the Black Dragon Guild. The Black Dragon's top hunters own a cafe on the 1st floor. And he's also at the temple right now, so it wasn't the heretic questioner either. They start listing off every location where the top rankers are, just to say it wasn't any of them. So, the word's out, but nobody has a clue who actually pulled it off. The ghost is like, "So, How's it feel? Going from a total nobody to the freaking main character. The kid's all like, it's insane. He says it feels like he owns the world, and the ghost thinks, yeah, that's the point, but tells him to chill out, since all he did was clear the 10th floor. But he's the guy closest to the top now, so the kid says he knows, and all he needs to do now is get there. But then some dude comes sprinting over to him. It's that hunter who scammed our main character out of his money, asking if he was the one who just did it. Our boy plays dumb, saying he has no idea what he's talking about. But the hunter brings up clearing the 10th floor, saying he was the only one who entered the raid today, and that his bosses are losing their minds. They need to know what's going on. But then our kid asks, and what if it was me? The hunter says he just wanted to get his name, but our guy's not buying it. Ask Dot if that's really all, even after he gave him 100 gold. He tells him to at least spill his nickname. The kid says he doesn't have one, and the ghost is totally impressed by the kid's attitude, telling him he did a good job. Because that's how you build hype. You hide your identity and make them work to figure it out. But our main character says he just realized something, and the ghost asks what. He says that because the ghost was trash-talking him a minute ago, it jogged his memory. He reminds the ghost that he has to call him with more respect since he cleared the floor with just 2 coins, asking if it isn't nuts that he actually pulled it off. And the ghost totally remembers. He says they're partners and they should think about it. Partners are on the same level, which they are. He, someone who cleared the 99th floor, is his partner, and the person who will probably clear the 100th is his ride or die, his brother from another mother. He says it's a beautiful thing. But our main character just heads for the first floor, not paying any attention to what the ghost is saying. He tells him to use honorifics if he wants to talk to him from now on, forever. And over at some bootleg Starbucks, people are wondering who cleared the 10th floor, with one of them saying he's been refreshing the news nonstop. But nothing's popping up. They wonder if the Black Dragon Guild is keeping the clear under wraps, but they doubt it, since the rumor is that it was the Marcus Guild. Our main character asks what the Sword Emperor thinks, asking if victory isn't sweet. He is totally loving this. He wonders if his earbuds are broken since he's not hearing any reply, and calls out to the Emperor again, calling him a psycho and a freak. Then, facing the wall, the guy finally answers him. He says he can finally hear him, that he thought he had gone deaf. He asks if our main character forgot that he's supposed to call him the magnificent Lord Gong Janim. He adds that, besides that, he can just talk to him informally, call him Sorty, saying it'd be weird to use honorifics while he's calling him Lord Gong. He just asks the kid to kill him already. He asks him to copy a new skill and replace the sword throne, saying he wants to go back to Marcus. But our guy thinks this is a sick joke, asking if they weren't partners for life, and says they're going to be stuck together forever. He remembers that almost an hour and a half has passed. It's almost time, and he gets startled when a cat just appears out of nowhere. He thinks, no way someone with such a high rank would come here in person, and that nobody knows about this cat yet. He figures he'll just pretend he doesn't know anything. So he scoops up the little cat, asking if it's lost and if it wants to play with him. The kitten gets all cuddly, and he thinks that he heard she was obsessed with cats, but this is a bit over the top. Then a bunch of people show up to talk to our main character, saying, "Excuse me," with a bunch of fully armed goons right in front of the kid. He was wondering how long it would take them, and it was only an hour and a half. At that, they all get on their phones, saying they found him at the coffee shop across the street from the bank. One of them tells his superior not to sweat it. He's not going to let the other guilds get him. He then introduces himself as the director of the Civil Militia Guild. He starts to make an offer, but our guy just cuts him off. He tells them to listen to his rules first. Rule 1, they don't give his name to the media. One of them asks for how long, because the reporters are going nuts and they can't keep a lid on it forever. But our main character says it won't be for long, just until that clock hits 0. He just doesn't want to deal with reporters when he's trying to get to the first floor. They say if that's all, it's fine. But Rule 2, he says this is a public place, so they better respect the other customers. At that, the kid in green acts fast, announcing that they're from the Hunters Association. He asks how much it would cost to rent the whole coffee shop for an hour, and asks them to bring some drinks too, one for every person. And that martial arts guy keeps trying to recruit him, and they're ready to start the negotiations, telling them to make an offer. And so, the civil militia says they're willing to pay 10,000 gold if he decides to join them. But the dude dressed like Dracula says the militia is basically broke, telling him to join the Adventurers Guild instead, because they'll give him 20,000 gold and an executive position. But the Martial Arts Guild says they'll give him a trainer position and 25,000. Another guy says the trainer position sucks, and if he comes to the Almighty God Guild, he'll get an honorary position. But then the kid in green asks him to go to the Hunters Association so he can be their ambassador. And our main character thinks that everyone is desperate because of the lone wolf, Marcus, especially since he's a solo ranker who doesn't belong to any guild. An existence like that makes people question the importance of guilds. He thinks if someone of his caliber just shows up out of thin air, it doesn't look very good for them. But then the cat on our guy's lap speaks up, saying Sang-ran will give him 500,000 gold. It hops off and transforms right in front of everyone. And she says she'll also throw in the guild's vice leader position, asking how about it. She's rank 3 of the Merchants Union, the guild master. Our main character takes off his headphones, saying, "Now that's times what I call an offer." And she says our main character is pretty gutsy, since he doesn't seem surprised at all that a cat just turned into a woman. And he's like, "Whatever, I'm used to weird crap. I've even seen dead people." And she's just thinking he's funny on top of everything else. Then our guy thinks, there's no way she's over 40. With all that cash, she definitely found the fountain of youth. Just then, some blonde dude cuts in, asking if 500,000 gold in the vice leader spot isn't a little over the top. He says he knows the main character was the first to clear the 10th floor, but they don't know jack about his skills. But the second she glares at him, he gets so tense he shuts his mouth. So she asks if he's done, telling them to go talk to their own leaders before bugging her again, because they're not even in her league, unless someone there can cough up more than 500,000 gold. And with that, they all storm off, muttering about what a damn witch she is. And just like that, she says they've arrived all the leaders of the Times, real Times guilds. And the Venomous Serpent, leader of the Martial Arts Guild, rolls up and tells Ryunju to go to hell. And the Heretic Questioner, rank 4, leader of the Almighty God Guild, says the Venomous Serpent was one step ahead of him, figuring it's because he was slacking off. And the Saintess, vice leader of the Civil Militia Guild, rank 8, shows up too, saying they weren't slacking off. Their job is to protect the hunters on the front lines, and it just so happens Ryunju is ridiculously fast. Then the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, the Raviel Avancia, makes her entrance, along with all her mirrors. The Countess says it's about time they showed up, and our guy is shocked, realizing these are the best hunters in the tower. She says it's been a while, like it was just yesterday they cleared the 2nd floor together, and it seems like they're getting old. But the Venomous Serpent just tells her to shut it before he stuffs her mouth with cat food. Then he gets right to it, asking about the 500,000 gold. On top of the vice leader position for the guild, saying he knows spending money is her hobby, but making him a vice leader is pushing it. And then the Heretic Questioner tells him to wait, saying they have to order coffee first. It's just bad manners to go into a shop and not buy anything. They have to set a good example for the rest of the hunters, saying he thinks he'll have an espresso, and asking what the others want. And one by one, they all place an order. But the Venomous Serpent is losing his mind, saying the entire tower is in chaos because someone cleared the 10th floor, and they want to drink coffee? He asks if their brains only run on caffeine. And the Heretic Questioner, all cutesy, just asks if he wants a strong espresso, telling him to leave it to him. So he says they want to place an order, but the Venomous Serpent is still freaking out by himself, and the poor attendant is scared to death of this whole psycho squad. But then he remembers our guy was there too, asking him what he wants. And that's when it clicks for the main character that this was all planned, and that all the guild leaders came right after the execs left. And this is no coincidence. They totally coordinated this just to mess with him. The ghost tells him not to be scared, that they're just trying to intimidate him. And he says he knows, because this is nothing compared to being burned alive. And what he has to show them right now is his composure. So he asks the attendant if he can see the menu, and says he just had a macchiato. So he thinks he'll pass on coffee for now, asking if she can get him a hot chocolate instead. The attendant is surprised, saying of course, and our guy thinks that if anything really scared him, he could just kill himself and turn back time. And the Heretic Questioner says it's pretty incredible that he had no notable achievements before clearing the 10th floor, wondering if something changed. The ghost chimes in that this is his greatest strength, killing himself when something goes wrong. And our guy shoots back mentally, thanks for the support, but tells him not to forget his side of the promise. And just then the Countess says does Times have an achievement, and that this young man recently won her guild's lottery. He's lucky and brave, and probably has some skills, too. And a kid with those 3 things is going to be successful, no matter the circumstances. And the Venomous Serpent just asks if they seriously think someone who cleared the 10th floor is some kind of rookie. He says he told them to stop the act and recruit him already, because they can't waste any more time. And the witch tells them to stop talking nonsense, saying they can talk about that later, turning to Geisha. Which guild is he interested in joining? And if he's not planning on joining a guild, he needs to let them know that, too, because they need time to prepare a statement for the media. But he asks, what if does Times plan on joining one? Then she says a bidding war will start, since they already wasted too much time. But because of him, they have a reason to show the outside world the value of the tower again. It's a chance to gather people from all over the world, and also motivation for the hunters who got stuck on the 1st floor. She wonders what's beyond the 11th, because curiosity is something that motivates people. He thinks to himself that at this rate, the food would be gone in an instant, and she says it's true. because they're hitting the limit of food that can be gathered up to the 9th floor. Then the Countess says that even though she keeps a supply route to the outside world open all the time, it's not enough. They need new products, and they need to encourage the hunters to go to the new world, pushing them to explore and find valuable things there. They need some way to appeal to the masses outside the tower, an icon to represent the age of revolution, and he obviously sees that this is exactly what happened with the Yu Suha. And our guy asks her if she's saying that someone is him, and the Black Dragon tried to kill that icon, and he thinks he doesn't know why, but if they were enemies, he'll probably get along just fine with the Black Dragon's leader. He says he understands that the guild that recruits him will become the face of the new generation of hunters, and the others won't be able to do anything about it. He says he'd feel bad if that happened, so he wants to do this instead, pulling out a deck of cards and calling for a game of poker. He'll join the guild of whoever wins. He doesn't need money or an executive position. However, if he wins, he'll join all of their guilds at the same time. And to people on the outside, he'll look like a guild member, but he'll get the same treatment they do. So the lady of the gold coins is like, he clears one floor and wants to be treated like them? Whatever, she says. She's cool with it. And the heretic questioner says, if there are no tricks, he's fine with it too. Then the venomous serpent jumps in, like, they have to ban skills, or the game will be way too one-sided. If they get caught using powers, they're automatically kicked out of the game. The Saintess says her guild is too broke for betting wars, so she's in. And the witch agrees to the terms. He then hits up the Sword Emperor, asking if he's really not going to use a respectful title, saying he can stop once the game's over. The guy's actually shocked he can really stop, but in exchange, he wants to be told everyone else's hands. The Emperor thinks it's a great deal and starts shamelessly sucking up, saying the main character is as graceful as the ocean. It's totally pathetic. But our boy is a total cheat. No skills, my butt. He has a ghost that can see everything all the time, the sneaky bastard. So the ghost floats over to the lady of the gold coins, telling him she's holding a straight and should probably just fold this round. Our guy throws down his cards, calls out the venomous serpent for bluffing with just a pair, and says it's lame. He dares him to call, and just like that, the main character wins. And just like that, he calls out the next guy trying for a full house, telling his partner not to even worry about it, because his ghost already peeked at the next cards, and the guy's got nothing. He just needs to trust him, and they'll totally crush him. The main character goes all in, wiping the floor with everyone. They're all freaking out, like, what the hell is this? This has to be cheating, saying it's not even statistically possible. They've played over 30 rounds, and he hasn't lost a single time. They can't even get a bluff past him. That dude is 100% cheating. Our hero just smirks and asks if the venomous serpent is sure about that. He says maybe he's just a poker genius and doesn't like being accused with zero proof. The venomous serpent's thinking this has to be a broken skill. There's no way this dude is F rank. But then he asks how he knew he wasn't F rank anymore. He says he hasn't told the association yet, but he leveled up to E rank yesterday. The guy's totally shocked, and our MC just thanks him for the compliment, adding, by the way, looks like you're out of chips. Just then, the heretic questioner, who was already out, calls over the martial arts master. About time you came to the loser's table. He says he ordered an extra espresso for him. The guy says he already told him he doesn't want anything, but the heretic questioner is like, I know, you must overcome your desires. He starts cussing out the religious freak, and with that, there are only 3 people left at the table. The Saintess ends up losing and complains that he was so confident in his poker face. He wonders if the main character can read minds or something. He just says, maybe, or maybe I can see through your cards. Wanna guess? The old guy just says kids these days are too much to handle. The venomous serpent then asks why he gave up so easily, calling him a loser. He says he should have fought to the end, asking if he's really going to let that thief win. But the Saintess tells him not to call his new hero a thief. The venomous serpent shoots back that he's totally using a skill, he can guarantee it. The Saintess is like, no duh, we all knew that from the beginning. It would have been weird if they didn't. Did he really think some rookie could challenge them in a game of luck? Then the lady of the gold coins says she'll deal the cards. She says he basically declared he was confident enough to win without revealing his skills. They accepted his challenge, and the venomous serpent is completely floored hearing this. The Saintess tells the venomous serpent he knows he likes to work out, but he should try using his head for once. They had nothing to lose in this game. Winning would be great, but losing wasn't a problem either. But what about their pride? How could they let a newbie get on their level? The Saintess replies that pride won't get them any higher in the tower. Then the heretic questioner shoves the hot espresso in the guy's mouth, telling him he forgot to finish it. And then the witch says she's happy. The main character asks what about. She says at least he's a considerate person, because she was originally from Ukraine, or to be more exact. She's from a place that times to be called Ukraine. After losing her family in a civil war, she became a wanderer, and being alone sucks, inside or outside the tower, and our boy thinks, yeah, that's real. The girl makes a call, and he asks what she's getting at. He says everyone who came to the tower, especially the first generation, has some kind of tragic backstory, and he's just another orphan in the tower. His ghost keeps feeding him info, saying she has a diamond flush. She says the tower is basically her home, and here, nobody asks where you're from, and that was thanks to them. Even if he's from Korea, she's from Ukraine, or the venomous serpent is from China, none of that matters in the tower. They can still understand each other because of the tower's blessing. They're all equal challengers. At least it's fairer than the world outside. And just because people out there treat the tower like a dumpster doesn't make it true. She looks at Gongja, telling him that when the counter hits 0, the media will be all over him and his life will totally change. And she trusts he'll handle it all wisely. He's just like, sounds good to me. I like being the center of attention. I want everyone to admire me and respect me. That's all. She says he's pretty honest, the complete opposite of the Marcus. All the MC can think is, she still has a flush. He's at a disadvantage now, but he goes all in, saying he's confident. Then he says he's going to make something else crystal clear. He doesn't expect to be treated like this just because he cleared the 10th floor. He's still going to clear the 20th, the 30th, and even the 100th floor. And no matter how long it takes, he will conquer this tower. He respects that they have strong feelings for it, and he has no intention of fighting them. He wonders who will be the first to climb the whole tower, and who will be worthy of being called a hero. But he says he'll consider her his rival. His goal isn't to see the world inside the tower, but the world beyond it. And honestly, he has no idea about the hunger or refugee problems here. She can totally use my name whenever she needs to fix her problems. Whatever. All I want is her help to climb this tower. He's all like, he needs to feel that rush of being on top again, and she just stops, admitting she was wrong. He's exactly like the Marcus. He's like, is that a compliment? And she's just like, nope, she's just calling him greedy. Then the lady of the gold coins announces the Black Dragon Master has a flush. Our guy hit a full house and totally won. He goes, I'll take that as a compliment, thanks, and adds he's looking forward to that equal treatment she promised. So then he's like, I guess you guys expect me to have the same level of responsibility, too? But then he asks if a hunter's whole deal isn't just climbing the tower, telling them not to sweat it, and she thinks, damn, this noob is way too cocky. The ghost is like, it's true. He says if being shameless was a skill, our guy would probably be S rank in it. Then he's like, thank God, I can finally breathe again. He says he's never going to treat him with respect again, calling him a lousy little zombie. He's all like, I never realized how beautiful that word was. And the main character is just thinking, is this dude seriously the Sword Emperor? So pathetic. Then the Dragon Master asks if he's leaving already. He's like, yeah, the 11th floor is about to open. Gotta prep so I don't get left behind. She asks how he's gonna prep when he has no clue what's up there. Our main character just smirks and talks about acting, saying that's the theme for floors 11 to 20, and they all just look completely floored. He says he got an extra tip for clearing the 10th floor. That's all he knows. And she gets more and more pissed, saying they'll be sure to return the favor later. With 17 minutes and 42 seconds to go, our guy ditches the cafe. So, a little later, someone's asking if the official statement on the 10th floor clear is out yet. And the girl's like, did you see the video of the Marcus? He was so pissed, saying it wasn't him. The media isn't telling them squat, but apparently, someone saw all the major guild leaders meeting up yesterday, and they're all wondering who the hell actually cleared the 10th floor. Meanwhile, our guy is just chilling in the middle of it all, until everyone looks up and sees there's only 11 seconds left. The hype is getting real. So they start a countdown while our main character is just casually chilling on his phone, hitting enter on a search he already had queued up. And boom, the news drops that it was him, Kim Gongja, who finished the 10th floor. Right then, the floor opens up and the system announces that the tutorial is officially over. It repeats, the tutorial is over and the 11th floor is open. Then some blonde chick appears in the sky, talking to all the warriors. She's like, to all you who want to keep climbing the tower, congrats on finishing the hellish mansion. Everyone's freaking out, wondering if she's a goddess or an angel or something. But the ghost is just like, obviously not. That's no goddess. Our guy doesn't really get it, the ghost explains. It's just part of the system that explains quests. Like an NPC. The NPC tells everyone there's a world that's begging for their help. Apparently, this world is suffering under some demon king's rule. The ghost is like, even if there was a goddess, this is nothing but a recording. And the thing in the sky says they're about to be summoned there to save humanity from extinction. Our main character asks, how do you know that? And the ghost is surprised he even asked. Meanwhile, the NPC is like, if you wish to accept this fate, say, transfer. But then some dude goes flying up, it's the Marcus, trying to slice the woman in the sky in half. But when he goes through her, nothing happens. The recording just glitches and repeats itself. If you wish to accept, say, transfer. They realize it's just a hologram. What a letdown. And our guy, for his part, looks at the Marcus, and the Marcus looks right back at him. The ghost says, it's because that dude did the exact same thing before, and just like that, the Marcus transfers. Everyone is just staring as the heretic questioner says he lost first place again. He's like, what an incredible day. And everyone is shocked to see him there. He says he hopes to see them all on the 11th floor, transfers out, and everyone starts following him. So the NPC just keeps repeating its pre-programmed line while our guy watches everyone else leave. And she says that during this time, they'll find an answer from the 11th to the 20th floor, where their faith will be tested, and it'll serve as a reminder of who they really are. That's how they're supposed to learn more about themselves, and our main character is just watching, totally mesmerized. The Saintess shows up and says, what a shame. He asks what's a shame, and she tells him to think about it, because she's not sure what being created this tower. But it seems like a ton of effort went into it, and this was a message left by the creators for them, but nobody gives a damn. And normally, they should be looking at it in awe, because the tower and their skills are already a miracle by themselves. But they've already gotten used to everything from the first 10 floors. So he notices she's more emotional than he thought. She says she used to study music before coming here, then asks what's up, and if she's prettier now that he knows about her artistic talents. He's just like, sounds like a tough field to get a job in. And she says, that hurts. Then the ghost talks to the zombie, telling him to be careful, because that human is kinda suspicious. He asks why, but right then other people show up, calling for Kim Gong-ja. The Saintess says he must have caught their attention because of her and just says sorry. She says she's heading to the 11th floor, and our main character is left behind, surrounded by reporters asking if he's Gong-ja. And then, the Saintess says she has a good eye for sensing people's sincerity. That's why she wanted to see what kind of person he is. So he asks what kind of person she thinks he is, and she says the answer is in his heart, before just transferring out. He's like, are you seriously gonna run away? And the ghost says he warned him she was sketchy. All the reporters keep swarming the main character, saying they're from Roman News. They're all up in his face asking for a statement, grilling him on whether he really cleared the 10th floor solo. Everyone's dying to know what guild he's gonna join. But our guy's just thinking he needs to get to the 11th floor as soon as possible, wondering what to even tell them. He thinks for like a second, then just turns to the reporters and says the 20th floor will be cleared by him too. He tells everyone to work hard and just dips, leaving them all completely confused. And just like that, up on the 11th floor, a totally insane war is going down. The first guy to get there, the Marcus, has no clue what's happening, wondering where the hell they even are. They're smack in the middle of a war, being asked by the locals to stop the demon army for the kingdom of Agim. In this chaotic mess of a war against demons, the humans are screaming at them not to fall back, saying their empire is toast if they lose any more ground. But the soldiers tell their lord they can't hold out anymore, since the enemies totally outnumber them. At this, all the new arrivals wonder, what the hell are these monsters? And what's even going on? Arrows come flying at them and nearly wipe everyone out. Our main character just strolls through, surprised they're all so clueless. I mean, the tutorial's over. Situations like this are going to be the new normal on the floors ahead. A commander comes sprinting up to all the hunters who just arrived, telling them they're the heroes who've come to save his kingdom, begging them to help defend humanity and raise their swords. He says this port is the only place with an open trade route, and without it, his kingdom is screwed. While our main character is just watching, the ghost notices he's seriously leveled up his senses, using aura for his sight and hearing. That commander just won't quit, asking the heroes from another world to bless Agim. Then everyone gets a quest, defend the port, with a difficulty ranging from F to A. For the objective, it says a disaster has fallen on the empire of Agim. The legendary Demon King has gathered his army to crush the empire. The Demon King is cunning, cruel, and powerful. He wants to cut off the city's supply routes, and they have to protect the port. This is the first step in saving the empire. The 12th floor won't even open if they lose this battle. Everyone is shocked to already have a quest, and one guy asks where the heck the Agim Empire is. But then the other adventurers notice the monsters just keep on coming, telling those goblins to at least give them a break so they can read the quest, asking how they're supposed to clear it like this. But then the Marcus speaks up, saying he doesn't know the exact details, but he figures they just have to kill every last one of them. So everyone decides to roll with the Marcus, and they charge straight at those goblins. They've already killed hundreds of them over the last 6 years, so they're yelling to just wreck these things. But our main character just strolls past, totally chill, and the system welcomes Kim Gong-ja. The ghost is stunned as something changes in front of the kid, and he starts getting his rewards for the 10th floor. It says the normal stage reward is a blessing from the goddess of war, giving him access to the maps for floors 11 to 20. The ghost is like, what the hell is this? He knew it was going to be something busted, so he should really just focus on training and not get hooked on these cheat-like skills. But the kid also gets the secret stage reward, where he's blessed by the goddess of humanity. He's been given access to the NPC locations for floors 11 through 20, and there was yet another secret stage reward, freaking the ghost out even more. He is blessed by the goddess of merchants and can get an item that exists between floors 11 and 20 right this second. And our main character is totally stoked with everything he got, saying this is what real talent feels like. It's explained that each section of the tower has a theme. The theme for floors 1 to 10 was the tutorial, a city made for beginners to get used to the tower. Each floor had designated hunting areas. The theme for floors 11 to 20 is Demon King and Heroes. So, he figures there are only two ways to beat the demon army now. He either needs enough raw power to wipe out an army by himself, or the leadership skills to command an army into battle. And so the ghost asks if he's going to go with the second option, asking if he, has any experience with that, or if he's ever led anything before. But our main character is like, of course not. But he's super confident he can learn and that his skills are totally maxed out. Then he turns to the Sword Emperor, asking if he was just complaining about his luck, and the guy says yeah, calling the kid way too lucky. Gongja says he's about to show him why this game is about skill, not luck. So he pulls up the positions of all the NPCs, telling it to only show those on the 11th floor and the ones in the top 100 for level and skill. But the ghost tells him to wait, saying he doesn't have to do it this way. He suggests fighting them one by one to get stronger. He knows the main character has no shame, but this is just too much. He asks if the main character isn't ashamed to have a name that honors Confucius, but he says he's got zero shame and tells it to only show NPCs with the leadership skill. And just like that, he sees the top three, starting with Ron Pansaba, leader of the Pansaba Cavalry, Saras Ajim, leader of the Comcorps Offensive, and Jesuaman with another high-ranking position. He tells it to put those guys on the map and to add his own location too. Then he asks the ghost what he thinks, questioning if this isn't a game of pure skill, since he turned his already good rewards into incredible ones, all thanks to his ability. The ghost asks if he really calls that a skill, cause to him, it's just a hack. The main character says whatever, since that's also part of his skill set. Dude, if it's in the game, it's meant to be used. If you're gonna cry about it, send a voice memo. He says the closest blue dot to him on the map is that NPC right there, General Agim. The general asks how he can help the hero from the other world. The first thing our main character thinks when the guy takes off his helmet is that his mustache is absolutely epic and his skills must be just as awesome. He tells the general he has a request. The general says that as long as it's within his power, he'll do anything he can, but the kid just asks the general to kill him, leaving the guy totally stunned and asking what he just said. He's like, I've got one last secret move, but the ghost is all, no you don't, refusing to play along with this kid's crazy scheme. Then he spouts some crap about how, when his heart stops, the goddess of war will bless the battlefield. Basically, a suicide bomb. If they can just trigger this so-called blessing, they'll totally win. But the general's like, I can't just kill you, dude. But then our guy gets real with General Sarbas of Agan, telling him to think about what's really at stake here. Cause if the general won't do it, he'll just off himself right here. And since this is the best way to help his kingdom, he's straight up begging for it. The general is totally floored by this request, but our boy reminds him that he's the general in charge of this whole mess. And instead of dying by his own hand or getting wrecked by enemies, he wants to give his life to an honorable general who's risking it all. The ghost can't take any more of this BS. He's just like, we don't have time for this, hurry it up already. But the general is still whining that no matter what, having to kill a hero from another world is just too much to handle. So the ghost is like, are you seriously falling for this? And the general starts having an emo moment about what a messed up world they live in. First, they're getting attacked by some legendary demon king, and now he has to kill a hero? The ghost finally realizes the only thing getting wrecked here is the general's IQ. So the general starts praying, asking God to forgive his sins and promising to make it quick and painless. Our main character says he has his sincere gratitude. Lame. The general asks for his name, and he says, Gongja. The general thanks him for his sacrifice, raises his sword, and calls him a true hero. And bam, Gongja gets hit. He's thinking about some saying, like, a flyer above a runner, as he starts copying a random skill from the NPC. Then he respawns, right back in the same stupid scene, thinking about another saying a hunter leading soldiers next to sword-swinging hunters. And just like that, our guy is on the same horse as the general. Everyone's like, who's this rando riding with him? Our boy says Gongja Nim himself said it, and he's already got some insane sword sheathed. Skill get, battle sense, rank B. The effect basically gives him the qualities of an amazing general. It's a skill that lets him know everything happening on the battlefield. With it, he instinctively knows if his allies are winning or losing and exactly where the enemy's weak spot is. He thinks, yep, this is the skill I copied. Then tells the general, go straight, then hang a right. You'll find the demon army's general. some trash mobs around, but whatever, just wipe them out. And the general totally buys it, saying the goddess's hero and his knights will protect them. So our main character is basically using a skill that lets him fake being a military genius to earn the general's trust. Then they all waste those crappy goblins. He keeps telling the general what to do, like, turn right now. He knows this skill is super effective because, duh, he has a mini-map. Plus, the fact he's already lived through this day a few times, he even remembers that one goblin that got launched at light speed. But he's like, my skills aren't everything. He's got the Marcus of Protection from Lafanta, Agwim Empire Edition, legendary rarity, baby. And when he holds it up, it shoots out this light they call the goddess's light. It's the founder's freaking holy sword. Legend says some goddess gave it to the Empire's founder, but then the founder just dipped and took the sword with him before he became a history book entry. All he left behind was some dumb prophecy, saying that when the day of destiny comes, the dude who can wield the holy sword will show up too. And whoever has this holy sword of protection gets absolute trust and support from everyone in the Agwim Empire. Talk about a hack. And everyone sees it and immediately recognizes it as the founder's sword. They start thinking the gods haven't abandoned them and start cheering for the Empire and their new hero. Our guy is loving this, telling them all to attack. He's thinking this is awesome and totally worth clearing that secret stage just to see this. But the sword's light is glaring right in the ghost's face, who's like, worth it. Are you kidding? You traded a real reward for this piece of junk. It's just some lame, shiny sword. There was so much epic loot there, why would you pick this? The ghost was so disappointed in him for picking that thing, but he explains, it's got high durability, it's shiny, and it makes every NPC from the 11th to the 20th floor go nuts over him. Then he asks the ghost, get it now? NPCs aren't just tools for getting quests, they're tools you have to USE to clear those quests. So all the NPCs start begging the hero to take care of them. Meanwhile, the other hunters are wondering why our guy is the only one hanging with the general. Because he totally looks like a hunter. And Gongjia hears them, practically tasting their jealousy. He is so eating this up. And the ghost is like, I taught you how to use aura to get better at sword fighting, not to give yourself super hearing so you can listen to gossip. But our main character just tells him, if you don't like it, sue me. Then he shouts that the demon army's vanguard is toast and tells everyone not to stop now. He orders them to push forward to the main forces, commanding all the NPCs with his flashy sword. He yells that they can totally win this. So the Marcus does his thing alongside our guy and the soldiers. On the other side, the heretic questioner and the rest of the top 10 are doing great, until the goblins start swarming around their leader. He spots the demon army's general, but then realizes it's just the 11th floor boss, the goblin emperor. The boss starts screaming for his soldiers to stop our boy. But he just leaps down, uses his shout skill to talk to the monster, and yells something in, like high-class goblin language, and finally kills the thing. And just like that, they beat the evil monsters, and the goddess's hero helped them take out the leader. They actually believe this crap. The leftover goblins start to run, but the hunters get ready to farm them, saying picking off stragglers is their specialty as they charge the survivors. And just like that, the stage is cleared, the 11th floor is history. They're totally stoked they actually managed to beat it in a single day. Now it's time to rank the participants from Hyde. The analysis is complete. The max number of participants was blown away, and they announced the top 10 players, with first place going to Gongjia, second, the Marcus, third, the heretic questioner, fourth, the venomous serpent, fifth, the Saintess, sixth, the Raviel Evancia, and seventh, the lady of the gold coins. And then they notice the number one guy doesn't even have a nickname. Besides, the Marcus is in second place. They realize Gongjia is the dude who cleared the 10th floor, wondering if he's some secret master or something. But the ghost totally hates that nickname, because he's no freaking master, he's just a smartass abusing a hack. But our hero asks if he's finally going to admit this is a game of skill, but he's like, no way, refusing to accept it. So our guy thinks this ghost is way too emotional and gets that he really values technique over skills. He promises to practice his swordsmanship before hitting the 20th floor, telling him to stop whining. The ghost asks if he's serious, and our guy is like, duh, asking if he really thinks he'd miss the chance to learn from the Sword Emperor. In fact, I should be begging him to teach me his sword techniques. Then he gets all happy, saying the zombie finally recognizes his worth, and our hero thinks, he's too easy. It's seriously way too easy to make this ghost happy. Then the commander walks up to our guy, saying they achieved victory all thanks to him. He will be eternally grateful to the kid. But he brushes it off, saying it was no big deal, that they won thanks to everyone's hard work. And he thinks to himself that it looks like he was worried for nothing. Alright, so the commander mentions some old prophecy that one day the demon army will arrive, but they shouldn't fear, since heroes from another world will also be summoned. However, he says he was kind of skeptical about it, wondering if these heroes would really fight with all their might for a world that wasn't even theirs. And it seems it was just the Sword Emperor's empty worries. He says he wants to thank him properly, extending his hand for a handshake. And even though they're from different worlds, the act of shaking hands still has the same meaning. He wonders if it's because no matter what world they're in, humans still have two hands. Then the general says he has great expectations for the kid, and Gongja says he'll try his best. And so, the clear rewards are analyzed. The analysis is finished and it rewards the greatest contributors of Hyde. The top contributors received early access to the 12th floor, and they all head on up. Until the top contributors get their rewards, the other players are forbidden from accessing the 12th floor. And so the general says he leaves the fate of his empire in Gongja's hands. But while our hero is being transported to the 12th floor, the ghost is shocked by this, because that old geezer Marcus will also be there, and he asks what the kid is going to do. Because if he sees him, he'll try to attack him like a madman. But our hero tells him not to worry, because the worst that can happen is he gets killed. So the ghost asks if he's being serious, and he says it's cool because he has a plan. The transfer is complete, and when he gets there, he realizes it's the Empire's palace, and everyone is shocked. And the witch is even more surprised that they were summoned to a place like that. So the heretic questioner goes up to Gongja, saying he was incredible, and our hero is surprised to see him so hyped up, noticing he got even younger after using his own skill. He says he was thrilled with his performance on the 11th floor, and it was a great way to use the NPCs. He says the kid was using a really strange sword, asking if it happens to be a reward from the 10th floor, and the kid says yeah. The heretic questioner says it was just as he thought, using the reward from the 10th floor to beat the 11th. He's amazed by the efficiency with which he uses the things at his disposal, but our guy starts to say it wasn't that incredible. But during that chill mood, the Sword Emperor arrives, using the holy technique God in the flesh to attack our hero. But the heretic questioner stops the attack mid-moment. Then they say that was a hell of a surprise from the Marcus, asking since when he became an assassin. Our hero is scared to death because he didn't even see the attack coming. Then he just tells them to get out of the way, because he's going to kill that man. And so they ask if by that man, he's referring to Hunter Gongja. And he says, that's right, because if they don't get out of the way soon, he'll cut off both their arms in the process. The heretic questioner says that would be a nuisance, and he has many uses for his arms. And if they let Hunter Gongja die, the reputation of the 5 great guilds will be ruined. He asks if he could at least know the reason why he's after him. But crazy old Marcus says he has zero obligation to tell him anything, so the heretic questioner realizes that means he's not willing to back down. Activating his skill, the holy technique God of teleportation, he brings the venomous serpent and the saintess there to stop the psycho. The two of them charge at him and he calls them insignificant worms, throwing them away. And the venomous serpent asks, what the hell does that Sword Emperor eat to be so healthy at his age? And he says that young people today would laugh at him if they knew. Besides, the venomous serpent is also in Sword Emperor, over 40 years old. He says, old my ass, life begins at 40, don't you know that? And so the heretic questioner says that the master of the martial arts guild is a real old-timer, telling him to look at his face. He just tells that nutjob to get on his side and not go against him. And so the saintess, already with a cut on her face, tells them to focus on the fight ahead because they're at a disadvantage. All 3 of them get really anxious about fighting him, saying it's true. Then the heretic questioner just raises his hand, asking the lady of the gold coins for 10,000 gold, and she says there'll be 15% compound interest because there'll be no interest if the loan is paid in full within 3 months. He's like, so what's a reasonable deal? And the guy goes, nah, you got it all wrong. We're not talking about a loan. She's like, the hell you mean? Are you seriously asking a businesswoman for a handout? And he's just like, yup. Because her money's dirty anyway, and if she donates it to the temple, she might just make it to paradise. She totally clocks that this dude's an even bigger crook than she is, so she pulls out 10,000 gold, just tosses it at him, and he has the nerve to thank her for the payment, using the cash to fire up his skill. And man, this art is just sick. Seriously, this artwork is no joke. He uses the sacred technique, God of Donation, and pumps holy attributes into them, beefing up their bodies and buffing the saintess and the venomous serpent. The buff lasts for 300 seconds, and he's all like, may this gold strengthen your hands, completing the technique. And just like that, our guy notices the gold coins vanished. The heretic questioner smirks, saying that for the next 300 seconds, the saintess and the venomous serpent are going to be on a whole other level. He brags that even the Marcus himself won't have an easy time dealing with both of them, especially with the lady of the gold coins in the mix. Plus, he adds, the lady of the gold coins still has tons of gold to burn. He's like, if they want to try, they can see what happens first, his death or her going completely broke. She's pissed, asking why he had to drag her money into this mess. But then the Raviel Avanzia just appears, saying she has some advice for Marcus. She tells him it won't just be the four of them, because she's damn well getting in on this fight too. Because, apparently, Gong already made an official deal with the 5 guilds yesterday. He asks what deal she's talking about, and she lays it out. Hunter Kim Gongja has officially joined the 5 guilds, with a status pretty much equal to a guild master. So, pulling a sword on him is the same as pulling it on all of them. She's like, you really think you can take us all on? Our main character puts it together. This was the plan all along, and the old guy is just getting more and more ticked off. The protagonist asks the ghost if he remembers what he said on the 11th floor, but the ghost's memory is a total blank. Our guy explains that there are 2 ways to fight a strong opponent. One is to be so freaking strong you can wipe out an entire army by yourself. And the other way is to raise and command your own army, because a solo player is totally useless against a powerful alliance. It's a stupid disadvantage. So the main character walks right up to the Marcus, telling him they need to have a chat. Marcus is all, what about? And our guy says he's honestly just shocked by all this. He's like, I have no idea why you're attacking me. This might be the first time we've even met, but I've been a huge fan of yours for a long time. Our guy can tell he isn't buying it. The Marcus probably still thinks he's some assassin sent by the Black Dragon Guild. He remembers the first time he ran into the Marcus and ended up dead, and the ghost is like, well, from an outsider's point of view, you're way more than just a little weird. In that old dude's eyes, you totally look like a top-class assassin trained by one of the big guilds, not some rookie hunter with 4,093 kills. He gets it. In other words, to Marcus, this whole thing looks like a massive conspiracy. With the situation looking totally against him, Marcus starts thinking that the outside world and this Babylon place aren't so different. Ever since he entered the tower, they've been hassling him every day to join a guild, but he shut down every single offer, asking them if they even know why. He then points straight at the witch, saying he wanted to prove to everyone that you can get to the top in this tower all on your own. Bloodline, nationality, who you're with. Unlike the outside world that's tangled up in all that useless crap, a person can become the best in here with just a single sword. It's possible. He was supposed to be their poster boy for making it big with talent and grit, but instead of some lame hope speech, he just asks, so, what have you guys even been doing around here? He called them all out for being like mud, just stuck in place. But the Raviel Avancia ain't having it. She snaps, how dare you say that? You only survived because you're a selfish jerk who only looked out for number 1. If you'd actually helped out, maybe more hunters would still be alive. And the venomous serpent just screams, you're the one who bailed on the 5th floor raid, and the 7th, and the 9th too. Our losses would have been cut in half if you just pitched in. Then the lady of the gold coins chimes in, saying if he'd used his influence outside, they wouldn't all be starving right now. And not just that. This whole screwed-up tower society could have been a lot more stable. She mocks him. You say we're stagnant? If that's true, then you're just some brat with 0 sense of responsibility. The Raviel Avancia piles on. If you're rank 1, then start acting like it. But that's his breaking point. He tells everyone to shut up, saying they're all adults acting like crybabies. Seriously, you think I'm your grandpa or something? Cut the BS. You want to fight? Then use your swords, not your mouths. And the Sword Emperor, seeing this, is totally psyched. He's thinking that's exactly what he'd expect from his true disciple. But then, our guy turns to everyone and says, you're really gonna fight when there are only, like, 10 of us left? He remembers the battlefield, thinking about how even the NPCs on the 11th floor got their act together to save their own country. But the Raviel Avancia cuts in, telling Gongja this has nothing to do with him. Like, this is a serious grown-up issue. And he's just like, yeah, I get it. But aren't we hunters? Shouldn't we be focused on clearing the 12th floor instead of pointing fingers and holding grudges like a bunch of kids? He asks if they shouldn't be better than the NPCs, not worse. Then he looks at Marcus. They're asking for our help, even if they're just NPCs. They said their nation is about to collapse. He remembers the general totally putting the fate of the empire in his hands. How can we, the summoned heroes, just put their world on the back burner? He asks, is this what being a hero means? I solve problems others can't, so I'm a hero. But Marcus just calls the kid insolent. But our main character pushes back, telling him to focus on clearing the floors, just like they did with the 11th. And just like that, the Saintess thinks he's right, which totally surprises him. She says it's hard to get why the Marcus attacked Gongja out of nowhere, but it's obvious this isn't the time for them to be fighting each other. She says she'll make a small sacrifice, and a power glows in her hand. Everyone, check out my skill. Lie detection. The effect is simple. She can tell if someone's lying or not, and it works on everyone, players, NPCs, even monsters. But there's a catch. If the target believes something is true, it might still be false. In the end, it's her call who to believe, but there's no guarantee anyone will believe her. She explains, "As you can see, I have an ability that lets me know if someone is lying. It's no joke to say this skill is what got me the vice captain spot in the civil militia. So I'm asking the Marcus and Gongja to trust me. I swear I'll validate what you say. Suspicion just eats people up from the inside. The truth is the only cure." Our hero immediately thinks this is the perfect chance. She continues, "We can't do anything about the distrust we've built up, but we can at least work together on the 12th floor." And he thinks, this is perfect. I can use one skill to clear the suspicion around another skill. He's totally on board. So Marcus tells the Saintess, "You're the only one here who's never hurt another person. I'll put my faith in you too." So she's like, "Since you both agreed," and tells the Marcus to go ask Kim Gongja, because she's going to put her honor, and the honor of the whole militia, on the line to make sure his answers are legit. He sheathes his sword, glares at the kid, and points a finger right at him. "Did you murder more than 4,000 people? Is that true?" And the kid just says, "Yes." Marcus immediately spins around, cussing everyone out. "See? You're all using an assassin." But for some reason, the Saintess just says, "That's a lie." Marcus is stunned. She explains, "Gongja answered yes to your question, and that answer was a lie. In other words, he did not kill over 4,000 people." Then she asks Marcus if he has another question, leaving him totally speechless. But she's thinking, that's a super weird question. Can anyone even kill that many people? And he starts freaking out, yelling, "It's because you guys raised him to be an elite assassin." So our main character just goes with it. "That's right, I'm an elite assassin." But she just keeps saying, "That's a lie." At this, Marcus rushes toward the Saintess, shouting, "I was wrong about you. I thought you'd judge this without any bias." So she just asks, "Didn't you say you trusted me a minute ago? Are you really going to go back on your word now?" He gets more and more desperate. "Wait," he begs. "It's impossible, he hasn't killed anyone." And he blurts out, "I killed someone." "Yes, and that's true," she confirms. "But it was exactly one person." He argues, "Of course, murder is murder. But that bastard deserved it." And she says again, "That's true. Not only did he try to kill you first, but he was also a serial killer." The Saintess just keeps confirming everything is true, and Marcus looks like his whole world is falling apart. Meanwhile, the heretic questioner starts laughing. An interesting theory. It would have been great if it were true, but unfortunately, we only met Gongja for the first time yesterday. And the Sword Emperor thinks to himself, "I told the Sword Emperor, you're gonna get screwed if you only depend on things like skills." Our guy's like, "Look, I already answered everything. Seems like we both got our wires crossed, big time." He's relieved it's just some stupid misunderstanding. But if the guild bosses hadn't stepped in, he'd be dead over some total BS. And he says he thinks he deserves an apology from Marcus, asking what he thinks and completely backing the old geezer into a corner. With Marcus cornered, the Saintess chimes in that it's totally true, because he was dead wrong, telling Marcus to just apologize to Gongja already. He starts stammering, completely unable to spit out the words he owes Gongja. And our hero wonders how he's going to play this, because even with her pure reputation, the Saintess is still part of the 5 big guilds. He questions if the Sword Emperor will call her a liar, or if he'll reveal his own ability to explain his actions. It wouldn't match his image, but it'd be the perfect evidence. Then he asks if the kid said his name was Gongja, and our hero says, yeah. And the protagonist thinks he might try to silence him by killing him, just like the Yu Suha did. Then Marcus partly draws his sword, and our guy thinks to himself that sometimes, when people are wrong, they just make up excuses or get suspicious of others. Just like the Yu Suha did when he showed his evil nature trying to silence him. And he thinks the Marcus will prove his character based on what he chooses here. Then the Marcus says that if he really has never massacred innocent people, he's asking for a second chance, offering his sincere apologies. And just like that, he says he was wrong and jumped to conclusions, making bad assumptions that almost led him to kill someone for no reason at all. And until now, based on his own judgment, he always believed that anyone who deserved to be purged from this world should die as soon as possible, and he killed others according to his own beliefs. But from now on, that's not happening anymore. And our hero thinks about that Sword Emperor. Instead of doubting the Saintess, making excuses with his ability, or even killing him to shut him up, he decided to own his mistake. The Marcus says that words alone are useless, and if there's anything he wants, he'll do it, and that this was the most knightly thing to say. However, he asks the kid to spare him from having to take his own life, begging him for it, and to forgive the Sword Emperor's actions so he can live and reach the top of this tower. Gongja realizes that he begged a rookie hunter without any hesitation. From now on, he will never kill anyone because of his ability. He wants to live asking for forgiveness, and our hero looks at the Saintess, and she just nods. The kid calls out to the Marcus, asking him to please teach him swordsmanship. Well, to be real about it, he wants him to accept his duel requests from now on, whenever he asks. Somehow, he managed to find a teacher, but in reality, he has no one to duel against. And the protagonist says he's going to keep his promise to that spirit and try to become partners with the Marcus. This will be great for improving his performance and growth. If the Marcus could be his dueling partner, it was all good. But our guy cuts him off, telling him to please let him explain one more time. And to be honest, he can forgive him without getting anything in return, but he'd feel embarrassed for looking like he's the superior one. For him, it would be enough for someone as great as the Marcus to not see him as an enemy. He says that swords have already been crossed, so he feels kind of embarrassed having to forgive him as if he's superior, and that's why he wants him to teach him his best swordsmanship technique. And our hero thinks, what the hell is this? But he feels way too embarrassed, questioning why he had to reveal his feelings like that. Then the Saintess thinks that it's unbelievable, because all of that was true. And the venomous serpent asks if he's being serious, because it's fine for him to ask for nothing, but he's going to ask for something anyway because he's too embarrassed to act superior. The Ravielevancia is even more impressed, because after seeing so many kids acting immature, only worried about their own benefit, it's surprising to see someone like Gongja after so long. The heretic questioner really likes this, saying that the scene is so beautiful because someone is sincerely apologizing to someone who is sincerely accepting it. Humans are always fighting endlessly, and this scene is like a divine miracle. He keeps talking, but the Ravielevancia tells him to shut up and get lost. And the Ravielevancia says she hates to say it after a happy ending, but that means all her money was wasted. And so Marcus gets more and more sad, wondering how he could have judged someone so kind so wrongly. And the protagonist asks, "Say what?" And so he asks if he wants a dueling partnership, saying it'll be a pleasure to do it, because he's ready whenever the kid wants. And our hero is surprised. He asks the kid to call him Marcus. The protagonist doesn't get it at all, and Marcus asks how old the kid is, saying he can't be more than 30. In the outside world, he has a very kind granddaughter. If she ever comes to the tower, he promises he'll make her fall for his charms. And our hero keeps saying he doesn't have to. But at that, Marcus starts freaking out again, questioning why he's not interested in his granddaughter. And our guy tries to change the subject, saying it was his bad, because it just so happens he's not interested in going out with anyone. But the Sword Emperor starts freaking out again, calling him a liar, because the prime of your life is filled with the sweet smell of love, and when you're in love, you can see things you've never seen before, like your own depravity. He asks if he knows how important it is to recognize your own depravity, because when he was 16, he starts telling this whole crazy story. Then the ghost asks what he just said, saying, this guy is such an annoying Sword Emperor, so annoying that he never listens to others. And to tell the truth, he's so annoying he could probably end up becoming the god of annoyance. Then he just keeps bugging the protagonist. He's like, I did not need to know that, wondering if he should just off himself and restart the day. But then they're all like, welcome, Gongija, telling him he smoked the 11th floor in first place. They start dishing out the rewards, and Marcus is trying to get his attention, but our guy is just staring off, because since he's number 1, he gets his prize first. He'd already heard about how floors 12 to 20 were going to go down before he regressed. He wonders, what kind of reward is this going to be? Then the system tells him to pick one of 2 rewards. 2 statues pop up, and one is the goddess of protection, who was apparently super moved by his efforts or whatever. The goddess decided to save a major spot in the empire for him. He could be the Grand Chancellor, the top general, or even the leader of the empire's knights. And as soon as he picks his role, he'll get the skills and stats to match. Lame part is, he can't get the goddess's reward if he picks the one from the Demon King. The protagonist thinks, yeah, that's what I heard. The whole theme is some cringe roleplay between heroes and a Demon King. So hunters get these empire jobs and receive skills and stats that go with them. The MVPs from the last floors get the advantage of picking the really special jobs before anyone else. They show the main character the special classes for the 12th floor: Chancellor of the Empire, Grand General, Minister of Finance, Minister of Foreign Relations, Head of the Knights, and Chief of the Royal Bodyguard. And the kid's like, before I pick Royal Bodyguard, I gotta ask, what the hell is this Demon King reward? And it's the Demon King of Rain. Turns out the Demon King was also, like, super impressed and is secretly asking for his help. He promises the same stuff as the goddess, but with an extra gift. He has to kill every other hero in the top 10, besides himself. And if he pulls it off, the Demon King's power will teleport him straight to the 99th floor. But here's the catch. Only one person from the top 10 can get the Demon King's reward. And if a bunch of people pick it, one gets chosen at random. Total BS. And if nobody picks the reward, it just vanishes. The protagonist's eyes go wide, his mind totally blown by this. Viber's like, dude, why'd you start staring into space like that? And the protagonist is thinking, if I just waste everyone here, I can go straight to the 99th floor. Then the system starts rushing him, telling him to hurry up and pick his reward already. But just then, Sword Emperor screams in his head, "It's a trap! It's definitely a trap! Don't you dare fall for it!" And the protagonist is like, "I know, chill. Obviously, it's a trap, because there's no way that jerk, the Yusuha, didn't pick this Demon King reward. But instead of being on floor 99, he got stuck on the 40th. So, the reward is nothing but a scam. He probably picked the Demon King first, realized it was bait, and then rewinded time. But he thinks, man, I'm seriously tempted. If he could just get to the 99th floor and die to the boss, everything might just work out. But the ghost starts begging Gongja, please don't do it. I'm being dead serious. Look at me. I'm the Sword Emperor, a guy who actually went to the 99th floor and failed. I'm telling you, this is a trap, and it's the worst kind. With your skills right now, you won't be able to kill the other top 10 players. And even if some insane miracle happens and you do, you still won't beat the 99th floor. The protagonist asks if the boss there is really that strong, but the ghost says there isn't one. The 99th floor doesn't have anything like a boss. Instead, there's something way more messed up there. Just remembering it makes him miserable. He says, whatever, it's a trap. I warned you. The protagonist asks what's over there to make him act like this, because he's never seen him so freaked out. You're kind of scaring me, dude. The Sword Emperor admits, I hate to say it, but you're doing pretty good. Just keep doing what you're doing, and you'll clear the 99th floor on your own. The protagonist thinks it over. You're right, he says. I'll try to do things the right way. And the ghost is like, the right way? He says he just wants to pick the safest route. I'm even gonna skip the reward, because I just want to see how this all plays out. The ghost questions him, even about the goddess's reward, asking why he has to go that far. But he just says, it's cool. I'm taking one step back now so I can take 2 steps forward later. Then he announces to everyone, yo, the rewards for the 11th floor are popping up for me now. They're all like, for real? Sweet. The witch says she was getting totally bored, wondering how long it would take for them to get a quest. As soon as you choose your reward, it'll be our turn based on rank. So take all the time you need to pick. But he says, I've already made my choice, and I'm not picking any reward. Everyone there is completely stunned by this, asking what the hell is going on. And for real, the protagonist doesn't select any reward. The goddess is totally confused by his decision, while the Demon King is just laughing like a maniac. The saintess then asks what happened. Marcus, who was second, says, since I got second place, it's my turn now. He can see the options and starts to get it. He made the safest choice. But, he asks, did you really have to ignore your rewards completely? Maybe I'm just a worried Sword Emperor, but if you keep being this overly cautious, you'll never get stronger. But the kid just thanks him for his concern. But I don't regret a thing. Marcus says if that's really true, then he's happy for him. But I don't think that's a strategy I can copy. I'm choosing the goddess's reward. And on top of that, I'll take the position of head of the Imperial Knights. Suddenly, knights appear, swearing their loyalty to the Empire's great sword. Marcus realizes, oh, so that's how we get our roles. Then the heretic questioner sees his options. Ah, so that's how it is. I get it now, he says. It's like a game of cops and robbers. But nobody has a clue what the heretic questioner is talking about. Whatever, I'll pick. And don't even trip, I'll show you. Then he's all like, look down there, flashing the rewards for everyone to see. The venomous serpent's totally shocked they can hit the 99th floor. The witch is bugging out too. They're all thinking this is just some lame game of cops and robbers. The heretic questioner's like, yeah, whatever. To make it easy, Goddess's team are the cops. Demon King's side, you guys are the robbers. But this is so not the same. The robbers are totally screwed, way more than in some stupid kids game. They've got 9 cops, and even the freaking vice captain of the force is here. The paladin's all like, he's right, just trust me, and we'll totally nail this robber. The heretic questioner's like, see, the game's rigged for the cops. Then he turns to Gongja, guess it sucked for you to pass on the rewards. I respect your choice or whatever, but I'm taking the Grand General of the Empire. And everyone swears loyalty to the Empire's biggest banner. Then he asks if he's supposed to believe it's better to pick a reward just to be head of the Royal Guard. The paladin says she'll take Minister of Foreign Affairs because it seems like the best choice for her. And the witch is like, I'll take the Chancellor spot. Then she gets all serious. Listen up, whatever happens, do not pick the Demon King. Don't forget, if no one picks him, he just poofs out of existence. The Lady of the Gold Coins is like, duh, don't worry, picking the Minister of Finance. And just like that, the reward handouts are done. The ghost is like, you sure this is gonna be okay? I get you picked the safe route, but didn't you take it like way too far? But our guy just says, nah, this is the right call, wondering when you should charge your enemy and when you should just bail. And with that, all the top rankers had made their choices. the sword master, the heretic questioner, the venomous serpent, the saintess, and the Raviel Ivancia. Of all the unclaimed rewards, only one was left. 8 people took the goddess's reward. This flips everyone out, because only one person took the Demon King's reward. The witch starts losing it. You guys are such idiots. I told you, no matter what, you were not supposed to pick the Demon King's reward? The heretic questioner is like, whoa, for real? Picking the robber when you're at a total disadvantage, that's just insane. The venomous serpent's thinking, this is so messed up. This whole vibe feels just like their first raid in the tower. He's got a bad feeling, like some people are definitely gonna die today. The lady of the gold coins asks, you mean the 5 great guilds? It used to be 10, actually. A lot of them died right there, and they killed a bunch of others too. So they start shouting at the paladin, interrogate everyone, use your lie detection skill right now. They're all hoping for the best, telling her not to skip a single person. Then the witch steps up. As the master of the Black Dragon Guild, I'm calling it. I don't know who you are, but whoever picked it is gonna die the most painful death imaginable. She tells the paladin to start interrogating everyone, immediately, using lie detection. If anyone refuses to answer, I'll kill them right here, right now. Then she's like, I'll start. I'm innocent. And to Gong Jia, since you gave up the rewards, you're off the hook too. But I still gotta ask, did you pick the Demon King's reward? He just says, no, and she's like, that's the truth. The 2 dudes in the back just can't believe what they're seeing. So she asks the Marcus, did you take the Demon King's reward? He's all, on my honor, I swear I didn't. Next is the heretic questioner, who's like, nope, I'm not planning on getting offed by the Black Dragon's master today. The venomous serpent says it wasn't him either. The lady of the gold coins also denies it. So the paladin tells the witch, they all told the truth. She asks the witch, did you pick it? And she says, no. And the paladin confirms, that's true. But the venomous serpent's like, hold up. If it wasn't any of us, then who was it? Who the hell is the traitor? Then a message from the goddess pops up, whining about how stupid the heroes are, while the Demon King just laughs his ass off. The paladin tries to keep everyone calm. Don't panic. The traitor might have a skill that hides lies. I know it sounds crazy, but maybe it's someone with multiple personalities. Or maybe the traitor is the paladin herself. Yeah, all signs are pointing to her. The witch is like, are you seriously accusing us now? And he's like, yeah, I am. Even if Miss the Saintess isn't the traitor, she could totally be lying to protect the 5 guilds. While the witch tries to defend her, the paladin objects. It's totally possible that I'm the traitor. But the most important thing is that we don't lose our heads. We have to stay calm. Haven't we, been through tons of crap together before? If we just trust each other, everything will be fine. But the heretic questioner just starts laughing. You're so naive, trust, and all that crap. He says, yeah, those are nice words and all, but trust takes a long freaking time to build. It took 10 years for us to become the 5 guilds and even start working together. Basically, he doesn't trust anyone who isn't in their little club, looking over at the guys ranked 8th, 9th, and 10th. And the heretic questioner adds that waiting 10 years to trust these other hunters is, super inefficient. She tells him to wait. This isn't the time to be thinking about efficiency. She's begging the heretic questioner not to do it, but he and the venomous serpent use their flesh god holy technique. He's like, I'll handle the rank 10 guy. And just like that, they jump those other people, killing them in cold blood. They teleport and take out 2 of them instantly. A hero died. And he wasn't the Demon King's agent. Then the swordmaster draws his blade, calling them shitty little brats, because they're finally showing their true colors. And another one dies, who also wasn't the Demon King's agent. But he just screams that nothing's changed, and if this doesn't stop, he's gonna take matters into his own hands. The heretic questioner goes after the other guy with his technique, taking down one more. Our main character is just shocked by what's happening, with so many people dying right in front of him. And nope, that wasn't the Demon King's agent either. The heretic questioner actually pauses to think, realizing none of the 3 were the target, and then gives everyone this creepy angelic smile. Oh my god, for real. Now I see why they call him the heretic questioner, right? Who would have guessed? He says they're in a bad spot now, because he was so sure it was one of them. But the real culprit is still out there with the survivors, and their 10-year bond is about to get totally shattered. And so the saintess tells him to stop, saying she clearly asked him to wait, and he agreed he'd stay calm. But like always, he's just being a total meathead. He says it's weird for the captain to say that, because he's feeling perfectly calm. And that's why he decided those 3 were the most likely traitors. He might have messed up, but hey, at least this disaster won't be all over the news. But then Marcus lunges at the heretic questioner, slicing his arm, but the venomous serpent quickly blocks the attack and the Marcus starts shoving him back. He yells at that psycho believer, telling him to give a heads up next time he plans on killing someone. And in that moment, the heretic questioner is thinking what a drag it is that he can't complete the sacred techniques without both hands. And he says he's sorry, telling them he won't be able to help right now. But the venomous serpent is like, is that seriously the problem right now? Begging for someone to help him because he's about to die there. And so the saintess turns to Kongja, saying she'll trust his judgment. Since he was the only person who turned down the rewards, he's the only one who's 100% not the traitor. While everyone else turns on the Marcus, she keeps counting on our MC, begging him to please, just stop the Marcus. And the heretic questioner agrees, saying that's a good idea. Being democratic isn't really the best move right now, and says it's better to give all the power to someone who definitely isn't the traitor. And he says he's also passing his authority to Kongja, and that until they catch the mole, he won't even trust his own judgment anymore. So our main character just talks to the ghost, asking if his destiny is to be a total psychomagnet, because he just got handed ultimate authority by both the vice captain and the temple master. But then the sword emperor just says he's climbing the ranks, and congratulates him. He asks if he turned down the reward because he knew something like this would happen, saying he's actually really impressed with his decision. And he admits there was so much tension between the rankers that he assumed a fight would break out if there was a traitor. That's why he gave it up, but he never thought it would get this bad. He feels awful about those 3 innocent guys dying, and it looks like he's going to have to turn back time just once. Then the saintess agrees, explaining to our guy that the heretic questioner was always like this. When they first entered the tower, religion was a huge problem, and the different sects were always fighting each other. And that's when the heretic questioner showed up and just straight up killed all of them. Those are the only methods he knows. Our MC says he thought the religious groups had made some kind of peace deal, but it was just the media covering things up. Meanwhile, the fight is still going on, and the heretic questioner says he's aware his harsh judgment caused a huge mess and that he's super embarrassed. And while he's giving that whole speech, the venomous serpent is literally dying in the background. So the heretic questioner says that now that our MC has his full authority, he wonders if the kid could please stop the Marcus. He's like, "Are you serious?" Saying he can't, and that they can talk about the details later. And so he just yells, "Marcus!" begging him to please just listen. He says he trusted him just a little while ago, and asks him to stop fighting and solve this with words, begging in the name of the Marcus's granddaughter. He says that if she ever enters the tower, he'll definitely meet her, and asks if he can't just listen to his future grandson-in-law twice removed. At that, the Marcus actually stops, saying he still hasn't forgiven them, and he's definitely not stopping this fight just to hear him talk. It's just that now that they've crossed swords, he's sure he can kill them at any second. So it won't take long to finish them off after he finds out who the traitor is. And our MC is just wondering why the heck he's telling him all this, but just agrees with him, saying, yeah, that's it. The Sword Emperor is right, and he asks to just leave, killing them for later. And just like that, the venomous serpent asks if it's over, and our MC tells them to just calm down for now, since they don't know who the traitor could be. They might not ever find him. But that's not what's most important right now. They can solve this crisis even without finding the mole, and the saintess asks how that's even possible. Since someone chose the Demon King's reward, it means they're out to take their lives. But our main character tells them to take a look at this. He points out the message that asks the goddess's great hero to join forces with his partners and destroy the Demon King's core on the 20th floor. It says right there that the Demon King's core is on the 20th floor. They shouldn't be focused on finding the traitor, because that's a trap. He's probably totally scared out of his mind by now, and it's even possible the system just forced someone to be the traitor. So they should just go beat up the Demon King together. If they get rid of him, the rewards will disappear too. It's a really simple problem. And the goddess smiles brightly at our MC, while the Demon King is seriously pissed off. He says that even though the tower is always trying to test them, the solution will always be simple. They just have to keep climbing. He gets the mission for the 12th floor, to break the Demon King's core. As soon as they enter the floor, a red light appears right behind him. It's actually a rain of blood, and everyone is shocked. The people of the kingdom start to lose it, thinking that this is the nightmare, and that the nightmare rain is falling again. They're cursed. It's the Demon King, but the venomous serpent is just like, what the hell is this crap, and what is wrong with those guys? Then they start asking, where's your lord? And one of the top rankers asks if this is all part of an act, and what's gotten into these NPCs. But our boy is just like, quests finally started, and straight up dives through a window with his dagger. And boom, the Rain Demon King just appears outside, looking like some giant monster. And this thing starts mouthing off to the poor saps down there, asking if they really thought they could use otherworlders as human shields. Then he tells them to call whoever they want, bring 4,000 heroes and even more knights. But whatever, they're all just humans anyway, and he pities their bottomless stupidity. He says those who don't see humans as human deserve to get swallowed by their own evil. Our main character just watches as the Demon King's forces swarm the place, basically taking over everything in sight. Then, the Triple S-class mission drops. They've got to defend the Empire's capital. The description basically says, the heroes who fought the Demon Army did a great job securing a supply route. But, since they pissed him off, the Demon King decided to crash the party himself. He can summon a demon army at any second, and the Demon King's aiming for the Empire's heart, its capital, Achamonia. But supposedly, his powers are weakened after the long trip. They have to stop the Demon King, and if they lose, the 13th floor won't open. Seeing the horde of monsters outside, the venomous serpent's like, weakened? You call that weakened? And our main character says, like I told you, this isn't our time to fight, but the venomous serpent calls BS, asking how that's fair and if this quest is even possible. He says he gets that everything up to the 10th floor was just a tutorial, but isn't this difficulty spike, like, way too steep? But the main character tells them to chill, saying they can do this because the tower doesn't give missions you can't beat. He's like, we're not just some random hunters here, have you already forgotten? He tells the guy he's the head of the royal bodyguards, so he needs to go command the royal bodyguards, pointing to the soldiers. And then he explains that this stage can't be cleared with just the hunters' powers. They have to treat the NPCs like actual people and lead them into battle. They can't be fighting each other. He turns to the Marcus, saying he's the chief of the knights. So, how are they supposed to defend this nation if the head of the knights and the head of the royal guard are duking it out? They were given the role of commander, so they better start acting like it. Then he turns to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They're in the Emperor's room, but the guy's nowhere to be found. He tells her to use the NPCs from her department to find him. Leading all these NPCs without a leader around is going to be a total drag, and she totally agrees with him. Next, he talks to a great general, who happens to be the heretic questioner himself. He says he especially hates hunters like him, and they'll have to settle things someday. But now's not the right time for that. He says they need the general, and so Zidor says he's starting to like Gongja even more. But our boy claps back. You said you'd give me full authority, so shut up and listen. He says the soldiers on the castle walls are probably freaking out right now, and he needs to get up on those walls and get them under control himself. So the guy asks if he's supposed to be some kind-hearted noble, and the main character is just like, I don't care what happens, you have to defend the castle walls, because no matter what, if their defenses fall, this stage is over. And the heretic questioner says he's never broken a promise since the day he was born, so he promises to defend them with his own life. With that sorted, our main character looks at the chaos outside and says he's heading out first. And just then, the other hunters arrive, thinking the place is beautiful and way better than that crappy port. But then the Raviel Evancia pops up right next to our boy, talking to him. He's startled, and she tells him to call her the Black Dragon Master, since she's not a big fan of her title. But he's just like, how did you just appear out of nowhere? She says it's her teleport skill and she can warp to any place in her line of sight. And Sword Emperor chimes in, telling the main character he should die for her once, cause teleportation seems like a pretty broken skill. But he ignores that and asks what she's doing here instead of going straight to the castle walls. And she's like, isn't it obvious? I'm here to take you with me. She saw everything on the 11th floor. He has a sword the NPCs admire, and she says she might not know why, but she knows it can boost their morale. The person the soldiers need right now isn't her. It's him. She tells him to consent. Our main character is stunned as she holds out her hand. She tells him to verbally agree to teleport with her, because without it, she can't use her skill on him. That's her restriction. And he's shocked that teleportation is at least an S-rank skill, asking if she's sure it's okay to tell him her restrictions. I mean, that skill is supposed to be her trump card, but she thinks that's weird, asking, weren't you the one who said, I'm the Chancellor of the Empire? She questions if it's weird for a chancellor to use her trump cards to protect her nation, saying they're out of time and telling him to just agree. So he consents to her ability as she grabs his hand, and she says there's one more restriction to using teleport, and they literally pop up right over all those NPCs. Looking at the people below suffering and freaking out, he thinks that they're no different from normal people. Some are even begging for mercy for their souls as they see those things. He thinks that even if it's an illusion, their fear is real. They land in another spot, and he starts thanking her for bringing him there. He says he'll take it from here, but she tells him to wait. She says she can't just back down after only showing him her bad side, because she didn't become a guild master for nothing. She walks to the edge, yelling for the soldiers of the Aguim Empire to gather their forces. As if those stupid stone walls are going to protect you. Get real. They're the ones who are the real wall of the Empire. Everyone's shocked to see Lady Ciel. She tells them to get their forces together, saying walls can fall and houses can get wrecked, but as long as they're standing, their empire is not going down. So they better raise their weapons, because they're the last wall, the so-called heart of the Empire. and they can't give up for everyone's sake until they physically can't swing their swords and spears anymore. And the main character is just watching her, grabbing his arm. Then she raises his hand with his sword in it, shouting that the goddess is protecting him. And just like that, the goddess of protection shows her thanks, and the sword glows even brighter. And she uses her full authority on all those NPCs, literally clearing the sky in front of them. Then our guy starts having a flashback to when the general killed him, right after calling him a true hero. Yeah, he started reliving the whole traumatic murder thing. And apparently, no one knew why or how that thing just appeared. The penalty level? A weak purgatory. But the moment it showed up, it started raining red. The thing kept calling them poor souls. And when the rain hit, the ground was just covered in blood. And even though they were born human, they eat other humans. It's said that every time a nation fell, the humans' territory just kept shrinking. The general yells for everyone to fall back, to get somewhere the rain can't touch them. Every single time the Empire's territory vanished, humanity's history got shorter. And that thing asks if they actually feel better believing this is humanity's destiny. Because it says this was the destiny they expected, the one they spread around. So the rain just kept falling, and everyone thought it was the end of the world. It just kept on raining. The creature asks why it shouldn't just slaughter Gato right then and there. Then they all start screaming for the Emperor to save them. More rain fell, and everyone started praying to the goddess of protection. And it said that the royal historians were all solemnly using their fancy-ass feather pens. They just accepted their fate was to write it all down. And just like that, humanity was wiped out by their own hands, and the Demon King just kept calling them poor souls. Then the Master of Nightmares appeared, the king of all demonic creatures, and the Demon King told them to be swallowed by their own evil. So, the remaining historians gave him a name, Demon King. Meanwhile, with our guy, he's lit up like a Christmas tree, and that glow actually made the rain stop as he used his power to protect the people. They all think the goddess is protecting the Empire, but our boy knows that's total BS. He says it wasn't some huge display of authority, because the rain only stopped where the light from the holy sword could reach. Still, sometimes little things are enough, especially for people who had nothing left but small gestures. And in the beginning, the reason there were no NPCs in the royal chamber was because every single dignitary had already abandoned the Empire. So now, everyone is starting to believe the goddess hasn't ditched them. And the main character says that was probably why the tower chose the Empire as its stage, just like those abandoned kids in the 10th floor mansion. Then the witch keeps screaming for all of them to get up. They actually start getting hyped, with one guy asking his friend how he could act so shamefully in front of the Chancellor. They start raising their spears and she relaxes a little, but when she looks over, our guy is staring at her. She asks him why he's looking at her like that, asking if he's never seen a Ukrainian give a speech before. She says her country is full of communists, and even though she doesn't like them, they give great speeches, and there were things she could learn. But our guy has no idea what she's talking about and just says her speech was a pathetic joke. She asks Gongja what his plans are now, saying that as far as she knows, they need to protect the castle walls. He thinks it's true, because the Dragon Mage's teleport skill is pretty good, and they could just teleport there immediately. But they'd be surrounded by monsters in a second. So he says first, they need to create a situation where he can fight the Demon King one-on-one. While the NPCs are holding them off, she should gather the hunters. With their help, at least they won't get totally massacred. And if the Demon King tries to bring more monsters to break the castle walls, he'll do something. But she asks, and what if more monsters come? He asks her to please just teleport him directly to the Demon King. She asks if he's trying to act like some special ops soldier. Then she questions if he's suicidal or something. He thinks it's fair for her to have doubts, but still, he says he plans on winning. Him dying doesn't mean defeat, because he has a trick up his sleeve, and he tells her to just trust him. So she says that, like he said, all hunters have at least one secret, and she hopes his sword is sharp enough to pierce the boss. Then the Demon King starts talking to the goddess, telling her she plays really fun games. But he says this is too pathetic to even be called a final battle, asking what good light is to people who won't even live to see tomorrow. Everyone starts getting scared of his words, and the Demon King then asks if she's also gotten pathetic while taking care of these pathetic creatures, saying that in that case, he'll show them his own light, raising his sword and opening a whirlpool in the sky. And that rising hurricane snatches up a bunch of soldiers, killing tons of them, and even hitting the main character and the witch, who were far away. And just like that, a hero dies, and he wasn't even the Demon King's agent. The witch is completely shocked, since that was the royal chamber and the holy the heretic questioner and the venomous serpent should be on their way with their troops. The paladin should be out looking for the emperor, just like he was ordered. So the only person left is the countess herself, and she wasn't a traitor. The witch is shaken by this, wondering how that idiot dared to die before she did. And the main character calls out to the master of the Black Dragon, Because if the lady of the gold coins really died, then the tower's connections to the outside world are shut down. She says for now they should focus on what's in front of them, since not even the Demon King should be able to attack like this nonstop. She tells him to guard the busted castle walls with her. He's like, the demon army's changing formation. Are they seriously trying to charge? As she gets ready, he says he was thinking the same thing, and bam, she teleports them both to the front lines. Once they're up close and personal with the monsters, they're right on the front line. He's like, forget backup, no one's got my six here. So the ghost, because to win this war I have to become the people's last hope. It doesn't matter for how long, I just have to show them me, holding these monsters off all by myself. Our guy chugs his little poison cocktail and says, nobody becomes a hero by living for 30 years. Because when everyone is desperate for 30 seconds, giving them that time is what makes someone a hero. He tells the kid, go be a hero. When he steps into the breach, the ghost says he promised to teach him sword techniques up to the 20th floor. He says it's a bit early, but whatever, it's practice time. He starts giving orders, telling the kid to rotate his back foot a bit, plant his front foot on the ground, and now look forward. He says there are 2 goblins in front of him. They have crap vision to begin with. On top of that, their eyes are shut because of the dust cloud, and his holy sword is so bright it's perfect for totally frying their vision. In a fight, it's not about an absolute second, but a relative one. He has to use the sword to blind them and steal a second for himself. And just like that, his 1 second became faster than his own heart. The ghost just tells him to go for it. Our guy says his sword became faster than his 1 second, so the ghost thinks it's time for him to be a hero, and he starts wrecking the monsters. The ghost keeps a running tally of the kills, reminding him to watch his back. He's taking them down one after another, killing the next one before the last one even hits the ground. And this is the symphony of the sword. He says that was just 1 second. He tells him not to break the flow of his sword moves, to keep his attacks linked. It's like a song. A low note sets the stage for a high one. And our guy keeps killing them like that, and he's told to connect the moves, because if you swing your sword down, you have to bring it right back up. Do that, and the sword will just flow. The flow of a sword is a fight against time. Newbies, best case, can only master 1 second, and they're totally gassed after 1 move. But people with a bit of experience can handle up to 5 seconds. He can't lose control of time, because it's not over after killing just one. He has to find the next path. A normal person would just let time pass. But for a swordsman, that's not an option. He has to live every second to the absolute fullest. A swordsman lives for his sword. He asks if he thought living 1 second was easy. You're not really living if you just let time slip by. You only truly live when you dedicate something to that time. He says, you're a swordsman, so you have to live by the sword. And in that moment, where he stands, 10 seconds have already passed, and a random thought hits him. Why the hell did the tower give an S-rank skill to a scumbag like him? It didn't have to be some great saint. It wouldn't even be a problem if some normal dude got the skill. So why, out of all people, was it given to a psycho? Or is it that the tower is impossible for anyone besides Yasora, the Yu Suha himself? And he wonders if, to get to the top, he'll have to be just like that jerk. And just then, that massive ogre gets down on its haunches and comes face to face with the kid. And he's like, as if that's gonna happen. He's gonna clear the 20th floor instead of the Yu Suha. He crouches down, saying he'll clear the 30th too, and the 40th, and even the 100th, and he's gonna show all of them. And with that, our guy's purpose is way more defined. He kills that ogre with a single sword slash. Gongja starts leveling up, and now he's a D-rank hunter. Then the ghost congratulates him, because 30 seconds have passed. The system starts wishing the kid good luck. Seeing that from down below, the Sword Emperor rushes up to him and says, that was fantastic. Our guy barely understands what's happening. He says that was fantastic, and his name is Marcus Callenberry. He thinks about it being the second time an S-rank hunter has told him his name. Different names, different people. He realized he'd become different too. That's why he can do stuff now that he never could have in the past. And he introduces himself to the Marcus as Kim Gongja, and he challenges him to a fight. And just like that, the Ranker and the Knight Commander start trading blows, with our guy jumping into the battle. And everyone there is just smiling. The heretic questioner himself leads the soldiers into battle, saying, my bad for being late. I could have been here sooner, but leading the troops was a bigger pain than I expected. He thanks Gongja, saying they'll gladly take the time he bought for them. He tells all the soldiers to listen up, saying this is an order from the Grand General. He tells them to slaughter the scumbags who dared to bare their fangs at the Empire. They shouldn't hesitate, because the goddess is on their side, and Gongja thinks that everything around him is silent, with a single thought running through his head. Just keep moving forward. The venomous serpent says he did a good job, saying he was a little late because he had to drag some guild buddies along with the royal troops, but tells him not to worry about it, because he's going to show him why they're called the Celestial Martial Arts Guild. but then he notices our guy isn't even listening to him. He wonders if he's completely in the zone, because that guy has some serious guts. He's starting to like the kid and says his name is Lafon. He probably can't hear him, but it doesn't matter. He saved his life back in the royal chamber. He asks the kid if he really thought the leader of the Celestial Martial Arts Guild wouldn't pay him back for that, and tells him to just keep looking forward while he charges, because he'll take care of his left side, and he's giving him the VIP treatment, and until now, no one who has stood on his right side has ever died. So he tells the kid to just go for it, because he's going to protect him, and the paladin shows up apologizing, saying she found the emperor, but he'd already offed himself by drinking poison. And Marcus says it's cool, saying that instead of regrouping the soldiers, it'll be better if she just joins the battle. And she's like, obviously. But then she spots Gongja up ahead. The Marcus tells her not to bother him because he's in the middle of his precious me time. Just then, the Demon King's voice booms again, calling them poor souls one more time. He's all like, do you really think the time you were given is yours? Is your goddess that weak? You don't have a divine guardian anymore. So who are you going to lean on now? Or are you going to prove you're even worth existing? He scoffs, saying, that'd be nice, and tells them to show him what they've got. On cue, they tell the Ravielevancia to get her mirrors ready. She snaps back, I know. I let the first one slip, but it ain't happening again. She yells for her mirrors to scatter, and just like that, she blocks the entire attack. Then she calls out to the Marcus and the Venomous Serpent, and they both charge that thing head on. She yells, now's our chance! I'm teleporting to the Demon King, so stick close to me! She then calls for Gongja, telling him to grab her hand, but our hero just glances back and keeps walking forward. She warns him, if you don't come now, we're leaving you behind, thinking that Vision is about to disappear anyway. He remembers the Marcus talking down to him just like that, and the heretic questioner, and all of them. He knows these people won't remember a single thing that happened. Still, he turns to the ghost and says it's time to take down the boss. And he thinks, just because they won't remember doesn't mean it'll all just vanish. It's how a person who died on the first floor and a spirit who died on the 99th both ended up right here. When he goes back, none of the problems will be solved, but he'll be a little stronger, and he'll do things a little better. The Demon King finds this amusing, watching them all charge him. Are you the goddess's heroes? He asks, then adds, I know there's a traitor in your group. Still, you desperately cling to the trust you have in each other, like you're sewing together scraps of cloth. But scraps can never become a real dress. At that moment, Gongja lets go of the Ravielevancia's hand, and she starts begging him not to do it. But our hero just apologizes and says, see you in the next life. As he charges the Demon King calls him an idiot. Our hero thinks, she might not remember what happened today, but things will still work out. The Demon King asks, did you come here to kill me? But our main character says no, drops his weapon, and just flips the bird at that thing, saying, I came here to die by your hand. And just like that, he actually dies. He declares, all right, time for round 2, and copies the Rain Demon King's random abilities. And then, our hero says he had another thought. Why would the tower, after giving power to someone like Yosora, turn around and give an opportunity like this to someone like him? And with that, the Demon King's skills appear in front of him. The ghost says it's already analyzed all of them, and asks if he wants them read out. Our hero says yeah, thinking that maybe the tower is disappointed with the hunter's attitude. And the ghost begins to list the skills for the kid. The first is resentment falls like rain, S rank. They don't see, they don't hear. People tend to act like something that isn't right in front of them doesn't exist, and they are blind. Yeah, they're foolish and ignorant, so you have to show them. Show them how many died because of their ignorance, and the heavens will happily pour down a crimson rain to match the blood of this world's innocence. But there's a catch. Only blood he's personally witnessed being spilled can become rain. And without a doubt, the Yusuha Yosora used brute force to clear the 10th floor. He wonders if the tower thought that was a disgrace. The ghost moves on to the next skill, which is Echoes of a Weeping Heart, A rank. He can strengthen his aura by using his emotions as fuel. The stronger the emotions, the more reactive his aura becomes. Resentment, anger, sadness, joy. It doesn't matter what emotion it is. Fire burns all the wood it's given without discrimination. But he'll get more and more addicted to the emotions he uses. He thinks that Kanandar has a secret mission. He's sure the 12th floor is no exception. Then the ghost talks about the next skill, which is the 100-sword Emperor summoning. And he can summon those he's murdered as monsters, but his agents of death won't inherit the skills or memories from their past lives. They'll simply be summoned as monsters, like goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, whatever he wants. However, he can only perform 1 summoning per week. Whoa, if he picks that skill, he'll basically become Sung Jinwoo. Our hero says those 3 were the skills that grabbed his attention, and he's gonna pick one. But the ghost is like, seriously? I'm not so sure about this. But he says, this one will be the best, at least until the 20th floor. The ghost replies, I still don't get it, but do whatever you want. I'm sure you have some kind of plan. And our main character says, you can bet on it. Then he talks to the Sword Emperor's ghost, saying, you're an encyclopedia when it comes to the Marcus's daily routine. He's like, yeah, I am. Marcus is a total old fart. He plans out his entire day, from the moment he wakes up to when he goes back to sleep. And our hero asks him to explain his dinner schedule, because he's going to need it for something. The ghost agrees. Our hero picks the skill he wants, and returns 24 hours in time. And just like that, he ended up seeing the Demon King's trauma. He is currently a D-rank hunter. And with that, the penalty he gets is medium level, the hell of the hungry sword emperors. But he says they'll talk about that nightmare another time. So, back when he was with all the leaders, the Raviel Avancia asks if he's already leaving. He says yeah, because the 11th floor is going to open soon. I gotta get ready if I don't want to get left behind. And she asks how he could possibly prepare when he doesn't even know what's going to be there. He says the 11th floor isn't a problem, but on the 12th, where the Demon King intervenes, all of them are going to suffer. She asks Gongja if he's all right, because he doesn't seem normal, asking if the kid has a stomach ache. But he says he's fine and just got a little emotional thinking about how many awesome people are with him right there. And it made me realize how much things have changed. Anyway, that's all it is. He knows what the situation is on the 11th floor. And not only that, he also knows what the mission is there. He got that information when he completed the 10th floor. So they're like, can we just assume you're bringing this up because you want to share some info? He's all, yeah, duh, but he's got one condition. Sooner or later, he's going to call in a favor, and all they got to do is hear him out. He can't say what this favor is yet, but he swears it won't involve risking anyone's life or asking for cash. And if they think he's asking for the impossible, they're free to just say no when they hear it. Hearing that, the heretic questioner says that sounds like a sweet deal, since there's almost no problem you can't solve if you know what's coming. He says our guy can count on him. She says that as long as they can refuse his request, she's cool with his terms. And just like that, everyone else is on board too. Our hero thinks to himself, step 1, complete. He tells everyone that from the 11th to the 20th floor, they'll be helping the enemy empire. Floors 1 through 10 were just the tutorial, but from the 11th floor on, they're in a huge battle, and he needs to give his guild members a heads up. They totally suck at fighting, and our hero thinks this just made clearing the 11th floor way easier. But then he goes to talk to the saintess, the vice captain of the civil militia, and asks if she wants to take a walk with him. He says there's something he's got to ask her. She says she was leaving anyway, and as long as it's not a long walk, she's down. He tells her not to worry, 30 minutes will be plenty, and she agrees with him, saying she'll happily accept this little meeting. So, out on the street, everyone's buzzing about the 10th floor being cleared. Then the ghost starts talking to our hero, because someone's tailing him. So our hero asks if he's sure. The ghost says, yeah, but tells him not to look back, since he couldn't see him anyway. The old geezer has a stealth skill that's basically perfect. Our hero gets it, and just tells him to make sure he's being followed correctly. And he says there's something he noticed from his last run. It'll be way too late if he tries to sort things out with the Marcus on the 12th floor. He has to clear up this misunderstanding before they go any higher. And the Marcus has a seriously messed up reaction to guild masters. If the guy points his sword at him, it'll automatically make all the guild masters into enemies. And if you throw news about a traitor on top of all that, it'll get even worse. It's a shortcut to total disaster. Just then, she asks where they're even going. The saintess points out that it's just slums up ahead, but he says there's a shop he wants to show her. Up till now, he's been provoking the Marcus on purpose, using the info he got from the guardian spirit. And sure enough, the Marcus started following him the second he saw him. And of course, the saintess has no idea. She's totally surprised by this shop. He says it's run by some unknown pharmacist, but she's super talented and will be famous if she just gets some recognition. He asks her to check it out and help her business. She asks him if what he said is true and immediately activates her lie detection. He's like, of course. Why would I lie to you? She says she's just being careful and asks if he's planning something sketchy. He says he's just trying to get her help. And for real, if anyone's going to be in danger, it's him, not her, so she should just trust him. He's sure that everything he said registered as the truth. She immediately apologizes, saying people always tell her she's too careful. And with that, she keeps walking with him. The pharmacist is actually the girl who made our hero's potions. He asks if they're still open, and she says the shop is closed, but he's always welcome. After all, he is her first regular customer. But then she asks who that person with him is. He tells her she's the vice captain of the civil militia, the saintess. The girl pretty much freaks out. Our hero thinks this must be the normal reaction for most hunters. The girl stammers that she's a super important person and asks what brings her here. She's wondering if this is some kind of drug bust. She blurts out that even though she's working in this dump, she swears she hasn't made any drugs or even a single gram of harmful medicine. She says she's always lived with a clean conscience, and she'll live that way forever, telling her she doesn't need to be investigated. And our hero starts thinking, okay, I take back what I said about that being a normal reaction. The Saintess is already looking suspicious, and he thinks she probably fired up her lie detection skill again. He bets she's confused because everything was the truth, so our hero tells her not to worry, because he didn't bring her here for that. He says he knows how good and talented she is. So the girl asks why. He says that for someone so talented, she isn't getting much work, and he thought that was a pretty sad situation. So he wanted to introduce her to the vice captain. The girl asks what he means by introduce, and our hero asks why she doesn't give her some sample potions. And who knows, if they're super effective, maybe she'll even sign a contract with the girl. He's sure things will start looking up for her if she becomes a supplier for the civil militia. And the girl immediately thinks that our hero is an angel. He helped her out before when the shop was about to close by placing a huge order. And now he's even helping her network. She's wondering how she could ever repay him. But then, the old geezer with the shoes that totally don't match his outfit walks into the shop. Our hero spots him. Then he says, "Excuse me," and that, except for that dude, he'd like everyone else to get out. He wants to have a private conversation with him. Whoa there, psycho. That is not how you ask someone for a date. Take a chill pill, man. At this, the Saintess asks who that guy over there is. He says that, for someone so young, she seems to have hearing problems, and that he already told them to leave, because he only has business with the kid. So she asks if he isn't being a little too aggressive. Are you saying you have something to discuss with Gongja in private? He tells her to get out right now, and not to make him ask again. But the Saintess tells him not to think he can get what he wants by throwing a tantrum. Or has your old age messed with your memory, my dear Marcus? Have you already forgotten your bad reputation? Because Hunter Gong is already rolling with the 5 big guilds, and they'll see any attack on him as a declaration of war on all of them. And nobody knows what his deal is, but he's tripping if he thinks the civil militia is just going to stand by and watch. But Marcus ain't having it, asking if they're seriously saying all the guilds are in on this. Just like he predicted, the dude starts drawing his weapon, and she's like, in on what? Because now she's completely lost. And she tells the Marcus that she's already gotten a ton of complaints about him hunting humans. The civil militia doesn't have time to get involved in your personal brand of justice. However, that story changes if it happens in front of me, and I'll stop you even if it costs me my life. He asks if she really thinks she can stop him, but she just says, nope. But she'll fight with everything she has and die doing it. The second she's dead, he'll be nothing more than a crappy murderer who killed an innocent person. And if he really wants to live the rest of his life as a killer, he should feel free to fight her. And our main character thinks this is a weakness he found in his past life. He remembers when Marcus told the Saintess that she's the only one there who's never hurt another human, saying he'd put all his faith in her. The main character thinks the Marcus is weak against innocent people, and that's why she was the only guild leader he brought along, because she doesn't have a single kill to her name. And for the Marcus's moral code, the Saintess having a kill count of 0 practically makes her a real saint. And there's someone else there, too. The alchemist steps forward saying, "Excuse me," and that she doesn't know what's going on, but this client is her savior. And she says Babylon doesn't have laws like the outside world, but she'll never forgive him if he lays a hand on her client, even if he is the Marcus. Things got complicated, with some gangster causing a scene for him, too. So she tells him to get out of her shop right now. The main character thinks it's like some kind of Pokemon advantage, because even though they don't have the strength to face them, people like them are the only ones who can stop him. The Saintess asks what he's gonna do, because if he wants a fight, she'll gladly take him on, and he sheathes his sword, saying today isn't the day for it, and leaves. The main character says this is great, because step 2 is complete, and now he can at least talk with the saint a little. And with that, the main character yells after him, saying he'll be waiting in the field north of the city tomorrow at noon, and it's cool if he doesn't want to come. He'll wait there alone. If by chance he wants to find out what kind of person he is, he should show up the next day. He just walks away. The Saintess says she practically saw her life flash before her eyes and can't believe she ran into a demonic assassin before nightfall. He asks if the Marcus is well known as a demonic assassin, and she says it's not common knowledge, but at least the leaders of the 5 guilds are aware of it. Apparently, he lost his daughter and son-in-law to an assassin. She doesn't know the details, but the old geezer doesn't like to talk about himself. And just like that, the main character is shocked by what she's saying and says, so that's why he has no mercy for killers. Besides, they can't do anything now because of a lack of evidence. And it should be obvious, but everything she just told him is a secret. Then, the ghost says it's true. The Sword Emperor had told him that before, mentioning that only his granddaughter barely managed to survive or something like that. But why is he only talking about this now? And the ghost says he never asked. But then the Saintess says it's not like she doesn't feel for him, because they run into all kinds of criminals in the civil militia. When you talk to them, you can't help but wonder if humans like that should even have the right to be alive. Honestly, killing someone who deserves to die is something even she thinks about sometimes. She says all the leaders of the great guilds have their own backstories, and since he's in the same boat as them, he'll find them all out soon enough. There are also a lot of dark and horrible stories about them, and she wonders how he'll react to them. But then she says they got totally sidetracked and asks the alchemist how much the potions cost, because the civil militia is always on a tight budget, so it'll be a problem if the stuff there is too expensive. And so, the next day, when the 11th floor opened, he says it has a similar vibe to his past life, with a few changes. And so he goes to meet Marcus, thinking the pleasure is all his. And the Marcus is surprised he actually came alone, asking if he's that confident he can face him by himself. That said, he assumes that someone who's committed so many murders must be proud of their skills. But the main character just gives him a sad look, and the ghost asks if he's okay. He thinks he's good. It's just that his heart is racing a little. He tells the Marcus he has something he wants to tell him, and he knows why he's so desperate to kill him. A guilty conscience is a real snitch, so he's already aware of his sins and knows it's because of his skill, eyes of a detective. And Marcus is surprised, wondering how the hell the main character knows about that. So the kid asks him to trust what he's about to say. Getting someone's trust is a tough job, and everyone is stubborn about something. For the Marcus, that stubborn thing is his ability. Because after all this time, that stubbornness has become the old geezer's whole life, and what he's about to do is try to convince the Marcus to deny the life he's lived so far. And it's going to be super hard, but he'll have to bet his life on it. So he tells the Marcus that he's a prophet, and Marcus almost doesn't believe him. And the kid says that, to be more precise, he has a skill similar to prophecy. Thanks to that, he found out he has the skill, eyes of a detective, and if he doesn't do anything, he'll try to kill him while he ends up asking why he deserves to die. And right after that, he's going to tell him that, according to his ability, the number 4093 is above his head. But then, Marcus tries to test the main character by telling him to guess how many fingers on my left hand are up right now, because that shouldn't be hard for a prophet. And the main character states that he knew he would do that. And the Marcus says if he can't guess correctly, he'll assume he's a liar. So our guy's like, yeah, figured. He knew this crap was coming, so he just whips out his own dagger and ends it. He zaps back 24 hours, right to that same stupid moment. When Marcus tries to hide his hand, he calls him out, "Dude, I see you trying to hide your left hand." Then he's like, "Go on, guess how many fingers I'm holding up." He says it shouldn't be that hard if he's a times real times prophet, and begs the Marcus to just trust him, swearing he's telling the truth about his ability. But without his help, safely clearing the 12th floor is basically impossible. Marcus just tells him to shut up, saying that's not good enough. He's like, you could just be a mind reader, not a prophet. How the hell is this supposed to prove anything? The main character is just like, knew that wouldn't be enough, and resets again, and the old dude is still being a stubborn jerk. Every time he comes back, he thinks, yeah, knew this would be a pain, and just keeps trying, telling him he better not kill him there. Otherwise, a whole bunch of people are gonna die on the 12th floor. He's not lying, but he figures it's even harder, because this old geezer is a master at what he does. And so he just keeps coming back, thinking Marcus can test him as much as he freaking wants. A week, 2 weeks, whatever. He knows he can break him, because his ability to die is way longer than Marcus's life. He starts nailing every detail, telling him he's no saint and isn't asking to be spared forever. So Marcus finally asks what he wants, and he just says, 5 days. He tells him not to kill him for the next 5 days, and to just watch him. That way, he can judge for himself if he's some loser who deserves to die or not. But it looks like he's still not buying it, so our guy thinks it's time to drop the final bomb. He says that way in the future, the Sword Emperor will say that his present self would totally believe he's a prophet if he just said times this one thing asterisk. So Marcus asks what it is, and he drops the name Sword Emperor, saying he has no clue who that is, but the future him said just saying the name would be enough. Marcus then asks if he said he wanted 5 days, and says, fine, you got it. He'll follow him for 5 days and watch him like a hawk the whole time. He's gonna judge everything he says and does, and after that, he'll decide if he deserves to get offed or if he's a real prophet, asking if that's enough for him. The kid says it's more than enough, thanking him like he's actually grateful, and thinks to himself, I did it. He made a deal with the guild leaders, and for now at least, the Marcus will trust him. He's hit all the right notes to stop a bunch of useless deaths on the 12th floor. And just like that, he's heading out, saying, see ya on the next floor, and teleports away. As the battle kicks off, our guy is watching, thinking this part is just like the last loop. But now, the witch is way more prepared, and everyone is fighting with their guilds, all coordinated. And because of that, things are going a lot better. The general is totally hyped, asking if everyone is seeing this. because these heroes from another world are kicking monster butt without even hesitating. He tells the Empire's soldiers to follow their lead and help him out. The general shouts that the goddess is still protecting their empire. Then, Vant asks Zombie Boy if he's cool with this, since there's no way he'll get noticed now. And he admits that he doesn't know anyone more desperate for attention than him, and this whole thing will probably get him even less attention than last time. Our guy thinks, yeah, probably, but whatever, it's not so bad. The other dude asks, for real? Looks like you finally grew up a bit. He's like, nah, that's not it. I'm still gonna make sure I get everything I can. Just then, he spots Marcus staring at him and totally jumps, asking him what the hell he's doing there. Marcus just says he's watching him, reminding him he's got 5 days to decide whether to kill him or not. So the kid's like, you're not actually gonna watch me 24/7, are you? Marcus says that's exactly what he's planning, but our guy complains that he needs to hunt monsters too, since rewards are based on how much you contribute. But Marcus just casually swings his sword, killing a bunch of stuff behind him, and says he won't forget to swing his blade. So he tells him not to worry about it. Our guy just thinks he's way too talented and super annoying and totally gives up. Then, he heads off to find the witch. Some of her guild cronies stop him, asking what he wants with their master. She spots him and is also surprised to see the Marcus there, saying she's kind of busy leading the guilds. She asks if he can spit it out in 30 seconds, then yells at Team 4 to stay focused. He tells her he's got the reward for finishing the 10th floor. She's like, obviously. So what? He says the reward was a minimap. He can see both allies and enemies on the battlefield. She's shocked and asks if he's serious. He's like, what would I get out of lying? Of course it's true. Then she's like, you should have come to me sooner, you idiot. She asks what he's been doing this whole time and demands he tell her where the boss is. He says he's not sure because it's surrounded by mobs, but the map says it's in that direction. She tells him to give verbal consent to use his skill. He agrees right away and notices that the witch is the type who shows her true psycho personality when she's stressed out. Then she teleports them both right into the monster swarm. They spot the boss, charge right at it, and land straight on the monster's head. She asks if he even knows how to use a sword, and he's like, good enough to take down this loser. She just chucks him down, while our guy charges in and kills the monster in a single hit. With it dead, the other monsters start freaking out. Our guy asks, what's wrong? You guys want to get sliced in half too? The monsters bolt, and he shouts that they're escaping. The other hunters go after them, while our guy just stands there watching. The witch starts getting all happy, telling Gongja he did a good job. She's like, totally bugging out. She can't believe they're almost done with the floor in less than an hour. She bets less than 50 hunters died, maybe even under 30. She says she literally couldn't be happier. Then it clicks for our main character. The reason she was such an ice queen last time was because a ton of hunters got wasted at the start. Now she's remembering that barely anyone died. He thinks she's kind of simple, you know, happy or sad depending on the body count. But then he tells her she's way too hyped up and to take a chill pill. But she argues that you're supposed to celebrate stuff like this, asking him to let her thank him one more time. Cause he genuinely did an awesome job. She says no floor has ever been cleared with so few deaths. She tells him he should be proud of that. She's stoked that someone like him is the new hero and hopes he's ready. Cause from now on, all the tower's media is gonna be on him. And our guy thinks, yeah, that's true. He's gonna get attention, be worshipped, and even get hate from the regular people. That's all great, but it's nothing compared to getting a nod from the people who actually grinded for it. They might not be the best of the best, but they earned the right to say they went all out. The Marcus, the Black Dragon Master, and all those other people giving it their all. He wants to live a life where those people respect him, and he wants to protect them too. Right then, the reward analysis kicks in, and our guy says he's doing this so they don't fall into the clutches of that scumbag Demon King. He won't disrespect these hardworking people like the Yu Suha did, and he won't just stand by and watch or use some shady tricks. He just wants to acknowledge them and be acknowledged for real, saying he wants them to respect him. The ghost is totally shocked, and our guy says that even if it's an impossible dream, that's how he wants to live. And with that, the ghost realizes that taking care of this punk feels pretty damn good. The contribution rank for the raid puts Gongja at number 1. He said he wanted to change a world that had been so jacked up, and the ranks totally flipped this time. So, the biggest contributors get early access to the 12th floor. So she says at this rate, they'll clear the 20th floor in no time. And it's announced that until the top players get their rewards, everyone else is banned from the 12th floor. She says she predicted they'd lose at least 5,000 people. So for her, this was a good start. Our guy thinks, you are so wrong. Because if he leaves them alone, they'll take a massive L on the 12th floor. To be specific, they'll lose the only person who can talk to the outside world. If that happens, instead of 5,000, they could lose 50,000 or even 500,000 people. And he says that's exactly why he's going to carry them. When they get there, they're all surprised to be summoned to that spot, and the heretic questioner walks up to Gongja. He tells him he was incredible, that he synced up perfectly with the Black Dragon Master. He managed to find the boss's location thanks to the 10th floor clear reward, but our main character tells him to hold on, saying he has something to tell everyone. Marco immediately gets wary about what the kid's gonna say. He thinks this is perfect, because the Marcus isn't trying to murder him. And the kid asks if they remember what he told them that day, that he asked them to listen to his request when the time came, and they all do. So he tells them to listen up. He asks them to stay there for 5 days, to do absolutely nothing for exactly 5 days. And if they do that, he promises he'll clear all the floors from 11 to 20 in that time. And then the system announces to everyone that for those who want to keep climbing the tower from the 11th to the 20th floor, their faith will be tested. The angel keeps talking, saying the 11th floor is opening. And our guy asks everyone again if they remember what he said before, asking them to hear him out when the time came. So this is the moment. And when they find out they have to wait for 5 days, they're completely floored. The witch asks if she heard him wrong. She says if this is a joke, he better spill, because it's not funny at all. And the kid says she heard him perfectly. This was no joke, and none of them believe it. And the witch says it's impossible, telling him it took them years to clear the 10th floor. She says he's right. They really did just clear the 10th floor in under an hour. But she asks if he isn't getting way too cocky, thinking it's all gone to his head. But then our boy walks up to her, bows his head, and begs her to just do what he's asking. He says he cleared the 10th floor, and obviously, he didn't do it by himself. Still, he shared the benefits and rewards he got from it, everything from info on the 11th floor to the boss's location. And that stuff didn't just help him, it helped everyone. He says he's earned the right to ask for a favor, and begs them to wait 5 days, whether he can actually clear the 20th floor or not. And it said one more time that he got first place for clearing the 10th floor. He says this is the favor he's asking of all of them. Just then, the two choices they're about to have appear behind our guy. The goddess of protection offers a reward, along with the demon king of Chobanal, who offers one too. But our main character just looks back with a smirk and thinks that thing, the demon king, has gotten desperate. Because they aren't fighting, the demon king starts trying to get them to choose a reward. He insists our guy can refuse, just begging him to do times something asterisk. And with that, the demon king starts doubting our guy's actions, trying to get him to change his mind, completely lost about what his intentions are. At this, the heretic questioner says this is a pretty simple problem. He says that Hunter Gongja shared intel on how to clear the 11th floor, and in exchange, asked them to hear him out. They agreed to do it, as long as it wasn't something impossible. And all of them just hanging around doing nothing for 5 days isn't exactly simple, considering the media will freak out the whole time. But it's definitely not an impossible request. So he's like, fine. And the witch totally caves. She mutters something about it not being impossible, still trying to argue, but the Inquisitor just shuts her down. A promise is a promise, so she had to suck it up and agree. Then the Amorum dude is in too, even though he's like, I have no clue what you're planning. The Duchess is all, you cooked up this scheme because you have a plan, right? Before saying she'll accept his request. The Paladin's on board too, promising to chill for 5 days. So yeah, everyone's basically on the same page. But then there's the Marcus. He's like, I never agreed to that garbage. The only promise he made was to babysit this kid for the next 5 days. He couldn't care less about other requests. If the kid's heading for the 20th floor, he's gonna follow him, just like he promised. And our guy's just like, whatever, it's cool. He says he's planning to wreck the Demon King anyway, so having the Marcus tag along isn't a problem. No reason to turn him down. He thanks everyone for listening to his crazy request and says he'll see them in 5 days before taking off. But outside, Casper the Ghost is totally lost, cause all the NPCs are frozen solid. Our hero just smirks. It's cause the mission hasn't even started yet. Casper asks about the mission, and the kid explains he hasn't picked a side. Right now, the Empire's missing a Chancellor and a Knight Commander. Usually, the quests from floors 12 to 20 are all about hunters filling those roles. On the 11th floor, you get a quest the second you walk in. That's how it's supposed to work. But they were stuck in limbo for a bit on the 12th floor. He wonders why it took forever to get a new mission. Turns out, the quest only kicks off once everyone chooses their positions. Which means, if they never choose their positions, the mission never starts. The demon army invasion won't happen. The Empire's army won't fight back, all while the Demon King keeps nagging our guy to make a decision, like, right now. So the protagonist lays out the plan for the Sword Emperor. He asks, hypothetically, what he thinks would happen if the Demon King just died. In this frozen state, the ghost is like, the hell are you talking about, kid? He spells it out, what if I just murk the final boss before the mission even begins? And the answer's simple. Nobody gets to claim the Demon King's reward. No reward means no traitors. And the Demon King gets totally erased before he can even start his whole evil monologue. Hearing this, the Demon King gets seriously ticked off, materializing right next to our hero. He's all, "How dare you?" demanding the kid follow the rules. He calls him insolent for showing up without making a choice. But our guy's like, "What crap are you talking about? I totally made a decision. The Demon King is clueless." The kid points his sword right at him and says, "This is the best decision. I'm going to kill you," before the mission starts. That way, not a single hunter or citizen of the Empire dies. And of course, there won't be any traitors. He asks the Demon King, "You getting it now? Because this is a happy ending with 0 sacrifices." Ever since he was a kid, he always hated sad endings. Maybe that's just his personality. If he can, he'll always shoot for the happy ending. So he's like, "Sorry, Demon King, but you gotta die." He can't see any happy future with some idiot like him interfering. The Demon King sneers, "How dare you try to stop me all by yourself, without the Empire's help?" He powers up, ready to attack. But our protagonist activates a skill, saying, "I don't need any help," because in a frozen world, when he raises his sword like the hand of a clock, the eternal 5 days will begin. He says heroes are meant to fight alone. The story goes, it was a rainy day when that Times opened its eyes. It woke up right next to a frog that wouldn't shut up. And just like that, the slime just climbed onto the frog, swallowed it whole, dissolved the poor thing, and stole its form. And then it noticed the rain. It started repeating the only thing the frog knew how to do, croak ribbit. The narration says that thing just wanted to live a little longer. The Demon King attacks. Our hero dies. And with that, he starts carving a mark onto his own hand. Then the Sword Emperor starts talking. He says the demon's sword skills are nothing special. The dude just swings his sword around with raw power, no real pattern. Of course, that alone is terrifying. But our hero thinks, so that means I can dodge it, as long as I know the trajectory. And the ghost is like, exactly. So our guy keeps carving marks into his hand, tracking every single life he loses. He calls it a time prison living, dying, fighting, over and over again. And he thinks, if he had just played the mission by the book, how many soldiers would have died on some chaotic battlefield? For every soldier that dies, at least 20 years of their life are just gone. When 10 of them die, that's 200 years. When 100 die, that's 2,000 years. And to save all of that lost time, he decided to never pick a side. So now, he returns, again and again. He says that to clear this quest, he has to be ready to get stuck in eternity. But the Emperor starts nagging him. Even if you know the trajectory, you think you're good enough to dodge? After dying a billion times, our hero tells him to shut his annoying face. The Emperor points out he's still a noob at using aura, and that's his problem. You need to distribute your aura evenly through your entire body. The kid gripes that it's easier said than done. Meanwhile, the Demon King starts his rant again. "How dare you?" demanding he follow the proper steps. So our hero just skips the trash talk. Another day, another strike. But the Demon King has no idea what he's doing. So the kid explains, a hero kills the Demon King. And the Demon King kills the hero. He's like, "What more do you need? Just bring it," calling himself the Sword of the Empire. The Demon King's like, "Fine. If what you say is true, then prove it." Our hero tells him not to worry, because he's about to show him. And so he keeps coming back, an infinite number of times. He says his sword was the only hand on the clock. To give this world one more second, he had to swing it one more time. He was just a sword, fighting to earn one more second, but the world trapped him in that single second just so it could take one more breath. Model. To make the tides swell and crash against the sky, you gotta start with a single drop. And if he wants to live for eternity, he has to own every single second. He's scrawled so much on his hand there's no space left. Now he started on his arm, saying he lived life his way, no regrets. He remembers the witch talking to Gongjia, totally shocked they cleared the floor in under an hour. She was like, "I bet less than 40 hunters even died." He just keeps writing, remembering how hyped the girl was, her exact words. And this time, she's freaking out, saying she can't believe they cleared the floor in under 50 minutes. She says his idea to team up with the Shield Bro and everyone was genius, betting that less than 30 hunters kicked the bucket. Then it's her saying it's now under 40 minutes, betting only 20 hunters died, and he just keeps resetting. Then she's totally bugging out, saying he was right about healing Jeshua, the knight, and fighting alongside the golem. She figures probably less than 10 hunters died. The idea of that being possible on a battlefield like this, it's insane. Just then, the Demon King calls him an insolent fool, asking why the hell he's smiling. Our hero just says, it's 'cause he's happy. The Demon King sneers, how can a creature doomed to die even feel happy? He just tells the thing it wouldn't get it. Nobody would. The Demon King calls him arrogant. The main character says he's just being real, but the Demon King is like, what a shame, and the kid dies. Again. But whatever. He says he never gave up. He had no reason to. His sword today was faster than yesterday's, and it'll be even faster tomorrow. Then the witch runs up to Gongjia, telling him not a single person died that day, and he's just stoked to be alive. She grabs his hand, the one that should be covered in tally marks from all his deaths. She says she asked around, and everyone told her nobody died. A few idiots got banged up, but not one person died. She thanks him, throwing her arms around the guy. All while Gongja thinks his will to live just got a little stronger. That's when the Demon King asks how pathetic it is, trying to stop him all alone. The main character just repeats what he said before, that heroes are meant to fight solo, but the Demon King ain't buying it and starts attacking. But the kid's dodges are way better now. The Demon King says human malice is his oasis. He thinks he's getting close, summoning his sword's power, but then something happens, and his attack shatters a mirror. And then the witch is apologizing, saying she wanted to stay in the royal chamber like he asked. But she was too antsy, so she followed him to see what he was up to. She asks if he's playing some fun game, and he's like, nah, just playing hero. He says it's actually a pretty epic feeling. She gets it, especially since he's up against a beast worth hunting. But she says she can't let him have all the fun, announcing she's joining in. He complains that he did all the work and she just showed up to steal his kill. She just smirks, saying the tastiest prey is stolen prey. He has to agree with that, while the Demon King thinks they're being ridiculously disrespectful. But our hero is over it. He says he wanted to face him alone, but now that he thinks about it, it's tradition for heroes to team up and beat down the big bad. He asks if the Demon King gets it. I mean, it's tradition, dude, the Demon King says, that he's trying to hide the sky with lame tricks, and that he won't even raise his sword against him anymore. He calls on the 100 sword emperors, telling them to answer his call, and just like that, these things get summoned. The witch is shocked, saying this is not something they can handle by themselves. She yells at the Marcus, asking what he's just standing there for, and why the hell he isn't helping. The Sword Emperor says he wanted to watch a little longer, since it hasn't even been 30 seconds since the kid and the monster started brawling. Our main character is like, yeah, exactly, saying he was gonna wait a minute before asking for help anyway, but she's like, whatever, telling them both to grab her hands because they need to get the hell out of there. But the main character shoots her down, saying it's fine. He uses the 100 Sword Emperor's summoning too, activating his own skill. And so, the story goes that he got bigger and bigger. Every new body he took gave him a new kind of joy, even the joy of slaughter. One day, while he was eating his prey, a girl saw the Demon King, but she didn't know it was him, obviously. Seeing the giant cat, she bolts, screaming for her dad. But then the thing pounces on her and ends the girl right there. He thinks, damn, that smell is amazing, wondering where it's coming from. So he started devouring prey like a man possessed. As he ate everything, his victim's memories crashed into him, until he finally took over that girl's body. Then, Stella's father comes running, yelling for her, asking how many times he's told her not to wander off alone. He asks if she didn't hear her doctor. A kid with a body that weak shouldn't be doing this. But then he's like, why is she dressed like that, all covered in blood? Then the girl speaks to her father, saying she thinks she's all better now. And that was the first name the Demon King ever had. Back in the present, the main character is activating his skill, bringing out his own skeletons. He tells the Sword Emperor that he had wondered why he chose the 100 Sword Emperor's summoning skill. He remembers the main character saying that at first, other skills caught his eye, like a technique to beef up his aura would have been cool, or if he could summon lightning like the Demon King, that would be sick too. But after thinking about it, he knew he had to be different. And so he opens the SS rank skill card, 100 Sword Emperor's Summoning. The effect is that things he's killed will be summoned as monsters. The dead can't use the skills they had in life. They won't have memories either, and they'll all be summoned as goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, and other trash mobs. The catch is, he can only summon them once a week, so he thinks there's a problem, and asks the Marcus how many people he thinks he's killed. So he thinks about it, and says that the Flame Bastard and himself make a total of 2 people. And our hero says, yeah, that's a good way to think about it. But the kid's like, yo, Emperor, why does your Marcus skill, Detective's Eye, say my kill count is over 4,000? In other words, the tower has a totally different way of keeping score. So he asks one more time, for real, how many people do you think I've killed? The Emperor totally freaks out as our guy summons that insane number of skeletons. He's just like, looks like I've died a lot, and the witch is even more shook, not believing that's actually his skill. Our dude just says, it is. So she's now thinking he has a skill that can summon hundreds of monsters, assuming that's how he soloed the 10th floor, and our main character tries to play it off. But then the Demon King cuts in, asking how he dares use the same technique as him. Our protag asks if he's curious, but is like, so what if you are? Because he's not in the mood to explain anything to him, and says he's not going to forgive him. This kind of attitude can't be allowed. He screams at God, asking how long she's going to keep mocking him, talking about his hate, his regret, saying she promised she'd accept all his grudges. Right then, our protag calls out the Marcus, telling him to fight alongside the skeletons, because with his help, there's no way they can lose. And surprisingly, Marcus agrees. He says fighting with monsters is creepy as hell, but it's way better than helping the Demon King. As for the witch, he asks her for help, saying the two of them can take down the Demon King, and she's just like, I know that, just stay out of my way. And so he orders his ghosts, telling them to show everyone what they're made of, commanding them to kill and also be killed. They charge at those things, but most of the orcs get rid of them super easily, just tossing skeletons away, but they just get right back up again. The Sword Emperor is shocked, because it looks like those skeletons are way too brave. It's an army of monsters that isn't afraid of death, and he says that's seriously terrifying. And so the Demon King asks how he dares. He's just some guy from another world, someone who didn't live here, and has no evil intentions or hatred for this place. He asks how he dares block his path. And our protag says, it doesn't matter where he comes from. What matters is that he's here right now. And if you still think that's not qualification enough, then you better not mess with me. And with that, the tower gives the kid a title. His new nickname is the Kim Gongja. The tower acknowledged his qualifications. He charges straight at the Demon King. The tower calls to honor the king who sows death, and the story says she never aged. Her beauty was preserved day after day, and this intoxicating scent came from her body, making people drunk on it. And they all cried out for Estel, the saint of the frontier, saying they heard she can cure any disease, and so they brought a newborn to her. And the woman begs her, saying he's just a poor, sick child, asking her to bless the poor thing. And so Estelle asks if she knows the rules, telling her to leave the child there and come back tomorrow when the sun comes up. The mother thanks the saint like crazy, leaving the child there. Estelle, seeing this, picks the kid up and starts sniffing, saying she has a pleasant smell. She thinks about how humans do anything for love, and that his mom must have chosen the best rags she had to wrap him in. And she thinks that life is still a shining thing, even when it's wrapped in rags. And so she says that the baby won't suffer anymore, and swallows the baby whole. It's said that happiness is a straight-up miracle in this world. The Demon King thinks what a poor soul. While swallowing the flesh and bones, Estelle received the child's memories, saying it must have been painful. She says, I understand, it's all okay now, wishing he could have lived a little longer and making a baby from her own flesh. And she hands that thing that was supposed to be her son to the mother, saying he should be healthy now. He won't catch even the slightest cold, she says, asking her to keep on loving him like she has until now. And so the mother thanks the saint over and over, and everyone thanks her the same way. After she performs these so-called miracles, they all say she's the one who makes miracles happen, calling her the savior of the sick, with one of them thanking her for making her walk again, and another saying he was able to get his sight back. They call her their true savior. But meanwhile, a lord of those lands questions his butler, asking if he's saying that a bunch of farmers ran away again. And he says yes, because it seems they went to join forces with some so-called saint of salvation, the salvation of all the sick, but soldiers are sent to deal with it. They shout that the authority of the goddess has fallen to pieces, asking if they're just going to stand there and watch all this heresy. They order them to have no mercy for the followers of that witch, ordering them to burn the witch's nest. And just like that, they set fire to Estelle's house, and her, watching from inside, sees all her followers dying and being chased and killed, and she doesn't understand what's happening. Then the soldiers command not to let anyone escape, saying that they're all cursed monsters. So Estelle starts getting pissed. And in the present, remembering this, the Demon King gets furious all over again, because they're humans who don't see each other as human, and they deserve to be swallowed by their own evil. So he keeps attacking Gongja without stopping, and then someone calls out to him. But he says he's good. Our protag is trying to figure out if the attack he's about to make is to the left or the right, but it turns out he gets killed again. He realizes it was the left, and just like that, he returns 24 hours. He says the returner's clockwork skill specifies that the user keeps their memories and skills when they go back in time. And skills were also part of what was kept. The Sword Emperor is able to share memories with him after they go back in time. That's because skills are also kept just as they were at the moment of his death, and even the cooldown time is maintained. And he keeps dying and dying, with the cooldown time to launch the 100 ghosts decreasing little by little. And so, a day passes with him returning and doing all of this one more time, and another day passes, and another, until finally there are only 24 hours left for him to summon his ghosts again. He goes after the Demon King one more time, but then he just dodges it like it's nothing. And the Demon King, seeing that he can't hit him, gets annoyed. He's like, how is that even possible? Questioning if the dude has prophecy eyes or something. But just then, our guy finally manages to use the 100-sword Emperor summoning again. He says the skills are kinda similar and activates it, calling all the skeletons into the fight. As the skeletons rush in to attack, he throws himself at the Demon King too. The Emperor is like, damn, that dude is tough, saying how sick it was and asking if he can pull off that summoning again next time. He tells him to just hide somewhere for a week and summon the monsters again. But our guy can see the Emperor is just getting in the way, so he tells him they'll talk about it later. But the Emperor says he thinks the last summon gets cancelled if he uses the skill again, asking for his opinion. Because if he can stack the summons, he'll go from being a zombie to a full-on zombie king. And again, he's told to just shut up, that he needs to focus. But since the Emperor wouldn't stop yapping, he gets himself killed and starts screaming in whatever limbo his soul is stuck in. He yells that now he's got to wait another week, all because of him. The Emperor just says it's his own fault for being weak, not his problem. Then the system dings our main character, saying there are still 6 days and 23 hours until he can use 100-sword Emperor summoning again. He swears he's going to kill the Emperor one of these days, but the Emperor just claps back, asking how he's going to kill someone who's already dead. He tells him to use that anger to crush the Demon King, bragging that he himself cleared the 20th floor without some busted skill like that. And with that, he calls the witch for help. She starts flinging her mirrors around, making a star right in front of her to channel her power, and blasts a huge beam right at the Demon King. It rips a hole right through him, and he says it was a nice shot. But she gets mad, asking why he called her ma'am, saying she's way too young to be married. He says he knows she's using elixirs to look younger, but she just tells him to stop staring at her and get his head in the game. She tells him to focus on beating the Demon King, and just like that, our guy predicts his next move and screams for everyone to watch out. The next attack is coming from the left. He tells the Saint to be careful. He nearly gets hit, so our guy yells again that the next attack is from the left. After that, go all out. So she waits for the attack to counter, zipping her mirrors right next to the Demon King's head and blasting it with a ton of beams. And that's when the Demon King starts to show his true face. He starts rambling about all his resentment, but our guy is just shocked to see that there's actual skin under all that gunk. And just like that, the Demon King decides to retreat, and our guy has no idea what's happening. The Demon King just dips back to the 13th floor. He's left wondering what the hell that was, asking how a boss can just run away when he's about to lose. But the Demon King tells them not to get it twisted. He says he'll be back, but they're still just cussing out the thing that looks like an oil milkshake. Then they're all shocked when they see a single drop get left behind. Our guy wonders why any of this happened. Just as the tower acknowledges his choice, a secret quest is created, and the mission for the 12th floor is being rewritten. The missions for the 11th, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and everything else too. He realizes the quests can be redone in the parallel world warrior. The difficulty is still unknown, and the goal is set. He made his choice, and no victims would be allowed. And justice isn't about expecting something from the people you save. And dedication isn't about getting recognized by the people you save. People who dedicate themselves to justice are called warriors. The system says the people of the Empire won't recognize his justice. They won't notice his dedication. But justice is still justice, and dedication is still dedication. And the system asks if, in the parallel world, he'll still choose to be a warrior. The Demon King was hurt and ran off. He probably didn't get far. And if he wants to, he can chase the Demon King as far as he likes. His choice is all that's left. So the system asks if he wants to accept the mission. He obviously accepts it and activates the secret quest. The quest's name is the Parallel World Warrior, and the system wishes him luck. So the system scans the 12th floor for the Demon King's presence, but he can't be found. They confirm the Demon King's retreat, and a timeline alteration kicks in. The witch asks, "What is going on?" She demands to know what's happening, and our guy says it's his first time seeing this too. And the Emperor chimes in that it's his first time too, asking what the hell this is. Our guy spots something, telling the Dark Witch to look over there. He points out that on the castle wall, it looks like the flags are vanishing. She sees that he's right. He tells her to hold on tight, because they're gonna go check it out, and she agrees. She teleports him up there, and the total chaos from before has been replaced by a perfectly structured city, with people just peacefully living their lives. Then, our main character remembers the timeline alteration, realizing that history itself has changed. Originally, the Egan Empire was supposed to be attacked by the Demon King, and it didn't matter if they won or lost. The one unchangeable fact was that they were attacked. But in this world, the Demon King's attack itself just never happened. And with that, without anyone knowing, while nobody was paying attention, history changed because of him. And all those people who were suffering before are now selling fruit and chatting happily. And our guy just watches it all with a smile on his face. But while they're on top of the wall, that same commander comes over, asking who the two of them are. He calls them rude and asks how they dare to step on the Imperial Fortress. He tells them to get down from there right now. Our guy recognizes him as Sarbus Geen. The general asks how a punk like him knows his name, and he finally gets it. He was a kind general who was originally on the 11th floor, and the fact that he's yelling like he's talking to a total stranger means he actually managed to change everything, and the guy doesn't even remember what happened. Our guy just starts laughing, and the witch, Sarbus, and the saint all look at him like he's crazy. Then he pulls himself together and screams for everyone to hear that he protected their empire. And with his voice filled with power, he declares that he kept his promise with zero shame and absolutely no regrets. So, like, hundreds of days dragged on with one stupid rule: no one dies. And after all that time, he finally took down the Demon King. He screams his head off, proud that he actually pulled it off. This is the guy who lived like trash, jealous of pretty much everyone. He spent his days drinking just to seem cool. He totally shut off his emotions and gave up on life. But now he can actually stand tall. So the stage clears, and he says that in front of the Raviel Avancia, the Marcus, even the whole world, screw them. He was proud of himself, and that's all that mattered. And with that, the challenger contribution rankings drop. The top 3 are announced. First place, the Kim Gongja. Second, the Raviel Avancia. And third, the Marcus. Some commander asks what the hell he's even talking about, but our guy just walks right past him. He calls out, telling him to take good care of the Empire. He says he's sorry, but his role as a hero ends right there. Taking out the Demon King was more than enough. Your empire's probably got other problems rotting it from the inside, he says. From now on, you're on your own. You can handle it. The Marcus starts walking away, calling him a psycho. He thought the kid would act like an amateur, but instead, he was just shamelessly proud of himself. So, what was he supposed to do? After all, our main character is just that annoying. And then Sword Emperor calls him a psychopath, saying she likes him because he doesn't act like a total loser. So our guy turns to the witch, like, what are you doing? Let's go, 13th floor. But she was just watching him talk to himself and yell at everyone. It finally sinks in that none of these hunters are even remotely normal. She finally gets it, looking at him with a confused face. She grabs his hand and teleports away with him and Marcus. The witch explains that the number 1 rank always gets first entry, telling him he can request the transfer for all of them. Our guy is cool with it and warps out with the others. And just like that, he hits the 13th floor, welcomed as the Kim Gongja. But over there, the Demon King is still freaking out, screaming that he'll never be forgiven. How dare you take the children I saved from me? Are you trying to rip them away by force? Are you going to take my flesh, my blood, and my soul? I curse you! Marcus mutters that the screaming is awful, that he's never heard anything like it. The Raviel Ivancia agrees, asking what could make him scream like that. But then the Marcus notices something. What's this dude's problem? He's way weaker than before. Our guy doesn't really get it. The Marcus says that since he took a hit from that witch girl, or whatever her name was, he was obviously wounded. But apparently it wasn't just a physical injury. His level actually dropped. Compared to when he was on the 12th floor, that guy was like an SSS rank Goblin King. And now he just seems like some Goblin King who lost his SSS rank. Like that Goblin King, he cheesed back on the 5th floor with Gorak. He says it's weird, because bosses are supposed to get stronger the higher you climb the tower. But he wonders why it happened, questioning if the witch's attack had some kind of level down effect. Our guy wonders if something totally unexpected went down on that stage. And so, the rewards for clearing the 12th floor are calculated, but the calculation becomes impossible. All rewards will be tallied when the 19th floor is cleared. For now, only the most minor reward will be given. The blessing of the war god is strengthened, and all maps from the 11th to the 20th floor are unlocked. He notices it's the world map, and starts to get why the Demon King is acting this way. He tells the Raviel Avancia to think about the previous stage. The history of the Demon King's attack just vanished, and even things like the refugee shelters disappeared for good. He tells her to think about it, asking where the refugees would have even come from. He says they must have come from all over the Empire, or maybe the entire continent. And yet, the shelters where all those people were staying completely vanished. She starts to catch on. He says it wasn't just the Empire's history that changed, but the history of the whole continent. They went back to a time before the Demon King's attacks, and now is when the temple will be attacked. And that's why, our guy says, his level dropped. He explains that the voices the hunters, hear when they level up. It's because their existence becomes more defined. He says it means the hunter's level is rising, but that whole defined existence thing is just a fancy way to put it. And this monster probably evolved by killing tons of people, but all his murders and hunts were turned into nothing, and he's starting to lose his mind over it. Our guy explains that his evolution was erased, and the Autumn Rain Demon King's existence is getting blurry. That's it. So the Demon King freaks out even more, and our guy tells everyone to rush that thing. It's time for them to light the flame of the counterattack against him. And he summons 100 ghosts and 1,000 monsters, calling them his children and telling them to kill everyone. The Raviel Avancia, seeing all that stuff, says she's dreamed of being in a zombie movie since she was a kid. And our guy turns to the Marcus, wanting to make a bet. How many times you think I'm gonna have to die before we reach the 19th floor? And he bets it'll be 100, at least. So our guy bets 99 or less. The Marcus gets pissed at him but agrees, saying he wants to see zombies kill their own kind. He thinks to himself that since it's a bet, he won't help him anymore. Our guy agrees to it and dies for the first time. So he says they have to do something about the enemy's numbers first. Turning to the Raviel Avancia, he asks if she can do anything. She says she's already doing her best, but she's the only one there with an area of effect skill. She turns to the Kim Gongja. Can't you use your skill to fight them? He says. Of course, but I can only use it in 3 coins, and she has no clue what he means. It's a thing, he says, and turns to the Marcus. Can you punch a hole in that for me? That thing that looks like a sarcophagus. There's something I want to see, he says. Marcus asks what, and the kid just says he'll explain later. For now, we're just doing this, our guy says. And with that, the Marcus cracks the thing open, while our hero just dies in the background. Real dramatic. When he comes back, he's a little less clueless, telling the Marcus that the sarcophagus is actually a secret passage. Inside, he'll find a hammer that totally wrecks the undead. The main character tells him to go with the Dark Witch and snag the hammer. But the old guy starts whining, saying he's used a sword his whole life. Our guy is like, whatever. The hammer has a massive area effect. If he shoves his aura into it and smashes the ground, the zombies will just get wiped out. He asks him if he gets it. And of course, the Marcus asks how he knows all this. He just says, I'm a prophet, right as a zombie bites him and he dies. Again. And on another one of his respawns, the Marcus finally gets the hammer, and the zombie problem is solved. He says the Demon King is next on the list. But then, some gigantic Cyclops thing just appears, and they're all like, what the hell is that? And our hero's just like, it's the zombie of a giant soldier who used to guard the temple and died next to the Demon King. Ugh. If only the Inquisitor were here, they'd actually know something about it. Anyway, the Marcus says he'll handle the thing. But of course, our hero dies one more time. So, on the next respawn, when the Marcus says he's going to take on the giant, our guy tells him not to do it and to just keep smashing zombies with the hammer. He tells him to listen up, saying the giant is just testing his sword. But then our guy has to pull the I'm a prophet card again, which makes him listen. After dealing with the Sword Emperor, he tells the Dark Witch to aim a shot right at the giant's eye, and she gets all excited, saying she totally wanted to aim for that eye anyway. So he tells them to go for it, but the giant just blasts a laser from its eye, killing everyone. Classic. And so, the main character uses the summoning of the 100 Sword Emperors. The Dark Witch sees this, and asks if the skill has a cooldown, but he's just like, yeah, obviously it does. So now the two of them can take on the giant, but there's something he needs to ask the witch. Don't aim for the eye. She's totally horrified, asking what he's even saying. He just says bad things will happen if she does. But she's like, dude, just look at that eye. It's practically begging me to shoot it. She asks if he sees it, and he says he's looking and can tell the eye is pretty much pleading to be hit. But he insists she can't. The eye even has this weirdly beautiful effect, just begging to be a target. And she just asks, why not? She tells him to look at the eye, saying that if he used a laser like her and saw an eye like that, he would definitely want to hit it. He admits she's right, but says she can't, claiming there's no time to explain. He just asks her to trust him, and she's totally freaking out about it. The Marcus says they should just follow his orders, mentioning that the kid said he was a prophet. So she notices that even he agrees and is like, fine, I'll do my best not to aim for that eye. And all our hero can do is thank her. And with that, they actually start going after the monster. The main character's plan works, and the Demon King starts crying. Lame. Then he returns to the 14th floor, vanishing from there, and they complete another mission, and everything changes. Going from that total disaster back to peaceful times. And our hero is happy that things are finally working out, telling all of them to use the teleport and go up one more time. And this time, they're in the middle of a forest. And just like that, it's announced that the Autumn Rain Demon King has decided to retreat. And he goes to the 15th floor after they chase after him. With that, they head to another area after defeating the Demon King one more time, now in the Kingdom of Water. As they keep hunting and beating the Demon King, he keeps retreating, going to the 16th floor, which is now a Kingdom of Venus, with a bunch of dragons breathing fire all over our hero. And he decides to retreat one more time after losing, falling back now to the 17th floor. And so, our hero notices that history was regressing, and the Demon King gets pushed to the 18th and 19th floors. The existence of the Rain King gets completely blurry, until he's back to being just a formless creature with one eye. And so, he says that if it weren't for them, everything would have worked out, saying it's all the main character's fault. Because if it weren't for them, none of this would have happened. He asks how a mere swordsman from another world dares to do this. And then, our hero says that he can finally see his eyes. And the Demon King asks what he's talking about. Our hero says it's just like he said, after so long, he can finally see what his eyes are like. The fact that the Demon King and the warrior couldn't make eye contact was a real tragedy. Our hero tells him to fight with all his strength, and the Demon King can't believe what the kid is saying. And our hero tells him to fight with all his strength or else run away again. But he questions if he isn't curious, asking him how weak he'll get if he runs away one more time. And if he doesn't fight with all his strength, he won't be able to win. But then, the Demon King totally denies it, disagreeing with what the main character is saying. He asks what he could possibly know, but then, Gongja calls her by her name, Stell, saying that he already warned her to fight with everything she has. Otherwise, her time will be longer than her history, and he charges at the Demon King and cuts her down again. And with our hero dying, he receives a penalty for his ability, which recreates the trauma of an opponent who killed him. And now it's time to talk about a certain nightmare. The penalty level is medium. That was the Sword Emperor Road, and the trauma of the Autumn Rain Demon King is being recreated for him. And just like that, he sees everyone telling them to burn her, to burn the witch's nest. So, Gongja is surprised that the people there are saying to have no mercy, because they're all monsters that were cursed, and that no one should be left to escape. And he's watching it all. He asks himself why. Why were humans burning other humans? And then, the Templar Knights say that this is the will of the Lord. His Majesty ordered it, and his Eastern Majesty told them to do it. And the Pope said to deal with the heretic, who called herself a saint, and the owner of the forest ordered it. Then, they asked the spirit to do it, and the Queen of the Mermaids gave her magic power for such a thing, to keep her agreement, her dragons. So, she asks herself who they are, and who they are to burn humans, watching all of her followers burn, and even the baby that she had apparently saved. She was totally helpless, and her mom was all like, just hold on a little longer, it's all gonna be okay. But when the fire finally died down, only Stell was left. She had no clue what to do, just seeing the faces of everyone who got torched, remembering some guy who offered her apples and that lady she saved who thought she was done for. And Stell just collapses, whispering each of their names out loud, totally breaking down over their deaths. Then she scoops up some of those ashes and eats them, thinking about those poor souls. All of them, just regular people, born as humans, who got to see how awesome life could be. She's asking why. Why would they do this crap when they know how much it hurts to even cry? How could she not call humans total monsters? So, they get to stay human, and their kids are just monsters forever? Is this seriously their world? She questions if they're the only ones who deserve to live in this world, asking if they can even prove someone deserves to be a person. Then rain starts pouring down, just like her rage. And she dares them, prove it to me now, cursing every single one of them. Her heart's cry echoed with the falling rain. The Demon King says their evil is what made her this way, and no more villages would ever burn. She told them to be consumed by their own damn evil. Our main character, seeing this, is completely devastated. The Emperor yells at Gongja to wake up, telling him this isn't his hell. And just like that, the trauma replay is complete. A notification confirms his identity was kept intact. The penalty ended, and with that, he goes after the Demon King one last time, totally wrecking him. Then the Emperor says that now is the time, yelling that its head is totally empty. So our guy almost finishes the monster, and it runs off even more busted up, totally scared of Gongja. He notices its body getting smaller, the water separating from it, and its whole existence getting fuzzy. It's screaming, "No way! How is this even possible?" Because the grudge of its children is totally useless like this. But our guy just tells it to back off, ordering it back to the 20th floor, saying it's never gonna beat him. He tells it to go back to its base, back to the Demon King's castle, ordering it to return to where this whole mess started, saying that this is its destiny. Then, the Marcus looks at the kid and puts away his weapon, and the witch says she'll leave the final blow for the Kim Gongja. So the Demon King has no other choice and retreats to the 20th floor. And with that, the Demon King's withdrawal is confirmed, and the timeline shifts one more time. Our guy talks to the Marcus and the Raviel Avancia, apologizing to them, but says he wants to clear the 20th floor alone, thanking them for all their help until now. But he wants to finish off the Demon King himself, asking them to let him go solo. The Raviel Avancia says she's cool with it, pointing out that he did most of the work to get them there. And anyway, she already broke her promise to do nothing for 5 days. This time, she's actually going to wait. The Marcus says that after today, it'll be the 5th day anyway, and as soon as he clears the 20th floor, he better come find him, because they have a lot to talk about. Our guy agrees, thanks them both, and warps to the 20th floor. And just like that, he enters the boss stage, dropped in the middle of a forest. The challenger is the Kim Gongja, a party of 1, and the system wishes him luck. The rewards from the 11th to the 19th floor are being calculated. The calculation finishes, the tower recognizes what he's done, and the powers of the Kim Gongja are being readjusted. And with that, he gets the limited powers of an apostle and the ability to buff any of his skills that aren't rank X. And he realizes the tower is letting him choose. He says he has no idea why the tower was built or who even built it. He doesn't know if the tower is filled with life from other worlds, but now he can guess what kind of being the tower is. It's something that watches all your decisions. And it was something that remembered his choice. He says the time has come for the Demon King to end. Then he thinks, this is his village. Don't you dare try to destroy his paradise. And so the boss stage opens. It's a clear blue sky without a single cloud. And today, the rain didn't fall. And our main character is glowing like a Christmas tree. She says she can't forgive him, that the mark of those fires is still burned in her eyes and in her brain. And those flames? She asks if he thought she'd just forget all that evil, saying he's just trying to go back and burn her paradise all over again. And our protagonist realizes this is the smallest stage in the world and the weakest boss in the world. So the boss rushes him trying to land a hit, but our guy just raises his sword, stopping the attack like it was nothing. And he says their situations have totally flipped, asking if it doesn't remember. He says that on the 12th floor, it was the Demon King, and our main character was just some warrior that it attacked, and he defended. Then he throws the Demon King away and says, the world is pretty fair, don't you think? Because now he's the one defending. And so the Demon King tries to kill him again, and Gongja just says, sorry. But that word means nothing to him. In a flash, he cuts the Demon King in half and it starts to scream, and its existence just gets fuzzier and fuzzier. Then it starts to crawl, and our guy says it's gotten even weaker than before, killing it again. Its existence becomes even less defined. Our protagonist realizes he needs just a little more and keeps killing it over and over, making its existence fade even more. And with that, the black cloak peels away from the Demon King's body until Stell starts to appear. The system says the class readjustment is starting, and the title of Demon King of Autumn Rain has been removed. Then she starts screaming for it not to leave her body, begging the tower not to do this, until only Stell is really left. He says, yeah, telling her she's weak enough now, but she just tells him not to get any closer to her. And our protagonist just tells her to stop, telling her to try him with her words, her blade, or whatever she's got. Otherwise, he'll just stand right in her face. And Stell pleads for all of them, for herself and for her kids, saying she deserves to do this. But our guy says she's wrong, telling her that, like she said herself, he's a total stranger from another world. And the king, the emperor, the clergy, the military, everyone who lives in this world, they all teamed up and burned her village. She assumes, like, everyone on this continent is on the hook for this, but not him. He's a total outsider, and hunters like them are off the hook. She has zero right to blame him, and let's be real, she's way too weak to stop him anyway. Then she starts with the, I didn't do anything crap, and he's like, are you seriously trying to say you did nothing wrong? He tells her Stella was probably just as scared as he is right now, and she probably screamed for help, looking for her dad, but he throws it back in her face, asking what she did to a little kid like that. He says she sank her teeth into human flesh and swallowed the baby her own mother trusted her with, all while pretending to be some great hero saving everyone. She lured in people who trusted her, but now she's denying it and spewing lies. But our guy calls her out, saying she hid the truth, swallowed a child, and stole Stelly's face. She stayed quiet because she knew she'd be called a monster and was too scared to face it. But then she pulls the I didn't know card, like this. She didn't have human memories or knowledge, so she had no clue what any of it meant. So he asks, you're saying you did that just because you were ignorant? And she's all, yeah, if I knew, I never would have done it. But he just scoffs, saying that's what humans do, and that the kings she killed probably used the same lame excuse. They probably all claimed they thought she was just some evil witch, whining about how they didn't know. She calls it a pathetic lie. He's like, sure, some of them were probably lying to save their own necks, but he asks if she can be 100% sure they were all the same. What about the soldiers just following orders? Or the people forced to leave after just one day in her territory? Couldn't any of them use the same stupid excuse, saying they didn't know, just like her? He says, look, sorry, I'm not some brainiac. I'm actually a total idiot. The only justice he knows in this world is payback. And if she really believes the things she swallowed with shadows and then copied are still human, then it's only fair she goes through the same thing. She's like, what are you even talking about? But he just talks to the tower, saying he wants to use his reward and asking if it really said he could evolve any skill he wants. The tower confirms his words, but warns him that it's impossible to go too crazy with the changes. And to help him get it, the tower gives him an example. It's possible to evolve an S-rank skill to SS rank. He says he's asking to change the 100-sword Emperor's reincarnation skill and doesn't need anything else. He just wants to delete the part that says his death agents won't inherit the memories they had in life. So, make it so the summoned can keep their memories, but only if he wants them to. She asks him what the hell he's trying to do. He just tells the tower that it's a totally reasonable request. He's not asking to lower the skill's cooldown or for the summons to keep the abilities they had in life, just the memories. And just like that, the tower runs the numbers on his request, agrees that it's reasonable, checks the conditions, and the Kim Gong-ja's request is approved. And now the skill's effect says that, if he desires, the dead will keep the memories and appearances of when they were alive. And if he doesn't want them to, they'll just be summoned as regular monsters. Then he says that this was his first SSS rank skill. He says that's perfect, then tells her it's time to kill her. He says if she doesn't like that word, she should just think of it as him swallowing her, just like she did. Just like she swallowed Stell and all those sick people, he's going to swallow her and save her in the exact same way. And just like that, she collapses, in total disbelief. The main character says he's pretty stoked that she's human, because if she were a monster, he couldn't use Hundred Sword Emperor's reincarnation on her. So the girl lunges at him, trying to do something, but he just dodges the attack, ending up right beside her. And the Emperor is just like, that's pathetic. His stance is clumsy, and his feet aren't even planted on the ground right. He's not even looking forward and has no clue what to do with the sword. He notes that this guy is a swordsman who only relies on his aura and skills. You can't even call him the real deal. Then he turns to the zombie, saying, this is why he was always harping on about the importance of the basics. At the end of the day, humans can only trust their own hands and feet. Then he tells the main character to just end it already. And so he does, slicing the Demon King's sword right out of her hand. At that, she falls to the floor in despair, and the main character says the Demon King was right to call him the one who sows death. He figures that name isn't wrong, raising his sword, but then the Emperor calls out to him, saying he's sorry to interrupt him right now. But actually, he says he's not sorry at all. He asks him to wait a second, telling him not to kill the Demon King just yet. The main character asks why. The Emperor says he thinks he's a little too sure of himself, and the main character asks what his problem is. The Emperor then asks if he's absolutely positive that she's not a monster anymore, but a human. He asks if the main character is sure that NPCs can even be summoned by the Hundred Sword Emperor's reincarnation, and the main character has no idea if they can or not. And he's like, of course not, dude. Wake up. The tower wouldn't be that nice. What if he did whatever he wanted and the tower was just like, oops, my bad, skill doesn't work on NPCs. He asks if he could really be cool with that, and the main character doesn't even know what to say. So he tells him to look at the skill card again, at the part about the people he killed, to see if NPCs even count. And the main character argues that NPCs are people too. But the Emperor just says, that's just what you think, kid. The main character gets all awkward and calls out to the tower, which responds that it's listening. He then says he wants to ask something. He asks if NPCs also count for the Hundred Sword Emperor's reincarnation skill, or if only hunters like him are considered. The tower analyzes the question and rejects it, because that question is above its authority, and the main character totally gets it. And the tower begins to confirm the questioner's authority, and it's approved. The Kim Gongja currently possesses the temporary qualifications of an apostle. The tower recognizes the Kim Gongja's question as an official matter and, with that, requests a higher conference with the 6 constellations of the 10,000 lives. Our guy's like, what the hell is this? He has no clue what's going on, just that he's been dragged into the principal's office or something. Dude, you're asking way too many questions. For real. This is gonna end bad for you. Then a bunch of butterflies start swarming him. He opens his eyes and sees where he is. Crap, it's that same room where he picked his skills. So he asks about them. And just like that, the system confirms who's on the guest list. Observe the constellation. The author of all operas is in the house, along with the lady who walks in the mirage, the moon that contemplates blindness, and the one who created all legislation. Our boy can't see Jack, but he can definitely feel something. Then the god who dances in the void pops up too. He can tell there are some seriously oppressive vibes in here, and the tower confirms it. The 6 constellations of 10,000 lives are participating. And the whole problem with the tower's temporary apostle, the Kim Gongja, is being shared. Then the tower asks if the 100 Sword Emperor's reincarnation skill works on NPCs. If they're cool with it, they confirm. If they're not, they reject. So all those constellations start chatting in their own weird language, and our guy, watching this, starts totally freaking out. And then they reach an agreement. He remembers that languages from anyone in the tower are supposed to be auto-translated so he can understand, but these guys, they're different. They're not from the tower. They're on a level you can't even compare to the Demon King. They might even be the beings who made this freaking tower. And then the tower announces that the vote on the issue is starting. The 6th constellation, the author of all operas, votes against. The 5th and 4th vote in favor. The 3rd votes against our guy. The 2nd just straight up abstains. And just like that, it's 2 against, 2 for, and 1 abstention. The beings who have the authority to decide his skill's fate are at a complete dead end after the vote. He's wondering why, until it hits him. There's one of them who still hasn't voted, a being who didn't need to show up because they were here from the very beginning. The being who knew everything, the owner of the tower. And our guy thinks voting yes is the right move, because if NPCs aren't included in the skill, then how did the Demon King summon so many monsters? And were all the people from the Empire that the Demon King iced just NPCs? And yeah, he knows they're worried. They're worried he's gonna start randomly killing NPCs just to use them as his little pets. But he's sure he's already shown them more than enough what kind of person he is. He's not the type of dude to do that, and he says he won't go down that path in the future. And so the tower says he wasn't half bad, but it's complicated too. It tells the Kim Gong-ja to speak from his heart, not his head. With that, he yells that the Demon King was prey that he caught, and it's his. So they better not dare lay a single finger on it. And just like that, the first constellation, the Master of 1,000 Lives, votes in favor. The vote is closed with 3 for and 2 against, plus 1 abstention. NPCs are officially included in the Kim Gong-ja's reincarnation skill, and the Kim Gong-ja's temporary apostle authority is immediately removed. The conference ends with the tower, once again, wishing that luck will be on his side. So when he gets back, the Emperor is calling his name non-stop, asking if he's hurt and telling him to ask the tower about it. He calls him again like, "Are you even listening to me?" Our hero says it felt like he only blinked, but an eternity passed at the same time. And so he asks the Sword Emperor if he saw or heard anything, and says the tower summoned him to the void world. He said there was something about 10,000 lives or a constellation. He doesn't really get it. Then some being, like the owner of the tower, appeared and laughed, asking if he was completely clueless. And the Emperor, apparently, has no idea what's going on, just saying, "My bad." He thinks he provoked him too much and turned him into a zombie. He says from now on, he'll only mess with him in moderation, and tells him to go back to being his usual self. Our protagonist is shocked that he doesn't know. Even the legend who reached the 19th floor of the other world's tower is clueless about this. He wonders who the hell he just met, but tells himself to chill. Even though he's still in the dark, he's at least sure of a few things now. Meanwhile, Stelle keeps begging him to wait. But our guy says it's time to deliver the final blow to his prey. Then, as soon as he reaches the 100th floor, he'll know everything else. The Emperor asks if he's really going to kill her, saying maybe he should ask the tower first. But our guy says it's all good, because he's already found his answer. And so he uses 100 sword emperors, commanding her to awaken. She rises from the ground under his command, and he tells that thing to stand up. He says it looks the same as before, but it's nothing more than a newborn being. The ones who brought life into that world always got stuck with the responsibilities. And he says Stella's just a name she stole, and it's not a name she gets to have. He says the first of those responsibilities was giving her a name. So he calls her Kuro, saying from now on, that's her name, and that she'll serve him as her new master. This was the being who was once Stelle, the saint of the frontier, and the demon king of rain. And that being who deserved no name finally got one. And Kuro accepts his orders, saying she will obey every single one. Finally, the last of the 5 promised days comes to an end, and one of the kings has fallen. The Emperor says he doesn't get it, telling him to think about what he just did to her, wondering if he should be mad at him. He also wonders why she just lowered her head without a word. And our guy asks if he wants to know why. Kuro decided to obey him without hesitation because she knows. And he says the Emperor will know soon enough too. And so the tower starts searching for the Demon King's existence on the 20th floor. It's not found. The Demon King's absence is confirmed, and the timeline itself begins to change. At that, she starts to cry, seeing that everyone has come back to life. But that same commander appears with all his troops, ordering them to stop right in front of the village. The Demon King collapses, calling out to our protagonist, saying he won't hold a grudge and won't try to get revenge. He says he'll do anything, he asks, that he doesn't care about anything else, but begs him to please save his village. So the Emperor finally gets it. He realizes that being a master also means you gotta protect your own people. He tries to apologize for getting it wrong, but our guy says he lost the bet too, so he should just chalk it up to consequences. That's when General Sarbast orders his troops to halt, asking who the hell dares to block his way. But our protagonist just fires back. Actually, I was about to ask you the same thing. What are you guys doing in a place like this? And Sarbaste just says it's the will of His Majesty, the Emperor. He claims he heard some witch has been messing with the good citizens on this side of the continent, and that even some monsters got caught in her trap and went dark, like they could just stand by and do nothing. But our guy's just like, so what? Zarbas says everything will be purified with holy fire, and that's when our protagonist realizes he knows exactly who these people are. Then another dude pipes up that His Holiness ordered them to punish the heretics who dared use a saint's name in vain. The Forest Lord had asked them, and the jewel was a gift from the mermaid sage. And then it clicks. These are the paladins from the temple, saved on the 13th floor, along with the forest elves, saved on the 14th floor, and the mages from the waterfall, saved on the 15th floor, plus the warriors of the volcano, saved on the 16th floor, the armed merchant company from the 17th floor, the nomads from the 18th, and soldiers from small countries on the 19th. Every single person he ever saved is standing right here. And Sarbaste demands again, asking who dares interfere with his mission. Our guy remembers that secret quest from the hero of the frozen world, thinking about those heroes. Because it said that the people of the continent won't get your justice and devotion, but justice is still justice, and devotion is still devotion. And the mission basically asked if he'd still choose to be a hero, even in a world that gives him the cold shoulder. He turns to General Sarbast, asking if he just said he came because of an imperial decree, but the general does not like the way our protagonist is talking to him. After all, he's acting under an imperial decree, but our guy just straight up tells him he's ridiculous, clinging to the imperial warrant and acting like he's the only one who gets it. Sarbast is like, "What are you even talking about? How dare you say something so insolent? Were you sent by the witch who lives here?" But the protagonist says he's a person who wants to take down the first prince so the third prince can rise. You want to push him to the highest position. And yet, Jonan, you dare to call Emmy insolent? He says that's what he figured out when he saw the general's trauma. He doesn't know it, but our guy has all the intel and tells him he shouldn't be living like this. He tells him to think of all the grace His Majesty gave him and the fact that some guy who was supposed to spend his life pulling nets at the port became an imperial guard and then a general, and that was all thanks to His Majesty. Sarbast thinks he's got it figured out, saying he must be from the imperial palace and asking if he came to stir up trouble where the whole world has gathered under the general's will. Our guy calls him an idiot, asking if he looks like some puppet for a dethroned queen, and maybe it's because he used to pull nets, but his eyes are seriously terrible. So he asks who sent the kid, and our protagonist is like, "You asked who I was, didn't you?" He tells him to see with his own two eyes, raising that sword as it shines in front of everyone. And he declares that the emissary sent by the mighty founder Leofonte Aegon stands before them all. He looks right at Sarbast, saying he's aware of the chaos in the imperial family and recognizes the evil conduct of the 11th prince. And he also knows that he sided with the third prince purely out of loyalty to the empire. The reason I said you were crazy with power was just to test your nature. So, Jonan Sarbast, were you sad because of that? He questions how he could have been sad, since it was all to test his loyalty. But he says he was a fool and couldn't live up to his expectations, asking how he could commit such a sin. And our guy keeps going, saying if there's nothing to be sad about, then why are you still looking down while I'm looking down at you from my horse? And just like that, Sarbast leaps down and kneels in front of our protagonist, saying he's deeply honored, and everyone there starts to bow, saluting the founder's emissary. Then the emperor says he thought he was only good at talking crap, but it seems he's got a talent for lies too. Our guy just questions if he's only just now figuring that out. Then he says he's going to give him some advice, because when you're using your sword, it's not just about raw skill. Faith, trust, and self-confidence are especially important, and it's the same with lying. If you want to fool your opponent, you got to fool yourself first. Remember that, because a good liar is a very confident person. While our protagonist is showing off that sword, the people from the Empire are totally hypnotized, but the others are kind of skeptical. He thinks that, as expected, the Holy Sword's effect is limited to the Aegean Empire. And speaking of, Sarbast. So Sarbast continues talking to our guy with respect, all polite, asking if he can ask a question, and our guy tells him to go ahead. He says they came here to take down the witch, but questions how the emissary ended up here. And our protagonist thinks that he has to remember, because a good liar is a very confident person. He tells the men he's already defeated the witch, telling everyone to look. And so they see Stella, realizing that's the border witch. They say they've seen her before and she should be burned. Then our protagonist tells Kura to come to him and kneel before everyone. And she actually walks over and does what he says, lowering her head and putting her hands on the ground. She puts her forehead on the ground and bows, even against her will. Then our guy tells her to push off with her feet and do a somersault. She has no idea what's going on, but he asks if she didn't hear him, and she says she did, doing exactly what he says. And then he tells her to do jumping jacks, and she is so not having it, but she really does what he's asking. And he keeps making Kuro do a bunch of stupid stuff, telling her to spread her arms wide and jump 20 times, then do 10 squats. And when she's done, he demands 10 push-ups, then makes her hold a plank for 20 seconds too. And she just whines that she can't do anymore, then collapses flat on her face. So the main character asks if they get the picture now. He's like, as you can see, the witch is totally owned by me now, and no matter what happens, she can't disobey my orders. There's zero chance she can threaten the Empire anymore, so just chill. They think, well, if the envoy says so, I guess it's cool, but one of the soldiers tells them to hold up, asking what the hell he's doing, since they came here to take the witch down. But Sarbat jumps in, saying that according to the envoy, she's already been taken down. But the other guy's like, how can you believe that? For starters, the only proof this kid has that he's the founder's envoy is some stupid sword. Yeah, Sarbat did not like him calling it some stupid sword at all. He asks if the man is seriously doubting the Empire's authority, questioning if he's dissing the fact that the sword is the goddess's will. But the Pope's guy says, His Holiness the Pope gave him an order. Then they start bickering, because it seems like they're trying to put the Pope's will above the founder's. And our main character knows this kind of scene all too well, with people just fighting right in front of him. He says now he finally gets why Kuro split up the hunters. But while they keep going at it in a never-ending fight, That lizard dude tells them to get out of the way, please. Because from where he's standing, the problem is super simple. Is this young dude really the founder's envoy? And is that woman really a witch? And did the envoy actually take down the witch? As long as we can confirm these three things, this whole mess can be solved. And they ask Gongja how he plans to prove all that. The lizard man says that the thing in his hand is the soul orb, given to him by the emperor of the mermaid people. And if a drop of blood is placed on this orb, it can tell if the owner of that blood has a good or a bad soul. So they tell him to test it. Because if that woman is really the witch and he's really the founder's envoy, he better accept the orb's test. Look, considering our main character has, I don't know, like 5,000 kills under his belt, maybe it's gonna show he's not such a good person, you know? Just spitballing here. But the lizard dude explains more about the soul orb, saying when the blood of a good soul touches it, the orb glows, but if the blood of an evil soul touches it, it'll turn black. He says if that chick is really the witch, and he's really the founder's envoy, they have to accept the test. The good and bad things they've done, the orb will prove everything. And just like that, our main character realizes it's like the paladin's lie detector, the detective's insight, and the sword's sense. He thinks they're pretty good at making items like this, and says he's ready whenever. But the lizard dude warns him there's no point in regretting it later, because lying in front of the orb is useless. So they start by checking the woman's soul. With that, he makes a cut, gets the blood, drops it on there, and they see that her soul is wicked evil. They ask how many evil deeds and murders she's committed, saying she's a seriously cursed being. And they all think she's got to be the Demon King, no doubt. Then he says, now it's the so-called Founder's Envoy's turn, pointing at our main character and asking if he's ready. He says he's always ready. So the lizard guy tells him lying is useless, and to give him his hand. And when his blood touches it, the orb glows with a pure light, almost blinding everyone with its brightness. So they're all like, what the hell is this? And one of them mentions the teardrop given by the current queen, asking why this beam of light is shooting out of the orb. Then the lizard man asks what the hell kind of soul he has and how this is even possible. He questions how many lives he's saved, noticing this person is literally light itself. And everyone just assumes he is the light, asking if they can't see how insanely bright his soul is. And that goon from the Pope says he doesn't know about that. But the lizard man asks why he doesn't know, questioning if this is somehow invisible to the leader of the paladins. And he's like, it's not that. It's just, I don't get what you mean by the light. So the lizard man sneers that this is why he doesn't talk to inferior humans. No one with a soul like that could lie to us. This man is the founder's envoy. No, he even thinks he must be the apostle of the goddess. And he's like, yeah, that's right. I am the apostle of the goddess. Acting all smug about it, confirming it for them. They're all like, I guess he really is the light. A shimmering light. And the sword is glowing too. The one the emperor used. So they ask him where he even came from. And everyone keeps buying the main character's BS, except for that stooge from the Pope. Because even if he is the founder's envoy and the light itself, why was he blocking their path? Asking if they've already forgotten, he says they have to burn this place down. He says His Holiness the Pope wasn't just worried about the witch, but about her heirs too. They can't let them escape divine punishment. Then the Demon Queen starts trying to get the main character's attention, begging him to do something. And that guy says if he's really an apostle of the goddess, he should lead the way to dish out that divine punishment. So our main character thinks about those words, because the best lies are made of 90% truth and 10% BS. Then our main character tells the temple's holy knights to watch their mouths, saying it's not up to them to decide how divine punishment gets handed out. I'm the one who decides that. I've already gathered all the evil, and divine punishment has been served. And then he's like, let me show you. Then he summons a whole swarm of skeletons, and they all scream that they're demons, asking, what are these hideous things? And he says, this is my duty. He asks how this one witch could be the only evil in this world, saying every single ghost he's gathered are evildoers with actions just as messed up as the witches. They're floored that all these monsters were gathered by him. He says the goddess gave him an order to punish all the evil that was corrupting the world in her name. And my mission is to subdue all evil in the world and drag every demon to hell. And what you're seeing right now is my hell. The lizard man is totally moved because the apostle of the goddess was doing all of this on his own without them having a clue. Our dude totally agrees, thinking, no one even clocked the apostle. He wonders how a regular guy like him even survived this hellhole all alone. And our guy just says it's his job now, telling them there's no need to punish the witch or her crew. They'll suffer forever in his shadow. He is their hell. And they all totally buy the lie that the apostle was saving his butt this whole time without them knowing, even though it wasn't a complete lie or anything. Our MC agrees, and the emperor is like, I've got nothing left to teach you, just telling him to get on with it. He says his so-called instructor is just a kid and can't handle a psycho like him. But our MC's thinking, dude, you're way too humble, saying he's still got a lot to learn from his twisted personality. Then he's like, I'm sure you all get the picture now. This is the goddess's will, her divine payback. He assumes they aren't dumb enough to challenge a direct order from her. But that knight from the Pope just has to ask again if those Arthos demons are for real locked up. He's all like, if those things got loose, the world would be seriously screwed. So our MC asks if he wants to confirm that he personally caged these freaks, then summons one right in front of him. The guy then asks what he's planning to do with the skeleton. And to shut him up, he just orders the skeleton to get its memories back. And out of nowhere, the old Yu Suha pops up, totally cussing out our MC, screaming about what kind of freak would turn him into this. He says that even boiling him alive wouldn't be enough, flat out yelling that he's going to kill him. Screaming every curse in the book, he asks how he dared to do this to him, saying no matter what, he's going to wipe him off the face of the planet for real. So our MC is just like, as you can see, this guy is as evil as the witch, but it gets worse. He says you could call him an even bigger monster than the witch, because she was born a monster, but this dude chose to commit heinous crimes even though he was human. They're all completely floored, while the Yusuha is just screaming at everyone, asking if they've all lost their freaking minds. Then our boy just tells him to dance, and he actually does everything he says. The whole crowd is just stunned watching our MC order him around like that, and he says demons can never defy his orders, asking if they're still worried. With that, the Pope's head knight drops to his knees, asking if they can at least have the honor of knowing his name. And Gongjia introduces himself to all of them. They say they'll do as he commands, and just like that, he clears the normal stage. He cleared the secret quest, Hero of the Frozen World, and nailed the boss stage too. The dude just scored another ridiculously broken skill. He got a new servant, the ability to mess with that Yu Suha loser, and did it all by bluffing his face off. He tricked everyone the whole time, used a total hack, but he still kept his word. And the system announces the clearing party had just one member, the Kim Gongjia. The reward calculation is complete, and the rewards will be handed out within 24 hours after he enters the 21st floor. And so the Emperor thinks it's insane that he cleared the boss stage like that and just starts laughing. Our MC thinks, crazy or not, he cleared every floor up to the 20th exactly how he wanted. Not a single hunter died during all this. No one from the Empire or the continent died, and he even managed to save that little kid. And the 20th floor probably would have cleared on its own, even if he did nothing. Because the fire and the village disappearing were also a type of ending. And as long as there's a proper ending, the tower doesn't care if it's a happy one or not. Otherwise, that Yosoa dude never would have cleared the 4th floor. So yeah, this isn't some world predetermined by the tower, and it's not an ending that happened because there was no other choice. And he thinks that on this day, no rain fell from the sky, and no flames licked the ground. He thinks this is the ending that he chose. And the Emperor questions if that times is really part of the ending he chose, with that skeleton dancing behind him, and the Yusuha just begs him to make it stop. But our main character thinks it's the most beautiful sight, while the skeleton just tells the kid to go to hell. Meanwhile, a public announcement goes out that the 20th floor has been cleared. They repeat it, and our dude just thinks it's a drag since there's no internet around. The Emperor asks if he hadn't decided not to care what other people think, but our MC, with a seriously cynical look, just asks when the hell he ever said something like that. The Emperor asks if he didn't say it was more important to get props from people like the Raviel Evancia or Sword Emperor Marcus, rather than the general public. He asks if he doesn't know that the more, the merrier, saying he's going to get recognition from all of them. And the Emperor just thinks this kid is way too greedy, wondering how anyone can be like this. And just then, the witch shows up, grabbing our MC and pulling him into a hug, telling him he's a total lunatic. A complete psycho for a newbie who isn't even 20 yet. He's just too much. He tells the witch that it hurts, and Marcus just stands there watching them. And she's even more shocked to think he cleared the 20th floor in 5 days, calling him insane and saying he probably has no idea how many people are freaking out in the tower, telling him to look. And she says she popped down to the 1st floor real quick and snapped pics of the news articles. And his phone is just blowing up with news about everything he did. She said there were so many stories she couldn't even take a picture of them all. But she says he needs to get it. It's not just the tower that's like this. The outside world is too. The headlines might be different, but they're all about him, where he's from, what his life was like, and how he became a ranker overnight. But then he asks her to wait a sec, asking if she really took all these pictures by herself. She says, of course. So he asks if she means that, just to show him the articles they were writing. She teleported all the way to the 1st floor, hunted down every single article one by one, and screenshotted all of them. And she says, well, when you put it that way, yeah. The number 2 ranked hunter is the biggest authority figure there is. This person did all that, and he asks if she's an angel. She says she's just telling him for his own good, but he shouldn't read the comments because a bunch of jealous people carpet-bombed the comments section. And yeah, pulling all that off with 0 casualties was insane, but he shouldn't get cocky. But the Empress, seeing how clueless this kid is, asks if he actually thinks people are saints just because they were kinda nice to him. And he's just thinking, if she's not an angel, then she's gotta be a goddess or something. The Empress just thinks this dude is a complete weirdo. So she tells him to look over there, pointing out he hit the first page. She's like, this is the first time anything like this has happened in the tower's entire history. She can't believe he jumped from unranked to 3rd place just like that. So he gets all stoked, but she tells him he's gonna have to start paying more attention to how he acts from now on. He's all like, how I act, and she straight up says he's currently joined up with all 5 major guilds. Even though he's a free agent, a hunter ranked 3rd should have a title on par with a guild master. Sure, he's in all 5 big guilds at once, but being some random member just doesn't cut it for him now. He starts thinking about being a guild master, but she says if he's just gonna be a lone wolf who smashes everything in his path like the Marcus, she won't force it. Hearing that, he asks if they're talking about the Marcus, but the girl's just like, whatever, and asks who those people are. He says they're soldiers who gathered from all over the continent. It's a long story, but after kicking the Demon King's butt, there was this event where these NPCs invaded the 20th floor. At least, that's his guess. He used a skill and an item effect to totally fool them into thinking he's the envoy of the Empire's founder, and they ate it all up. So she points out he seems pretty talented at lying, but he's just like, hey, it's thanks to that I cleared the floor without a single drop of blood being spilled. She says she wasn't trying to trash talk him. In fact, she's super happy, because thanks to him, they can negotiate with that continent too. This means they won't have to put up with any more bad trades from those old-timers in the outside world. They're pissed that those scumbags are always using food to lowball the prices and want to see if they can keep pulling that stunt in the future. The trades between the tower and the outside world are fundamentally unfair. Whether it's money, resources, or tech, the outside world has way more than the tower. So she's thinking food is always the problem. And our hero says that when he first met her, he thought she was super unfriendly, so this must mean they've gotten closer. So he turns to the Raviel, asking if she's saying the hunters are going to start trading with that continent. She's like, obviously. So then he says he'll lend them his name. In that world, he's the founder's envoy and the goddess's apostle. And if he makes them believe that all of them are also apostles of the goddess, it'll be way easier to do business. She's totally grateful for the offer, but she knows it's not like he's going to lend them his name for free, asking what he wants. So he talks about the 20th floor, and she questions if he's talking about the entire floor, and he confirms he is. And to be more precise, he'd like all the land on the 20th floor to be his. In return, he won't take a single thing for clearing the 11th to the 19th floors. They can also split the profits from the continent trades with the other hunters. And she thinks that this is an insane offer, but that's not something she can decide on her own authority. She can't just make that call herself. She's got to hash it out with the other guild masters. But she asks if he seriously wants this place, because it's obviously a worthless tiny dump that's no good for farming. With his skills, grabbing a piece of the action from clearing floors 11 to 20 would be way smarter. But Gong is all like, I'm more into property than cash, saying that owning land is way better. So she says she'll round up the guild masters, telling him he has to face them eventually anyway. They're all gonna meet up on the first floor, and he's just like, sounds like a plan. But then she remembers something she's been dying to ask, and she's like, what the hell is with that dude dancing in the background? He just tells her she didn't see a thing. Bro, I totally forgot about that guy, for real. I had totally forgotten. It made me laugh a little. I kinda laughed at his whole messed up situation. Anyway, they teleport to the first floor, and she asks if it's cool for them to meet up at the same coffee shop as before. He says he doesn't care. For everyone else, it's only been 5 days, but for him, it's the first time he's been there in hundreds of days. So he's getting all nostalgic. She asks what's up. He says it's finally hitting him that he actually cleared the floor, and she tells him reality is about to hit him a lot harder, because like she said, everyone in the tower is going nuts over him. She tells him to get ready. And when they step outside, everyone just loses their minds, snapping pictures like crazy. They're all hyped, because the Kim Gong-ja is finally out. Everyone starts taking photos of him next to the Marcus and the Raviel, and Gong is already starting to get freaked out by the whole scene. Then the reporters are yelling that the rumors say he cleared the 20th floor all by himself, asking if it's true and telling him to look at the camera. They ask what kind of relationship he has with the Raviel, and she quickly whispers for him to shut up, saying he has 0 experience dealing with the press. Then she asks if he wants to be the mysterious type or a popular star. He's like, what are you even talking about? And she says she's talking about his concept. She asks if he wants to go with the mysterious guy vibe or be a huge celebrity, saying that once a concept is set, it's a pain to change it, and he needs to give her an answer, like, right now. And she adds that, by the way, popular stars are basically like movie celebrities. He'd have to make a bunch of new social media accounts and would even need a secretary just for image management. She says the Black Dragon Guild would handle all that grunt work and his security. So Gong's just like, I hate dealing with this crap. So he's leaning that way. He asks what he would have to do if he chose the mysterious concept. And she says it's simple. She tells him to keep a solid poker face, saying that any social media activity is forbidden. Appearances in magazines and broadcasts are also banned. The same goes for private streams. At most, he can give 2 interviews a year with reporters she pre-approves. He asks, "That's it?" And she tells him he has no idea how hard that can be, saying that attention is a drug and the most addictive kind of drug there is. If only 10 people paid attention to someone, that person would be stoked. But when you get to his position, anything he says will get a reaction from tens of thousands of people. And not many people can resist a high like that. But Gong says that's useless. She says, yeah, but it's a damn good feeling, asking what the Kim Gong-ja wants to do. He says what he wants is recognition. And even though he's not 100% sure, getting attention is different from earning recognition. He says that getting attention from the people around him is more than enough. Whether it's thousands or millions, what he wants from the rest of the world isn't attention, but respect. She says she doesn't think those two things are all that different, but she'll roll with his answer, saying she's happy, that he's that kind of person. So he asks how you pull off a good poker face. She says she'll let him in on a secret. He has to dig up some really messed up memories. In her case, back in the outside world, her dad died in a civil war. She was running away with him, and the soldiers probably weren't even chasing them. Then her dad screamed at her to keep going without looking back, and she actually did it. She just ran without a second glance and heard gunshots. But she still kept running. It's not that she hates herself for running away, because back then she was just a kid, but she wonders why she didn't look back, since it would have been so easy. And whenever she needs to put on a blank face, she remembers those moments. And when she remembers her heart pounding like crazy, she can nail that expressionless look perfectly. She asks if he also has a crappy memory or two like that, and he remembers when he was killed by the Yusuha. She looks at him and confirms that he definitely does, saying he'll get used to it soon enough. So he moves on, arriving at the coffee shop with everyone. The heretic questioner immediately welcomes him. He's shocked that the kid actually managed to clear the 20th floor in 5 days, saying it's the greatest achievement since the tower first appeared. He says he respects him a lot, and he's gonna stop calling him Kim Gong-ja. From now on, he'll call him the Kim Gong-ja. The Saintess says that, to be honest, she thought the 3 of them, the Raviel Avancia, the Marcus, and the Kim Gong-ja, were going to totally fail that death raid. But he went and cleared the 20th floor by himself. She says if he has some secret trick, he better tell her. He just says, just live a good life. So she's thinking, wow, super practical advice, but whatever. He says it's good to see them after so long and asks how they're doing. The lady of the gold coins questions him about the so long part, since it's only been 5 days. She says that at first, they chilled in the throne room just like they promised. But after a while, Empire NPCs started wandering around, and he thinks that must have been when he defeated the Demon King on the 12th floor. The heretic questioner explains that the NPCs thought they were intruders invading the Imperial Palace, and the Empire's knights and elite soldiers came to get them. He thinks that whole thing really gave him the creeps. But the venomous serpent says that little guy has a ton of tricks. First, he let them get captured. Then he broke out of prison, saying how awesome he is. But the heretic questioner is just like, it wasn't even that fun. I mean, how are they supposed to know there was a secret tunnel under the freaking prison? It felt like being a kid all over again or something, and they just kept going on about it. The Raviel Avanzia starts talking, saying she knows they all had these amazing lives on the outside. She says the lady of the gold coins was born in some super poor village in India, and the venomous serpent. His parents were gang leaders, and the Saintess had it rough in Venezuela. She agrees they were all basically losers back in the real world, but says this isn't the place to be whining about it. This means even the Kim Gong-ja is one of them now. Then she's like, they probably have no clue, but the Kim Gong-ja was totally clutch in helping them clear the tower. They didn't lose a single hunter on that raid, and even on the 11th floor, where a ton of hunters fought together, they all got out without a scratch. She says she wants to make this guy the hero who represents their tower. She points out that the lady of the gold coins has already flaunted her wealth, and that the heretic questioner has killed way too many people, and that the Saintess just hates getting any attention. As for the venomous serpent, she just flat out says he's too ugly. Dude, bro. Oh my god, what is even happening? She just roasted him out of nowhere, and he's like totally speechless. As for the Marcus, well, as everyone knows, he's just some crazy sword emperor obsessed with his sword. And as for her, she often has to work behind the scenes, so she can't be the one either. On the other hand, the public still has zero impression of the Kim Gong-ja. The heretic questioner agrees, saying it's true they're all old news, so their presence has really lost its punch. They keep printing magazines with updates on the hunters' activities, but sales in the outside world are seriously tanking. He walks up to our protag, saying Gongja is kinda short, but whatever. He says they can totally fix that with photos. Then he's like, just asking to be sure, but are you seeing anyone right now? Our guy says no, and he's all, that means I don't have to worry about scandals. Even better, adding that he's been analyzing them all pretty closely. The Kim Gongja has a really mystical vibe when he smiles, so he's gonna go with the mysterious concept, but it sucks that he's never dated before. He's like, they need a scandal. And just like that, they start setting everything up, leaving our protag feeling totally awkward. He tries to talk to the Raviel Avancia, like, you mentioned a mysterious concept. I didn't think we'd need a stylist. She just says it's only for today, using her charm to win the guy over, telling him the entire world wants to know about him. She says first they'll take a picture to show everyone. They deck our guy out and stick him in front of a white backdrop for a photo. The Emperor starts laughing at him, and he finally snaps, saying he's not doing this anymore. He says hunters are supposed to fearlessly climb the tower, asking who even cares about media image or photo shoots. He says it's because this useless stuff occupied their minds that all of them together couldn't even clear the 10th floor for years. But they actually love that, saying his speech was great and start talking about the article they're gonna write on him. But he says he came there to talk about the 20th floor and that he'll give them the rights to all the floors from the 11th to the 19th. All they have to do is make sure the 20th floor is his. While our protag is getting desperate because they're totally ignoring his opinion, Marcus tells him to just give up, saying the same thing happened to him when he became the top ranker. He says it's something they wanted to show the outside world, that they're also living honorable lives. It's kind of an inferiority complex. And he says they abandoned everything in the outside world and came to the tower, asking what's so pathetic about that. He tells him to come on, because this will never end if he just stays there. As the two of them run off, the Raviel Avancia yells after him that they have a press conference tomorrow. She tells him to come back early tomorrow if he can, and that he can't be seen by others. So if he wants to escape, he should use the roof, telling the kid to be careful. So he climbs to the top of a tower with Marcus, but then a paladin soldier shows up and starts talking to him. He asks if he can be left alone for 5 minutes, and that's when he notices, looking to the side, that it's the Kim Gongja. Seeing him in person, he starts freaking out, saying it's incredible. He pulls something from his bag, saying this is the only paper she has right now, and asks if he could give her his autograph. She's the Marcus's. Then she asks what his name is. He says he hasn't gotten a nickname, and asks if he can also get the Kim Gongja's autograph. He says he's never given an autograph before, and she says this is her life's dream. But the autograph the Marcus gives is just him writing his name in cursive, which is kinda lame. The Kim Gongja does the same thing, but that person just leaves all happy, saying she'll honor it like a family heirloom. After she leaves, our protag talks to the Marcus, and Marcus talks to him. But our protag starts first, saying he must look like he's killed a huge number of people. But if he looks in the mirror, he'll also see a mass murderer who's killed a lot of people. But obviously, he's not going to punish himself for it. And that's because he has a clear standard for punishing people, which is to punish those who have hurt many others. And Gongja says he has clear standards too, and that's why he did what he did. The standard is to punish those who have hurt many people. So he tells the Marcus they're walking the same path, but Marcus says he doesn't need to try and justify himself, saying he's different from the other hunters and all the other high rankers who were just kids that suffered a lot in the outside world. But he's different. He never lacked for anything and lived a good life. But then he started to wonder if his success really came from his own skills, questioning if everything he achieved was just because he was born into a good family. But he thinks it can't be. And even though he was born into a good family, he was obviously proud of his achievements, but he wanted to prove that his pride wasn't just some illusion. So our protag figures that's why he went to the tower. But Marcus says it seems like he let his guard down unconsciously. And just like that, a skill card is shown to our protag. He says he was a total idiot, that he'd decided to trust his own eyes and his own hands. But before he knew it, he was relying on those stupid things called skills. And he says he's going to ask him one last time, asking if he's ever taken an innocent life. And the main character is like, that's why I told you not to bother trying to justify yourself, saying lies are just for messing with your own head. Then, boom, he remembers the tower telling him to answer with his heart, not his mind. So he just says no. He tells the saint he's never done it, and he never will. Period. He completely disses his own ability and says he trusts what he sees with his own eyes, saying he fought his ass off for the last 5 days and thanks him for putting up with his stubborn old man act. And maybe it's too late to say this, but hanging out with him from the 12th to the 19th floor was actually a pretty cool experience. And Marcus tells the kid to get a ton of rest today because as soon as the press conference is over tomorrow, the 21st floor is going to open up. He's looking forward to seeing him on the next floor, and with that, he's gone. The protagonist is left wondering if the Marcus actually just acknowledged him, and the Emperor says it sure looks like it. The kid just collapses on the floor from all the pressure, thinking it's finally over, and he's glad that Vegas Mander and his now ex-guildmaster are going to handle the media circus. And he really thinks it's all done. But then the Emperor is like, what do you mean? It's not like you just cleared the 40th floor or something. But then the goddess of protection starts talking to the kid, saying she's super impressed by his achievements and that she acknowledges every single one. She finds him worthy enough to be considered her apostle, and the protagonist is like, what the heck is that? And so she gives him permission to use her name in the future. He keeps questioning it, not getting any of it. Then the goddess of protection tells him to look down, telling him to look a little more to his left, and he sees the sword. He remembers someone saying the goddess of protection used her last bit of power, and he realizes the goddess was the sword. She confirms it for him. And just then, after a while, a news report comes on. The anchor says what they're watching now is an insane video, and he tells the viewers to get a good look at the footage they just got from BBS. He asks if they can see the Raviel Ivancia holding hands with that other hunter, guessing that it must be the Kim Gong-ja. Then the main character one-shots that 11th floor boss with a single attack. The anchor says if that video isn't fake, it means the Kim Gong-ja beat the 11th floor boss in one hit, but he also says that until now, no one had ever managed to beat a boss with a single strike. So, as he was about to switch to the next video, the protagonist shuts it off, and the Emperor asks why he turned off the TV. He says he was having a hell of a time watching, and the protagonist is like, it's because I'm so embarrassed I feel like I'm gonna die. And the Emperor asks why he doesn't just kill himself. After all, he won't really die. He says he doesn't want to. Then, he says what a pain, telling him to switch to another channel. He complains that every single channel is talking about him, and the goddess of protection points out it's because his achievement was so unusual, and fame is the price heroes have to pay. And the goddess of protection pretty much tells him to get used to it. But he says he was so wiped out yesterday, he couldn't even talk right, telling the goddess she's totally overestimating him, and she just replies that he is the light. And the goddess of protection remembers so clearly the day he climbed the Empire's castle and gave some fiery speech, and the kid gets redder and redder, telling her to stop. He says he only did it because he was totally pumped up. And she says she'll entrust the Empire to him from now on and that, in a way, his confidence is super attractive. He tells her to stop, wondering if this sword is some kind of obsessed fan, and she just says she's happy to serve a second master like him. And the protagonist wonders if anyone has ever praised him this much in his entire life. He's actually getting embarrassed, and the protagonist says she started it, and the goddess gets all scared when he shoves her into his clothes. So she finally shuts up, and he thinks that at last, there's silence. And I guess he gave her a good polish. Then he asks if she's saying she's a constellation, but questions why she's in a sword, asking if she was possessing the blade from the very beginning. He says that constellations are basically the administrators for each stage of the tower, because he's seen cases where monsters became constellations after a while, but an item becoming a constellation is just too much. But she just shakes her head, saying it's just easier to think of a constellation as something that represents a world. And she says that originally, she was a holy spirit that was worshipped like a god. However, the founder of the empire, Elephanta Eheim, split her into 5 swords and sealed her away. He's the owner of the first holy sword, Idol. He's shocked that's actually the sword's name. And the first is Idol, the second is piety, the third is prayer, the fourth is sacrifice, and the fifth is salvation. And she says that if he gathers all 5 sister swords, she'll be able to get back the original powers she once had. And he thinks, so basically, she's just a fragment of the real sword, which means he needs to get the other 4 to unlock all her powers. And he thinks that's interesting, asking where the other sister swords are, but she says nothing. So he asks again, saying he's asking where her sisters are, but she stays quiet. So he wonders if she just doesn't know, and she's just exercising her right to remain silent. And so he realizes she really doesn't know, and she argues that she can feel the presence of the others if they're nearby. But then he says he's in no hurry to find them. Anyway, she has 1/5 of her original power, so he asks what she can do. She says she can get absolute support from the citizens of the Eheim Empire. He says he knows that better than anyone, and asks if there's anything else. And then she glows, saying she's confident in her ability to emit light. And he says he's seen enough to know that very well, his eyes tearing up from her flashbang move, asking what else she can do besides get people's support and shine. She says she has a lot of confidence in manipulating monsters, adding that she's also confident in manipulating humans. But that's not all that useful. Then, someone knocks on the door asking what all that noise is about, and if something's happening in there. He just yells back that everything is fine. So, this chick asks if he's for real, telling him the press conference kicks off in like 5 minutes. And once that circus is over, the 21st floor is open. After they feed the media vultures some lines, they'll head straight up. And yeah, he's cool with that. She's thinking his response was pretty fired up and tells him, please, don't be late. As he bounces, he starts beefing with his sword again, griping that it's useless for anything but glowing. The sword shoots back that it's protesting his unfair opinions. So he's like, from now on, I'm calling you Sparkles, saying it doesn't deserve some epic name like Goddess of Protection or Marcus. And the sword, even for a sword, is totally shook by this. He goes on, saying, for starters, it couldn't even protect its own nation, and on top of that, it's way too noisy. He's already losing his mind thanks to the Sword Emperor, so he's about to totally snap. And from now on, it shouldn't talk to him unless it's a legit emergency. It goes dead silent, not even answering. He threatens the sword not to make him ship it back to the Empire, asking if it gets him, and just like that, it responds, saying as little as possible. Back at the press conference, there's 1 hour and 31 minutes left. They thank everyone for showing up, and our guy is just staring at the sea of fans. He thinks the Raviel Avanzia's popularity is insane, but she doesn't even talk to the fans and just cuts to the chase, saying that, as they all know, they cleared every single floor from the 11th all the way to the 20th, and as every news outlet has been screaming, it was an incredible feat. They were wondering how to break the good news, but it looks like they didn't have to sweat it, because the media hyped it up for them, and they're grateful for saving them a ton on PR expenses. But she says there's one thing they're super proud of this time, and it's not the fact that they finally crushed the 10th floor raid they were all waiting on. And it's not about them clearing the 20th floor at some ridiculous speed either. She's talking about 0 deaths. Not a single casualty was reported. And of all things, that's what makes her the happiest. She asks everyone to look down for a second, to look at the very ground of Blonde Square, the ground they're standing on, because they'll see a name carved into every single stone. And these are the names of the warriors who've died so far. They're the names of the veterans who gave their lives to clear the tower. When they were hitting the 2nd and 3rd floors, a whole lot of names were carved into that ground. And she's so damn happy to say it in front of all these people, because today, not a single new name will be carved into this plaza. And the whole crowd erupts for the Raviel Ivancia. She then says, from now on, they'll start taking questions from reporters, 1 minute each. Our hero is thinking he better stay out of this, realizing that being with the right crew is everything. While she keeps answering questions, the kid just wants to end this interview already and get to the 21st floor. And just then, a reporter, John Evans from the Babylon Daily, says he has a direct question for the Kim Gongja, the new top 3 in the rankings. Our guy sees the question is for him and is totally stunned. Evans says there's been a lot of talk about the Kim Gongja's crazy fast rise through the ranks. One rumor in particular is blowing up, saying he's the super rookie the big guilds have been secretly training for a long time. And if that's true, it means the Kim Gongja is just some hero manufactured by the big guilds. Specifically, he's heard the Kim Gongja will get absolute rights over the 20th floor, and there's also the worry that the major guilds might be teaming up to monopolize floors 11 through 20. The witch whispers to our main character that the guy is trying to provoke him, telling him not to worry because she's got this. But he says no, telling her that people like this will always keep popping up, and he needs to set his position straight once and for all. She even tries to argue, but he says it's cool, that he has a way to shut this down. Damn, my boy called the shot, owned it, and is about to go all in. So, she agrees, but tells him not to lose his cool and start spouting a bunch of nonsense. Because most mistakes can be covered, but if he says something really stupid, even she won't be able to handle the media. He just smirks and says there's no one in this world as humble as him, adding that she knows he's a prophet, after all. So he greets everyone, introducing himself as the hunter who got the nickname Kim Gongja. He says it's a pleasure to meet them and asks about Evans. But as soon as the reporter answers, our guy thinks, that's a scary look, figuring there's only one way to respond to a stare like that. He says that, in his opinion, all these are just worries born from their own failure. He thinks to himself that he'll definitely be different from the Yusuha, and then says it again, because in his opinion, all these are just worries that come from their own failure. He says he doesn't have the same charisma or experience as the Raviel Avancia, but he knows one thing the others don't. Interviews with the world's most reckless hunter. And he remembers the Yusuha trashing everyone, screaming that they only managed to clear the 20th floor because of his greatness. He worked his butt off to clear the tower, saying that whatever he got in there is naturally his. And if he doesn't take the items for himself, then who would? The reporter's dad? Our hero remembers that this was the infamous "your dad" incident back in the day. Even though the Raviel Ivancia had tried to step in, a fire had already been started that couldn't be put out, and all kinds of insults were hurled at him. The recording of that train wreck was plastered across every TV station. And he thinks, to be the best, You just have to do the opposite of what the worst guy did. So he says he knows public opinion is hyped about him, but that's all a little over the top. And if it weren't for the help of the Raviel, Ivancia, and the Marcus, he never would have been able to clear the 20th floor alone. He says that, of course, he also did his best to finish with 0 deaths, but he doesn't think you can call that a sacrifice. He thinks it was just the right thing to do, both as a hunter and as a human. Therefore, he has no intention of claiming his rights, which is why he delegated all the floors from the 11th to the 19th to the guild leaders. And the 20th floor? It's going to be some kind of green belt, where the tower residents who used to live there can just, exist. He'd be totally fine just being the admin of that floor. So he tells Evans that's the deal, asking if he has any other questions. The dude says no, slumping down in his seat, completely owned. And he can't stop replaying every crappy thing the Yusuha ever did. Then he thanks everyone, saying if anyone else has a question, he'll answer in a bit. Suddenly, everyone's shouting questions. Our guy starts talking about the lessons he learned from his strategies, how awesome he is, and how he'll always be their compass. Whatever. So he takes control of the press conference and moves it along. But then their time starts running out, and the witch chick says she gets that they're dying to know more about their new hero. But too bad, time's up. They're ending the break to get back to focusing on clearing the tower. She tells them to keep watching with immense interest and support. Yeah, right. And this time, they'll try their absolute best to clear the raid with 0 deaths. But then some rando cuts in, asking the witch what the deal is between her and the Kim Gongja. She gives them this super mysterious look and talks about their relationship, saying it's something more than friendship, like combat partners. So of course, they all jump on it, asking if they're more than friends. But she just says it's a more than friends as combat partners kind of deal, hoping it's not misunderstood. Then the press conference just ends with another thanks for all the interest and support. Lame. They keep shouting questions, but she just grabs our hero and starts to leave. The reporters are losing their minds. You're really just gonna walk out after dropping that bombshell? She's all like, I'm a girl who likes watching dramas. You gotta light a few fires if you want to leave a deep impression, you know? He realizes she really is the leader of the guild that rules the tower. Backstage, she grabs his hand, telling him he was perfect, that his whole vibe was an amazing extra factor. People like heroes, I guess, but they love heroes who bow their heads and act humble even more. She says the balance in his actions was perfect. She had no idea he was so talented with the press, asking what the hell he's been doing all this time to only show up now. Yeah, it's so complicated, right? Just do the exact opposite of what that other jerk did. He's the textbook example of what not to do. Anyway, she says if there's anything else he wants, he just has to name it. Money, fame, powers, a mistress. She'll give him anything he wants in the tower. He's just like, I'm good, but then asks what she meant by that more than friends and combat partners line. He says it totally threw him off. She's just like, oh, that? It was nothing. She just threw up a smokescreen on purpose, so the media will go chase some scandal that doesn't even exist. That's why it's safer to get them all obsessed with the two of them. He asks if she's for real, and she tells him not to worry. She's been dealing with the press for years, and he can totally trust her on this stuff. Just then, a countdown starts, and that hologram pops up again, saying that those who want to ascend must say yes. So the Emperor tells the zombie not to let his guard down. The guy's all confused, thinking this should be celebration time since everyone's in a good mood. But nope, the 21st floor is a whole different level of messed up. The angel chick says they could have just stayed on the tower's first floor forever. It's a refuge for those who ran away, for those who gave up on the challenges. They could have chosen to live a simple life, but all of them decided to clear floors 10 to 20 to see the end of this tower. And in that case, the right thing to do is grant their wish, and then they start getting teleported. Everyone's freaking out, like, what is happening? They didn't even say transfer or anything. Then they realize it's a forced transfer. She says that those who are determined to climb the tower, those willing to get a new name and become warriors of the tower. From now on, only the chosen warriors will carry this noble duty. And with that, they're zapped to a library where some young kid welcomes the warriors who climb the tower. He says he's been waiting patiently, for a day that felt like it was 3 years ago. He welcomes them to the great library of all things. He starts spewing nonsense about how life begins and ends with meetings and partings, questioning the meaning of life. He says it's not about meeting new people, because waiting is like a spice that sweetens life. The main character looks at him and realizes it's the librarian, Bangu Sok, welcoming them all. He says that once again, he wants to express his respect, welcoming them to the great library of all things. Everyone's wondering where the hell they are, while some dude who was in the middle of a shower appears, completely naked. Seriously. Bangu says it seems that librarian didn't have much consideration, and puts a book on top of the guy. Our hero thinks, thank God that cringe fest is over. The witch asks who he is and what this place is. He claims to be a nobody who manages this slightly larger than normal library, and says compared to her, he's basically insignificant. He tells her to act like he's not even there. However, she questions the slightly larger than normal library part, because the place is colossal. They all think you could call it a world of libraries. Bangu likes that definition and moves on to our hero. He's shocked that he's the Kim Gongja and tells him not to be so on guard. He just wanted to welcome him, acting like they're all heroes from some epic story. The venomous serpent is totally shocked by this. The kid summons a book, saying that reading is his hobby, but the books in his library are not your average stories. They're tales that tell the history of the worlds where the tower was built. He knows they must be wondering why they, out of so many warriors, were selected. And the reason is simple, because in their world, they're the only characters who have a name. All 302 people gathered there are warriors who carry a title. Everyone is shocked that only hunters with titles were summoned, asking about the others. Then the witch asks if he's saying they're the only ones who will attack the tower. So Pangu's like, chill out. They handled the Asian Empire with just 3 people, and 300 is like 100 times that number. So they're gonna blow through whatever lame stages he set up without even trying. But our guy cuts him off, telling the librarian to just spit it out already. Yeah, he's stoked to see actual people, but they've got a tower to climb, like, as soon as possible. The librarian says he gets it, but he was so hyped he forgot to even give them their mission. Anyway, he's not much for words, so he just drops a ton of books, asking what kind of project is their vibe. He disses one apocalypse as totally boring because its destruction was way too peaceful. He's all, this other one is way better, and warns them this is just a preview of what's coming. So he tells them not to get all freaked out, and bam, they're teleported to a totally different world. And Bangu's like, yeah, I'm the librarian. But as he said, the stuff in his library isn't your average book or novel. The standard here is way higher than normal. The Grand Library of all things is exactly what it sounds like. It's got records of a ton of different worlds. He points to the world they just wrecked, and another one where they're about to be stuck. These books have all sorts of names. Some people call them epic stories, others call them chronicles, and some nerds call them annals or sagas. But he's got a word he likes better. Apocalypse. And their own apocalypse? It's still being written. After a super long prologue, this is where the reading finally gets good. But not every apocalypse gets to keep going like their world does. And just like that, a world starts to fade out. Bangu says there are apocalypses that just get canceled, and it's not the only one. There are tons of them. And if that world got canceled because of rocks, this other one over here got wiped out by water. He thinks it's a total tragedy, because the characters in that apocalypse were alive, just like them. But before they could get a real ending, an epic finale, it all got shut down for some bogus reason. He calls it a canceled series, but to them, it was just straight up destruction. And everyone there just starts puking their guts out at the sight. The Emperor's just thinking, why are they even barfing? I've seen way worse stuff that would break any normal human. Then, Bangu says the missions he's giving them are simple. They just have to pick 8 series from the pile of canceled apocalypses. He says he wants them to finish reading the apocalypse that got axed. He wants them to keep reading the stories of the destroyed world. He tells them they'll enter 8 of these apocalypse books and save them from being canceled. Our main character stares him down while thinking it over. Bangu's like, that's your mission. You gotta rebuild the world, and the difficulty is still TBD. The point is, since there are endless worlds, there are also endless destructions. The librarian constellation, Bangu, calls it a canceled serialization. He wants the worlds that got screwed over to get a chance to continue their stories. First, they have to pick one of the apocalypses. If they actually manage to save the world, it'll be recorded as their 22nd floor. But if they fail, the 22nd floor stays locked. And just like that, Bangu is all pumped up for them to start choosing. After the approval starts, everyone gets sick again, and Gok tells them to clean up their own vomit. He asks if that isn't, like, basic manners, saying the library can only stay clean if they all pull their weight. Then he summons a bunch of bookmarks, and everyone thinks he's a total weirdo. Gok explains these are servant bookmarks, and they'll take care of them until they clear the 30th floor. The witch asks if they're monsters, and Gok is just like, think whatever you want, because they need to learn some rules while they're here. First, they can never touch a book without his permission. Every single one is his blood, sweat, and effort. They're the only apocalypses like them in the universe. But then some dude tells him to screw himself, saying he's just talking crap. Deal with it. He's the final boss here, asking if everyone's ready to jump Guchiok. Then he yells at everyone to get their weapons, saying they just have to kill this guy to get to the 30th floor. But Guchiok just gives him this hilarious look. The loudmouth keeps yapping that if the Kim Gong-ja beat the 20th floor by himself, then all of them can take down this one little kid. So everyone looks at our guy, wondering if there's anything he can't do. Then the jerk starts mouthing off to the 5 great guilds. He tells them to back off, whining that he didn't like how they monopolized all the raids from the 11th floor up, and then dragged some rookie with them to make him look like a big hero. He's all, am I wrong? and the witch just snaps. Who do you think you're talking to? But our main character holds her back, telling her to chill. She snaps that she can't, because if they let people like that get away with it, everything will go wrong. But the main character says that everything happening is being broadcast live. She doesn't get it at first, but yeah, everyone down below is really watching. Our guy says in his past life, he also watched the 30th floor raid in the square. She realizes they're broadcasting everything on holograms in the central plaza. And that Constellation dude said they're nothing more than characters. And obviously, there's an audience watching these characters. If she acts like a psycho here, everyone will remember it forever. She gets it now. The most important thing is how they clear this stage. The main character agrees, and they're already in the series called The Grand Library anyway. Then the system alerts the main character, saying the reward for clearing the 20th floor is being delivered. The reward for the normal stage is the blessing of the goddess of beauty, which is now on him. He can now see the approval of characters from the 21st to the 30th floor. The reward for the hidden stage is the blessing of the goddess of vitality, which is now on the kid. He gets more and more hyped as it's explained he can observe the minds of characters from the 21st to 30th floors. And the main character thinks, this is exactly what I needed. So he starts testing the character window on the witch. He sees, like, everything about her, even what she's thinking. And in her head, she's freaking out that everything they're doing is being broadcast to all of Babylon. She's thinking they'll have to act all noble now, making the stage clear a secondary goal. Basically, trying to figure out the smartest play from here on out. But she totally catches our guy staring and is like, what's up? What happened? He just says, it's nothing. All the while, the Sword Emperor is dying of laughter behind him. And the girl tries to keep talking to the MC, but the Sword Emperor just won't stop laughing his ass off. Turns out he read on her profile that she still dreams of a prince on a white horse, and he tells the main character to get a horse and get on it. But nah, our guy just pulls up the status window on that psycho, seeing everything he's got, and his stats are definitely not better. He's shocked it even works on him, and even more shocked that one of the dude's favorite characters is his own mom. So the Emperor asks if he has a death wish, telling him to turn it off right now. He yells at him to wipe it from his brain, asking if he's seriously doubting him because he'll kill him. But our MC doesn't give a crap what he's saying and tells him to shut his mouth until the 30th floor, saying he better bow his head. Otherwise, he'll just open up his character window whenever he damn well pleases. The dude swears he'll make him pay for this someday. As for the other idiots, some guy steps up to take on Seok and charges right at him. But then Marcus calls them all morons, asking if they already forgot that the constellation only showed them worlds that were completely falling apart. He says if it wanted to, the constellation could have just dumped them in one of those trashed worlds, and he asks if they really still want to fight a being like that. He calls it insanity, saying if they're trying to pull off some mass suicide thing, he's not going to stop them. Everyone kind of pauses, but the dude who started this tells everyone not to be scared, because the Kim Gongja cleared the 10th and 20th floors all by himself. He claims the bosses were designed for the 5 great guilds to fight together. He yells that if they don't want to be his slaves forever, they have to attack now. But then Seok asks if he's done with his whole hype speech. The guy calls him a punk-ass brat, saying 50 of them is more than enough to take Seok down. But he just apologizes, saying cliches aren't really his style. Then he tells them to bring it on, summoning a sea of monsters. A ton of tentacles shoot out at the guys, dragging them all into one of his stories. Our main character explains that in this specific apocalypse, all of humanity was wiped out, and only one sorcerer survived. And that sorcerer kind of turned into more of a tentacle monster than a human after dealing with so much crap. And he's one of his favorite characters. Maybe ranked 9th or something. He says the sorcerer is basically a specialist in sealing magic. He says you could call it a client and owner relationship. In exchange for stuff he gives him now and then, the sorcerer is always willing to take his requests. So the things that come back out from inside are a bunch of bookmarks, and they just get dropped on the ground. And Seok mentions that the sorcerer's hobby is making his creations wear maid outfits. Seok says he can't even blame him. Like, what else was he gonna do? All of humanity except him was gone. It'd be weirder if he had stayed sane. The witch is totally stunned, and Seok just says he thinks it's better this way. Now that they've dealt with some extras, he asks if they're ready to become the main characters, and everyone just quietly sits down and starts reading. The heretic questioner thinks to himself that this is lame, since 50 people already got wiped out at the very beginning. But hey, you always need some sacrifices to move forward. He tells them not to forget their sacrifices and to work even harder to beat the tower. He tells them to cheer up, because they were lucky to only lose 50 people and not 100. Everyone there is just speechless. Then he asks if they're not going to have a drink, because the tea the bookmark is serving is really good. But our guy just tells the heretic questioner to shut his mouth for a sec, because the more he talks, the lower everyone's morale gets. And since that's a big deal, he says he'll gladly shut up. Our hero then tells everyone he knows they must get that you can't just carelessly attack constellations like that. For now, All they can do is quietly follow the librarian's mission. And he thinks to himself that he's third in the rankings now, the third strongest hunter with a right to speak up, so he better get used to the attention. He tells everyone that just because they're following the mission doesn't mean they're at a disadvantage. He tells them all to look at the mission window. Everyone pulls it up, and he says the most important part is the last bit. He asks if they get what it means, because depending on the world they save, the reward changes. If they save a world full of diamonds, then that world becomes their 22nd world, and diamonds were just an example. What if the world is packed with food, water, and other resources? They'd be totally self-sufficient. Then they could solve the food problem in the tower without needing the outside world. And with that, he grabs a book. As soon as he opens it, he's shocked. But the venomous serpent asks if anything happened. Siak just says, exactly. As long as he doesn't activate their powers, these apocalypses are just old books. Of course, there are forbidden books that are dangerous to even touch. The main character asks if they all get it now. He tells them to get going and read some books, because they need to find the best world to conquer that'll bring them the biggest benefits. So, one of the apocalypse worlds, the stage for the 20th floor, is the Tales of Swareen Academy, which is said to be a historic magic academy. It's a normal academy where friendship, competition, love, and jealousy all coexist. And this apocalypse could have stayed a normal school if it wasn't for the world destruction rank artifact that was sealed in the academy's basement. So, the whole reason this story got axed was because the villainess lost her fiancé, the freaking crown prince, to some high school girl who got reincarnated, twice. That made her go full psycho, unleashing a ton of demons and wrecking the whole world. Basically, some dude tells a girl she's his other half named Sylve, but then someone just blows up the academy. A demon pops out of nowhere. And yeah, talk about a seriously bad day. And just like that, the world was toast. Our guy says the romance ended so stupidly fast that anyone reading it would be seriously ticked off. I mean, who wouldn't be? He says every book has different levels of difficulty and crap in it, and they've got to pick the ones they can actually finish and get the most out of. Then he's like, what if this was the real world, and nobody's even paying attention to him? And the Emperor tells our guy they're acting like this because he's being way too formal. He asks him if he gets how hard it is to make these idiot hunters actually listen. He's dealing with 250 of them, and to get them to shut up, he's got to be less of a stiff. Every time he levels up, he hears, your presence has become more defined. He asks the kid if he even knows what that means. It means his pride got stronger, and our main character thinks that's kind of weird. The Emperor then lays it down. The stronger a hunter's level, the bigger their ego. These guys are never gonna listen. So our MC stops messing around and gets in their faces, yelling that there are hundreds of apocalypse books right there. He's like, how the hell am I supposed to read all of these by myself? Get reading. Now, he tells them to split into groups. Anyone who's ever read a romance novel, go left. Anyone who knows jack squat about them, go right. And for the people who've actually read a book before, you guys split up by your favorite genres. And shocker, everyone actually starts doing what he says. They start moving to mystery, romance, and other stuff. But he sees the groups are totally messed up and yells, seriously? No one else for the history section? He wonders why there are so many people over there. And with that, they finally start reading. Our dude announces they're gonna sort the apocalypse books by genre, tells them to read them together, and then decide if they're a win or a total fail. But then the Inquisitor asks to say something. The MC lets him, and the guy asks, how do we know what a fail is? So our guy says he'll give them a perfect example of a fail. The title? Surviving the Volcano. The intro is basically, the world was nuked, but humanity is like super tough or whatever. Even at ground zero, the main character and his girl survived. After all that crap, the couple swore they'd be the new Adam and Eve. But the Inquisitor, hearing the whole Adam and Eve thing, asks, isn't that, like, romantic and beautiful? But the reason the story failed? The spot where the couple spent their last night was inside an active volcano, and poof, humanity was extinct. He says there's no point saving a world that's already been nuked. So what are they going to do if they end up with a world full of radiation on the 22nd floor? Get real. And finally, the Inquisitor gets what he's trying to say. Our MC explains that, for example, the Yusuha went all the way to the 29th floor just targeting worlds with lava or volcanoes because he was immune to fire. If he got lucky, maybe he snagged the 8 treasures of the tower, but he didn't give a damn about anyone else. He asks if they get it now. It doesn't matter if the story's boring or if the main character dies from a tumor. They shouldn't care. They just need to read it all and decide if saving that world benefits all of them. Then someone calls out to him. The main character thinks it's weird. He goes up to the witch and asks, isn't this the mystery group? She's just like, I know. But he's totally bugged, because her character window literally said she liked romance novels. He asks if she actually likes mystery stories. She says, of course, I'm a smart woman. But he's thinking, yeah, right. Wondering if she just doesn't want people to know she's into romance. because now that he thinks about it, there are hardly any hunters in the romance group. On the other hand, the martial arts group is packed with dudes. These people are seriously faking it, even in a situation like this. The Emperor says he told him so. High-level hunters feed on their own pride. Didn't you see those 50 suicidal idiots from before? They were all insane. But then our guy turns to the Raviel Avancia and says, no matter how much you want to, she has no idea what he's on about. He clarifies, I just thought you were a really romantic person. That's what I always thought. So I was kind of surprised not to see you in the romance group. She shoots back. Do I look like the romance type? And he's just like, yeah, you do. He says that's exactly why he found it weird she wasn't over there, so she totally takes the easy out he just handed her. She says, well, if you say so, I can't argue. I've never read romance, but maybe I should give it a shot. You know, a new challenge. The Inquisitor tells him that was a slick move, because once the Raviel Avanzia sits down somewhere, she doesn't get up easily. But then, RMC asks the Inquisitor if he reads mysteries too. The guy says he knows Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, but then he pulls up the weirdo's character window. And let me tell you, this dude is not all there. He is literally thinking the exact same thing he's saying. Even his affection for the main character is only at 50%. He realizes this guy is seriously off. How can someone say the exact same thing they're thinking? Then the Inquisitor's like, what's your problem? But our guy just says, from now on, you're in the fairy tale group. He adds that the Inquisitor is the only one in that group, and he'll have to review every single book in the genre by himself. The guy suddenly feels this massive weight of responsibility, telling him not to worry, because he's going to read every single one of them perfectly. And our main character is just thinking that out of hundreds of apocalypse books, there wasn't a single fairy tale. So, how can a story even be a fairy tale if the world just ends? Seriously? He realizes this whole thing is a mess, wondering how 111 of the 250 people were straight up lying about their favorite genre. Those people are completely nuts. And now, he's moving on to the last person he's got to check. He pulls up the Venomous Serpent's character window. Reading through the info, our hero is totally floored. This dude would 100% be a subscriber to his channel. And checking out the guy's thoughts, he sees the tower's 6th ranker, guild leader Shaw Mon, thinking the story he's reading is total garbage. What the hell kind of martial artist group is this? Because every single line he reads makes his eyes want to pop out of his head. He's even wondering if this whole thing is just a massive slap in the face to all the readers. Then he notices our main character staring way too hard and is like, what's your problem? He snaps that he's busy reading a book. And that's when our hero realizes this guy is the Emperor of light novels. He just says it's nothing, telling the Venomous Serpent he can keep reading. But after a while, nobody can read anything anymore. And then the witch pipes up, telling our hero she totally gets how that constellation is feeling. Our hero has no clue what she means, so she explains that this apocalypse got paused right in the middle of the story's climax. The moment the main girl tries to confess to the guy, a meteor hits. Then, when they finally kiss, aliens show up. It's pure chaos. She's ranting, why the hell is there an alien invasion in a historical romance? She says it was like a perfect meal, but it feels like something totally nasty appeared when she cut into the steak right at the peak of the banquet. Our hero is disgusted by her graphic details, asking if she could please not talk about that while he's trying to eat. And she's like, oh, my bad, apologizing for being so insensitive. It's just that she had times to tell him what it felt like. So he reminds her that all of this is being broadcast live, asking if she's cool. She's still pissed, but then she leans into his ear to say something. And he's so shocked he drops his sandwich. The sponsor chimes in that it looks like they finally understand the pain he went through, because all those 683 apocalypse books he gave them, even the ones in his massive library, are considered magical grimoires that hold a very particular, destructive power. These books are so freaking good that readers can't help but fall completely in love with them. But, he says, that's the whole trick. Even though they're amazing, every single one leaves the readers feeling miserable, because all those magical grimoires have absolute trash endings. So the witch asks if he gave them these books on purpose, just so they would suffer as much as he did. Then Gucciok says she can think whatever she wants, which means, yeah, that's exactly it. He hopes they all get trapped in the hell of canceled series. He wants them to fall into eternal suffering and writhe in pain, basically telling them to go suffer. Everyone is totally stunned that he made them read canceled stories on purpose. They call him a straight-up devil, but then, the alchemy master calls out to our hero. He asks if she got a title too, and she says it just kind of happened. Even if it was just a lame title like alchemist, she got one. So he asks if she already got the Master of Alchemy title, saying, that's insane. He asks how she managed to get a title like that so fast, but she says it's really not that big a deal. She claims she isn't just being humble either. A few days ago, she heard a voice saying that an item she created helped save the world. and that's how she got her title. She asks if he was confused too. Our hero then realizes it was because of the elixir she made for him. She's been helping him this entire time, but she says she's not the amazing one. He is. She says it's a massive honor to meet someone who hit third place in the rankings in such a short time. He brushes it off, saying he was just lucky, but the girl tells him that if he ever needs anything from her, he just has to give her a shout. She says she'll do everything in her power to help. Just then, they get an update. The martial arts group is done with the readers, and the romance group is finished too. As for the mystery group, they finished up right along with the science fiction crew. Our main character says that now, each group needs to present their recommendations. So the heretic questioner steps up, saying his fairy tale group will recommend that one, even though it's the only book they actually have. Our hero is shocked when he sees the thing. The book is called Me and Our Scapegoat. The intro explains that humanity in this world created a utopia, but a special power was needed to keep it running, and the source of that power was the suffering screams of an innocent child. And even though it's horrible, for the perfect happiness of 17 million people, one innocent kid had to suffer. And thanks to some meticulously developed torture methods and efficient treatments, about 5 years' worth of screams were extracted from every child. Talk about efficiency. The reason for its suspension was that 118,000 years had passed since the utopia's creation. Eventually, they just ran out of innocent children, and so the utopia, which lost its power source, came to an end. Our hero realizes he's going to have to clear this apocalypse, no matter the difficulty or the reward. As for the martial arts group, they strongly recommend their masterpiece, the name, The Chronicles of the Celestial Demon. The intro says that the Murim, a world where people worship Mu, encountered a celestial demon who arrived and tried to unify their world. A demonic cult formed around the celestial demon and the opposing forces that were against this cult. Both sides fought to control the world. Or, that's what they would have done, if a super plague hadn't shown up out of nowhere. And the reason for suspension was that an unidentified epidemic swept through the world, causing the celestial demon to die. The demonic cult was annihilated, and the other forces were wiped out too. Marcus says the reason he's recommending the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon is simple. In this world, there is a person called the Celestial Demon, and it's the Murim world, where all the strongest martial arts are gathered. Therefore, a library, or something like it, must have been built to guard the great secret treasures. Martial arts scriptures are books that contain the secrets to the skills, which are the martial arts themselves. In other words, if they can save this world, they'll get a library filled with the best skills in the world. And this is, like, a super great chance for their hunters to get stronger, and everyone's all stoked about it. Our guy figures the Murim world has got to be full of masters, and if he dies to one of them, he wonders if he'll even get a ranked skill out of it, even from some random nobody. The Sword Emperor's like, "Why are you overthinking this? You worried people will think you're actually a zombie?" But then he's like, whatever, the world he wants to crush just showed up. Still, it's going to be a pain to do with his current power level. Meanwhile, the heretic questioner is snooping around, and Shiny, his sword, sends a signal to our main character. He's totally caught off guard by it. Shiny tells him her sister's sword is super close, and our guy is shocked when he looks up. It's the Baek Hyang's Chronicles in Marcus's hand. Shiny says she can feel her sister's presence in the book the Marcus is holding. So, our guy heads to the bathroom, telling the Marcus that before they go to Murim, he's gonna die once first. The old dude is completely lost. Our hero explains that this Fantagan guy was the first emperor of that empire, and also the one who turned the goddess of protection into Shiny. He has no idea what kind of dude he was, but he could apparently travel between worlds. So he asks the sword if Fantagan was in the Empire's world, but the other sword is in the Murim world. That means he totally has the ability to world hop. He built an empire and was strong enough to seal a freaking constellation. It's a stupid idea to just jump into the Murim world as he is now. He's not invincible. Honestly, he's been kinda on edge lately, worried his confidence would just turn into arrogance if he got too chill. He says he hit third place in the hunter rankings and basically beat the Demon King by himself. All anyone talks about in the city are stories about him. Now he's even bossing around other top-rank hunters. He's afraid of letting his guard down if he messes up, because just like the old #1 ranker got killed for being careless, the same crap could happen to him. He says he needs to know what kind of person this hero Aegon is before diving into the Baek Hyang's Chronicles, especially since he has zero info right now. The Emperor thinks the plan isn't bad, but he's like, what exactly do you have in mind for prep? He says there's no way to know anything about the guy. But our hero tells him he's wrong. Even though she's a sword now, Shiny is the goddess of protection, and even split into 5 pieces, she's definitely a constellation. But now he's got a question. If he stabs himself with that sword, would it count as suicide or murder? He figures it's a 50-50 shot, and totally worth a try. Miss Shiny begs him to reconsider, but our guy's like, why? She's all like, It's embarrassing to show my past. I want my privacy. But our hero shuts that down. There's no such thing as privacy between them. His entire life is being broadcast 24/7. It's only fair. She begs him to stop, but he just goes for it. A message says that Death has completed the conditions for skill activation, but the Goddess of Death's abilities are currently sealed and cannot be acquired. And since he's a D-rank hunter, a penalty will be applied because of his skill. The penalty is intermediate, the realm of Petra. Somewhere else, an angel is talking to some guy, saying his long journey is finally over and that she knew he could do it. The guy agrees. Our hero wonders if this dude is Lefanta Aegon. The guy says it feels like yesterday he was dragged back by a sudden summoning, but in no time, he became the emperor of the whole unified continent. The Sword Emperor is shocked, because the silver-haired dude, just by looking, he can tell he's the Constellation Killer. So our main character asks if he knows him, and also, what the heck is a Constellation Killer? He says that's his title. The bastard got that name because he went around hunting and destroying constellations. The tower connects all the worlds, and from the 50th floor on, he'll have to compete with hunters from other worlds. And this psycho just camped on a floor without climbing, and whenever a new constellation popped up, he'd immediately go and kill it. Our guy asks if Lefanta is a hunter too, and the Emperor's like, you bet he is. He always wondered what kind of messed up world a freak like him came from. Never thought he'd find some old connection in a place like this, but our hero asks what their relationship was. The saint then speaks to Lefanta, saying she can finally be at ease again, since he was just a normal human who knew nothing at first. The Emperor says they had a real fight, and he has to admit, the guy was strong, but not strong enough to beat him. She tells Lefanta that he's stronger than her now. She asks what he's planning to do now, since there are no more gods or demons to block his path. Then he tells the constellation that neither gods nor demons are constellations. The world belongs to humans, not them. She thinks it's weird he's suddenly using his aura. He says he's not going to kill her since she helped him until now. Then he starts to break her, raising his hand over the girl, saying he'll tear apart and seal her existence so she can never get her powers back. He shatters her, saying he's sorry, but this is the right way. The trauma reproduction is complete, and the system confirms his ego has been maintained. The penalty is over. He says he doesn't get what he just saw, asking Shiny why her old master sealed her. She says she doesn't know either, that the Lefanta she remembers was a rich but super fair guy. She swears she has no clue why he sealed her and abandoned the very empire he founded. And the Emperor just says, told you so. The higher a hunter's level, the crazier they are, telling him not to get these psychos. Cause if you stare into the abyss for too long, you might just fall in. He just needs to get as strong as that dude to wipe out all those bastards, whether they're constellation killers or whatever. So our guy's like, whatever, this was a win. Just seeing his face made it worth it. He figures the constellation killer will go hostile on sight anyway, all because he's carrying a piece of the constellation that dude sealed. So back on the 21st floor, he guesses the hunters picked the 22nd floor after checking out all the apocalypses. And since the Marcus himself recommended it, the Chronicles of the Baekhyang got picked, no problem. So Gok asks if they went with martial arts as the first genre, saying it's not a bad choice. Even if it's not the Murim they know, it's still got martial arts and a ton of strong people. And depending on how they steer the story, they might even score some kind of miracle encounter. He says martial arts are priceless, and they might even pick up some skills like they talk about. Everything in there is high risk, high reward, which says a lot about how jacked the enemies in that world are. Because duh, if they go into the apocalypse and die, it's for real, and there's no bailing until they get a full clear. The Chronicles of the Baekhyang has a party limit, 2 to 4 people, so he asks who's going to be on the roster. Everyone looks at our boy and he's like, I'm in. Marcus says he's going too, since you can't just leave out the guy who recommended it. Our main character totally gets that the martial arts nut is practically vibrating with excitement. Guzhan points out they've hit the minimum, but they can still bring 2 more people. But Marcus is like, hold up, there's another reason I picked this one. He tells them to check out why it was suspended. The last line of the apocalypse summary, it says the Baekhyang just suddenly died from some unknown plague. Then all the other powers just died off too. As you can see, the thing that wrecked this world was a disease. So they're gonna need a hunter who knows their stuff about sickness, and who knows more than him, the medicine king. He asks what they think about him tagging along. But then the Emperor points out the dude owns Marcus's favorite pharmacy. He says he'll handle most of the fights, and if that's not enough, the Kim Gongjia will pitch in. So once the medicine king sorts out the plague problem, this whole apocalypse will be a cakewalk for the 3 of them. He asks our guy if he's got anything to say, and our boy is like, yeah, I do. He says there's someone he wants to bring, and points right at the alchemist master. She's totally shocked. Like me? He's just like, yup, you. But the girl tells him it's only been a week since she got her title. She says she's way too weak, and someone like her would be totally useless. But our guy says she's the most skilled doctor and pharmacist he knows. She can't even believe what she's hearing. And he reminds her, just like she said before, that she'd do anything she could to help him. So he's like, if you weren't just talking crap, how about you help me out? He says she just needs to pay him back for getting her title, and the girl is cornered, with no way to say no. So everyone's shocked that all 4 spots are already filled. They're like, who the hell is this chick? And Marcus recognizes her as the girl he saw that one time. The girl looks absolutely terrified, but he tells her not to freak out, because the beef between him and our main character is already settled. The girl is still shaking, but he turns to our guy and says the place they're headed is super dangerous. I mean, that's what the constellation said, right? If you die in the apocalypse, you die for real. Our boy confirms it, but just says she's the best alchemist he knows. The Sword Emperor thinks, that dude makes good elixirs, but not the best. Now that we have this girl, there's no point in having him. So Marcus thinks about what our guy said, about her being the best alchemist he knows. Then our main character reads his mind, thinking, this recommendation is from a super talented young dude, so she must be special. But there's always someone more talented out there. Then he asks the Sword Emperor, saying he's been on the right track for a while. He thinks they should use this chance to build a bridge between those two and the Medicine King. And our guy is floored by what he's thinking. Maybe the Marcus didn't say anything because of the rapport they'd built, but deep down, he's still the same. He's talking about the Sword Emperor. His version of him is probably underestimating the alchemist, just like they did the last time they saw her. So the Sword Emperor gets all surprised, like, what do you mean, the best you know? He's like, this is why you're all newbies. You think you've climbed a mountain when you just tripped over a pebble. Our boy is so done with this geezer's lecture, and he gets why the old dude is acting out. He sees this young girl as his rival. Meanwhile, the alchemist is getting super uncomfortable, and the Sword Emperor starts saying it must be because they're a couple. But Marcus tells the Medicine King to just understand, saying the Kim Gongja is an amazing guy. He just doesn't have much life experience. But the Medicine King snaps back. Isn't experience the most important thing? He doesn't know jack and pretends he knows it all. He says he's embarrassed for Marcus. He's acting just like I did when I made about $1 billion in Silicon Valley when I was 20. It's the same crappy attitude. Marcus tells the geezer to calm down a little, but our guy can see this is all going down the drain. He realizes there's actually someone who can make the Marcus feel ashamed. Then the Medicine King tells him to control his temper, telling Marcus he had to listen to all that kid's crap in silence because of him. And now he shows up with some random girl and says he's bringing her along. Our guy notes it's like a food chain, where the older geezer always eats the younger one. And the girl's like, she doesn't care if he calls her girl, whatever. But the Kim Gongja ain't no kid, asking what he means by that crap attitude. The Sword Emperor keeps going, telling Marcus that it totally sounds like she's defending her husband, and she's just shocked by what the old fart is saying. Meanwhile, the Paladin tells them to knock it off, because the alchemist is, without a doubt, a legit pharmacist. And even if he only met her because of the Kim Gongja, the civil militia has been getting tons of top-quality meds from her. Then, the so-called Medicine King says only the civil militia would take something with such a garbage standard. The Paladin is not having it. And the old guy says she only thinks her meds are good because she's never seen real quality stuff. He's all like, has she even been to his pharmacy? He says even her look is just some salty teen rivalry. And that's when the Sword Emperor asks why the main character isn't saying anything, asking if he's just gonna stand there and take it. But our guy says he's not holding back, because this whole scene is being live-streamed in Byeonlan Square. He asks if this isn't the perfect moment, one person's debut and another's retirement. So the main character questions what they think about a little showdown. The Sword Emperor snarks to Marcus that since he couldn't win with words, he wanted to start a fight. But the main character says he's not fighting him. He's going to give them both medicinal herbs to make elixirs with. Then they'll compare the elixirs to see who's better, asking if that isn't fair. But the alchemist tells the main character she's super ticked that he insulted her, but he's still the Medicine King. And she, on the other hand, just got her title. But the main character calls out to her, trying to give her a heads up. He says he believes in her, so she needs to believe in herself more, and she gets kind of flustered. But she still says she'll do her best, then corrects herself and tells him she's going to win. And the two get ready to make their elixirs. And the people watching them think that no matter how they look at it, the Kim Gongja is being kinda irrational. Cause that old geezer's pharmacy is crazy expensive, and it still takes almost a month to get an order. The Kim Gongja and the Medicine King are both kings, but their age difference is massive. And seeing this whole drama unfold, someone starts taking bets, asking who they think will win and telling them to bet with the help of the bookies. Then the witch asks the Kim Gongja if everything's cool, because the odds are at 1.8 to 47, and he's like, it's all good, asking what she thinks about making a little cash by betting on the alchemist to keep the betting ratio from dropping too much. But the witch remembers he said everything was being live-streamed, and if the alchemist he recommended totally chokes, his reputation will be toast. And the main character is like, yup, saying all of this is being streamed on the internet beyond Babylon, and he almost feels sorry for that old geezer who thinks he's the medicine king. And just then, the Sword Emperor tells the main character he's finished, telling them to bow before his incredible creation, showing off a unique healing potion, also of unique rarity. And even though it has a bitter taste, drinking it will heal even the most lethal wounds. And, of course, the side effects of the cure will still happen. Either way, creating a potion like this is incredible on its own, and they're stoked, thinking he really is the medicine king, and asking what the Sword Emperor thinks about selling it. So they even form a line, but the girl calls out to him. She says she's finished too, showing a potion with an even brighter glow. Everyone just stares at it, and the Countess even puts on sunglasses because of the potion's glare, which lights up the entire library. And that thing is a mythic-ranked strawberry smoothie. The description itself wonders how this can taste like strawberries when there aren't even any in the recipe, and questions what kind of effect this is. Then it's said that as long as it's well preserved, even amputated body parts can be reattached with no side effects. The girl is shining way brighter than that Sword Emperor, and so she looks at that thing in his hand with total disdain, asking if that's the elixir he made. While looking at it, she treats it like trash, giving it back to him and asking if that's all he's got. And our guy, looking at her, wonders if she's the type of person who gets infinitely stronger when she thinks she has the upper hand. And she tells him she can't believe his elixir-making skills are so trash, but the Sword Emperor just wonders if she's really that lucky. But the girl doesn't buy it, and he says she just got lucky and that's why all young people are like this. He says this reminds him of when he won $1.7 billion in 10 minutes on Wall Street and thought it was all because of his skills. Then the girl asks if he wants to try again. He says that's fine by him, because the goddess of luck never smiles twice. So they try to do it again, but the Sword Emperor gets wrecked one more time. He then says the goddess of luck doesn't smile 3 times. He gets wrecked again, and the Sword Emperor tries one more time, saying the goddess of luck won't smile 4 times. But then Marcus tells the Medicine King to stop it, because his image is just horrible now. But he starts saying he can't accept this, because this time he's sure his experience will crush that newbie. He asks if Marcus doesn't see it, because this is his journey to victory. And Marcus says he's very sorry to her, recognizing that she's truly the best alchemist and asking for forgiveness for not trusting the Kim Gongja right away. And she thinks it must be hard to have a friend like him, and he says that even though he's acting like this, it's not like there aren't good things about him. Because elixirs, even if they're not as good as hers, he makes some pretty decent ones. And she's like, it's really better than nothing. And it's not like he doesn't have any basic skills, he could at least be used as an assistant. But the Countess calls the girl, asking to make a contract immediately, telling her to form an exclusivity contract with her. And the girl has no clue what's going on. And the Countess says she'll receive the best treatment in the industry and will even let her touch gold. Or better yet, she'll be rolling in a sea of gold, asking what she thinks. Then, everyone tries to make a contract with the girl, but she tells them to calm down, saying that for anyone who wants to do business, they must first ask permission from the Kim Gongja, and she'll still sell to her old clients, which is the deal with the Saintess, but she'll only sell to people who get the okay from the Kim Gongja. So, yeah, they're gonna have to go there. Though the Lady of the Gold Coins is hella not into this, but our guy is just like, whatever, we'll deal with it after we finish the apocalypse. And just like that, Gosia gets that they've picked their players, warning them again. If they die in the apocalypse, they're dead for real, and there's only one way out. They have to somehow get over this whole series got cancelled crisis and drag a proper ending out of it. Someone else asks, what's a proper ending? And he's basically like, that's for you to figure out, and the options are pretty much endless. Maybe they save Murim by getting rid of the plague, or maybe they use it to take over and become the new bosses themselves. Our dude's just like, fine, whatever. Send us to the Baya Qiang's Chronicle now. But then the venomous serpent yells for him to wait, and everyone's shocked, asking if he's bailing. They all start saying the sect master is a martial arts expert, and our guy gets nervous as the venomous serpent starts talking. Everyone agrees that his sect master should be involved, thinking he's the one who's gotta go. The venomous serpent then says he was just about to step up anyway, asking if they forgot about him. But on the inside, he's pissed at all his students, wondering why the hell they're trying to ship him off to a dump like this. Out loud, he claims the world of martial arts and chivalry is the world of Murim, and even though he was born somewhere else, Murim has been his true home for, forever. Inside, though, he's freaking out because he knows there won't be any private bathrooms there. He's mentally whining about all the crap he had to put up with because of this back in the Empire. He says it's not like they don't know why his clan is called Schumann, but internally, he's thinking the name is really about him being unemployed at 32, which is a total drag. And on the outside, he says he has to go no matter what, but inside, he's thinking there's no way in hell he's going. Sparkles is just speechless at this whole mess. Then Marcus says the venomous serpent has every right to want to go, but the Sword Emperor claims it just looks like he's trying to suck up. But Marcus says that even so, he doesn't see any reason to back down. And just like that, they notice the Marcus and the venomous serpent are about to throw down. The Saintess tells them both to knock it off, asking if they're really going to start fighting right there. Then the venomous serpent says they're both martial artists, so shouldn't they just send the stronger one? But in his head, he's thinking, I have to lose on purpose, because it'll be way too embarrassing to get totally wrecked. So his plan is to fight at the same level and then lose at the very end. His students will probably get it if he loses to the freaking Marcus. So he gives the Saintess a look, basically begging her to do something. And the Saintess, in turn, says that against a strong man like the venomous serpent, maybe the Marcus should think about backing down. But inside, he's losing his mind at her like, why are you telling me times to back down? The Saintess says she knows he always wants to be on the front lines, but asks if he didn't already do the raids with the Kim Gongja and the Raviel Ivancia. She says it would look super bad if he demanded to be first for the 22nd floor raid, too. Besides, the venomous serpent is a leader, and she asks if Marcus could show him a little respect. She points out that even if he's a guy who doesn't care about the image he gives his disciples, his position is different from a lone wolf like him. Marcus actually thinks for a sec, wondering since when he ever cared about the 5 great guilds. She tries to talk to him again, but he just mutters that he was wondering if he'd ever have a sense of honor. The main character is just watching, wondering why he's making such an emotional call right now, and he tells the venomous serpent, this time, I'll surrender to you. The venomous serpent says he should have done that sooner, adding he's glad the Sword Emperor just saved his own life. But inside, he's totally cursing Marcus out, thinking that's so not like him. As for the heretic questioner, he says the Saintess is incredible for convincing the Marcus, but she's just like, nah. She says he was the one who chose to accept her argument. Meanwhile, the Raviel Ivancia thinks to herself that they're all actually growing up, little by little. The Medicine King says if everything's decided, they want to get going, because they're all just like him when he was young. Then he starts rambling on with a bunch of crap. The alchemist, on the other hand, tells the Kim Gongja she's scared, asking if he's sure it's okay for someone like her to go with him. Because the result of her clash with that Sword Emperor was clear as day, but she still needs to know if he's sure about taking her. Meanwhile, the venomous serpent turns to the non-combatants, telling them they better be careful when a fight breaks out, because it only takes a second to send someone's head flying. But inside, he's thinking he didn't want this, practically begging the Marcus to trade places with him. Then the guy talks to the 4 of them, sending them off. He declares he's appointing them as the 4 new characters of the Baekhyang's Chronicles, and when they open their eyes, they'll be in that world, 10 days before the Baekhyang's Chronicles got cancelled. He says he's looking forward to the amazing ending they're gonna pull off. It's mentioned that in this generation, the whole martial arts genre was already on its way out. In an era where anything serious was made fun of, there was no room for martial arts. It was a dying genre in a dying world, and it was snowing there. When they arrive, the cold hits them hard, and our guy tells them to release their auras to protect their bodies. But the 2 medics say they never learned how to use aura, and the Sword Emperor starts crying that he's gonna freeze to death. So our dude tells the venomous serpent to take care of the Medicine King. He just picks the Sword Emperor up and throws him on his back, and the geezer says, thank God, I'm gonna survive. As for himself, he grabs the alchemist, and she's totally surprised. The hero asks for her hand, and when the girl touches him, she thanks him, but says it makes her a little embarrassed. But he just says he's shy, too. But now's not the time for that, because the librarian is a constellation. So he could easily talk about stuff like masterpieces and serializations, but this place here is a real world. It's not just some random book. So yeah, they were there to save the world. Whatever. She knew the deal, but damn, she totally underestimated how messed up this all is. Still, she says she'll give it her best shot, and he's just like, she just needs to focus on her role. For now, his aura is protecting her. But when it's time to cure this epidemic, she and the Medicine King have to take the lead, and she's cool with it. That's when our guy remembers the Baekhyang Chronicles. He died from the plague, and then everyone else just got wiped out. It was a super short entry, though. It said nothing about the biting cold, or the snow being like knee-deep. So from now on, they have to figure out what the hell actually killed a legend like the Baekhyang. Just then, the girl tells them to look up ahead. She saw something. Our main character is still wondering what unidentified plague totally wrecked this world as they trudge towards those things. But the Emperor thinks something's off. He can't hear a single thing coming from over there. Our guy wonders if the sounds are just being muffled by the blizzard. He says maybe, but it's not just the sound. They aren't moving. At all. So you're probably wondering why they're not moving, right? As soon as they get there, they see that the people are all frozen solid, like completely paralyzed. The girl walks up to one of them, trying to grab a piece of skin from the frozen dude. and she says they're definitely human. The medicine king says that according to his diagnostic skill, they died 2 years and 3 months ago. The cause of death was an infection. After running his analysis with the walking hospital skill, the disease that caused all this couldn't be identified. He thinks that's seriously weird. He then notices that the cause of death is the same for all of them, but it wasn't hypothermia. They died from some disease, so they should all be collapsed on the ground, but they're all standing. He thinks it's bizarre. The girl, however, says it's pretty likely someone put them there on purpose. And even though the cause of death is the same, the dates of death are different. Some died 2 years ago, and others 3 years ago. He can only guess that someone moved the bodies deliberately. Our guy wonders if this is some kind of creepy cemetery, but the venomous serpent isn't buying that. From a distance, it kind of looked like the terracotta army. You know, that army from that emperor who buried everyone, made a bunch of little soldiers, that whole thing. So our hero opens up one of their character windows, but there's nothing written there. And in the dead guy's thoughts is just one word: light. And our guy is shocked that you can actually pull up a character window for a dead person. He figures maybe light was the last thing the guy thought before he died. But they all think, if this is a cemetery, why was it built like this? Because all those guys have weapons hanging from their waists, and our hero notices something when he sees 2 other people talking over there. One of them says the Bai Kaiyang sect ends today, and the other says that even a dog would laugh if it saw this. As long as I'm alive, she says, the Bai Kaiyang sect will live on. She's talking to the Sword Emperor, telling him he's the one who should be saying goodbye to the Murim world. But he just tells her that the Blood Sword Emperor squad she's so proud of already had their heads chopped off by his axe. Even those demonic elders got their heads lopped off, and now they're all dead. He says he has 500 martial artists from Murim following him, asking what kind of magic she could possibly use to stop him. But she says he talks too much for an Sword Emperor, and tells him the Blood Sword Emperors are just temporarily absent because they received a secret order. And our guy tells his group to approach them in silence. She keeps arguing with the old dude, asking where all his pillars that he's so proud of are, because the group that was once the leading faction of Murim is now nothing. And he tells her it's none of her business, because they scattered across the world after receiving their secret orders. So she keeps bringing up the secret orders, and he gets totally pissed. They just keep arguing, and no one gets what's going on. Then they start getting ready to fight and pull out their weapons. But actually, their weapons are just 2 wooden sticks. Then she asks the old guy, "Where's that jade axe you're so proud of?" She asks him why he's holding that little piece of wood. "Because your only good quality was swinging that axe with a lot of force." And the old guy gets all flustered, telling her to shut up, asking where she threw her blood-folding demonic sword to be fighting with a little stick like that. And she says that was harsh, telling him it's her wooden sword that she carved herself. And the essence of 1,000 years of the demonic sect is contained in that sword, and she personally named it the Baek Haiyang's blade. But the Sword Emperor asks if she really gave the name of the Baek Haiyang to that little piece of wood. She questions why she wouldn't, and the 2 of them just stand there awkwardly. The old guy says that even so, Baek Hyang's blade is a bit of an exaggeration, asking why she didn't use something more appropriate like Tae Pyong. She questions if that doesn't literally mean wand, but he says that's exactly what she's holding, calling her a lunatic. So she says, if he insists, the name demonic wand sounds good enough. But the Sword Emperor is just now noticing that everything for her has to have demon in it. He asks why they stick demon in the name of everything, saying there's already the blood demon and the demonic sword, the flame sword emperor demon, the moon shadow demon lord, and even the name of their group is the 4 demon lords. But she asks if it isn't kind of elegant, and at that, he says he can't believe they were once considered the strongest. But then, they notice something approaching, and he asks her if she wasn't so confident that the weather would be clear today. But she says that fortune-telling fails sometimes, asking how she was supposed to see beyond the heavens. So the 2 of them keep arguing, but other things get closer. She tells him to shut up and get ready to fight, because she's already losing all the energy she doesn't even have. The alchemist asks what's happening all of a sudden. Our guy isn't sure, but as they look on, she feels a chill down her spine, a real fear, and when they look back, someone appears. So, our guy thinks of Mourinho, and they all start booking it, with the venomous serpent being the first one to get tagged, and the main character just thinks, yeah, this is the world, a place where people worship and diss the Zom. But while they're all freaking out, the protag remembers the plot of this world, because some demonic cult popped up around the celestial demon, and the good guys fighting this cult are on the attack, both sides trying to take over the world. Or, that's what they would have times done if some super plague didn't crash the party. And he realizes the super plague was a freaking zombie virus. I'm starting to think some teenager wrote this story, for real. They just kept throwing stuff in weird powers, all this crazy drama, and now a zombie virus. This is starting to feel like one of my nightmares. Nothing connects, nothing makes sense, and then I just wake up terrified. So they all start running from that thing, and the old dude tells them to escape, saying he's never seen anything like this, not even in Silicon Valley, and that the world is ending. But our guy tells him the world is already a total wreck, ripping the head off one of those things. But the monster just keeps on moving. He figures out it's the kind of zombie that only stops when its brain is turned to mush. So he yells for everyone to get the hell out. And those two who were arguing hear people nearby and wonder who they are. She says that her eyes must be messing with her, claiming she's not just seeing one, but 4 living people, wondering if the god of the dead is calling for her. But the guy says he sees them too, and maybe because she's been calling him an idiot for so long, he actually became one. But the protag screams at them, saying they need to run too, telling them to make themselves useful and show them where to go. And that's when she realizes it's a real, live person talking to the Sword Emperor. He wonders if they already died and ended up in the underworld, but she just thinks this means they went to heaven or hell together. And the old guy's like, no way this body that served Lord Morim with justice went to hell, so they must be in paradise. But then, why is times she times here? Anyway, while they're bickering, all 4 of them show up. The venomous serpent grabs another old guy, the main character grabs the woman, and she thinks, okay, this has to be the real world. Because these people are alive, and their bodies feel warm. She asks where they're from, because she can see they've mastered some bizarre technique. She asks if the protag is from the Sai, but he has no clue what that means and just assumes she's talking about some sect outside of Morim. Then a freak horde of zombies comes at them, running and jumping and swarming them from every direction, and our guy can't even believe his eyes. And the venomous serpent's like, why the heck are there zombies flying through the sky? And the woman says that's the light step skill, something she created. She says she borrowed some knowledge from the Land of Mysteries and improved on it, telling them to watch, because these are the elites of the demonic sect, trained by her. And even after death, they haven't forgotten their martial arts. She calls them true masters. But our guy is confused. They didn't forget even after dying? She's like, maybe you don't get it because you're a Sai, but everyone knows that if a strong person becomes a zombie, their martial arts stick with them. But he says he's never heard of that, and she just repeats that those guys are the elite of the demonic sect, specially trained by her. And her training makes you react to an assassination attempt even when you're dead asleep. That's why they're still so OP even after dying. But now, that training is totally backfiring on them, because the zombies are about to catch up, and they think they're about to get swarmed. The Sword Emperor starts screaming at the venomous serpent, telling him to go faster, asking if that's the best he can do. He says if the venomous serpent gets bitten and turns, he'll be the first person he goes after. But then, the venomous serpent just snaps back, asking who the hell brought the old geezer along anyway. The protag yells at him, saying they're about to be eaten by martial artist zombies, and asks if any of that even matters right now. But the point the venomous serpent brought up is actually kinda relevant, right? Because he's stuck with 2 cranky old dudes, while the main character is with 2 gorgeous women. It's like Fred's logic in Scooby-Doo, you know? You go with the dog over there, and I'll take these 2 here to, look for clues. And when the protag says it doesn't matter, the venomous serpent fires back that he got the hot girls, so what else could possibly matter? But then, the Emperor calls out to the main character. Just then, he remembers to ask the girl if the zombies have a weakness. She says they stop moving when their heads are crushed. And our guy asks if there isn't an easier way. She thinks for a sec and says that when the sun comes up, they stop. And right there, the protag knows what to do. He tells the alchemist and the other woman that he's gonna have to throw them and that they need to land on their own. He launches them forward, and the 2 of them land in the snow. The protag apologizes. But then, as the zombies get closer, the Emperor sees how bad things are looking and tells the protag he's about to die. He never thought he'd see a zombie die at the hands of a real zombie. He's already thinking this is the moment he gets to cross an item off his bucket list. Our guy is shocked he made a bucket list as a ghost, but says he's not dying yet, raising Glimmer and telling her to use her power. And just like that, she answers his call and starts to glow, protecting all of them and leaving the zombies behind. The Medicine King can't believe he's alive and can breathe again, because if it wasn't for that jerk Marcus, he never would have come to this tower of hell. Then, the protag asks if everyone's okay, and the alchemist says yeah, but her face hurts. She thanks him for saving her. Then the venomous serpent tells the Medicine King, that old guy, that he wants to live the rest of his life far away from old people. The main character tells him to watch the others while he kills the zombies, and the venomous serpent asks what he's gonna do. He says he's gonna try to get rid of these guys while they're not moving. It'll take a while since he has to smash their brains one by one, but it's not a big deal. But then the black-haired woman tells the protag to wait, saying that first, she wants to express her gratitude for saving her. However, if he's planning on taking off the zombies' heads, she has no choice but to stop him. And our guy just asks why, wondering if there's some kind of curse on the zombies or something. And if he kills them, the curse will just jump to him. But she's all like, whatever, They're all members of the demonic sect anyway. The main character is like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And she says they're her disciples and her crew. Apparently, some great war started by those jerks from the Morim sect is going down. They're gonna need every single person they can get. Things are a total mess, so they can't afford to lose any of their elite members right now. But the main character asks what the hell this great war even is. I mean, the world is literally about to be deleted. There shouldn't be anyone left with the energy to start a war. But then he remembers what that constellation said, that when they opened their eyes, they'd be in a world 10 days before the end of the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon series. And our dude remembers they've only got 10 days until this world goes poof. So the woman starts talking to the old guy, but he's all like, "I am Lord Merim, master of the Merim sect, Busa." The woman says she's been in this so-called Great War against him for 3 years, and it's been 989 days since war was declared. And apparently, she and the old guy swore on their names that they wouldn't leave until one of them admitted defeat. And even if all the demonic sect disciples turned into zombies, they're still members of her sect if they can use martial arts. They're her people, and she has to look out for them. So the main character better not kill them. She says if he wants to kill someone, he should pick the guys in the mountain, style clothes. But the Sword Emperor is like, "I can't believe this," asking how she can talk about the Mirim sect's people like that. He asks if she forgot her promise, saying they were going to end this great war of good and evil without laying a finger on the zombies. But she just says promises are made to be broken. Then the two of them just start brawling, and the main character is like, "The world is ending, and you guys are still hung up on this stupid good versus evil war crap." But she's all, "You've got the order of events wrong. The world was destroyed times while times we were fighting in the Great War. But you can't just postpone a fight that's already started," and she's not about to stop until she takes down this damn Sword Emperor. She says she still has 500 soldiers left, and she's gonna lead them to crush this loser. But he's like, "That's my line, because even if they become ghosts, his Murim brothers and sisters will fight by his side, and he's gonna end this war that's lasted 989 days once and for all." And the main character just sees how messed up the world is and how these two lunatics are acting, and he has no clue what to do. Then she says a scholar doesn't cap his brush, just like a warrior doesn't sheath his sword. And even though she's holding a wooden stick because she forgot to bring her sword, she can still send that old geezer to hell. And the two of them start fighting with that little stick, using all their techniques until the twig breaks, and then they just start throwing hands. The main character is just thinking, "What the hell is this?" Then the old guy literally tries to poke her eyes out. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor thinks this is all super weird. Their posture and breathing are perfect. They'd be considered masters even in his world. And the main character is shocked that these two clowns are supposed to be masters. The Emperor asks if he doesn't get the basic principle. The divine dragon's claw trying to pierce the eyes is like the legend of two dragons fighting for a pearl and the woman defending her face. Is like the Buddha who covered the faces of all humanity, which became known as the observation of 1,000 sounds. But he still wonders why they're fighting in such a bizarre way. And the Emperor says that's what's so strange about it. Because they've reached this level, they should be able to control the flow of ki, but since their movements have no ki, they can't summon their auras. The fight is almost ridiculous. They shouldn't be like this, even if their ki core was destroyed. So the main character thinks he's trying to play him for a fool, but then the venomous serpent chimes in that the woman is actually really good. The main character feels like something's going on, and the venomous serpent says that her bite follows the Gielen's principle, and the arm strike follows the long principle. And the Sword Emperor admits that this guy is legit. A real warrior. A warrior who tells the main character that, unlike him, he has eyes that can see everything. But the main character just tells him to open the character window. Then the venomous serpent is thinking that if he were to analyze it with his unrivaled Under the Heavens skill, he'd say he's totally right. The explanation for those movements could be described as, "It's good to be born," something or other, with a bunch of other stuff. And he keeps spouting a bunch of weird junk, treating them like they're characters or even teenagers in a show. The main character is so disappointed, the alchemist asks if he's for real, because they just look like two kids fighting. And the venomous serpent says that if everyone could see the greatness in it, what would be the difference between being a master and a disciple? But the venomous serpent keeps thinking to himself, wondering just how many skills those two have. Because at this rate, they're going to surpass the Marcus, and he feels like he's going to evolve just by watching them. He's got new things to teach his disciples when he gets back. And the main character realizes there are many paths to the same answer, just like the venomous serpent was thinking. And that's the whole point of martial arts. So the Emperor thanks him, but the old guy over there says he's going to die of cold. He calls out to the two, asking how long they're going to fight and if they don't see them standing there. And the old guy says it's been a while since they had visitors, and this really isn't proper behavior. So they agree to first take them to the cave where they're staying. They head to a place where the sun is finally hitting, and when the main character gets there, he sees that those two are completely exhausted. So he says if she doesn't mind, he can carry her. And she asks him to do it, saying it's not easy to practice mind control these days. But the venomous serpent again tells the main character that he's doing it wrong. Then he shows him that this is how you're supposed to do it, attacking the Sword Emperor so the main character can grab her. But as they walk, the main character feels something strange, because the Sword Emperor is warm even in this freezing weather. The Sword Emperor thinks that's weird too. But they finally arrive where they're living. Inside the cave, the alchemist is amazed by the place and realizes there's a hot spring there. The girl says it's a place she found a long time ago and never imagined she'd have outsiders as visitors. He's all like, go take a shower or something. Says she and the old geezer are gonna go find some grub for him. And the old guy asks if they have anything besides lame-ass energy seeds to offer. She snaps back like, didn't I just say we're gonna look? Are you going deaf? So they bounce, and the main character and the alchemist are thinking this is super weird. The old dude wonders if they've really been fighting for 3 years straight, and the alchemist is just thinking, this is insane. They just had a life or death battle. And the Sword Emperor says they must have earned some respect for each other after all that time. But then he starts saying how warm the place is, admitting he was super embarrassed for clinging to a dude when he first got to this world, telling the venomous serpent he can back off now. But the venomous serpent's just like, how the hell did the Marcus become friends with a guy like you? And the Sword Emperor gets all salty about it. Then they bring out some food, apologizing that it's all they have, just a bunch of energy seeds, telling them to eat whenever. Apparently, they used to go hunting all the time, but now there are barely any beasts left. Our guy says it's no big deal and thanks them, but the second they pop that stuff in their mouths, they both almost gag. The alchemist is like, seriously? You've been surviving on just this? And the woman's just like, yeah, pretty much. So she asks how long it's been, and the woman says they've been eating nothing but seeds for over 2 years. The alchemist is thinking, that's ridiculous. You can't get the nutrients you need from that crap. But the woman is just like, I don't know what you mean, but they're edible. But then the Sword Emperor just loses it. He says he can't take it anymore, yelling that they don't even have the energy to cross the snowfields after only eating this junk. He says they're not taking care of their bodies, just like he was when he was younger. He starts cooking some real food, saying, it's nothing special, but you need to eat. He tells them they gotta eat up while they're still young and whips up a whole feast. But Wilson tells him they're already over 1,000 years old. The old guy is totally shocked, asking if they chugged some kind of elixir of youth. He says if they're that old, they better eat as much as their age. That's how their bodies will get stronger. Our hero throws back the soup, tries every dish, and thinks it's all freaking amazing. The alchemist says it's totally delicious. The girl even says it's literally the best thing in the world, asking if he's the imperial family's head chef. And the other guy says he's eaten a ton in his life, but he's never tasted anything like this. The Sword Emperor just boasts, that's because I got 3 Michelin stars as the owner chef of my restaurant back in my 50s. And if he had a decent stove instead of this piece of junk, he would have made something that would make their stomachs literally explode. But the venomous serpent asks why a great man like him came to the tower. The Sword Emperor questions if guys like him are banned from this place or something. He says that damn Marco is here too, and that he knew the Marcus on the outside. He was just some damn punk from a super rich family. Compared to him, a poor, lonely guy who made his own name in Silicon Valley, it's just too much. That old dude's luck ran out a few years back, so he came to the tower with a sword. Anyway, after they eat, the woman says those weird-looking dishes make her wonder where they're from and why they're here. Then she asks if they, by any chance, found a cure for the zombie disease. The main character looks at the alchemist, and she just says, no, we're looking for one too. And just like that, the woman's hope dies. She says every doctor in the region tried to cure the plague, but it was useless. Even the masters from the Mozon sect, who are zombie experts, got infected. It wouldn't be any different now. But our hero asks if she really believes there's no cure, and it's obvious she's already given up. But he's like, not to brag or anything, but you just saw what our cook can do. We have different knowledge than you guys, and the alchemist here is better than anyone at curing diseases and making medicine. Even this old guy can be a big help to her. If you help us a little, we can develop a cure. The two of them look at each other, but say it's not totally wrong to say there's a cure. It's not like there's absolutely no way. The alchemist is like, what are you talking about? The two tell them to wait there, go inside, and then come back out. And when they return, they're carrying a coffin. Inside that coffin is a zombie, trapped and paralyzed. Our hero sees it. She explains that it's the leader of the Saitang. After he was bitten, he entrusted his body to them, asking them to use it for research. But the only method they could come up with was blocking all his key points using acupuncture. The second she pulls out one of those needles, the one right in the middle of his throat, the monster starts screaming, thrashing around, trying to attack everyone. The alchemist falls over, terrified. So, she says, as you can see, if we unblock the key points between the brain and the spine, we can make the zombies go dormant. However, This is more like a temporary fix than an actual cure. Anyone bitten by a zombie is doomed to have their key points and vessels filled with corrupted energy. And this corrupted energy can't be pushed out. It doesn't matter how much key meditation you do, or whether you're a cultist with demonic key or a monk with pure key. The moment you're bitten, it's over. Your entire body gets hot like it's burning. And right after that, you turn into a zombie. The Sword Emperor says he thinks some Shaolin monk was the one who lasted the longest, managing to hold on for a year after his arm was bitten. But that was a huge exception. Even the best martial masters can barely last more than 2 weeks. So she looks at the foreign kids. She asks if they really think they can find a cure. Both the alchemist and our hero don't really know what to say. Then she says it's okay. Just being able to meet other living people when she thought they were the only two left in the whole world was a blessing from her mother. The old dude says he'll hook them up with a place to crash, so they can just chill for now, since they can sort all this out tomorrow morning. Then, as they're about to knock out, the old guy mutters that if the main character just bounces like this, he'll be forever pissed. So they all start drifting off while the Sword Emperor keeps on talking. But our hero is wide awake, so the Emperor asks why he isn't sleeping. Our guy says there's something he needs to check out. The Emperor just watches, and later that night, he fakes being asleep while the two of them sneak off. And the Sword Emperor says it looks like now's their chance. Just then, our protagonist's eyes snap open and he sees both of them in the water. Then Sunki-chun is like, "What are you looking at?" He thought the kid was totally asleep, but the girl already seemed to know. She says he's got sharp eyes and asks when our hero first figured it out. He says he knew something was sketchy from the first time he saw them. Even though it was freezing, they were rocking super thin clothes. It was so cold you could totally freeze to death if you didn't wrap yourself in aura. Or whatever. Which means they were using their aura just to not die from the cold. But how could people so skilled with ki get gassed from a fight that looked like kids messing around? The only other explanation is that they were focusing their ki on something else. And then he realizes they were bitten. As leaders of their factions, they used their massive ki to suppress the corrupted energy, wondering if he's got that right. And the girl stands up. Weird too. Then Juan says she can't do that, but she's like, it's cool, they're already busted. She tells the kid he's right. She and the old geezer were bitten 3 years ago. But, to be clear, there's one thing he got wrong. She says they aren't just suppressing the corrupted energy. They're blocking their spinal key points with their own ki, completely walling off the corrupted energy. And the Emperor is like, wait, what? 'Cause they're using ki telekinesis. She asks Gong if he's ever heard of the flying ki sword technique. He says yeah, asking if that's the technique that lets you make a sword fly or wrap it in ki. She explains that blocking their spinal ki points means they are paralyzed from the neck down. And now they're moving their own bodies with ki, just like the flying sword technique. From their heartbeats, to breathing, to the movement of every joint and muscle. They're controlling every single one of those things with ki. Essentially, they've been using the flying ki sword technique on themselves 24 hours a day. No wonder they get exhausted after just taking a few steps. Dude, these guys are genuinely insane. The crew from Nanomachine were shocked when the main character controlled like 80 or 100 swords. Imagine controlling every process of your own body just to stay alive for 3 years straight without a single break. Seriously, these two are completely absurd. And the girl says this is how they've been stalling the Great War between the sects. It's been this way for 3 whole years. The Baiqiang remembers the people from her sect talking to her, saying that things can't go on like this, that half the Blood Guard has been wiped out and the elders have scattered everywhere. After learning they were about to enter the world, they knew now wasn't the time to be beefing with the enemy faction's leader, saying this might be the biggest crisis their sect, or maybe even the whole world, has ever faced. Then another one comes to her, saying that just as she ordered, they opened the apothecary to everyone, regardless of faction, and the leaders of the Dongan and Mosan sects all came. They're gonna capture some zombies to get answers, as soon as possible. But then another one runs up to the Baiqiang, saying the Demon Lord and even the Blood Demon were attacked. Even if they take down 100 zombies today, 1,000 more will pop up tomorrow. They can't handle this mysterious disease, until only a single one is left. He talks to the Baiqiang, begging her to escape to a remote island, saying that it doesn't matter how many zombies there are, because they can't cross the sea. He says that as long as her flag is raised, they will still be a part of the Murim world. But after a while, that same man comes back, asking why she has to keep that worthless promise, saying it was made before the world went to hell. The rules of the heavens have changed, and the rules of men need to change too. He tells her to forget the promise she made to the Murim Lord and leave, so she can come back and rebuild them later. But as the man turns back to try and talk to her, he completely collapses. And back in the present, our hero asks them how they held on for so long. The two of them call him over to a spot, and he follows them outside. They say that all humans die eventually, and this is an interesting story told in the Murim world. There was once a master who managed to achieve both the skill of poison immunity and the durability of stone. With these abilities, no poison could mess with his insides, and no sword could even scratch the master's skin. So how do you kill someone who can't be hurt by poison or the strongest blade? He was basically invincible, but invincibility is something old legends just can't stand. So she asks the kid if he can guess how the master died. Our hero asks how, and she says he was killed by a succubus. The pleasure of uniting yin and yang isn't a poison, and it's not a sword either. But the main character questions if excessive pleasure isn't a poison itself. Then she says he's right. So, the succubus didn't just hit him with a tidal wave of pleasure right from the start. She was smart and took it slow, giving him the most subtle pleasures at first, and in the end, using the most lethal ones. And the master stopped thinking of the succubus's palms hitting. So, everything she did was suddenly the master's personal pleasure show. Seriously, every gesture, step, and glance from the succubus was pure bliss for the guy. And for the grand finale, the succubus just kinda choked him out. No need for crazy martial arts or even breaking a sweat. While he was gasping for air, a wave of pure ecstasy just washed over the master, and he was grinning like an idiot. The dude literally died at his peak happiness. He'd been untouchable, inside and out, but he couldn't beat happiness. Lame. And the moral of this story? It's stupid simple. So Sans the moral of the story is don't go screwing around with Scobos. Simple as that. He says it's not just some old wives' tale. This crap actually happened. The guy had been some master raised in a golden spoon city, but that succubus was a hitwoman sent to secretly take him out. And now, the two of them just stand there, looking down at those disciples. The Bae Kyung says that most of the newbies sent here to learn martial arts just don't get it. They think the whole point of being a martial artist is to become invincible, that they're learning this stuff to achieve immortality and live forever. But she calls bull, because even someone immune to 1,000 poisons is gonna die from something that isn't poison. And guys who have skin like stone will just die from something that isn't a sword. She asks if he gets it now. Martial artists don't just pick which arts they want to learn. It's about choosing what kind of warrior you want to be and how you want to check out. Because all humans die eventually. They already know this, so why get so worked up about it? But she didn't want a lame death like this. She says it's totally fine to be assassinated, poisoned, or even attacked by enemy armies. She'd even be cool with being taken out by monks from the Shaolin Temple. She says it'd even be okay to be betrayed by her own subordinate, or to die doing something good for the next generation. But a death like this times is just unacceptable. She remembers he asked how they managed to hang on for so long. It's because they want to go out on their own terms. And our main character remembers the alchemist saying that even though the cause of death is the same, the dates are all different. It's like someone was intentionally moving the bodies around, and that someone was them. So she says that not many of them got very far today, and last night, the moon was super bright. And while it's not as strong as sunlight, moonlight can also stop the zombies. Our guy remembers her saying, this is how the so-called Great War is being fought. Then the two of them are back at it, facing off again. And our main character just thinks, snow falls, people die, whatever. Even if the 9 great schools and the 5 noble clans were totally gone, even if the martial arts scrolls were so caked in dust you couldn't read them, these two were still fighting back. Even if there are 1 billion people in the world, even if 999,999,999 of them die from a plague, if only one person is left and they take their own life, the world wasn't destroyed by the disease. It was suicide. At least, that's what the leaders of the Murim and the demonic sect thought. This was a fight to decide what would be listed as the official cause of this world's destruction. And so, they head into battle number 990. This time, it's a fight to the death. They charge at each other and start brawling like a couple of kids. And our main character thinks about this dying genre, this decaying world. They were all just slowly rotting away in this apocalypse, heading into day 990. He thinks this is insane. It can't go on like this, and it's not supposed to be this way. To the Sword Emperor, this might look like some awesome battle, but no matter how epic the reasons are, it's just an insult to those two. So, the Sword Emperor asks what he's gonna do. He questions if he's just going to kill the Baek Hyang and the Murim Lord. He says it's fine, that it might even be a mercy killing, but he shouldn't forget they're just strangers. Our guy says he knows, because that's not what those two want. If they have to die, they want to die at each other's hands. And he says he's going to end this world his own way. As night starts to fall, they head back. The main character follows them, and the venomous serpent asks where they've been. The alchemist says they were just checking on the patient, and yesterday was a total mess. The main character asks if they've made any progress, and the medicine king just says, not yet. Then the Baek Hyang says they're gonna go rest, telling them they can make themselves at home, too. Our guy agrees, and then asks the alchemist to be straight with him. How long does she think it'll take to find a cure? She says honestly, at least 120 days. But the old guy chimes in that it'll actually take 2 or 3 times longer, because you have to be generous with timelines for this stuff. But even then, you never have enough time. And our guy is like, yeah, true. So that's the worst case scenario. He figures it's about 100 days best case and around 300 worst case. And she adds that, actually, even with all that time, they might not accomplish anything. The facilities and the environment here suck, and she feels bad because he trusted her and brought her here. But our main character remembers Gok saying they only had 10 days, and she says it's impossible to find a cure that fast. But our guy just says that's enough, telling her not to worry. He says he'll solve the time problem, telling her to just keep researching without stopping. He asks if she remembers what he said when they first fell into this world. Upsetting that this isn't some dumb book, it's a real world. They're here to save it. He says he still means every word, and the deadline is right in front of them. And if they don't clear this stage, they might never escape this apocalypse. He begs her, please, just get rid of any doubts you have. He says he'll give his own role everything he's got, so he asks her to please show him her best, too. She's surprised he's telling her to just ditch her doubts. Then he promises that all the other problems will be solved, asking her to just trust him and keep working. So she tells the main character that if it weren't for him, she'd be in some gutter in the slums with all her equipment stolen. Honestly, she has no idea what she would have done, and she says she wants to repay him. That's why she's going to focus only on developing the cure. But she warns him that when she's focused, she can't pay attention to her surroundings, and probably won't be very polite. Still, he says that's not a problem. He just tells her to please show him her skills, full blast. She agrees, then tells the Sword Emperor to help her with everything he's got from now on. He's totally bugging, going on about how there's a pecking order, a top and a bottom, even in cold waters. He's like, how dare a total noob ask me, the god of medicine, for help? So she just flashes her skill card. He's like, what, you trying to flex on me? Then goes on some boomer rant about how kids these days think skills are everything. He's all, you don't even know what real skills are, but she just tells him to go ahead and take a look at hers. He's shook. You're gonna show your skills to a rival? Are you insane? But she's just like, you want me to show you or not? She tells him, this one is called Walking Hospital. Everything from blood tests to EEGs, all done in real time. Plus, she can use any meds she's already stored. But like, there's a 2% chance the diagnosis could fail. And that other skill? That's life diagnosis. It shows the patient's condition down to the genetic level. By combining the two, she basically makes diagnostic errors, like a non-issue. He tells her to hold up, asking why the hell she's showing him all this. He warns her that if word gets out to the Alchemy Castle or her business partners, she's totally screwed. But she's just like, do whatever you want, but you're gonna help me until I've got a treatment. He still doesn't get it, asking again why she's begging him for help. She spells it out for him. She needs him to speed things up, even by just one day. Then she asks him, don't you just hate looking at me? She assumes he's thinking, this little brat knows nothing, and that it must be annoying as hell seeing someone as talented as she is. She tells him the days she has left to live are way longer than his. Knowing that, and knowing she'll be famous way longer than he ever was, has got to be driving him nuts. And if he helps her this one time, she'll give him every single medicine recipe she's ever made. She promises she won't go around saying they're hers. He can take all the credit. And then he slaps her, right across the face. Her glasses go flying while he curses her out, but she just says, I'm going to analyze the zombie virus. So he spouts some crap like, you're about to learn there's a sky above the sky, but she just pleads with him. Please, just do what I'm asking. He threatens her, saying the day will come when her pride is crushed and she's just another rotting corpse. She couldn't care less. Just do what I said, she tells him. I'll write down everything I need and give you the list. And after a whole lot of arguing, they finally, agree. They sit by the body and get focused. Then she turns to our main character, telling him to get lost. She says the sound of his breathing is distracting her and is, like, super annoying. The old guy tells him to make himself useful and go grab 6 more zombies while he's out. Says he needs more samples. A kid, a teen, an old person, one of each gender. And if he sees any medicinal herbs, he's got to collect those too. Our guy just says, leave it to me, and they all head out. Outside, the other two admit they're struggling with just that one body. They wonder just how many zombies have already spread. Time keeps passing as they hunt down more zombies, catching a bunch and dragging them back. Our main character notes that ever since they got dropped into this apocalypse, a whole week has gone by. Then one day, the gnarliest blizzard they've seen yet hits. The Beiqiang says they can't go out today, acting like it's no big deal. She says they were actually lucky the last few days were sunny. In the worst cases, the snow fell for 30 days straight without a single ray of sun. They were totally trapped. And our guy figures the zombies will just keep on moving, right? He asks if everything's gonna be okay, because if they wander too far, they'll never get them back. She just says if that happens, there's nothing they can do. They're just lost. 3 years ago, her school's power reached 1,000 men. That's almost as many as the old geezer took with him to his cult. But as time goes on, the zombies wander so far away they can't be found. The main character thinks that must be the scariest thing of all, but she doesn't really get it. He talks about waking up, going to the fields, and just finding the zombies gone, vanished. But she asks him, "You really think I'd be scared?" And he's like, "Yeah, I kinda do." She says, "The world really has been turned upside down, because back in the day, any man who said something like that wouldn't have kept his head." She tells him he should count himself lucky the world is a total wreck. But he argues that the Baek, Haiyang, and Lord Murim are masters. They're so good at martial arts it's ridiculous to even compare them to him. Still, no matter how skilled they are, their chi isn't infinite. He asks what she's gonna do when her chi runs out. They're blocking their meridians with chi. Their heartbeats, breathing, and all their movements are controlled by it. No matter how strong they are, it's impossible to keep that up forever. He says he'll ask again, "What happens when your chi runs out?" She doesn't even answer, just says, "You're actually pretty smart." So he guesses she doesn't have many days left, and she's like, "Let me correct you. You catch on way too fast." And in that moment, our guy wonders why the world of the Baekhyang's chronicles got destroyed. Because if you stop and think about it, the answer was stupidly simple. He suggests that when their chi runs out, it'll be impossible to keep moving. And she's like, "Yup, heart, lungs, upper limbs, only 3 parts will be left. Everything else will just rot." So he says she must already know, and she mentions that the Shaolin abbot lasted a year. He hid in his own quarters, just sitting cross-legged. Right before the end, his whole body, except for his face, was black and rotten, just like the zombies. And his last testament was a single word, Amitabha. Then she says, "You asked if I was afraid?" "Yeah, I'm terrified. I'm scared of running out of chi, scared of being exhausted, scared of the snowstorms, of having no sunlight, scared that when the sun finally comes back, everyone who was once my subordinate will have vanished. And I'm scared that I won't be able to kill that Sword Emperor. And I'm scared that Sword Emperor won't be able to kill me. I'm scared that a day will come when that Sword Emperor and I will be lying there forever, completely unable to move. That we'll be lying there together, just waiting for our chi to run out, for our lives to just fade away." And in that moment, he'd talk to me, apologizing because he can't move his body anymore. And she's like, "That's why this whole world is so messed up. I'm telling you, they're in a hell of a situation, with literally no way out. If she kills him, she'll just end up dying on that mission she's terrified of. And if he kills her, it's the exact same deal. She's scared of the dudes who disappeared out there, scared of a ton of stuff, and there's nothing to be done. Because all they can do is wait, clueless about how to fix this mess. Dude, that's gotta be actual hell." She says she's afraid of a pointless death, and the main character thinks that fighting till the end meant absolutely nothing. Because the second they both silently vanished, only snow would fall, and all that'd be left is a bunch of colorless scenery. At one point, San just can't go on anymore, and the alchemist apologizes, saying she can't heal him in his current state. Then, the Baekhyang walks up to him, telling him to get on his feet, but he just keeps apologizing. And she's like, "I don't want to hear your excuses." She orders him to stand, asking if he didn't make a pact with her, questioning if he wasn't the one who said he'd challenge the demonic sect to raise his Murim sect's flag. She also asks if he didn't even try to fight, gathering the 9 great schools and the 5 noble clans. She says he can't just die in a hospital bed like this, that she forbids it. She screams at him to get up and grab his weapon. She yells that it doesn't have to be his damn axe. The main character is shocked. Both of them, really. Then she says to grab anything, even a piece of wood, and fight her. But he keeps saying he's sorry. She just tells him again to get up. But he pleads with her, apologizing for being weaker than she is. He says he tried to hang on for one more day, but it's gotten too hard, saying she must have felt it too. His internal energy was fading. He tells her his ki is gone, and while she can probably survive for another year, this is the end for him. He admits he was weaker and begs her to kill him. He says he doesn't want to end up like the Shaolin monk leader, telling her to kill him before his body rots. Because when you turn into a zombie, you're not really seeing even if you can see, and you're not living even if you're alive. He doesn't want that, but she asks if he really wants her to kill him while he's just lying in a bed. "Is that what you're saying?" she asks, questioning if this is the end of the Great War he promised her. They had sworn to defeat each other before. She asks what glory he held on for, saying they should have just ordered their underlings to die with them. What bright future were you living for? He even tries to speak, but she cuts him off, talking about Nangong, the guy everyone wanted to be, because he was born with the celestial body constitution, reaching his peak at 20. Before he even hit 30, he became the head of the Nangong family. And when the demonic world rose to power, he was made the leader, the very essence of the Murim sect. The grudges of the righteous path rest on his shoulders, and yet here he is, handing his neck over to her, a so-called evil person. He's got nothing to say. So she says, "Fine, I'll kill you, but you won't get a good death." Everyone feels this aggressive ki exploding from her. She pulls out a massive axe, talking to the Sword Emperor of the Nangong, saying this is the ancient halberd he loved so much. Asking if he's forgotten it, he realizes it's Baekhyang's. She orders him to speak, commanding him to say one line, "War has forgotten honor, and honor has forgotten war." She says if he speaks those words, she'll kill him any way he wants. This would mark the end of the Murim sect. It was a demand that meant the complete destruction of his own sect. Only by admitting that could he die on his own terms. He stays silent. She asks why he can't say it, and he admits he can't. He just can't say those words, apologizing to Baekhyang while crying. But she gets pissed and attacks him anyway, saying, "You said when you became a zombie you wouldn't be living even if you were alive. But that doesn't matter," she screams, "'cause even if you die now, you won't really be dead." And as she strikes, she doesn't kill him. She asks what the difference is between a life that isn't a life and a death that isn't a death. She says she can't tell anymore, that it's all useless and the whole world has become empty. And on the dawn of the 9th day since they arrived in the apocalypse, Nangong Il, the Murim Lord, died. The alchemist says she got a valuable sample because there's a limit to analyzing the virus in people who turned years ago. Thanks to this new sample, they could analyze the infection's progress in real time. Turns out, they don't become zombies right after death, but after a short delay. Maybe it takes a little while for the infection to reach the brain. She says she compiled all her research results and hands the data to the main character. And the Sword Emperor remarks that the girl might be a genius at making medicine, but she sucks at explaining things to other people. He says that's just how proud people are. She mutters that she did her best with the research, but as expected, she couldn't develop a cure. The main character asks if she didn't have enough time, and she says yeah, she needed at least 90 days, and preferably 120. But then the Sword Emperor starts freaking out, screaming right next to her, and everyone gets spooked. But then the Demon Lord shows up, calling him pathetic. She says that in the end, this is what a person is on the inside, no different from a beast. She tells him to eat, eat, and eat, until your body can't move and disappears 10 times over. She holds out her hand for him to bite, telling him to eat it. The other guy asks what the hell she's doing, that she'll turn into a zombie like that. But the main character tells him not to get any closer, saying it's already over. And with that, she uses her ki to make them vanish, wiping him out completely. And looking at the blood on her hand, she starts laughing like a maniac, totally losing her mind in front of everybody. The Emperor tells the main character to be careful, warning him that she's gone insane. Then she looks at them, completely unhinged, asking if they're servants of the Murim sect who came to kill her. "That's great," she says, telling them to come on, because their swords are about to clash. So the MC yells at them to get the hell out of there, but she's on them in a flash. She rips the old guy's head off first, then goes straight for the venomous serpent. The Sword Emperor figures it out. She's completely lost it. Not even an exorcism would work now, because she's burned through all her inner energy and will. But right now, she's stuck in some temporary state between life and death. Even if he fought her at his peak, he'd still lose to her 4 out of 10 times. And she's just ranting that Mount Song is overflowing with the world's filth, and that the grudges of heaven and earth are burning the mountain down. She claims the demonic sect is the strongest in the world, and she's the strongest in the sect. She's like, "You seriously think you're good enough to face a goddess among goddesses?" The venomous serpent just screams at the MC, telling him to grab the alchemist and run for it. Then she's like, "Don't even think about escaping," and lunges at them. She's still wondering where Nangu is, saying it doesn't matter how thick the forests are or how vast the skies are. There's only one person in this world who will get her blade. She orders the 4 demonic lords to bring Nangong to her. Now, but then the alchemist looks at our guy and says she believes in him. And just like that, the 2 of them die silently, without a trace, not even leaving a scent behind for the world that burned its people. The people who were burned by their world were now buried under fields of white snow. But all this destruction wasn't the end for him. He starts to rewind time, 24 hours. And so, it was time to save his world. Back in the past, the young demon lord is in the middle of the snow, staring at someone. She calls out for her mother, but her mom just walks away, abandoning her. And it's said that the young SB didn't know. Our MC wonders if her mom really just ditched her, questioning if she used the snowstorm as an excuse to get away on purpose, or if she lost her by accident and SB didn't know. After dying, the main character pops up once again in that parallel world. He talks to the Sword Emperor, asking if he memorized everything. He's like, "Yeah, kinda," saying that if they combine what he remembers with what our MC remembers, the pieces should fit. But they gotta hurry before he forgets. So our guy says they're gonna pick a skill first. He's like, how about that A rank, infernal bake hyangic arts? And the description says, the more you curse the world, the more powerful you become. Whoever masters the infernal bake hyangic arts will be the one to bring down the heavens. However, it will be difficult to maintain your sense of self. Using this skill, the MC thinks it over, realizing this must be the martial art they saw her use. He's just like typical demonic art. In the end, it's all about how he deals with the world, whether it's with strength or strategy. Our MC doesn't really get it. So the old guy explains that if you try to embrace the world with humility, you usually end up on the righteous path of the Murim Alliance. But if you've got a grudge against the world, you'll end up in the demonic cult. That's why the Murim people turn their own bodies into vessels for the world. The demonic cult people turn themselves into claws to scratch the world. He says he'll give the kid a simpler example, getting ready to attack with a mace. And then he unleashes an attack that looks like a dragon right in front of him, showing a clean cut from top to bottom. He explains that some schools call it the tiger's fury stance, but says the animal itself doesn't really matter. Whether it's a tiger or a bull, the details change based on how the technique's creator reached enlightenment. Either way, it's all about copying the tiger or bull, or whatever. The MC is totally shocked and thrown off by that attack, thinking about the whole idea of making something from the world your own. So that's what accept the world means. But then the emperor says demonic arts are different. The demonic cult tells their newbies something like this, and he shows off this totally different attack that shatters a piece of reality in front of him. The cult tells them to remember their rage, that knot in your stomach when a thief steals your food. Remember the moment your little sister was dragged away by the emperor. Remember your own weakness, your inability to do anything as you waited outside the emperor's house all night for your sister, but she came back as a cold corpse. He tells him to remember when he buried his sister's body all alone, asking if it was winter. He says the ground was frozen solid and hard to dig, asking if he dug into that hard ground with his bare fingers. Did his nails break? Did blood pour from his messed up fingers? In the end, he couldn't even dig a proper grave and just laid his sister's body down anyway. He tells him to remember the texture of that soil, ordering him to hold his sword with the same hand that dug the ground, hating his own incompetence and blaming the cruelty of the world. Our MC can totally picture this style of fighting. The Sword Emperor says the mental cultivation method that uses internal energy is literally a way to train your mind by forcing it through hardship. And it doesn't matter if it's a strong person or a hunter. A battle's outcome is decided by how well they use their internal energy. In short, it's a battle of wills. The demonic arts are kind of heavy on the soul, and anyway, it's not something he needs to learn. But then the MC is like, no, I want to learn it, and the Sword Emperor can't even believe it. He says he's going to learn it, but the old guy asks why. Our MC just says, because I want to, but he doesn't buy it. He asks if he was just impressed by that Baek Hyang sword play. The MC stays quiet, and the Sword Emperor gets pissed at the kid, saying he's going to go crazy. He's like, she only looked so awesome because she was in that life and death state, saying it literally sucks your life force away. He tells the MC that a warrior can't get drunk on power and have his energy drained. He yells that compared to his martial arts, those demonic arts are total crap. But then our guy asks if he's just jealous that he's learning martial arts from someone else. The Emperor gets ticked off, but the MC tells him not to worry. After all, your martial arts are the best in the whole universe. He asks if he really thinks he'd try to learn the infernal Baek Hyangic arts without knowing that. So he's all like, yeah, he's the strongest, big deal. But then he asks what the kid's real reason is for learning demonic arts. He's just like, it's so I can clear this floor. Because once a cure is made, it's all over as soon as they save 2 people. Everyone else has been dead for over 2 years, and some treatment isn't going to bring them back. So he's like, how is this even supposed to end? Are Lord Mourinho and the Baek Hyang going to be the new Adam and Eve or something? He asks the Emperor if that sounds like a good ending, but he's like, heck no. Just imagining those two together is a total cringe fest. Making a cure is just the first step to getting a good ending. And at the end of the day, a good ending is totally subjective. It's about whether these characters can actually be satisfied. He wants to give the Baek Hyang and Lord Morin an ending they'd actually want, and just like that, he copies the ability. He's currently a D-rank hunter, so he gets hit with a penalty for using the skill. And the main character thinks, of course, it's not over, because the Baek Hyang's baggage is a whole other hell he has to deal with. And so, the trauma of who killed him gets recreated. He says they'll get a chance to talk about it properly later. That was just a light version of purgatory. Then the venomous serpent snaps back to the cold, and they're right back where they started. Our guy uses his aura to warm the girl up, and she thanks him. But he brushes it off like it's nothing, telling the venomous serpent to look after the Medicine King. Then he starts leading them, showing them the way. They spot the zombies and freak out, but our protagonist is like, chill, they just look like zombies, telling them to take a closer look. He points out there are chunks of meat between their teeth, like they've been chewing on wild beasts. The alchemist is like, he's right. The DNA from the corpse and the meat in its teeth don't match at all. She says this body died 3 years ago, but the owner of the meat died 2 years ago. It's hard to wrap your head around, but it seems like this corpse has been moving around for a whole year. The old guy starts whining about how he hates monsters and all this horror movie crap, telling them to do something about it already. So the protagonist thinks, wow, we're moving way faster than last time. He goes to the alchemist and the medicine king, saying he's got this weird ability, remembering when he tried to piece everything together with the sword emperor. And he just spills everything, telling her about his bizarre skill. After hearing it all, she's totally blown away. She's like, that's a flawless research method, almost something I'd come up with. But his choice of words is completely different from hers, calling it truly incredible. And the main character just thinks to himself, is she for real praising herself right now? Anyway, the Sword Emperor's just happy the research time got cut short, but he still wants to stay far away from the zombies. He says it'd be nice to find a warm place to crash. But then, they finally find the two of them again. Our guy remembers seeing the Bai Qiang terrified, but seeing her acting all calm now, it's kinda comforting. He says she's the strongest person in the world. That's why she survived all alone until the very end, in the saddest way possible, a lone warrior who understood what it meant to be a lonely child. She's pretty shocked to see them there, but our hero just drops to his knees in front of her. He says he's heard of the Bai Qiang's greatness and came from a distant land just to see her, that he's admired the stories of the greatest person ever for so long. He says he doesn't know how long it'll take, but he still asks her to take him on as her disciple. My dude, I'm telling you, this guy knows how to play the game. I can't wait to see what this training is going to be like. And for anyone wondering why he went back the full 10 days this time, he was obviously grinding off screen. Duh, they're not going to show him stabbing himself over and over. What for? So yeah, he just reset the whole thing at once, and it's all good. Back in her childhood, the young Bai Qiang is stuck in the snow, realizing she can't hear, see, or smell anything. It feels like her stomach is packed with ice. She keeps thinking about her mom because it's just so freaking cold. Then a beam of light shoots down from the sky, and she sees someone descending. The person thinks it's weird, because it stopped snowing 10 days ago, and the snow was over 1.5 meters deep. So, how is this kid still alive and breathing? She goes over and pulls the girl out, saying she can't be just some ordinary kid. She was born with a glacial body. The world's cold is basically energy for her. It's actually terrifying. A kid this small survived for more than 10 days eating nothing but snow. This has to be the legendary extreme yin body she's only heard stories about. She asks the girl her name, but the little kid doesn't remember anymore. Then she asks how old she is, but the girl doesn't know that either. So she asks how she ended up buried in the snow. The girl just says, I don't know, again. The woman figures she must not remember anything, thinking she got caught in some natural disaster at such a young age. Still, she's got the perfect body for learning martial arts. The Queen of the Northern Sea would pay a fortune for her. It's a seriously strange meeting, all thanks to fate. What's hard to figure out is if she was destined for the cult, or if the cult was destined for her. She asks if the kid will come with her, promising food and a place to sleep. The girl agrees. The woman says she can't smell any scent on her, and with no name or family, she must be a child born from the snow. She says she'll give her a last name, and her name will be Bai Qiang, which means the scent of snow. From now on, she's a member of the demonic cult, I am Baek Rang. The girl then asks where she's going. She tells her it's a place where kids like them are gathered. Back with our protagonist, she flat out rejects his request, saying she's never taken a disciple in her entire life. The world could literally end, but she's not changing her ways. Him becoming her disciple? She says it's never gonna happen. But then someone calls her out, asking why she's acting like that. He's proud that this kid from a foreign land managed to survive. And it's not just that. He legit crossed the harsh martial realm just to learn from her, asking why she can't show some kindness, questioning why she's gotta be so cold all the time. And she's all like, I'm proud you made it this far, but the master-disciple laws are, like, super strict. My cult doesn't just let anyone in. She says only kids abandoned by their parents and the world can join the demonic cult. Then he mutters how they always call them boring old geezers. Yet they're still so picky. And the old guy tells the protagonist that he must have heard him talking, saying since they've already come this far, what if he took him as his master instead of that stupid demonic cult? He says his name is Nangum, the head of the great and noble Nangum clan and leader of the Murim sect's martial artist alliance. And if he becomes his disciple, he'll get blah blah blah, whatever. But our guy doesn't even care what he's saying, asking why the celestial demon won't accept him. And the Sword Emperor realizes he just got totally ignored. She asks if she didn't just tell him, saying only kids abandoned by the world can join her cult. Then she says the world changed. People became zombies from some unknown disease, and all the sects and clans of the martial realm just collapsed. Our protagonist snaps back that since the heavens forgot about humanity, they've all been abandoned by the world now, whether they like it or not. And more importantly, he thinks, I'm a hunter who entered the tower times because times I'm an orphan. Doesn't that mean I, like, automatically meet the requirements, and she's got no comeback for that. He thinks she's probably just ashamed to admit she was abandoned by the world, but he figures he's in a position to say he abandoned the world first. So she agrees, saying if he's so damn confident, then he'd better perform the 3 sword techniques, telling him she'll judge with her own eyes if he's worthy of joining the clan or not. Though she's pretty sure he's all talk and no action, he just thanks her for the chance, activates his skill, and draws his sword. The first skill, the Baekhyangik Infernal Arts. Then he starts learning, like, instantly. Everything flashes through his mind. He says he can see the path of the sword. Countless moves are forming in his head, but for now, he can only see them. He hasn't fully understood the skill yet. If he tried to perform this technique, it'd be like a pigeon trying to copy a pelican. But he remembers what the Sword Emperor told him. Lament your incompetence and blame the cruelty of this world. But he thinks, whatever. If I'm gonna get laughed at anyway, I might as well make it for real. And he remembers the Sword Emperor saying that if you try to scratch the world, you become part of the demonic cult. That's why the cult members train their bodies to become the claws that will scratch the world. But as he performed the Baekhyangik Infernal Arts, his thoughts changed. The essence of the cult isn't claws, it's screams. He remembers every scream he's ever heard, every one he's lived through. They might be amazing, but the world born from them is full of screw-ups. And it doesn't matter how wise all that Confucianism crap is, it can't silence a single human's scream. Nangum is just stunned by the technique the kid is pulling off, and our hero thinks that this is a sword dance of resentment, more precise than any yin-yang sword technique. And a sword swung with a desperate scream is way stronger than a sword that just moves according to some wise rules. But then the celestial demon tells the kid to stop. The protagonist thinks that the deeper the despair and the louder the scream, the stronger the sword becomes. That's why they're strong. Survival of the fittest. That's the doctrine of the demonic cult. And he says, that's why the sword path of the celestial demon, the cult's leader, must always be a scream directed at the world. But then she orders him to stop again, but the kid just keeps performing the sword art. He starts to think that even she must have screamed in despair in her final moments. But by then, she's had enough. Didn't I tell you to stop? She screams, finally attacking the boy. Then she demands to know how he stole and learned her cult's ultimate technique, saying he can't fool her eyes. His form might have been sloppy and unrefined, but what he just did was definitely the Baekhyangik Infernal Arts. And the only ones who can learn those arts are members of the cult, but they've never met before. So she demands he tell her how he stole it, but he just cuts straight to the point, asking her, am I worthy or not? And she's kinda stuck. As the boy collapses to the ground, she turns away. His friends rush over, saying he used way too much aura, and the alchemist says she's putting a drip in his vein. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor is disappointed, because the kid's gotta be on the brink of death for using a martial art so far above his level. He says that's why he's always telling him to practice and perfect the basics slowly. But then he adds that it wasn't that bad, telling the kid, I'm proud of you. And back in the past, she's with that lady again, arriving at the cult. The woman says this is where the girl will stay from now on. She can eat when she wants, sleep when she wants, and play when she wants, telling Birang she can just live however she wants. Then, with the other kids, they start saying all the adults there are really cool and don't make them do anything. And one of them thinks maybe they're just being raised to be servants, but the girl calls him an idiot because it's been over a year since she got there and it's nothing like that. By the way, she asks, did you go say hi to the new kids who got here today? And the boy says he only said hi to one of them, since a bunch of kids arrived. They figure there are a lot of kids showing up lately. Another one says it's because this year's harvest sucked, which means more orphans. And anyway, they were all smart to come here, because they would have starved to death if they'd stayed in the villages where they were born. But then she asks how they all ended up here, and suddenly everyone gets weirded out by what she's saying and they all start complaining. One says his dad told him the harvest was bad, another says his mom worked in the red light district, and some just say they don't want to talk about it. Why should I have to? One asks. While another says guys with swords attacked his village one night, and another says people in his town started getting sick and dying. Then this other kid pipes up, saying his sword emperor used to beat him, so he bounced. And that's when it clicked for Baekhyang. She remembered the jar of super concentrated poison. It's one of those gnarly jars where you toss in all kinds of venomous bugs and critters. Then, the creatures trapped inside just kill each other off. And the last creature standing is the one with the most concentrated and lethal poison. And that poison just seeped out every time the kids talked. So, how can there even be so many types of poison in this world? Then the girl asks if they're happy now, and everyone's like, totally. She realizes this place isn't some paradise, but a freaking jar made to produce a single, concentrated poison. One of them says he doesn't have to make money now that his mom's gone, and if he gets sick, a doctor takes care of him no matter what. Another kid says he likes it there because nobody hits him anymore, and she starts thinking that she really knows nothing about any of this. A while later, some guy shows up to call everyone for breakfast, but notices that Bai Qiang is MIA. Then she remembers the rules. They're supposed to sleep when they want, eat when they want, and play when they want. Whatever. She starts working anyway. They think Bai Qiang is a total weirdo, noticing she's always hanging with the farmers and won't even eat the food, and she remembers the lady saying she could just live however she wanted. Just then, the old lady herself goes up to Bai Qiang and says, "It's been a hot minute." She says she came because she had to ask her something, since she heard Bai Qiang was helping the farmers and harvesting her own food. The girl confirms it. Then the lady says she also heard she's making her own clothes and blankets. The girl's like, "Yup." So the lady asks why, since she could be living a life of plenty if she wanted to, even if it wasn't super luxurious. She tells her this is the Spring Peach, a place where adults are supposed to grow the land and pick fruit for the kids. She's a kid too, so she asks why she's trying so hard. Then Bai Qiang says that Mr. Moa, who farms at the base of the mountain, lost his 2 daughters to the county magistrate. The old lady thinks that's weird, and the girl adds that Mr. Choi, who works in the orchard, lost his 2nd son who got taken to build the castle walls. He reported it to the local office, but they questioned his story, and his 1st son ended up dying too. And after burying both his sons in the village where they were born, the man and his wife moved here. All the adults who plant food and make clothes for them, the orphans, have been screwed over by the world. No exceptions. This place is no paradise, and they're not feeding and clothing them for free because they're stupid. The lady then asks why she thinks they're doing it, and she says it's because they want the kids to get revenge for them, because they feel the world is totally unfair. They can't forgive the local officials who ruined their lives. They want payback, but they don't have the power to do it themselves. She heard that with martial arts, you can only get seriously good if you start learning when you're young. The adult farmers are already way too old to really master martial arts. But they can provide for kids who can learn, and that was the true identity of the Spring Peach. They weren't just eating and sleeping here for free. This place is the headquarters of the demonic cult, and the girl realizes they're there to get revenge against the world for them. So the old lady asks Bai Qiang if there's anything she wants to say to the heavens, and she's like, "Yeah, I've got a lot I want to say." The lady questions if that's so, and says she's not surprised. In that case, the world will have to answer to her, revealing that she's one of the 7 elders of the cult, the demonic Buddha. So she asks if there's a Buddha of hell. The old lady just asks, "What's the point of a Buddha if they aren't in hell?" She tells Bai Qiang she passed the test to join the cult, that she didn't get lazy with all the food and a comfy place to sleep. And that is the sign of the purity of her venom. She tells her to become her disciple and call her master from now on. Her sword will echo with countless screams in the future, ordering her to perform the master and disciple ceremony. Meanwhile, she tells our main character to get up after he wakes, but he tells her that if she stays right there, he can't get up even if he wanted to. He'd probably just end up hitting his head on hers. But she says, judging by the way he's talking, his body must be fine now. She tells him to go wash up in the tub, because he'll need to cleanse his mind and body with some serious effort. He has no clue what's going on. She says she'll be waiting for him at the cave entrance. So our guy actually goes to do it, but he notices everyone is passed out. He wonders what they're all dreaming about and opens up their character windows. The old medicine man is dreaming of his 100th victory over Marcus, and as a bonus, he's only 1 win away from 1,000,000 wins against that pharmacist girl. As for her, she says she's right, and questions why she has to explain something so simple to people, saying they won't get it even if she does, because they're stupid as flies, before apologizing. What she really wanted to say was that if they just use their heads a little more, everything would be fine. She's living a dream of just humiliating people. And as for that other psycho, he's laughing like some kind of villain. Our main character thinks it's better not to wake them, especially that last guy. Then, outside, the Bai Qiang asks if he washed every single corner of his body, and he says yes, saying he feels like even his heart has been cleansed. But she tells him she's not a fan of smooth talkers, and he's way too good with his words. She's worried he's got more of an artist's talent than a commander's, and he's shocked to hear it. Then he reads her thoughts, and she's thinking that even though he has a sharp tongue, he has a stupidly innocent face. The perfect candidate to run the junior varsity sect. Yeah, right. He's like, what the hell is this? But she just tells him to follow her, saying you usually have to pass a ton of tests just to rock the cult's uniform. And sure, he might have proven he's got guts, but that doesn't mean he passed any test. The cult's first trial is the so-called comfort test, where they give you free food, clothes, and a place to crash. And the other kids get soft, totally satisfied with that deal. They become part of the outer sect, raised to be nothing more than farmers, artisans, or security guards. But only the kids who actually pass the test get recognized as part of the inner sect. They get to officially join the demonic cult and learn all the demonic martial arts. So yeah, he already knew all this. And she's like, How the hell do you know that? Our guy thinks back to the trauma of when she killed him and just plays it cool, saying he just knows a lot of stuff. Then she goes off about how cruel the heavens are, asking why they'd send a loser like him to be the last person she ever meets. She's seriously wondering if she has to accept this fool, who looks like he belongs to some low-tier sect, as her disciple. As for the emperor, he's just thinking that, like the Baekhyang says, she has a good eye for people. If the kid was just an idiot, he wouldn't care, but he can actually get things done when he tries. And our guy is wondering if he's being praised or dissed, and just says he'll take it as a compliment. The emperor just replies, "And that's why you're an idiot." So the Baekhyang says his job is to serve, telling our boy to get hyped because she's accepting him as her disciple. The demonic cult rules over the heavens, and the heavens don't reject a cultist who's worthy. So he gets excited, but she tells him she can't officially accept him as a disciple just yet. He questions if she's being way too harsh. He came all this way just to learn from her and even proved he was worthy, so why can't he be an official disciple? And she says that, first of all, his whole story is super suspicious. From coming from some distant land to having this deep respect for her. She doubts any of it is true, and her gut tells her it's all one big lie. He's wondering why her instincts have to be so sharp, but she says he doesn't seem to have an evil nature, so she'll let it slide. Honestly, he seems to have a good heart, which is weird, and she still can't tell if he was destined for her or if she was destined for him. So the protagonist just asks what the test is. She points down, saying she put a zombie soldier there who used to be a rising star from the CTO, a super famous expert martial artist in the martial realm, and she tells him he has to defeat it. If he can do that, she'll accept him as her disciple, for real. The only catch is, he has to fight while starving. Our guy realizes all that talk about not being an official disciple was just empty words. She says that while he fights the soldier, his heart has to be filled with hunger and the pain it causes, and the protagonist thinks that in the Baekhyang's heart, he's already the one who's going to receive the teachings of the demonic cult and the infernal Baekhyangic art. Then she tells him he's banned from having any other thoughts or emotions. She asks if he can handle that, and the protagonist thinks, she already sees me as her disciple. Then she orders him to think about the sounds, the groans, and the movements of a starving man, turn it all into his will, and swing his sword based only on hunger. That's the moment the infernal Baekhyangic art will show its true power, and he asks what'll happen when he can finally swing his sword using only hunger. She says he'll be able to cut down a person who's never felt hunger with a single blow. With that, half of the martial artists in the Murim sect could be defeated in one hit. Our protagonist remembers the nails that scratch the world, and she says that first, he must learn the form of death by starvation. Next up is death by dehydration, and he'll need to learn to wield his sword with thirst, making him able to one-shot those who've never experienced true thirst. He'll have to learn 9 different sword forms, and the 9 paths of those 9 sword forms that will bring down the heavens. He thinks that sounds pretty good, and she then asks what he's waiting for, telling him to throw himself into hell. And our guy agrees on the spot, jumping right at the zombie. My dude, this training is about to be insane, and if you want the continuation, don't forget to leave a like, because I'm totally hyped to bring it to you. And for me to drop it as fast as possible, it all depends on how much you guys support this video. So, I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.